Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 83. 10 minutes later, Kurapika had to stop the road to exile. Because the front has nowhere to go, while continuing to move forward, is a height of about 50 meters cliffs. Below the cliff, is the dark blue waters. Although this jump, it should not to hang up, but it will certainly hurt. Prior has not been completely cornered. Kurapika and select enemy search for a search. Ah, already cliff well, it seems you are not lucky today. Loud voice came from behind, 7 or 8 meters from Kurapika when Gold Palace stopped, pondering his face staring at Kurapika. Kurapika turned around, looked alert expression staring Ryuudan. By now, even if you honestly hand over your number, the uncle will not let you go easily. Golden Palace play a big hair look. Although the number plate is grabbing his purpose, but he was really interested in is the process when hunting others. For being cornered Kurapika, he was looking forward to what kind of reaction the other side will make. Is selected jump off the cliff, or surrender, or to resist it. Kurapika cold watching the Ryuudan, see Ryuudan pair of insolent demeanor like, how many understand Ryuudan is a nervous guy. Run into such people. Weakness is useless. Surrender is impossible. So there is only one solution. Is fighting. Although it looks very strong opponents, but I'm not a vegetarian. In order to revenge for the tribe, but in recent years I went through very tough training, saddled with what ordinary people cannot imagine. C05 Kurapika askew battle ready stance, Ryuudan slightly surprised and said, you guys just have lazy win a return package, but now you want to resist. Well, I think you just because I was pushed? It had to resist it. In other words, your consciousness is not enough. Consciousness enough guy, it is impossible to beat me, to give up resistance or honest it. Then, hand over your body number plate, kneel down to beg for mercy to the uncle, maybe you can put a horse yet. Is Ryuudan so lightly? Always calm Kurapika cannot tolerate. You say that I am conscious enough? Who do you think you are? I carry something that you guys are absolutely incomprehensible. Kurapika yangbing out of about 50 centimeters long knives from under the clothes firmly in the left and right hands. Knives coldness stern, giving a hard-edged feeling. Let you look at my consciousness well, a hole. Grip edged. Kurapika full speed toward Ryuudan, then jumped at distance of 3 meters, to exalt sharp-edged momentum's hippie Ryuudan. Aha, good momentum. Face Kurapika full consciousness of attack, Ryuudan showing a hint of praise eyes, but he was standing there, holding hands, a totally looked down on its way. Service. When the blade cut in Ryuudan shoulders, like a cut in the iron and steel as the blade actually direct its breaking into 2 parts. Kurapika surprise. As hard a blow not able to cut into each other's skin nothing. But because of the huge reaction force, making their own hands tiger's mouth tingling. Even the blade is also therefore genduin into 2 parts. This guy, in the end what is backing? Kurapika heart set off waves wild waves. Originally, he believes that he cannot win even if the other party, at least, talk to each other deal or two. However, he thought it a little too naive. He, too overestimated their own strength and underestimate the strength of the other. Golden Palace askew body, almost comparable impregnable, invulnerable. Well, this is your consciousness? Bukwarasai. Ryuudan face of relentless ridicule, Kurapika for what she now experienced, as well as the results of training, resulting in self-doubt. The opponent is too strong. Wang is not a class. Then, my turn. Ryuudan grinned, raised his huge straight right punch Hongxiang suddenly Kurapika. Oops. Blow was hit, they will definitely die. See Ryuudan hit the fist, that the enormous overwhelming power and influence, Kurapika could not help but give birth to the idea of such a fear. Boom. In times of crisis, Kurapika hastily climbed down, insurance, an insurance of eluding the palace of gold punch. Yuvajin punch fall, boom on the ground, inside contains Qijin. Suddenly the ground bombers cracked open. How dangerous! Kurapika catch herself, relieved. However, his face is a dignified, not the slightest relaxation. Golden Palace strength far beyond his expectations. This is not an opponent of magnitude at all. No fight at all. He hit the opponent with all his strength and didn't even bother to block it. The opponent punched randomly, but he didn't dare to resist it at all. His eyes began to drift around, looking for a gap to leave. However, behind him is a cliff over 50 meters high, and the only place to escape is to jump straight down. But in that way, jumping from that height, it is really difficult to guarantee that we can survive. So it is not a last resort, jumping into the sea is the last choice. Facing the situation with nowhere to escape, Kurapika clenched her fists. At this moment, he remembered his unfinished revenge. What you are carrying is revenge. Yuvajin suddenly said something like this abruptly. What? Kurapika looked at Yuvajin in surprise, wondering why the other party knew this. He has never told anyone about his origins, but Yuvajin said at once the secret hidden in his heart. There is only one that can be explained. This guy knows his origins and knows that he is a survivor of the Koluta tribe. Who are you? Facing Kurapika's questioning, Yuvajin hooked his finger and made a very provocative action at Kurapika. If you want to know, come and defeat my uncle. Damn it! This guy definitely knows something. Kurapika yelled coldly and drew a weapon from under his clothes again. That is a handful of 7 poems about 30 centimeters long. There is only one chance to succeed. This time he should not resist and let me attack like the first time. Taking a deep breath, Kurapika exerted force from his feet, ejected, waving the 7 heads in his hand and attacking Yuvajin frontally. Mayakan still stood still and didn't pay attention to Kurapika's attack. However, when Kurapika's 7 songs were about to hit him, he suddenly turned sideways and blasted Kurapika's head with a backhand punch. In the thrilling moment, Kurapika dodged only a few millimeters away, almost rubbing his head with his fist. At the same time, by avoiding the gap of his fists, Kurapika swung the dagger in his hand and slashed hard on Yuvajin's right arm. The moment he succeeded, Gongjin's huge fist blasted towards Kurapika again. She was able to dodge the first punch, and there was no possibility of evading the second punch. In a hurry, Kurapika could only put her arms in front of her and took a punch from Yuvajin. The domineering power contained in his fist immediately blasted Kurapika out unbearably. Then he fell heavily on the ground and rolled for several laps before stopping when he was less than 2 meters from the edge of the cliff. Ignoring Kurapika, he glanced at the cut in his arm about 3 centimeters long. Yuvajin frowned, it can scratch my skin. That dagger is really sharp. This is the consequence of you despising me. Kurapika got up hard, staring at Yuvajin coldly. Hey! Yuvajin was a little weird about Kurapika, who was still able to stand up. However, I guess your hands are probably already useless, at least for a short period of time you can't move them. Indeed, as Yuvajin said, Kurapika had fractured both arms at this time. The 2 arms fell directly down, like a waste hand. Not to mention free movement, it is reluctant to even shake it, and a violent pain will come from a slight movement. However, Kurapika didn't care about it. Instead, a sneer like a tricky sneer appeared from the corner of his mouth. Although 777 can't move both hands temporarily, my goal has been achieved. Purpose? Hearing Kurapika's words that seemed to be talking to himself, Yuvajin frowned. The next second, a strong numbness came from the right arm. What? Yuvajin's complexion changed slightly, feeling the strong numbness on his arm, and he suddenly realized, so that's it, that dagger is still coated with anesthetic, and the drug is quite heavy. Seeing Yuvajin's frowning look, Kurapika sneered, it seems that the effect of the medicine has finally taken effect. I have to say that your physical fitness is very strong, and it takes more than 10 seconds to take effect. Fortunately, you guy is an arrogant man. If you attack me before the effects of the medicine have taken place, you might be able to kill me. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. Contempt for an opponent is the most stupid act. What an anesthetic counts, don't underestimate my uncle. Let me. Before he finished speaking, Ryuudan knelt to the ground with a bang, and put his right hand on the ground, looking painful. Kurapika sneered, do you think the medicine applied to that dagger is an ordinary anesthetic? It was extracted from the tail needle of the almost endangered Black Queen's mother peak. It only takes 0.5 grams to make a big head. Like a super anesthetic that fell to the ground in a second. I applied as much as 5 grams on that dagger, enough to put dozens of elephants down. Even if your body is comparable to a copper wall and an iron wall, it is impossible to be safe in the face of this powerful anesthetic. In another half a minute, you should be completely unable to move. Yes, damn. Feeling the numbness getting stronger and stronger, Mayakan finally realized that Kurapika was not exaggerating. Thinking of his proud steel body just because he was scratched with a 3 cm long wound, his whole body could hardly move, and he would even fall into a coma. Anger immediately filled Ryuudan's heart, which was for him. It is simply a shame. A hole, I will definitely kill you. Ryuudan glared at Kurapika and said fiercely. Kurapika's despicable behavior made him feel angry. Chapter 84. However, the efficacy of super anesthetics is beyond Gongjin's imagination. The body's perception is being rapidly eroded by the medicine, becoming numb, cold-blooded, and out of control. As time went on, as Kurapika said, within half a minute, the super paralysis effect brought by the anesthetic had already made most of Gongjin's right body unable to move. Let alone attack Kurapika, even maintaining the balance of the body is very difficult. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground with his right hand fully supported on the ground, with his head slightly lowered, and he had maintained this position for about half a minute. The brain also began to become dizzy, and his body was as heavy as a mountain. Up and down the whole body, only the left hand can barely move. Don't, look at this uncle. It's extremely difficult to even open your mouth, and it takes a lot of effort to cough up every word from your throat. What a terrible guy. I haven't lost consciousness after being hit by such a strong anesthetic. It's a monster. Kurapika frowned and stared at Gongjin coldly. However, no matter how tenacious he is, he should not be able to hold on for too long. The paralyzing effect of the super anesthetic will only become stronger and stronger. As long as he falls to the ground, I can bypass him and leave here. Just as Kurapika was thinking like this. Enduring the intense numbness on his body, Ryuudan suddenly raised his left hand, which was not completely numb, and clenched it into a fist. A huge gas emerged from him, converging towards his left fist. At this moment, although his body cannot move, the flow of qi in the body can still be controlled. Taking advantage of this, he injected a large amount of mind into his left fist that could still be active. Feeling the momentum on Ryuudan's body, Kurapika's face suddenly changed. Although he hasn't learned to read, and doesn't know what kind of thing it is, he can clearly feel Gongjin exudes a terrible energy, which is converging toward the left fist he raised. It's not good, that fist seems to have gathered very powerful energy, if it is hit, it will definitely die. Kurapika frowned, and a strong anxiety rose in her heart. However, I and him are at least 7 or 8 meters away. With his paralyzed body, he should not be able to move to my side. In other words, he intends to knock me off the cliff by destroying the surface and hitting a shock wave? Before thinking about it, Kurapika was about to forcibly cross Ryuudan. However, his arms have been broken and he can only move with his feet. If you want to skip Ryuudan in one go, you need to make a run up. This means that once he runs up, he will be closer to Ryuudan. At that time, if Ryuudan's fist hits, the shock wave caused will reach him faster and stronger. This is a bet and the risk is very high. However, don't run at this time, but wait when? It was never his character to sit and wait to die. I won't let you run away, try my super destructive punch. Seeing Kurapika about to run, Ryuudan sneered in his heart, but with all his strength, he already swung his left fist and blasted it towards the ground. Nian Chuan, infused with more than 20,000 aura points, blasted on the surface. It took time, and a devastating energy burst from the fist, blasting the ground before him to pieces. The cliff affected by the shock wave began to crack, and Kurapika, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, also fell. Damn it! Is it over like this? If you fall from this height, you will probably die. At the moment of this fall, from the jungle above the cliff far away from the collapse, something seemed to be thrown over, hooking Kurapika's clothes with great accuracy. At the next moment, Kurapika was pulled up. But the shock wave brought by Super Destruction Fist also made him temporarily lose consciousness. When Kurapika recovered, he was lying on the grass, surrounded by a thick bush. A natural hiding place. What happened? Slowly opening his eyes, Kurapika saw a hedgehog wearing a green costume, Zhengtai walking towards this side with a fishing rod. Are you gone? The hedgehog headmaster, who is gone, nodded vigorously. Well, Kurapika, you finally woke up. You saved me. Kurapika couldn't believe it. Gon nodded and said, well, when you fell off the cliff, I hooked your clothes with the thrown hook and pulled you up from the cliff like a fish. That's it. Kurapika remembered that when she fell off the cliff before, she did feel that something was holding her, but she didn't expect it to be a fish hook. I think it's probably Gon's weapon. Thinking of this, Kurapika asked, by the way, Gon, how long have I been in a coma? About 4 hours, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Kurapika murmured after sleeping for so long. Although the shock wave brought by Ryuudan's super destructive fist was aimed at destroying the surface and knocking himself off the cliff, the shock wave was really violent, and he had no resistance at all after the double flying was destroyed. What kind of power is that? Can a human fist really hit that exaggerated destructive power? Even though he had been rescued, Kurapika still had lingering fears in retrospect. That kind of power is thought. Seeing Kurapika doing this, Gon on the side told her aloud. Upon hearing this, Kurapika was stunned. Why do you know Gon? Because I have studied, although I am not very proficient, but at any rate it can be considered a beginner. Gon replied honestly. He was taught by Allan on Whale Island. Although he hasn't fully learned the knowledge of reading, he has some understanding of it. The power of Gongjin is undoubtedly derived from the power of mind. And just like him, it belongs to Enhancer's mind. Kurapika frowned and said, Gon, I don't think you are really hidden. Then, can I ask you, what is reading? Ah! Gon exposed on a show of thinking, trying to get it touched the back of his head and said, the so-called concept of life energy, learning to control this freedom life energy is called Nan person. Smart Kurapika what came to understand, so, it is the thing that is the life energy that everyone can learn, right? Ah, yes, but I do not know, because I have not fully learned it, it is half-baked. Gon said some shame. Kurapika smiled and said, I'd think you Gon really good, obviously younger than I am, but it has mastered more powerful than my ability, to be honest, I was quite envious. How about you? Haha, so Kurapika you also want to learn to read the thing? Gon laughed. Kurapika unconsciously clenched his fists. If there is a chance, of course, because I want to learn, but also saddled with a family revenge it. So, wait till the end of the hunter test, Kurapika can go to please Allan, let him teach reading skills to read your call. Gon rode. Allan? Hunter who is participating in a test of thing with you. He is, you should also have the impression that fish is for Allan. They're really impressed. Although not spoken, but the feeling is very powerful. Kurapika stern said. Allan is very powerful. Gon a lost brother tone road. So, Gon you can learn to read, Allan also teach you. Kurapika asked with interest. Yes Gon forced the nod. So, if I asked Allan if he really taught me well? Kurapika Chen Sheng asked. Gon thought, I think it should be no problem, because Allan is a good person to talk. As long as Kurapika and Allan became friends, I think Allan will teach Kurapika idea of unconditional. Just be friends. What Kurapika smiled and said, there are your words. I can rest assured. Gon, when I would go to Allan, the first time being it right for me to secrecy. No problem. Gon punched OK gesture. At this time, Kurapika was found before they have been Ryuudan. A punch to fracture arm seems to have been back then, which also bandaged. Gon, this is your help I get. Gon nodded and said. Fracture you I have arms for you to temporarily take back, also used the near-picked herbs. Topical wound should have been no big problem, but not active, take some time to convalesce. Heard, Kurapika could not help very grateful, thank you Gon, helped me a lot. Haha, no, what friends are for. Gon shy waved, he was not comfortable with others' thanks. Yes Gon, why you're here? Recovered? Kurapika asked. Gon did not hide, lay it told Kurapika. The original, Gon knew he smoked in the house after the target number is gold, then eyeing the island palace of gold. But the disparity between strength due to Ryuudan, Gon has no hurry to get involved, choosing instead to track Ryuudan, waiting to look for opportunities to start with. Then, when I found written golden goal as Kurapika, I knew the opportunity came, it has been hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. Having said that, Gon face with apologized and said, sorry Kurapika, is not the first time to help you out. Nothing's gone, that guy's strength with us is absolutely not an order of magnitude, even if you come out to help me, the two of us together is not his opponent. You hide in the dark waiting in the wings, but is the most intelligent way. Thanks to you, I saved a life, I should thank you for my son. Kurapika smiled. Gon touched the back of the head, a bit shy, said. You're welcome, what friends are for. By the way, Gon, have you got that guy's number card? Kurapika asked. Gon nodded and said, well, I already got my hand. When Ryuudan attacked Kurapika, he used a fish hook to snatch away the number plate he was wearing on his chest. That's good, then, Gon, you can also pass the level. Kurapika breathed a sigh of relief. Gon said, now there are about 4 hours before the end of the assessment time. By 6:30 in the evening, the assessment of this level will officially end. We only need to wait until that time. Kurapika frowned at this time, and said solemnly, I don't think Ryuudan will stop so easily. That guy is a neurotic lunatic. Gon smiled and said, it's okay, as long as you rendezvous with Allan, if Allan is there, Ryuudan can't do anything to us. But at this moment, Gon's voice just fell. A roar like a beast came from not far away. This roar seemed to contain infinite anger. When the two heard this voice, their expressions changed. After that, the two felt an oppressive momentum coming towards them. No, it's Ryuudan. Gon called. How is it possible? Is the effect of the anesthetic no longer useful to him? Kurapika looked suspicious. That's a super anesthetic enough to make dozens of elephants sleep for 36 hours. Only a few hours have passed. That's it, has he recovered? Kurapika, although your anesthetic is strong, I think that guy is not just his body, but his willpower is also very strong. Therefore, he is very good, Zhao, can already rely on his super strong will strength and physical fitness have broken through the paralysis effect of the anesthetic. Sure enough, just as Gon said, after that roar, an astonishing breath was approaching them. At this moment, Ryuudan looked angry. After realizing that the number plate on his body had been looted, he was furious. In addition, Kurapika's anesthetic made his body numb for a while. These two things made him very annoyed at the moment. A hole, you dare to snatch my brand while I'm not paying attention, don't think you can just escape like this. No matter who it is, I will find out and kill him. Although he didn't see the other person, with his wild intuition, Gong Jin had already sensed the existence of Gon. There are two breaths. One is from the survivor of the Koluda tribe. It seems that he was saved when he fell off the cliff. Then, the other breath is the guy who saved the survivor of the Koluda tribe. His number plate should have been snatched away by him. Feeling the breath of Gon and Kurapika getting closer, a cruel smile appeared on Myojin's annoyed face. That's the expression that hunters only appear when they look at their prey. At the same time, Allan, who was looking for Gon nearby, also felt the amazing breath emanating from Myojin. This breath is Myojin. It seems that he is really chasing someone, so let's go and take a look. Thinking of this, Allan immediately turned around. He has fought Myojin 3 times, and he is very familiar with Myojin's breath. That guy is still violent as always. I don't know which hapless guy was staring at him. On the other side, Gon and Kurapika, hiding behind the bushes, felt the pressure of Myojin getting closer, and had to take measures. Chapter 85. Feeling the approaching breath of Gong Jin, Gon turned his head and said to Kurapika, "Kurapika, you hide here, I will go out to lead him, and then you will find a chance to slip away." Hearing that, Kurapika categorically rejected Gon's proposal. "How can this work, Gon? I can't leave you behind." "Kurapika, you are injured now, and both hands are temporarily unable to move. If Myojin finds out, he will definitely kill you first," Gon said sharply. Kurapika was speechless for a while to refute. Indeed, he doesn't say that he is a useless person, but he has no fighting capacity. If he stays, he will not only be unable to fight, but will become Gon's oil bottle. But it's too risky to let Gon go out alone to lead him away. Myojin is a madman who ignores the rules. He will kill you. Kurapika worried. Having fought Gongjin once, he already has a certain understanding of Gongjin's strength, and that is definitely not an opponent that Gon can fight against. "Don't worry, Kurapika." Gon showed a confident expression and said, "Although that guy is very strong, now I have no chance of defeating him. But Kurapika, don't underestimate me. On the island in this terrain, I am confident that I will not lose to anyone, because I grew up on the island." "Okay, Gon, please, I hope you can be safe." Kurapika knew that Gon couldn't change his mind anymore, so he had no choice but to agree. "But I have to admit that Gon is the best way to lead each other away. This not only prevents two people from being attacked together, but also avoids confronting the enemy head-on. Just to divert the other person, based on Gon's experience growing up on the island, it shouldn't be a problem. It's so cool. I will go out to lead him away now. You just take the opportunity to leave, as far as possible." Gon stood up and said. Kurapika lowered her head in thought, then raised her head and said, "I know. But I won't run away. I'm going to find Allan. He is Gon, your friend, and he won't die. Allan doesn't know where, it's best to find nature. If you can't find Kurapika, hide it and wait for the assessment time to end." "Well, I see. Gon, you should also be careful, and you must avoid encountering Myojin head-on." After the two negotiated, Gon rushed out of the bushes. Myojin, who was approaching Gon and Kurapika, suddenly saw Gon rushing out of the bushes on the side. "A whole little devil head, it turned out to be you." Seeing Gon appear, Gong Jin was stunned, and then showed a hideous face. "You kid who took advantage of my body numbness grabbed my number plate, right? Well, it's here." Gon took out Myojin's number plate from his pocket, and put it back in his pocket with a showy expression. "Damn it! Even if you dare to grab the number plate of the uncle, you kid is really impatient to live." The bounty gave an angry expression. "Now even if you hand it over, I won't let you go." Who said I'm going to hand it over to you? I just want to tell you that I will take away your brand unceremoniously. After speaking, Gon made a face, and before Yujin reacted, he ran towards the jungle on the other side. Gongjin was about to chase, but suddenly stopped, glanced at the bushes on the side, and said coldly. Humph, don't think I don't know where I'm hiding. Kid is just a bait to entice me. I know this kind of thing. However, the kid did successfully irritate me. Well, wait for me to get rid of it. After the little devil, come and clean up your survivor of the Koluda tribe. Before that, you will hide there and slowly fear. Amidst the laughter, Yuvajin rushed in the direction of Gon, his figure like a tiger, full of momentum. Behind the bushes, Kurapika clenched her fists. In this case, it doesn't make sense for me to hide here or escape. I have to find Allan. Otherwise, Gon will be really dangerous, and Yuvajin will really kill Gon. Thinking of this, Kurapika set off immediately. Soon after Kurapika left, Allan followed the breath of Yuvajin to the scene, and happened to be with Kurapika. Seeing Allan appear, Kurapika was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect to find Allan so easily. Allan also looked at Kurapika somewhat unexpectedly, and couldn't help but guess secretly, was it Kurapika who was chased by Yuvajin? But he quickly denied this suspicion, because after he felt it for a while, he found that Gongjin's breath did not come here, but went further and further towards the other side, obviously chasing another person. In other words, Kurapika may just happen to appear here. But it does not rule out that Rapika was also chased by Yuvajin before. This can be seen from the state of his arms hanging down. It must be caused by some kind of crisis. At this moment, Kurapika reacted and stepped forward. Hello, although it's not the first time I met, let me introduce myself formally. I am Kurapika, a friend of Gon. Although it was unexpected that Kurapika would take the initiative to say hello, Allan nodded politely and replied, Well, I know you Kurapika. You should know my name too, I won't say more. After saying hello, the two are considered to know each other. So, what happened, Kurapika? Allan asked. Then I will make it clear. Now Gon is in danger. In order to help me, he led away the number 100 candidate Gongjin. Now he is being chased by Yuvajin. The situation is quite precarious. I hope you can help. Hearing that, Allan frowned, which means that the hapless man who was chased by Yuvajin turned out to be Gon. Because Yuvajin's breath is too strong, it covers up Gon's breath. Looking at this situation, Gon is indeed dangerous. At the same time, Allan's eyes appeared in front of two multiple-choice questions given by the system. Ding! Please start to choose. 1. Agree to Kurapika's request and go to rescue Gon. Reward, 1 sword skill. 2. Reject Kurapika's request and ignore Gon's life and death. Reward, increase the amount of thought by 10,000. Obviously, the reward for the second one is more attractive. However, he can't do it if he ignores Gon's life and death. He is not such a scumbag at the expense of his friends for the sake of a small profit. Immediately, Allan said to Kurapika, I will go to Gon now, don't worry. Well, please. Kurapika said gratefully. Don't thank me, Gon is my friend, saving him is a matter of course. Moreover, I promised someone to take care of him. After all, after Allan discerned Yuvajin's breath a little, he quickly rushed over. Gon, he must be saved. After all, when he took the hunter test before, he had promised Mito to take care of Gon. Another point is that he has not forgotten that when he first came into this world, Gon took him in. Although he deceived him, he didn't care at all, so in any case, Allan couldn't let Gon be taken in. Yuvajin killed. Regardless of Kurapika, after all, it is also one of the main characters of the original book. Even if it is not for Gon's sake, it will not hurt him to save his life. Over there, Gon rushed through the forest with all his strength, as fast as a cheetah. After learning to read, he also knows how to use qi to strengthen his body and increase speed. However, in the face of Gongjin, who was full of firepower, Gon was still slightly immature and was soon overtaken by Ryuudan. Involuntarily speaking, Ryuudan leaped high like a tiger, gaining momentum, and blasted Gon with a punch. Feeling the power contained in that fist, Gon didn't dare to touch it head-on, and immediately withdrew. Super Destruction Fist. Research. With one punch down, the surface was suddenly torn apart, forming a huge crater more than 10 meters long. A terrible shock wave blasted Gon several meters away. Gon was slightly injured just by the remaining power generated by this destructive fist. This shows the difference in strength between the two. It's dangerous. If you get hit by that fist, you will definitely die. Wiping off the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, Gon looked at Ryuudan solemnly. I saw that his body was exuding a breath of air at this time, and he was maintaining the state of wrapped. In combat, the strength of the wrap is equal to the defensive power against the mind attack. Although you can't go head-to-head with Ryuudan, you can improve your offensive and defensive capabilities somewhat. No matter how strong the enemy is, even if the odds of winning are only 0.1%, Gon will not choose to catch it. Seeing the anger on Gon's body, Gongjin was stunned for a moment. Oh? You kid can also say it. It's amazing. But he was even more surprised that Gon was able to escape his super destructive punch. The ability to react is not something ordinary people have. This kid is not easy. I remember he was a kid with Allan. It seems that Allan taught him a lot of skills. Ryuudan narrowed his eyes and looked at Gon. He has played against Allan several times, and he is also quite impressed with Gon. But now that Allan is no longer here, Ryuudan is absolutely confident that he can kill Gon. I saw him showing a hideous face and said, "Look at me killing you, kid." Immediately, Ryuudan's firepower was fully fired, and he rushed towards Gon like a beast, chasing after him, and the offensive was extremely violent. Under Gongjin's offensive, Gon had no resistance at all. Within a minute, 3 ribs broke on his body, his left arm was also beaten to a fracture, and the bones all over his body seemed to fall apart. In less than 3 minutes, he was lying on the ground, dying. Okay, let this uncle send you one last ride. Looking at Gon, who was no longer able to resist, Gongjin showed a cruel smile, and then raised his huge right fist, shining at Gon. His head banged down with a punch. Chapter 86. At the critical moment, a figure approached in a blink of an eye, blocking Gongjin's fist with a volley. It's you. Seeing the person coming, Gongjin's pupils shrank suddenly. The person who blocked his fist was Allan. Ignoring Ryuudan, Allan looked at Gon and said, "Sorry, Gon, I'm late." However, Gon, who was lying on the ground, had already lost consciousness and was so angry that he couldn't recall Allan at all. Seeing Gon's wounded and dying appearance, Allan frowned and looked at Gongjin with a gloomy face. Feeling the ice-like killing intent emanating from Allan, Shujin's expression changed slightly, and he snorted coldly, "I declare in advance that this brat stole my number plate and came to provoke me first. So, you ignored the rules and killed Gon, right?" "That's right. If you hadn't come, I'd have beaten him to death just now." Ryuudan gasped out of his nostrils, displeased at being stopped by Allan. "Very good. I remember this." Allan raised his head gloomily and warned, "You will pay a heavy price for your actions, I promise." "Humph, come if you can," Ryuudan said madly. For Allan's threat, not only did he have no fear, but his fighting spirit was high. Considering the injury on Gon's body, if he dragged it further, it might be life-threatening. Allan looked at Ryuudan coldly, "I don't have time to fight you now, I'm going to take Gon away." "It's up to you." Gongjin took the lead in punching Allan. He'd played Allan a few times, and he'd had a fight each time, and this time was no exception. Allan had no time to fight, and saw the color dodging the punch, using Shunpo to appear in front of Ryuudan at an extremely fast speed, and hitting his face was a punch. It was a punch full of anger with all his might. It can be said that it was played for Gon. Sudden heavy blow, Ryuudan fell backward uncontrollably, and 2 nosebleeds splashed out on the spot. You know how heavy this punch is. How angry Allan is. Not even Ryuudan's body of steel could withstand the blow of this rage. Taking this opportunity, Allan slapped Gon, who had fallen on the ground, onto his shoulder, and immediately headed in the direction he came from. Gongjin is not an easy opponent to deal with, and Allan knows that. If you fight him because of anger, there will be no result for a while. And doing that would only make Gon's injury worse because he couldn't get medical attention. Gon, who has no protagonist's halo protection, is likely to die here. That was not the result he wanted to see. A hole. After recovering, Ryuudan roared angrily when he saw Allan who had escaped. Ding! You successfully rescued Gon. Acquires a swordsmanship. On the way, the sound of the system sounded in Allan's mind. A wealth of experience in swordsmanship instantly melted into Allan's body, giving him a superb swordsmanship. However, Allan wasn't in the mood to bother about it right now. Sure, it looks like he managed to save Gon from Ryuudan, but Gon's situation isn't looking good. Just by looking at his limp and boneless appearance, one can imagine that most of the bones on Gon's body should have been broken by this time. If it weren't for Gon's tough life, strong enough physical fitness, and enough endurance, he would have already died if he were someone else. However, there is no way to deal with such a thing. After all, the opponent is a first-class enhancernan, the number 1 fighter of the brigade, and Gon, who has not even developed guess, is still too reluctant to face Ryuudan. Right now, it's imperative to find a place for Gon to receive treatment as soon as possible. Otherwise, after a long time, even Gon will not be able to guarantee that he will survive. After all, the injury this time was too serious. It is no longer enough to allow the body to recover on its own. The only person Allan could think of who could heal Gon on this island was Leorio. According to the original memory, Allan knew that Leorio was a medical student, majoring in medicine. And this time to participate in the hunter assessment, it seems that he also carries a medical kit with him. Even if Gon can't be cured, at least let him stabilize Gon's injury. As for the Hunter Association, it is now during the testing period, and it is obviously impossible to ask the Hunter Association to help. After all, it is normal for casualties to occur during the test, and every candidate should be held responsible for it. If every candidate went to the Hunters Association with an injury, then the test would be meaningless. Therefore, it is obviously unrealistic to ask the Hunter Association for help. For now, only Leorio can help. But finding Leorio on this big island is obviously not an easy task. Gon, I hope you can hold on. Looking at Gon who had lost consciousness, Allan thought to himself, and his feet accelerated. Gon. At this moment, Kurapika's voice came. It turned out that Kurapika followed Allan when he was looking for Gon because he was worried about Gon's safety. But he's nowhere near as fast as Allan, so he doesn't know what happened to Gon, and Kurapika couldn't believe what happened to Gon when he saw Allan dying. Especially when he saw Gon leaning on Allan's body as if his whole body was falling apart, a silent anger filled his heart. The guy who wounded Gon into that was Ryuudan without a doubt. Allan didn't notice the change in Kurapika and asked urgently, Kureka, do you know where Leorio is? Seeing that Kurapika didn't answer, Allan couldn't help but turn his head to look at him, and couldn't help but be stunned. Kureka, your eyes. I saw that Kurapika's original amber eyes were now filled with blood red, like a blood-red moon, beautiful and penetrating. Red eye. Allan couldn't help but be surprised that he would see Kurapika's red eyes at such a time. This also means that Kurapika is now in a very angry state. Kurapika also realized that his eyes had turned fiery red, and said solemnly, I'm a Koluda, and when I'm emotional or angry, my eyes turn fiery red. Of course Allan knew something, but he didn't expect Kurapika to be so angry that Gon's injury was so red-eyed. Kurapika clenched her fists and blamed herself. Gon will be hurt like this, it's all my fault. Allan said coldly, of course you are responsible for such consequences, but you can't blame you entirely, after all, the opponent is the paranoid Ryuudan. Kurapika said with murderous intent, I'm going to kill that guy. In a state of anger, Kurapika's usual sanity has long since been left behind. He is now thinking about killing Ryuudan and avenging Gon, without considering how strong Ryuudan is. However, in the state of red eyes, his own strength has also been greatly improved. Whether it is speed or strength, there are multiple improvements. Therefore, in the state of red eyes, he has the confidence to kill Ryuudan. However, as a bystander, Allan can rationally analyze the strength gap between Kurapika and Mayakan from the perspective of a bystander. Not yet. Far from enough. Even with Kurapika's red-eyed and improved power, Allan thinks Kurapika is still unlikely to be a match for Ryuudan. In the event of a fight, Kurapika's odds of winning are only 0.1%. Ding! Please start choosing. 1. Stop Kurapika from going to Ryuudan to avenge Gon. Reward, mindfulness increased by 1000 points. 2. Let Kurapika go to Ryuudan to avenge Gon. Reward, mindfulness increased by 800 points. 3. Let Kurapika calm down in a red-eyed state. Reward, mindfulness increased by 1500 points. Unexpectedly, the system will jump out at this time. Sure enough, Kurapika was also judged as an important plot character by the system. Allan immediately chose the third option. Wait a minute, Kurapika. Allan stopped, putting a hand on his shoulder, seeing him go to Ryuudan. Don't stop me. Kurapika snarled, eyes a bright blood red. Allan said coldly, I'll just advise you, it's up to you whether you go or not. What do you want to say? Let me tell you, even if you have flaming eyes, you are by no means a match for Ryuudan right now. Don't lose your mind with anger, or you will die. If it wasn't for me, Gon wouldn't be hurt like this. All I can do for Gon is kill the guy for him. Kurapika clenched his fists. Of course he knew how powerful Ryuudan was, but because of the guilt he felt towards Gon, he couldn't forgive himself. Allan patted him on the shoulder and said, I understand how you feel. Gon is also my friend, and seeing him like this makes me feel bad. But you're just going to die in vain. I think your life shouldn't be so bad. Cheap, aren't you? You want to avenge your dead clan. Hearing the second half of Allan's sentence, Kurapika gave him a strange look. Why do you know that I carry the hatred of a family? Allan didn't expect Kurapika to notice this, but he had an explanation for it. 0. Ask for flowers. As far as I know, the Koluda clan was wiped out a few years ago. Since you are a survivor of the Koluda clan, then as a survivor, didn't you survive with the blood of your clan? What? Hearing this, Kurapika was silent. Indeed, he lived for revenge. If he died like this, then all his efforts over the years would be meaningless. Thinking of this, he finally calmed down, and said solemnly, I know, I won't go looking for the guy now. But this matter won't be over, I will definitely avenge Gon's revenge. Seeing that his fiery red eyes had disappeared and his eyes had returned to their usual color, Allan breathed a sigh of relief and said, You don't need to worry about this matter, Gongjin will leave it to me to solve it. Speaking of this, Allan paused and glanced at Kurapika with a slightly complicated look, but sooner or later you will fight against them. Until then, you should work hard to improve your strength. Kurapika couldn't understand what Allan said later. Who are the so-called them? After helping Kurapika to calm down, Allan got 1,500 thoughts issued by the system as scheduled. Although it's not too much, it's not too little. The most important thing is that Kurapika can calm down, and his talk was not in vain. Recovered, Allan said, by the way, Kurapika, you haven't answered me just now, do you know where Leorio is? Kurapika also quickly understood Allan's thoughts. Leorio is a medical student. At present, only he can save Gon's life on this island. She immediately said, the last time I saw Leorio was in the southeast of the island. We separated yesterday afternoon. I think he should still be there. Hearing this, Allan nodded, it's not too late, let's go and look for him. 2 hours later, Allan and Kurapika finally found Leorio on the east coast of the island. Leorio was lying under a coconut tree with a depressed face, looking at the blue sky in a daze because he didn't grab the target's number card. Seeing Allan showing up with Gon behind his back, Leorio was taken aback. How could it hurt like this? There is no time to explain, Leorio, you are not a medical student, Gon will leave it to you. Kurapika urged. I see. Put Gon down first, try to make him lie down. Leorio said solemnly. Allan put Gon on the ground paved with coconut leaves. Leorio quickly took his first aid kit and began to treat Gon. After a few minutes, Leorio was already sweaty. Except for some scratches on Gon's surface, there were no wounds. With professional first aid methods, Leorio quickly handled them. But his rescue action stopped afterwards, clenching his fists unwillingly. What's the matter, Leorio? Kurapika was a little puzzled seeing him like this, but she guessed something, her face turned worried. I'm sorry. I can't save Gon. Leorio sighed after a moment of silence. How come? Kurapika's face changed suddenly. Gon suffered a serious internal injury. At least dozens of bones were broken on his body, including his hands and feet, ribs, breastbone, collarbone, spine, etc. Sexually permanent fracture. Even if a professional orthopedic doctor comes, it is difficult to cure. Moreover, in addition to the broken bones, Gon's internal organs were also severely damaged due to the impact of external forces. The situation is no longer optimistic, but has reached the level of incurable treatment. How could this be? Kurapika couldn't believe it. Leorio's words are equivalent to a sentence of death for Gon. He didn't expect Gon to suffer such a serious injury. It is hard to imagine that he suffered multiple injuries when facing Yuvijan. He still remembers that when Gon offered to entice Gongjin, he assured him that there would be no accident. It turned out that it was all brave. The enemy is too strong. Gon probably realized this a long time ago, so when he couldn't escape, he chose to fight back. Damn it! The nails sank deeply into the palms, and Kurapika's eyes grew fiery red again. A terrible killing intent radiated from him, almost becoming substantive. Leorio on the side was surprised when he saw this. Kurapika, what's the matter with your eyes? Kurapika didn't answer, but said solemnly, take care of Gon for me, I'm going to kill Yuvijan. At this moment, Allan, who had been silent, said. Wait a minute. I have a way to save Gon. Guang. Chapter 87. Hearing Allan's words, both Leorio and Kurapika looked different. The difference Leorio said was that even a medical student with professional medical knowledge could not save Gon. How will Allan save Gon? What's more, if Allan has a way to save Gon, why do you just say it now? I have to say that this is a bit suspicious. Kurapika had the same idea as Leorio, but he knew that Allan was not a big talker, so he suppressed the anger brought by the red eyes, and asked in a deep voice, you really can save Gon? Allan nodded and said, I do have a way, but I'm not sure if this way will definitely restore Gon. But now that Gon has reached this level of incurable dying, he can only die. Live horse doctor. How sure? Kurapika asked. In theory, it is 100%, but there is no actual experiment, so it is impossible to be sure. No, in this situation, is there really a way to recover Gon 100%? If there is such a way, then Leorio, as a medical student, is probably going to fall into self-doubt in life. Allan glanced at the two of them and said, "May I trouble you to avoid it for a while?" Leorio and Kurapika looked at one person at 777, they nodded and left the scene temporarily without saying a word. Kurapika, do you think Allan really has a way to save Gon? Maybe. What is this? You don't believe it very much, do you? After all, even a medical student like you thinks that Gon is almost out of rescue now. In addition, this is not a hospital. Due to the environmental impact, Gon cannot be treated with professional medical equipment. In this case, if you say Allan there is a way for Gon to recover, it must be an ability that transcends medical boundaries or something. It's hard to understand. Leorio said in a daze. Seeing Kurapika and Leorio walking away, Allan sighed and looked at Gon, who was breathless. Then, Allan took out a thumb-sized green bean from the space ring. The way Allan said to treat Gon was fairy beans. Fairy bean, a product of Dragon Ball world, has the effect of restoring physical strength and healing injuries. As long as the dying person still has a breath, he will be able to recover from the beginning by eating a fairy bean. It is a bug-like existence. Seeing the fairy bean in his hand, Allan hesitated. Whether Xiandu could recover the dying Gon as the rumors said, even he couldn't be sure. Moreover, there is only one fairy bean. He was really reluctant to ask Allan to show it to others. However, Gon is not someone else, it can be said that he was the first friend he made since he came to the world of Hunter. Ignore the life or death of friends, this is not his style. If a fairy bean can save the life of an important person, then it is enough to prove its own value. No, it is far beyond its own value. Thinking of this, Allan squeezed Gon's mouth with his left hand, stuffed the fairy bean with his right hand into Gon's mouth, and then patted his back lightly. Okay, let me see how good the fairy beans are. Allan was both looking forward and nervous. What he wanted to see was whether the effect of fairy beans could bring people back to life as rumored. The nervous thing is that if the fairy bean does not have such a big effect, then Gon is equal to not being able to escape the danger, and it will also be life-threatening. Just as Allan stared at Gon, who was lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Seeing the appearance of him leaping into a seat, Allan was startled for a moment, and then he smiled and said, "It's great, it's really effective." When Gon saw Allan, he was surprised and said, "Allan, why are you here?" At this time, Kurapika and Leorio, who heard Gon's voice, hurriedly walked back. Seeing that Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika had stood up, they all looked incredulous. The expressions of the two were surprisingly consistent at this moment. They all looked like ghosts and couldn't believe them. "Kurapika, Leorio? Why are you here?" Gon asked with a puzzled face, obviously not sure about the current situation. Leorio didn't answer, but instead asked a little excitedly, "Gon, are you really all right?" What's wrong with me?" Gon scratched his head blankly. Seeing Gon's appearance out of context, Kurapika said, "Gon, you chose to lead Ryuudan away from me before. Did you forget about it?" Hearing Kurapika talking about it, Gon remembered it all of a sudden, and said in a startled tone, "By the way, I remember I was beaten out of consciousness. That Ryuudan is so powerful, I am not an opponent at all. His fists were so terrible, just one punch made me feel like my bones were falling apart, and I couldn't stand it at all." At this point, Gon seemed to be relieved and said with a lingering expression, "I thought I was. It's dead. Without Allan, you might really be dead." Kurapika said solemnly, "He saved the dying from Ryuudan." "Really?" "Yeah, Gon, even a medical professional like me can't save you, but Allan made you recover. He saved you." Leorio said. Even Leorio said this. Although Gon didn't know what happened after he lost consciousness, he already believed that he almost died. And the one who saved him was Allan. Lifting his head, Gon looked at Allan, who didn't speak much. "Thank you, Allan." Although there are only 3 short words, Allan fully felt the sincere gratitude from Gon. He knows that Gon is a person who is not good at expressing feelings. To the friends around him, a thank you is not just a word of words, but a heartfelt gratitude. In other words, from this moment on, the friendship between him and Gon has been sublimated again. You're welcome, Gon, are we friends? Friends just want to take pictures of each other. Allan smiled. Although it was a pity for him to lose his only fairy bean, Gon was able to recover from his dying state. It can be said that the fairy bean has supernormally exerted its meaning and effect. This fairy bean is very worthwhile, and he doesn't regret it at all. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Yes. Congratulations for triggering the hidden mission, and the friendship with the hero of the plot, G. Freaks has been qualitatively sublimated. Reward, Golden Treasure Box X1. Allan was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly there were hidden tasks in the system. But after hearing the reward, his face showed an expression of expectation. This time he saved Gon. He didn't even think about any reward, it was purely because he didn't want Gon to die. Unexpectedly, because of this move, the friendship between him and Gon will be sublimated, which is really unexpected. System, do you want to open the golden treasure chest? Open. Allan couldn't wait to say in his heart. Ding! The treasure box has been opened. Congratulations on opening 3 detonating symbols from the golden treasure box. It turned out to be a detonating talisman. This prize was completely unexpected by Allan. He thought there would be something like devil fruit or famous sword. But the detonation talisman is also good, and Allan is quite satisfied with it. At the same time, a piece of knowledge about the use of detonating charms flowed into Allan's mind. The detonation talisman, also known as the blasting talisman, is an advanced spell made by the ninjas of Naruto world through a special process using the fire attribute chakra. The power contained in the detonation talisman is quite amazing. After detonation, it will produce a small-scale big explosion. The power is huge, and it is no less than the advanced fire escape ninjutsu released by Shangnan. And because it is as thin as paper and so light and imperceptible, it can often be used with unexpected effects, which is very suitable for setting traps. There are many ways to use the detonation talisman. You can directly stick your hand on the target or enemy to detonate. It can also be affixed to weapons or other implements, thrown out and detonated. It can even be posted somewhere in advance. When an enemy or target appears, it will trigger the detonation talisman, and then detonate, causing unexpected damage. The method of detonation is Jian. The gesture of Jian is that the index finger and the middle finger are brought together to form a sword finger. At the same time, shouting the word boom can detonate the detonating talisman attached to the target. Putting away the 3 detonating symbols, the corners of Allan's mouth lifted up slightly, revealing a sneer. With these 3 detonating symbols, it is equivalent to having 3 more time bombs around. Used to deal with the enemy, it will surely be able to hit the unintentional damage. After all, people in this world have never seen such a thing as a detonator. Human beings are always curious about things they don't know. Even if the masters can feel the danger of the detonation talisman, they will definitely have a mentality or behavior that is contemptuous or even ignorant because they are not familiar with its power. In Allan's mind, there is only one person who can let him use these 3 detonating charms. 5.4 This person is Ryuudan. Even if that guy is a body with a copper wall and an iron wall, if he eats an explosion charm, it is absolutely impossible to be safe. At this time, Gon's voice came over. Allan, what are you thinking? Why do you feel like you are thinking of something bad? Kurapika and Leorio also looked at Allan with uncertain expressions. They saw Allan's pensive sneer while holding the detonator. Allan smiled and shook his head. I'm just thinking about something interesting. Kurapika pointed her eyes and asked, Allan, what did you hold just now? Secret weapon. Allan smiled mysteriously without explaining too much. Secret weapon. Although Kurapika and others were curious, they didn't ask much. Allan looked at Gon, patted his body, and asked, "Gone, you should be all right now." "Well, nothing at all." Gon nodded. "Really?" Allan smiled, then suddenly punched Gon. Of course, this punch was reserved, and the speed was deliberately slowed down. Although Gon was taken aback, he reacted quickly and quickly blocked Allan's fist. Chapter 88. Feeling Gon's strength against him, Allan nodded slightly. Yes, it seems that the body has indeed fully recovered. Gon's recovery is naturally a good thing, but Kurapika and Leorio are both puzzled as to how Allan recovered Gon from a near-death state without any medical equipment. Leorio stood up and couldn't help saying, "It's so weird, Allan, tell me, how did you get Gon to fully recover from his dying state? This is incredible." Kurapika on the side said, "Leorio, I am afraid that even if Allan tells you, you can't understand it." Kurapika is right. Allan said sternly, "I can understand that you are now having questions about the medical profession you are studying. But you can rest assured that the method I used to get Gon to recover is not a medical method." "Isn't it a medical method?" Leorio was stunned, scratching his head and said, "Is that a special ability or something? If this is the case, it can explain why Gon can recover all of a sudden." Kurapika said. Both of them are well aware that with the current medical methods, it is absolutely impossible for a person with bones to fall apart, multiple internal organs damaged, and a dying state to fully recover in a short period of time. Apart from gods, there are only so-called special abilities that can do that kind of thing. "Is it Nen?" Kurapika asked suspiciously. Allan shook his head and said, "I was able to recover Gon from a near-death state, not because of my abilities, but by using something. That kind of thing is like an elixir, which can make Gon no matter how much he suffers. As long as the injury remains, the person who has a breath is completely healed and recovers as before." "Is there still that kind of thing in the world?" Leorio and Kurapika were surprised. "So, what the hell is that?" Gon on the side asked curiously. 05 fairy beans. Allan spit out 2 words briefly. Zyandu. All 3 of them looked blank, apparently the first time they heard of it. Leorio seemed to be particularly interested in this, and stood up and said, "Allan, do you still have that fairy bean? Can you take it out to let us have a long experience?" Allan blanked him and said, "Do you think that kind of thing is a bad street thing? I only have one. After using it for Gon, it is gone now." Leorio didn't expect that fairy beans were such a precious thing. An apologetic smile appeared on his face, and he didn't dare to ask more. Kurapika said, "So, that thing was originally Allan's trump card for your life, right?" Allan shrugged and said, "There is no life-saving hole card. For me, it is enough for the fairy bean to play its existence and save Gon." Upon hearing this, both Leorio and Kurapika fell silent. Gon stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Allan, for making you pay such an expensive thing for me." "Nothing, we are friends." Allan smiled lightly. For Allan's generosity, Kurapika, Leo and Lee admire him from the bottom of my heart. Gon even regarded Allan as his lifesaver from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Kurapika asked, "By the way, now there are only less than 3 hours left until the end of the 1-week assessment time. Have your scores been collected?" "Mine was snatched away." Leorio was the first to express his position, with a gloomy expression on his long face. "Who robbed it?" Gon asked. "It's set 301, the guy who looks terrible. I didn't expect me to be his target." Leorio sighed. So it was him. The corner of Allan's mouth rose slightly, and he didn't expect that Ilmi's target would be Leorio. Patting Leorio on the shoulder, Allan said, "He is a top-notch killer. You should be thankful that you didn't die in his hands. If the number card is taken away, the big deal will come next year." "What first-rate killer, Allan, do you know Jitaka well?" Kurapika asked. "Just know his details." Allan said. "Who is he?" Leorio asked. Allan cleared his throat and said, "It's okay to tell you all, that Gitaracker number 301 is actually disguised by Killua's brother. Isn't it? It's Killua's brother. It's unbelievable." The two brothers look completely different. Gone, Kurapika. The three of Leorio were surprised one by one. Allan smiled and said, "Of course it's not his true face, it's just the ability to disguise. His true appearance is not that scary." Then Killua knew that Gitaracker was actually disguised by his brother. Gon asked, raising his hand. Allan shook his head, "I don't know yet." "By the way, Allan, you must have enough points?" Gon asked. Gon said, "I have also grabbed Yuvajan's number plate, plus my own, so the score is enough." "Kurapika, how about you?" Gon asked. "Mine is enough for 6 points." Kurapika said. Hearing this, Leorio sighed and said, "I really envy you. It seems that I am the only one to stop at this level." "Don't be disappointed, Leorio, there is still a chance next year." Gon comforted. "If you don't improve your strength, I'm afraid you will be eliminated next year," Kurapika said with a vicious tongue. Leorio surprisingly did not refute Kurapika's poisonous tongue. "That Gitaracker didn't do anything at the time, just let me hand over the number plate obediently and let me go." "Really, there is no fool who would hand over the number plate just because the other party said a word." But I was scared at the time. I couldn't even say a word of refusal." The body seemed to be unwilling, and gave the number plate with both hands to the opponent. "So, I seem to have recovered my life," Leorio said with lingering fear. "After all, you haven't even learned to read, of course, you can't bear the murderous aura he exudes," Allan said sharply. Ilmi must have used murderous aura to deter Leorio at that time, and this murderous aura was different from ordinary murderous aura, but the aura that Ilmi exudes through thought to contain murderous intent. Leorio is just an ordinary person after all, it is normal to have that kind of reaction. "Allan, what exactly are you talking about?" Leorio looked puzzled. This was actually not the first time he heard the term read. "Yeah, Allan, why don't you show it to us once?" Kurapika was also curious about it. Both of them want to improve their strength, but for the moment, it seems that learning to read can quickly gain powerful strength. Allan is not a selfish person either. "Now that I have made friends with Kurapika and Leorio, it is indeed necessary to share what I know. And to read this kind of things, it is useless to know the method only, it depends on personal talent, hard work, and understanding." Through the original work, Allan knows that Kurapika has a good talent. Coupled with his red eyes, he can give full play to the abilities of the 6 series. It can be said that Kurapika is a talent who is very suitable for learning reading. With such a talent, it is absolutely no problem for him to get in touch with Nian early. As for Leorio, although they may not be as talented as Gon, they are not bad. In the election, Nian, which was developed by himself, unexpectedly flew gold. Freaks is one of the top 5 Nian in the world. Although there is a fluke element, it also shows that Leorio has a talent for learning. At this time, 2 system options appeared in front of Allan. Ding! Trigger the selected task. 1. As friends, teach Kurapika and Leorio, the protagonists of the plot, for free. Reward: increase your thoughts by 5,000 points. 2. Lead the 2 into the realm of mindfulness as a teacher, requiring them to at least master the basics of the 4 major lines of entanglement, exquisiteness, practice, and hairdressing. Reward: Nian Cheng increased by 12,000 points. Allan doesn't mind in any capacity to teach Leorio and Kurapika, but judging from the rewards given by the system, it is obvious that using the teacher status will get a higher return. Immediately, Allan faced the 2 of them and said straightforwardly, "Kurapika, Leorio, I just ask, do you all want to learn to read?" Hearing that, Kurapika and Leorio were both surprised, and Kurapika was even more excited. Could it be that Allan, would you like to teach us to read? Allan shrugged and said, it's okay for you to meet each other. This is really great! Leorio exclaimed happily. Kurapika was also quite excited, changing her usual calmness. However, while teaching Yunan, you will all listen to me. Allan smiled slightly. What do you mean? Kurapika frowned. Do you want teaching fees? Leorio scratched his head. Kurapika said, if it's tuition, it doesn't matter, I can pay. Hearing that, Leorio also said, well, although I don't have much savings to study medicine. But in order to become stronger, it is not a problem to pay a tuition fee. Allan stopped the two of them talking to themselves. You seem to have misunderstood what I mean. I mean, I am not teaching Yunan as a friend, but as a teacher to lead you into the realm of reading, see. The two suddenly realized that they admired Allan by 3 points in their hearts. Indeed, in terms of relationship, Kurapika and Leorio are very clear that they are still not friends with Allan. Vice versa. So, if Allan teaches them Nan from the standpoint of friends, it is really untenable. But if it is taught as a teacher, then everything seems reasonable. Kurapika looked at Allan, and said solemnly, you teach me to read, it's normal for me to call you teacher. Leorio even shouted directly, Teacher Allan, student Leorio is here. Allan was a little bit dumbfounded, and waved his hand, well, you don't have to call my teacher specifically, just that you are teaching you as a teacher. Besides, we are actually about the same age, so we will still call by name in the future. No problem. Kurapika and Leorio nodded. Seeing that the two of them had expressed their opinions, Allan looked at Gon and said, then before teaching Yunan, it is necessary to let you feel something about mindfulness. Gon, first release your practice to Leorio and Kurapika to feel it. I see. Allan knew that to make them understand what mindfulness is, only through personal experience can they understand it. Gon obeyed the instructions, immediately took a pose, and then let out a low growl practice. When it was necessary, an astonishing breath emanated from Gon. Wow, it's amazing! Leorio exclaimed. Is this reading? Kurapika murmured, feeling the breath emanating from Gon. In fact, it is not the first time that the two have seen this, but this time it was released by Gon, and there was no other emotions mixed in, but simply released the chi from the body to form a powerful aura. Neither Kurapika nor Leorio can do this kind of aura. This is one of the basic skills of reading practice. Just as the two sighed, a terrible breath of oppressiveness came from a distance and quickly approached them. Both Kurapika and Gon's expressions changed slightly, only Leo's reflexes were a little slow and said, what's the matter, what are you nervous about? Be careful, that guy is here. Kurapika said solemnly. Yes, it's Gongjin. Gon frowned, too. Yuvajin. Leorio was taken aback, then his face changed drastically, is the guy who nearly killed Gon coming towards us now? Both Gon and Kurapika nodded. They have played against Yuvajin, so they are particularly sensitive to Yuvajin's breath. There is even a lingering fear. Chapter 89. Seeing Gon and Kurapika both look as if they are facing enemies, Leorio couldn't help feeling nervous and suggested, I think we should run away. Leorio, you go first, I want to stay and settle the account. Kurapika said coldly. He would never forget the fact that Gon was nearly killed for his help to divert Gongjin away. Had it not been for Allan, Gon would probably be dead now. In other words, Gongjin can be said to be the real enemy who almost killed his friend. Therefore, he determined that he would not just run away like this. I want to stay too. Gon said. You two guys. Leorio sighed helplessly when seeing the two of them with such a determined attitude, and said, since you are not afraid, how could I leave you as cowards? Hey, I said you three guys. Seeing the three of Gon who seemed to regard death as home, Allan was really speechless. I said you three, all relax. I'm here, calm down. Hearing that, Gon, Kurapika and Leorio just remembered the existence of Allan. In fact, all three of them were in panic just now because they fell into Yuvajan's approaching overwhelming breath. At this moment, Allan broke the panic situation with a loud voice, which immediately made people feel relieved and relieved. There is no doubt that Allan is the strongest combat power on their side. He is the only one who can fight Gongjin. The three of them felt as if they were the backbone of their hearts, but Allan's head was the only thing in their hearts. Kurapika said, "Let's put aside the instructions for the time being. Allan, what are you going to do?" "What should I do?" "Soldiers come to cover the water and earth." Allan shrugged, smiled, and said, "You can't die with me here." With Allan's words as a guarantee, Kurapika and the three people relaxed a lot. However, with Yuvajan's approaching breath, the string in the three people's hearts tightened again. Allan also knew that it was impossible to force them to relax completely. After all, the opponent was too tough. The only thing he can do is to stand up and help cope with Yuvajan when he comes. Ding! Trigger the selected task. The sound of the system suddenly remembered in his mind, and Allan was not surprised at that. Now he can be regarded as understanding the law of the appearance of the system. Whenever it encounters some events related to the original characters, the system will appear without warning. For example, in this situation. 1. Protect the three of Gon, defeat or behead the powerful enemy Gongjin. Reward, the realm of Kendo heart-cutting steel. 2. Lead the three of Gon to retreat, temporarily avoiding the battle of Yuvajan. Reward, famous knife, white fish. The task of the option was within Allan's expectation. Both of the two rewards given by Allan were quite exciting. However, compared to the famous sword, Baiyu, the realm of Zhonggang attracted him more. Because for him who already possesses the black sword Qiushui, the famous sword white fish is not that important. He is only in the realm of Kendo now. And if you can defeat Yuvajan this time, you can get Xinggong's Kendo heart. That means that once he understands the realm of cutting steel, he has the ability to cut steel. When it is used with Qiushui, his attack power will rise to a very terrifying level. In the hunter world, the defensive power of an Nin is closely related to his aura. The stronger the qi, the higher the defense. Suppose, an Nin with 20,000 points of strength fights with an Nin who has 30,000 points. So whether it is in attack power or defense power, the latter is higher and stronger. The former has less qi than the latter, so if you want to break the opponent's defense, you need to use a higher value of qi than the opponent's defense when attacking. That is, if the latter protects the body with 10,000 points of vigor in the Jin state, then the attack of the former must break through the defense of the latter, and at least a vigor of more than 10,000 points will do. Conversely, if the latter wants to break through the defense of the former, it will appear relatively easy, because the latter has a higher aura. Even if the former can be defended with qi, they will most likely suffer a certain amount of damage. Although simply thinking about vitality cannot be used to determine victory or defeat, in battle, the total amount of vitality is an important factor related to victory. The bigger the gap, the smaller the odds of winning. On the contrary, the smaller the gap, the greater the odds of winning. After 3 fights, Allan has a certain amount of Yuvajan's mind. Yuvajan's qi, if the firepower is full, can at least reach 90,000 thoughts. If you look at it at the limit, you should be able to break the 100,000 point index. And Allan also has a certain amount of thought aura he has in his mind. The total amount is definitely not as good as Yuvajan, which is about 70,000. However, the gap is not too big, and conservative is only around 20,000 points. Although there is a gap in thinking, Allan is not worried. Because in addition to mindfulness, he can also use other abilities to make up for it. Such as Moon Step, Domineering, and Instant Step and so on. These skills are all abilities from other dungeon worlds, and don't need to consume qi, as long as they have enough physical strength, they can be used. Although qi and physical strength are linked, in fact there are differences between the two. Thanks to these abilities from other instances, Allan now has the absolute ability to compete with Gongjin. But if you want to really kill Ryuudan, you can only do it by breaking his defenses. It is not easy to break through his defenses, and it is difficult for ordinary attacks to work. And Allan's total strength is not as good as Ryuudan. Even if the attack worked, it was nothing but a skin trauma to him, and it was hard to hurt his roots. Allan thought about it. Now he can break through Ryuudan's defenses about two things. The first one is the detonation talisman. The detonating talisman is very powerful, although Ryuudan's body can be called a copper wall and an iron wall. But if it is sturdy, it is absolutely impossible to be safe and sound. However, the detonation time of the detonation talisman needs at least 1 second. In other words, after the seal, the detonation talisman needs a 1-second delay to produce an explosion. And this second is enough time for Ryuudan to react. Therefore, the detonating talisman must be used at the right time, and must not let the opponent react. However, with Ryuudan's confidence in his own strength, Allan thinks that even if he is aware of the existence of the detonating talisman, it is entirely possible that he will face the explosion of the detonating talisman head-on. At that time, he will suffer. The second thing is the black knife Kyushui obtained before. With Kyushui, Allan is confident that he can break through Ryuudan's defense. After all, this sword is not an ordinary famous sword, but the sword used by the sword hero Ryoma of the country to cut dragons. The sharpness of a knife that even dragons can kill is evident. Allan has reason to believe that this knife can definitely be used to kill gold. However, it is not that simple to use Kyushui. This knife is not just a simple chop. The so-called famous sword must have the corresponding swordsmanship in order to exert its power. After experiencing the one-sword art that I had obtained from the system before, Allan had a lot of knowledge about Kendo in his heart. This sword-style swordsmanship includes the basics of Kendo, as well as the technical experience of Kendo. Now he can be said to be a swordsman with a foundation in Kendo. Taking out the black knife Kyushui from the space storage ring, Allan held the black knife Kyushui, and the aura of his whole person changed at that moment. Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio couldn't help looking at Allan in surprise. "Allan, what's the matter with this knife?" Kurapika couldn't help asking. "It's actually a black knife." He could feel that Chu Shui in Allan's hand possessed a rather unique aura, not because the aura of the knife itself attracted him, but there seemed to be something unspeakable inside the knife. That is an indescribable feeling. Gon is simple enough to look at things and say directly, "Allan, this knife looks great." Leorio interrupted and said, "Yes, it's a black knife with a knife pattern. It looks so unique." Allan said in a deep voice, "This is the black sword Kyushui. I once killed a dragon. I will use this sword to kill Ryuudan later. I think it should be able to break through his defenses." Hearing that, Kurapika was shocked by all three. "Actually, I have killed a dragon. This knife is so cool." Gon looked at Kyushui with an admiring look. Kurapika looked at the black knife Kyushui in Allan's hand and said, "Indeed, this knife looks very sharp. I think it should be fine." Allan nodded, thought about it for a moment, and had a plan now. "In order to make sure that I can kill that guy, I will hide it first. Give him a fatal blow to the black knife Kyushui." "Okay." The three of Gon nodded. There are no comments on Allan's proposal. Soon after Allan hid, with a powerful breath approaching, a figure seemed to have fallen from the sky. With a bang, he jumped down from the sky above the high woods and smashed the ground into a cracked pit. The dust dispersed, revealing a figure full of wildness. It was Ryuudan who was chasing down here. He relied on his natural wild intuition, and just now Gon used practice in order to demonstrate to Kurapika and Leorio, so that Ryuudan was aware of Gon's chi and directly locked Gon's specific position. Kids, see where you are going." Ryuudan twisted his neck, revealing a hideous face. Kurapika said coldly, "This time we won't be running away." "Yes, we won't run away." Gon echoed. Me too." Leorio also boldly shouted. However, his heart was full of fear, and his eyes looked at Uvijin with unconcealable fear. What a terrible guy! The chi on his body is astonishing several times more than the chi on Gon's body, just like a red beast with a vicious atmosphere. You are quite kind. Uvijin sneered and waved at them. In time, the huge breath in him suddenly turned into a violent wind and blew towards the Kurapika trio. The three of them suddenly felt heavy pressure, and unexpectedly stormy waves appeared in their hearts. Just waving your arms, you can generate such a powerful airflow in the air, it is terrifying. At this time, the three of them faced Uvijin with only one thought in their minds. The people here are extremely powerful. It is definitely not an opponent they can contend with now. Gon is a little better. After all, he has also learned to recite how much he can use his own stinginess to resist the pressure of Uvijin's chi. Kurapika has good physical fitness and can withstand the strong pressure of Uvijin. After all, he has done a lot of training in order to avenge Phantom Troop. Only Leorio performed the worst, facing Uvijin's overwhelming aura, even a little breathless. He does not have the tenacity of Gon, nor the qualities that Kurapika has experienced. He is the most ordinary of the three. This kind of him, being able to stand here barely to withstand Gongjin's oppressive force is already pretty good. Let's see how long you can hold on. Uvijin didn't seem to plan to kill Gon and the others all at once, as if he was playing with it. In other words, he thought it would be cheaper to kill Kurapika and them directly. Therefore, as a fighting freak, he wanted to torture the three of them. Although the chi keeps increasing, the pressure is getting stronger and stronger. Gon stood in front of Kurapika and Leorio, clenched his fists, and released all his anger. Hey! Not bad, kid. Uvijin's eyes fell on Gon and sneered, boy, I didn't kill you before, so lucky. But now, you think someone will come to rescue you. Having said that, Gongjin did not immediately do it. There was a trace of doubt in his heart. From the time he severely wounded Gon before being rescued by Allan, and now he chased him, there was only 1 hour in between. Within this hour, Uvijin was also very curious about how Gon valued his full recovery from his near-death state. Of course, he is not stupid, guessing that it may be related to Allan. However, Allan was not present at this time. He felt it, and there was no Allan's breath around him. Of course, it does not rule out that Allan may use Absolute to eliminate the breath from his body and hide. Zhao, his eyes swept towards Kurapika and Leorio behind Gon, and finally fell on Leorio. Seeing Leorio carrying a medicine box in his hand, Uvijin suddenly thought that it was Gon who Leorio had rescued, and his heart suddenly became murderous. Leorio was watched closely by Uvijin. He was already a little unsupported. He suddenly felt pressured and didn't dare to move at all. In front of the powerful Nin, ordinary people like him are completely like ants. Leorio felt the looming death. Suddenly, Uvijin raised his fist and violently attacked Leorio with a punch. This punch, as always, was full of domineering power. It seemed not a fist, but a mountain. Full of overwhelming momentum. Not good. Gon and Kurapika, who had been staring closely at Uvijin, made a secret sound. At this time, it was obviously too late to let Leorio escape. The defensive posture is like this. Leorio was at the back. Present a protected state. Standing in front of him was Kurapika-jin with red eyes. And the one standing at the front is Gon. Gon released all the chi in his body at this moment, and then he adjusted the chi technique from the rest of his body to his arms, using it to fully defend against the fist of the kill gold, and then Kurapika behind him exerted his force. Withstand the back to form a two-position defensive posture. It was too late, and Uvijin's fist had already blasted over. Monument. The overbearing force immediately knocked Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio into the air. At the same time Uvijin punched Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him at an extremely fast speed. And with lightning speed, it launched a fatal blow. Chapter 90. One sword flow, slash the dragon. Allan held Kyushui in his hand, and his figure appeared behind Ryuudan like a ghost. With lightning speed, he chopped off Ryuudan's head. Feeling the sudden approaching breath behind him, a great crisis came to Ryuudan's heart, making his look change drastically. However, it was too late for him to pull away, because the knife had already slashed at him. The black knife flashed a frightening cold before his eyes. Blood splashed out, and it was not his head that was cut off, but a left hand. The sharp blade cut off his entire arm. On the left shoulder, the incision is smooth as a mirror, and blood is sprayed out like a jet of water. It can be seen how deep Allan's knife was, how hard, and how sharp it was. This all-out effort was finally not wasted. After the knife was cut, Allan seemed to collapse, panting heavily. Ryuudan's body is strong enough to receive the rocket launcher with one hand, ignore the machine gun and open his mouth to bite the bullet of the high-speed sniper rifle. For such a monster, it is not a simple matter to completely break through his defenses. If there is no firm will and dedicated consciousness, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. At this moment, Gongjin stared at the cut-off left arm. The hideous face was full of surprise, as if he couldn't believe the scene before him. What followed was the tremendous pain of losing his arm from the wound. Ah! A scream almost resounded across the island. This scream was not just because of the pain of the broken arm, but also a kind of anger. It was the first time that Allan saw Gongjin so gaff. It was conceivable how broken he was when he lost his arm. I am going to kill you, absolutely. Holding back the pain of the broken arm, Ryuudan rushed out, and his right straight fist rushed towards Allan with an astonishing momentum. Faced with the super destructive punch that Ryuudan blasted, Allan, who had used all his strength just now, hadn't fully relieved his breath, didn't dare to carry it hard, and immediately used the instant step to withdraw and distanced himself from Ryuudan. Puffing! There was a loud bang. The ground was suddenly blasted to pieces, and a large crater tens of meters long appeared. The dust dispersed, revealing Ryuudan's slightly embarrassed figure. After using the super destructive punch, the blood loss from the wound was intensified, causing cold sweat on his forehead. But what broke him even more? Because of the pain of a broken arm, he lost his mind. As a result, he used a 777 super destructive punch in a rage, and accidentally destroyed the left arm that had been cut to the ground. Originally, if the left arm that was chopped off was still there was a possibility of picking it back. But now, his left arm has been completely destroyed by the destructive power produced by his super destructive punch, and there is no scum left. It is impossible to get the lost left arm back. At this time, he truly became a one-armed man. This feeling of collapse caused Ryuudan's anger at Allan to rise to a point where it could not be added. All of this can be said to be bestowed by Allan. Damn it, you dare to attack me from behind. Ryuudan gritted his teeth and glared at Allan, his eyes full of resentment and murder. If Allan hadn't suddenly attacked him just now, how could he have become like this? Although he had guessed that Allan might have been hiding around before, he did not expect that Allan would suddenly launch an attack while he was attacking the three of Gon. It was simply overwhelming. Moreover, what he didn't even expect was that Allan would be able to cut his arm whole with a single cut. At this moment, he calmed down slightly, staring at Chu Shui with a pair of eyes, and he could confirm that it was definitely not an ordinary knife. Allan had a cold face at the moment. Although he had cut off Gongjin's arm, he was not satisfied with it. His original intention was to chop off Ryuudan's head. Cold. But unexpectedly, Ryuudan could reflexively raise his left arm to protect his head at the moment he noticed the crisis. Because of this, the knife only cut off his left hand and failed to completely kill him. I have to say, it's a pity. However, now that he loses Ryuudan with his left hand, his combat effectiveness is absolutely reduced. For Allan, it was not enough. If you continue to fight, there is no doubt that Jin will die. Allan was absolutely confident that he could be beheaded on the spot. Remember, this knife is named Black Dao Kyushui, and I will use this black knife to kill you. After all, Allan waved Kyushui and rushed towards Gongjin. Ryuudan is a person who will never admit defeat, and said angrily on the spot, if you want to kill Lao Tzu, wait 100 years. In order to stop the bleeding from the wound, Gongjin's qi suddenly soared, and soon stopped the wound on his left shoulder and arm with qi, and stopped the bleeding. Almost at the same time, Allan had already waved Qiu Shui and chopped it over. Perhaps because of the beheaded left arm, Gongjin was quite jealous of the black knife Kyushui in Allan's hand. At this time, he changed from the arrogance of the past and chose to withdraw and avoid. Why, are you scared? Your proud steel body is also afraid of being chopped. Facing Allan's taunts, Ryuudan was furious. He was an arrogant person after all. He could hardly bear Allan's ridicule. He stopped his figure on the spot and swung his right fist to carry Allan's Kyushui hard. His straight right fist is his biggest attack method, and at the same time the strongest defensive part. It can harden Allan's Qiu Shui without injury. All of a sudden, leaves fluttered in the woods of Connaught. The two figures are constantly intertwined in the forest. Every time there is a collision, there will be a dull noise. After the two sides fought for hundreds of rounds, Ryuudan was chopped out of several wounds by Allan. After losing his left arm, his fighting power really dropped sharply. Although his aura remained undiminished, he still didn't have two hands to be flexible. Only relying on a straight right fist cannot completely block Allan's Kyushui. Cut! Cut! Allan accelerated his attack speed, and the Qiu Shui in his hand was danced out by him, turning into a heavy sword shadow, dazzlingly fast. With the foundation of sword art swordsmanship, although he can't fully display the power of Kyushui, he can at least display the level that belongs to this sword. Ryuudan, who was in the center of this vortex, felt the pressure doubled. After losing one arm, Ryuudan's combat effectiveness could be described as directly halved. In this dilemma, in order to cope with Allan's faster and faster offensive, he could only use his firepower to increase his offensive and defensive power with the help of amazing qi, swinging his right straight fist and colliding with Kyushui. All of a sudden, sparks and lightning flashed in and out. The two people in the center of the war have entered a white-hot stage. After colliding again, Allan's figure flashed, appeared beside Ryuudan, and slashed out from top to bottom. What? The black knife flashed a terrifying cold light again. Suddenly, a wound was cut on Ryuudan's body. Damn it, it hurts me. Ryuudan clenched his teeth, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he successfully defended Allan's Qiu Shui with firmness, the sharp blade still broke through the qi defense, and even left a bloodstain about 10 centimeters long on his side. Although the wound was not deep, it was unbearably painful. Rao has a steel-like will, and he can't help but take a deep breath. The strongest defense on his body is his right fist, which is also the most powerful. This is because, in order to ensure that the fist can hit the strongest attack power at any time, it needs to use more qi than other parts. As a result, the rest of the body will be relatively weak. Although his physical body is very strong, he is facing such a sharp and famous sword as He Dao Qiu Shui. Even his iron wall is hard to resist. At this moment, there are as many as 5 wounds on his body. All were chopped down by autumn water. Blood flowed from the wound, making him look particularly iffy. Now, he is already in a state of failure. However, he has always considered himself to be the strongest in the world, and even though his body was severely damaged, he did not choose to escape, but chose to fight Allan to the death. Super Destruction Power Fist. In order to push back Allan's attack, he slammed his right straight punch filled with amazing thought, forming an air cannonball at Allan. Allan's face changed slightly. He never imagined that Ryuudan would burst his qi through his fist, forming a cannon as a long-range attack method. However, in this way, it is not a super destructive fist at all. Because the super destruction fist is to inject the mind into the fist to deal explosive super range damage. At this moment, Ryuudan uses the air clearance fist as power to form a compressed air cannon, which belongs to the transmuter skill. In terms of damage, it compresses the damage and bursts out with the power of the fist. Although it lacks the large-scale destructive power of the super destructive fist, it has a higher attack power. If you get a punch, you will be half disabled if you don't die. The speed of the air cannon was so fast that it couldn't dodge as Allan could dodge, and in a blink of an eye, it blasted past with amazing momentum. With a solemn expression on Allan's face, he held Chu Shui in front of him with both hands, and then wrapped his chi around Chu Shui using Zhou's technique to improve his offensive and defensive capabilities. Bang! The compressed air cannon formed by the super destruction power fist hit Chu Shui, and suddenly an astonishing and unparalleled impact force erupted, just like a high-speed train slammed into it. The huge impact force instantly knocked Allan and Chu Shui flying go out. If it was an ordinary knife, it would have already cracked open under this blow. However, after receiving a power punch from the front, Kyushui was still intact and sharp as usual. As expected of autumn water, worthy of the name of the black knife. Allan got up from the ground. Compared to Kyushui, he was slightly injured. However, it did not affect his next battle. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Allan looked at Ryuudan. At this time, this product is the same as being beaten with blood, and its momentum is unabated. As expected of the brigade's #1 fighting maniac, he is really durable. Use your blood to sacrifice the knife, but you won't lose Kyushui's face. Allan sneered. Damn! Ryuudan, who had ever received such contempt and ridicule, rushed forward. Allan made a block with Chu Shui, Ryuudan took advantage of the situation, and hit the right straight punch again. Allan stabilized his body, clasped Chu Shui with his right hand, raised his left hand, and between the waves, an ice wall condensed from the palm of his hand and stood in front of him. Broke in. The ice wall shattered, Ryuudan leaped out, and his fist crashed. However, Allan's figure still disappeared behind the ice wall. Ryuudan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately sensed an approaching breath behind him. Without thinking about it, he threw his right fist backhand. Fist is faster, knife is faster. A cold light flashed, and a half-meter-long wound was cut on Ryuudan's chest with a bang. Resisting the severe pain, Gongjin let out a terrifying roar. The sound was so loud that it could be heard 10 kilometers away. This roar was made by him using his mind to strengthen his throat, and it would form a sound wave that would cause damage to the target. It was enough to cause the eardrums to burst, and the 7 orifices bleed, killing him on the spot. The closer the distance, the higher the damage. Allan immediately used Shunbu to withdraw, but his eardrums were still shaken by his roar. For a time, my brain was buzzing and my heart was shaking. Ryuudan didn't ride the wave because his injuries were more serious. There was a half-meter-long wound on his chest, bleeding profusely. Enhancer can use mindfulness to strengthen the body and heal wounds. However, it is impossible for such a long wound to fully recover in a short period of time. All he could do was use his breath to temporarily stop the bleeding from the wound. Even so, it consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, when he moved a little, the wound would be pulled, causing him to suffer excruciating pain. At this time, Allan had recovered from the shock of the sound waves. Awareness, come on! This time you're dead! Allan held Kyushui in his hand and rushed up. This will be the last wave of attacks, a full-strength attack. Ryuudan sensed Allan's intention to kill him, and immediately opened fire and threw his fists to meet him. However, at this moment, he is no longer Allan's opponent. He who lost his left arm was like a beast that had lost some of his minions, and he was not as vicious as before. Coupled with the several injuries accumulated on his body, it added to his burden. After hundreds of rounds, Ryuudan knelt on one knee covered in blood, with a dozen horrific wounds on his body. Allan was panting heavily, holding Kyushui, standing opposite him, raised the knife with a cold expression, and said solemnly. I won. Next, it's the final blow. Damn. Is this the end? Yuvajin raised his head feebly. At this moment, he was unable to fight any more. Because, Chu Shui had already broken the tendon of his right hand. At this moment, his right hand fell weakly to the ground. Plus the missing left arm. Now, it can be said that he has reached the limit of the mountains and rivers, and he will be slaughtered by others. Facing Allan's impending fall, he could only glare unwillingly. Suffer to death. Allan said these 3 words indifferently, and directly pronounced his death. Just as the knife was about to fall, a figure appeared in front of Yuvajin, blocking Allan's fall. Seeing this person, Allan's pupils shrank slightly and his expression changed slightly. He never thought that the person who came was actually Krollo. Chapter 91. Just as Allan was startled by Krollo's presence, several bullets were fired at him. Allan had to back away, blocking all the bullets with autumn water. At the same time, his eyes swept to the side, and he found that even Pike Nyotan came. Cut, it's going to be troublesome now. Allan shouted coldly, frowning. Seeing that Gongjin's head could be chopped off with just one knife, Krollo would appear at this time. Although he wanted to ask why this guy appeared in such a timely manner, he still didn't ask. Gongjin had the same doubts as Allan at the moment. Seeing Krollo appear, he breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, it's really time for you to come. Krollo said solemnly, I heard your screams, I thought you might be in trouble, so I rushed over. Hearing this, Gongjin said, I'm sorry, Captain, it's really a big dilemma. If you didn't show up, I might have been killed by now. Seeing that he was covered in blood, Krollo frowned, although I don't know why you fought with Allan again, it looks like you lost. Although very unconvinced, Yuvajin surprisingly did not refute. Because of the fact, he did lose this time. Pike Nyotan, who was on the side, glanced at him and said, speaking of which, it's really embarrassing, Yuvajin, I didn't expect you to be forced into such a situation, and even your left hand was chopped off. If Finks and Nobunaga knew about it, you can't keep your head up in the regiment. In the face of Pike Nyotan's sneer, Gongjin said angrily, damn, if he hadn't attacked me first, how could I have become like this? Krollo said coldly, it's unnecessary to sneak or attack, and he can hurt you like this, which shows his ability. I'm just not convinced. Yuvajin snorted coldly and said. He has always considered himself invincible and extremely arrogant, and at this moment, he was hurt like this by Allan, and he was really unwilling. It's your business that you are not convinced. In fact, without my words, you have been killed by him now. Krollo's indifferent words left Yuvajin speechless for a moment, unable to find anything to refute. Krollo glanced at him, retracted his gaze, and said solemnly, you can leave this matter alone, and leave it to me now. I see. Although he was very unwilling, Yuvajin knew very well that, given his current situation, he was obviously unable to play against Allan, and had to leave it to Krollo to deal with it. Krollo, who took Yuvajin's troubles to himself, turned his attention to Allan in the distance. Allan was also staring at Krollo at the moment, and he heard the conversation between Krollo and Gongjin. This also means that his next opponent will be Krollo. As the head of the Phantom Troop and the head of the Spider, his strength is needless to say. Against him, Allan is not sure of winning. Especially for Krollo's abilities, Allan still had a little idea. Just know that he has the nin that steals others. However, it is unknown how many nin he has stolen now. Under the premise of not knowing what abilities the opponent will use, there is a certain risk in rushing to do it. Faced with such an unknown Krollo, Allan can only adopt a strategy of immobility at this time. The two faced each other for a while. Seeing that Krollo didn't seem to have any intention of fighting, Allan couldn't help but be a little puzzled, and was the first to break the silence. What do you want? My advice is, let's just stop there. Krollo responded. What did you say? Allan didn't expect Krollo to say a timeout in this situation. But he knew that Krollo wasn't a joker. From his calm face and plain voice, it doesn't sound like he's lying. Krollo said coldly, Allan, if you are confused about this, I will definitely stay with you to the end. This is not a threat, but a warning. Allan frowned and spent a lot of gas trying to deal with Ryuudan. Now his state is already in a semi-weak state, and it is absolutely impossible to please him in a fight. Krollo should know this too. If he wants to do it now, he will definitely have the advantage. But he chose to give up. This is really out of the ordinary. Your companion was almost killed by me, and you chose to give up. What are you planning? Allan couldn't help asking. The reason is very simple. You and Ryuudan have a personal grudge. If I intervene, it will only make things very troublesome. Allan was dubious, and he chose to quit just for this reason, which really didn't fit Krollo's character. There must be some more important reason. Sure enough, Krollo then said. I've said it before, I appreciate you. I hope you can think about joining my organization after going through this. It is as expected. Allan sneered. It turned out that I wanted to lure him into the brigade through this incident. I still answered the same as before, and I won't consider joining you at this stage. Allan resolutely refused. It doesn't matter, I believe you will change your mind in the future. Krollo smiled. Allan just said that he would not join at this stage, which means that he may change his mind in the future. Just need to know this and Krollo is satisfied. Then, let's deal with your grievances with Ryuudan first. I have already taken Ryuudan's troubles to me. My decision is that this is the end of the matter. I don't know what you think. If you now I still insist on killing Ryuudan, then I will impose sanctions on you as the leader of Phantom Troop. At that time, this matter will not be private. The grievance is so simple, but it will rise to the conflict between you and the brigade. For you personally, it is very uneconomical. Allan furrowed his brows deeply, and he was naturally quite aware of this. However, if Ryuudan is let go now, it is difficult to guarantee whether Ryuudan will trouble him again next time. But if he does it, it means he will be the enemy of Phantom Troop headed by Krollo. Just as Allan was struggling, the sound of the system rang in his mind at the right time. Ding! Trigger the selection task. 1. Be headed together with Krollo. Reward, Reaperzan Pakuto. Senbonzakura. 2. Give Krollo 3 points of face, so stop here. Reward, increase the amount of thought by 3000. Although the reward is not proportional, Allan knows very well that he can only temporarily choose the second option. The reward of option 1 is the tempting Reaperzan Pakuto Senbonzakura, but it can only be obtained when Krollo is killed. In his current state, it is impossible to kill Krollo. Therefore, the first choice seems to be rewarding, but in fact he cannot make it at present. Therefore, we can only take second place. Thinking of this, Allan said, well, you take him away, this is the end of this matter. However, if he still troubles me in the future, then even if you intervene in this matter, I won't have to talk about it. 0. Look for flowers. Krollo nodded, not surprised by Allan's answer. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! It has increased your thoughts by 3000. In an instant, Allan felt a puff of breath in his body. Although it's not a lot, it's better than none. At this point, the problem seems to have been resolved. However, Gongjin quit. He didn't expect Krollo and Allan to put a stop to the matter in such a peaceful and friendly way. As a militant, he would never allow this matter to end in this way. Head, you don't need to help me, but I will never leave it like that. When I recover from my injury, I must find him to settle the account. Ryuudan glared at Allan. The hatred whose left arm was beheaded, he decided that he wouldn't just let it go. Krollo said in a deep voice, if you have to go to him to settle accounts after you are injured, you will be responsible for all the consequences that occur. Whether it is life or death, we Phantom Troop will not help anymore. You'd better do it well. This kind of consciousness is considering whether to settle accounts with him. I know. This is a personal grievance between me and him, and it won't get involved in the organization. Yuvajin promised. He had no intention of relying on the power of the brigade to retaliate against Allan. His pride does not allow him to do that. If he wants S*X, he must win upright and complete. Kill Allan with your own strength to calm his anger. Seeing Yuvajin's decision, Krollo didn't say much, just said, since you have decided to live with Allan, then I won't intervene in this matter anymore. Yuvajin nodded and said nothing. At this time, Krollo said to Parker Naughton, Pikanotan, you take Yuvajin back first. What about you, the captain? Parker Naughton asked. Krollo said, I have already got the number plate of the target, so I will continue to participate. Now it is the 4th level. I guess there should only be the last level of the hunter test and it will be over. I must get the hunter. A license will work. Parker Nyotan nodded and said, sorry, Captain, then we'll go one step ahead. After finishing speaking, Parker Natan helped Yuvajin, who was in a semi-crippled state, to leave the woods. Allan has been watching the situation on Krollo's side. After seeing that Parker Naughton and Gongjin are leaving and only Krollo is left, he can't help asking, Krollo, are you really going to intervene in my grievances with Yuvajin? Krollo said, I have already said, Allan, I admire you, you have the value of keeping me out of hand. Allan said, in other words, when Yuvajin recovers from his injury, he will ask me to settle the account. Even if I kill him, you will not stop him, and you will not retaliate, right? Krollo nodded, that's right. It was the last time I helped Yuvajin, and now I don't plan to intervene in your affairs. If you are killed by Jin, then it can only mean that you are nothing more than that. And vice versa, if Yuvajin being killed by you can only mean that he asked for it himself. It has nothing to do with the spider, and the spider will not trouble you. I'm relieved with your words. Allan sneered and said again, then, you should prepare a large coffin for him at that time, otherwise he may be corpse in the wilderness. Krollo smiled and said, I will prepare. However, I just don't know who will pretend to be by then. Humph, then you can rest assured. Allan sneered. Wide. Chapter 92. Ding. You defeated the powerful enemy Gongjin. Reward, Heart of Kendo, Realm of Cutting Steel. Not long after Krollo left, the sound of the system reverberated in Allan's head. Hearing this voice, Allan was stunned before he realized it. Hey, this delayed distribution is a bit too much. He didn't kill Gongjin on the spot just now, and the system's rewards were not distributed in time. He thought the mission had failed. But now it seems that the system seems to determine that as long as Yuvajin is defeated, you can also get rewards. After all, being able to defeat the opponent also means that he has the strength to kill the opponent. So that's what it meant. Allan muttered for a while before focusing on the rewards issued by the system. This reward is different from the previous rewards, it does not belong to the skill category, nor does it belong to the physical category. If you insist on defining it, it should be regarded as a kind of improvement in experience or realm of something. To be more specific, it is the Kendo realm and experience of cutting through steel. After thinking about it in his heart, Allan began to feel the steel-cutting mirror he had obtained. The so-called steel-cutting realm, as the name implies, is the ability to cut steel. Including changes in mood, perception of Kendo, experience 777 and so on. A swordsman who can cut through steel to such an extent can definitely be called a sword master. Holding Kyushui in his hand, Allan could feel that he had a deeper understanding of the existence of Kyushui, the black knife. Autumn water is undoubtedly an excellent weapon, and it itself has the power to cut through steel. However, not everyone can use Kyushui's cutting steel power. For ordinary people, Kyushui is just a knife, no different from other knives. Therefore, ordinary people can only exert the ordinary power of Kyushui as a knife. What kind of power the knife is in the hands of what kind of person? The stronger the person who uses the knife, the stronger the knife will be. For swordsmen, Kyushui is not only a knife, but also a sharp weapon to cut through everything in the world. To unleash the power of such a weapon, you need to have the corresponding qualification. Qualification of Kendo. Also known as the heart of Kendo. Listening to the voice of all things with your heart, and cutting off all things in the world with the knife in your hand, is the realm of cutting steel. If it is said that when he cut off Yuvajan's left arm earlier, Allan tried his best to exert the power of Kyushui. So now, he can definitely exert the power of Kyushui in a more relaxed state. This is the qualification of the realm of cutting steel. In combination with the swordsmanship of the sword, Allan can now be said to be a veritable sword master. In other words, next time I write about Jin again and find trouble, facing his impenetrable body, Allan is confident that he can break through his body's defense more easily. Unless Yuvajan can raise his defense to a level stronger than steel, he will definitely be killed by him. And next time, Allan vowed to absolutely kill Yuvajan. He believes that this is the real purpose that the system has given him, steel slashing realm. Looking at the current hunter world, as far as Allan knows, the only guy used is Nobunaga from the brigade. His ultimate trick seems to be drawing a knife. There is no doubt that the speed and power are absolutely amazing. It should also have the power to cut through steel. In other words, as far as he knows, the only person who can compete with him in Kendo is Nobunaga. And as far as Allan knew, Yuvajan and Nobunaga had the best relationship in the brigade. The two seemed to work together a lot. And Allan remembered that it was mentioned in the original book. Compared with two people fighting alone, when they fight side by side, their combat effectiveness will become stronger. Right now, Allan was thinking that this time he nearly killed Yuvajan and left Yuvajan badly wounded. When Gongjin returns to the brigade, Nobunaga will know about it. Well, as Yuvajan's friend and partner, Nobunaga would never give up like Krollo did. Thinking of this, Allan frowned. If so, he must prepare accordingly from now on. Beware not only of Yuvajan's revenge, but also of Nobunaga's arrival. Even, be prepared for the challenge of the two of them coming together to settle accounts. To be honest, Allan doesn't have the confidence that he can go head to head. As far as his strength level is concerned, although it has improved a lot. But at this stage, it is obviously impossible to kill two strong men of Yuvajan's level. Then, I can only settle for the next best thing, and in the joint effort of the two, I will try my best to deal with it. Or, increase your strength as soon as possible before they attack. Raise your strength to the point where you can fight one against two without falling behind, or even kill them. And this battle must not be lost, because once lost, it means death. With this knife, all enemies who will be committed in the future will be killed. Allan looked at the black knife Kyushui in his hand, and secretly made up his mind. By the way, Gon and the others won't have died, right? After all, Allan remembered about Gon and the others. In the previous battle, in order to be able to kill Yuvajan with a single blow, he asked Gon Kurapika and Leorio to attract Yuvajan's attention. Then Gongjin attacked them 3 times and launched a fatal blow from behind. At that time, although he successfully cut off one of Yuvajan's arms. However, the 3 of Gon did indeed hit Gongjin with a punch, and they were blown out on the spot. Although the damage seems to be shared by the 3, neither Leorio nor Kurapika are none, and they have no energy as defense. Faced with Yuvajan's destructive punch, they simply cannot resist their physical fitness. Although Gon is a nin, he is obviously unable to completely defend Yuvajan's destructive fist by relying on his aura alone. But even so, he was at the forefront. So the damage he suffered was the heaviest among the 3. Now Allan can only pray that there will be nothing wrong with Gon. Otherwise, he won't be able to fight back. After all, the fairy beans have been used up. Immediately, Allan saw and heard the show, and searched in the direction where Gon and the others were shot. Soon, Allan felt 3 faint breaths behind the nearby bushes. Obviously, it is Gon and the 3 of them. If there is a breath, it means that it hasn't died. This relieved Allan. As long as they don't die, then in the world of Hunter, with their amazing vitality, the possibility of recovery is very high. Through the bushes, Allan found Gon and the 3 of them. I have to say that Ryuudan's fist is really powerful. With just one punch, Gon and the others completely lost their combat effectiveness. I saw Gon and the 3 of them all lying on the ground, and Leorio on the side lost consciousness even more. Gon and Kurapika barely opened their eyes, but they couldn't stand up on their own. Allan, are you okay? Seeing Allan appear, Gon asked weakly. Allan said speechlessly, don't worry about me, but you guys, it looks terrible. Gon said, my 2 arms seem to have cracked bones. I'm afraid I can't move vigorously for the time being. Kurapika said, I fractured my left hand and also broke 2 ribs. As for Leorio, the situation should be more serious. Hearing this, Allan frowned. In this case, the next hunter assessment, whether they can participate or not will be a problem. And even if you can participate, it might be quite difficult to win. But in any case, the injuries of the 2 are not too serious. With their physical fitness and vitality, it is only a matter of time before they recover. As for Leorio, although this product is not comparable to Gon and Kurapika, but it is not a general, it is impossible to hang up so easily. Looking at the time, it was almost dusk. Allan said in a deep voice, let's go back to the starting point. Now there is only 1 hour left until the end of the assessment time. It is estimated that those who have scored enough are already there. Gon and Kurapika nodded, and the 2 stood up in front of each other, and they moved forward with each other, looking like brothers and sisters. As for Leorio, because the guy was completely unconscious, Allan simply hit him directly on the shoulder. When the dusk disappeared and the night fell, broadcasts sounded from various places on the island. The 4th level of Hunter assessment is now officially over. Please return to the starting point of the coast as soon as possible for the candidates who are still on the island. From now on, you will have 1 hour to return to the starting point. Candidates who fail to return within the time limit will all be considered eliminated. Please be aware. In addition, because the assessment time is now over, during the return journey, you are not allowed to transfer the excess number plates to others, nor can you snatch the number plates from others. Once detected, they will be eliminated immediately, and the hunter test will be banned for 10 years. 5.4 After an hour, the sky was completely dark. Allan finally took Gon and them back to the meeting point. At this time, a flash of light lit up on the coast. Allan glanced and found that the people who came here were Hisoka, Irmi, Krollo, Hanzo, Killua, Bakur, and a person named Baudrillard, except for a few of them. With the addition of him, Gon and Kurapika, there are 10 candidates for clearance in the 4th round of the assessment. And the one with the most points is Allan, with a total of 9 points. Except for his own number plate, he got a total of 4 number plates. They are the 18th of the target number Parker Nyotan, which is worth 3 points. And the number 118 added by Hisoka, worth 1 point. There are also 2 number plates given by Kishao, number 197 in Amerli and number 199 in Umarai, which are worth 2 points in total. Add his own number plate 123, which is worth 3 points. A total of 9 points. The 10 candidates who cleared the customs boarded the Hunter Association's airship after half an hour and went to the 5th test site. Other candidates who did not clear the customs took a boat hired by the association and left the island. This 1-week hunting assessment officially ended. Chapter 93. On the airship, all 10 customs clearance candidates who had undergone a week of testing on the island were given a rest room. In a certain room, Allan was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed and rested. In the previous battle with Ryuudan on the island, although he successfully defeated Ryuudan, it also consumed a lot of his energy. But after this battle, his strength has been improved again. Right now, he needs to cultivate enough energy to prepare for the forthcoming 5th level hunter assessment. As far as the information he knows, the 5th level, without exception, should be the same as the original. The highest person in charge of the Hunter Association, President Netero, personally participated in the assessment. The subject of the assessment is duel. That is, the candidates will fight each other, and the winner will pass the test. Allan thought for a moment. Among the remaining 9 candidates, there were 3 who could pose a threat to him. They are Hisoka, Ilmi, and Krollo. If assigned to fight against one of these 3, Allan must fight in the best condition. Long. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The door is unlocked. Allan said softly. He has the domineering look and feel, even when he is resting, he did not completely relax his vigilance. Therefore, he has long been aware of those outside the door. Moreover, he could feel that the people outside the door were not hostile. It's probably Gon and the others. Because there are 3 senses of breath. Allan guessed. Sure enough, after the door opened, Gon walked over with Killua and Kurapika. How about it, isn't your injury okay? Allan opened up and asked first. He asked not only Gon, but also Kurapika and Gon. I saw all 3 people in bandages. The appearance of a difficult brother is quite funny. In the previous assessment, Kurapika, like Gon, was attacked by Ryuudan's destructive punch. And Killua was injured by Parker Nyotan. Right now, from the standpoint of the 3 people alone, Killua should be in the best state. Next is Kurapika. The most serious is Gon. Both his left and right arms were wrapped in white bandages, because Ryuudan's destructive fist was so fierce that it was known to cause bone fractures. Gon looked at 05 with his bandaged arms and said, "The doctor who treated me just now said that it would take at least 6 months to 8 months to fully recover, so the doctor advised me not to participate in the next hunter assessment." Allan raised his brows slightly, "Then you refused?" "Yeah." Gon nodded, a trace of stubbornness in his eyes. Allan said, "I also know that you can't easily give up the assessment. But the next test, if you want to pass the level, it will be really difficult." Gon grinned, "It's okay, I am interested in participating. If I lose, I will come again next year. Anyway, I won't give up." For Gon's optimistic nature, Allan really appreciates it. As for Gon's injury, Allan is not very worried. Because the doctor viewed Gon from the perspective of an ordinary person, he didn't even know that Gon had a recovery ability far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, it takes 6 months to 8 months for ordinary people to recover from bone lacerations. Gon may only need a month to recover. At this time, Kurapika asked aloud, "Speaking of which, Allan, what happened to Ryuudan? Did he get rid of him?" Allan shook his head and said, "It's a pity, it's a little too close." After that, he briefly talked about the process of the battle. Upon hearing the back, Kurapika said, "Although you could not kill him, but you can wound him to that extent, you are already very powerful. However, if this happens, the guy will probably come back to you for revenge in the future." "I know. So the next time I meet, he will die or I will die." Allan raised his head, his eyes flashed with cold light. Kurapika was silent for a while and said, "I will help when the time comes. So, until then, I hope you can continue to teach Minan." Allan gave an okay gesture and said, "No problem. However, considering that Leorio is not here now, so I want to wait until the hunter assessment is over and give you and Leorio a formal teaching." Kurapika nodded and said, "Okay, I will notify Leorio when that happens." Allan smiled and said, "With your talents, it is not difficult to learn Nen." With Allan's assurance, Kurapika was very happy. What are you talking about, Allan? Are you going to teach Kurapika and Ryuudan? Killua on the side was not calm, couldn't help but say. After seeing Allan nodding, Killua hesitated and said in a pleading tone. In that case, can you please teach me by the way? Allan didn't expect that even Chi Xiao would beg him, a little surprised. After all, Killua came from the Zaldik family. It can be said that he is a very confident and conceited person in his own abilities, and he doesn't look down on ordinary things. At this moment, he can let go of his arrogance with this pleading tone, which shows that he really values the power of mind. In fact, Allan really wants to tell Killua and Kurapika that even if they don't have to teach them by themselves, they will meet someone who is willing to teach them Nen. But now that they are actively looking for themselves, if they refuse, it seems a little unkind. And this time is the opportunity to have a good relationship with them and set up friendship. At this time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Trigger the selected task. 1. Agree to Killua's request and teach him Nen. Reward, Rare Treasure Box X1. 2. Tactfully rejected Killua's request and asked him to find another teacher. Reward, Increase in thoughts by 3000. Without hesitation, Allan chose the first one. At this time, Killua saw Allan's contemplative look, thinking that Allan didn't really want to teach himself, and suddenly felt a big blow. However, the next second, when he saw Allan raised his head, patted his shoulder and said, Well, I will teach you. It is false to say that you are unhappy. Killua showed a pure smile. Like Kurapika, Allan decided to wait until Hunter's assessment is over before officially teaching Nen. Killua naturally had no objection, and made an okay gesture. The reward was not issued immediately. Because according to the system, Allan needs to successfully teach Killua to master mind in order to get rewards. And this, Allan already knew it well. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. If you don't pay, then it is impossible to get the corresponding return. However, speaking of treasure chests, he remembered that there seemed to be a mysterious treasure chest in his body that had not been opened. He had been busy taking part in the assessment before, but now he relaxes, and he only thinks of this. At the moment, Allan settled his mind and opened the mysterious treasure chest that he had almost forgotten in the corner. The voice of the system immediately sounded, Yes. You opened a mysterious treasure chest and obtained the magic technique, the magic tree binding and killing technique. In an instant, all the abilities related to illusion art and magic tree binding and killing art were integrated into Allan. What the hell? Feeling the illusion-related ability that came out of his mind, Allan couldn't hide his surprise. Unexpectedly, what came out of the mysterious treasure chest would actually be something like illusion. This thing can be said to be a pretty good skill. Because illusion is based on the enemy's five senses, as the target of attack, making it fall into hallucinations. It is not a physical skill and will not cause substantial damage to the body, but a mental attack that can affect the enemy's senses, including the brain. The clever illusion can completely kill people without seeing blood. The characteristic of the magical tree-bound kill is that the user will disappear in front of the enemy after the operation, and trees will grow from the enemy's feet to restrain the opponent. The bound enemy attacks. Although it is not a very advanced illusion, the characteristic of this illusion is that it will make the enemy have the illusion of being restrained, so that it can be slaughtered by the caster. In a way, this technique is very suitable for torturing the enemy. At this time, there was a broadcast sound on the airship, Now, please go to the main reception room for the interview, and the president of Netero will meet you in person. With the sound of this broadcast gone, and the others were all taken aback. They did not expect that the highest person in charge of the Hunter Association, the president of Netero, would actually interview them in person. And Allan, who heard this broadcast, confirmed the content of the next fifth level to be assessed. The first person to read the number is the candidate number 99, which is Killua. Chi Xiao had a calm face, and shrugged, then I'll go by first. After entering the main reception room, Killua saw President Netero, who was already waiting inside. "It's a bad old man," Killua muttered in his heart. "Hehe, although I am a bad old man, I am still very energetic." Netero laughed as if he had guessed Killua's mutter. Killua was taken aback, and suddenly didn't dare to look down upon Netero again. Netero sternly said, "Killua, I will ask you a few questions next, and you can answer them truthfully." Killua nodded. Netero said, "First of all, I want to ask why you want to be a hunter? And what do you want to do after becoming a hunter?" Killua pretended to think for a while before replied, "I heard people say that hunter is the greatest profession in the world, so I have always dreamed of becoming a professional hunter. This is why I came to participate in the hunter assessment. As for the purpose of becoming a professional hunter, I must first let my family know that I am very good at leaving them, and I don't need to rely on them anymore. That's almost it." Netero stroked his beard and smiled and said, "Aha, that's the case, I understand." Killua smiled, and suddenly said with a guilty conscience, "This old man wouldn't see that I was lying?" Netero didn't care, and continued to ask, then asked the second question. Netero said, "Among the remaining 9 candidates, who do you think is the best performer, Killua? Who is the most dangerous person? And, who is the strongest person?" Qi Shao was a little speechless. Where is this a problem? It has become a problem. After complaining about it, Killua replied honestly, "Well, the most outstanding person, from the people I have contacted, is undoubtedly candidate number 123, Allan. The people who seem to be the most dangerous should be candidate number 44, Hisoka, and candidate no 301. The most powerful person cannot be determined. Allan number 123, including Hisoka number 44, Gitaraker number 301, and Crollo number 33, all feel great. I'm not sure who is the best. But as far as I know, it should be number 123, because he defeated the strongest candidate number 100 before, Gongjin." Hearing this, Netero laughed and said, "I saw the battle through the real-time 793 time camera installed on the island. It was indeed a wonderful battle." Killua nodded and asked, "Any questions?" Netero said, "The last question, Killua, who do you most want to fight against? Who is the last person you want to fight against?" Qi hugged the back of his head and said, "There is no one who wants to fight against each other. I have no interest in duels. As for who the person who doesn't want to fight against is the least, I will have a headache when I meet the 4 of them. Because I can't beat them. But the person who doesn't want to fight is the number 123 Allan. Because I have already worshipped him as a teacher, he will teach me Nen." Hearing this, Netero laughed and said, "I understand. Killua, you can go back first." Killua asked, "Is this interview related to the assessment to be arranged later?" Netero smiled without answering. "Strange old man." Qi Shao muttered, got up and left the reception room. After Killua left, Netero took out a notebook. According to key answer, he ranked the remaining 9 candidates from Killua's point of view, and then ranked number 123 Allan first. Then came Hisoka number 44, Gitaraker number 301, and Crollo number 33, all tied together. The remaining candidates are temporarily not arranged. 15 minutes after Killua left the reception room, Hanzo, the second candidate, was called into Netero's reception room for an interview. "Killua, what did the president ask you?" Kurapika asked when Killua returned to Allan's room. "It's nothing, it's just some ordinary questions, the purpose of being hunter, and who is the person who doesn't want to fight against." Hearing Killua's words, Kurapika and Gon were speculating about how Netero would arrange the 5th level assessment, and Allan determined that the 5th level assessment subject was the duel between candidates. What he is curious about now is how Netero will group. At this time, it was Kurapika's turn to be called into Netero's reception room. Next is Gon, Hisoka, Bakura, Crollo, Baudrillard. Gitaracker, Illumi. Finally, it was Allan's turn. After Allan walked into the reception room, he saw Netero sitting on the main seat at a glance. Like the original, he wore a blue and white traditional kimono. White hair, beard, elongated earlobes, and a ponytail. Looks like an elderly man in 60s. But when Allan and Netero touched his eyes, there was a gleam in his old muddy eyes. "Hello, Mrs. President." Allan took the initiative to express kindness. "Ah, please sit down, Brother Allan." Netero was also quite polite. Chapter 94. After sitting down, Netero still repeated the old question and asked, "Allan, why do you want to be a hunter? What do you want to be a hunter?" "Ah." Trigger the selected task. 1. Answer the questions of President Netero honestly and arouse the interest of President Netero. Reward: Superman Devil Fruit, Rubber Fruit. 2. Feel free to deal with Netero's questions. Reward: an increase of 3,000 for Nian Cheng. Allan originally wanted to deal with Netero casually, but seeing that the rewards given by the system were actually rubber fruits, he could only wrong himself and answer Netero's questions well. After all, although he doesn't like the rubber fruit very much, it is also a devil fruit anyway. It has its scarcity and value, and face is still to be given. In order to be able to answer Netero's questions honestly and obtain system rewards, Allan had to think seriously. In fact, he didn't know why he wanted to be a hunter. In the beginning, he accompanied Gon to participate in the hunter test because of the choice rewards given by the system. But now, he started to have a little interest in becoming a professional hunter. As for what to do after becoming a professional hunter, I will probably engage in hunter-related jobs. So, after thinking about it, he replied with a serious face. Netero said, "Well, the reason I want to become hunter is probably just because of my interest. After you become a professional hunter, you will probably be the same as before. Let's be a hunter that is dictated by interest. Maybe one day you will retire if you are tired and bored and don't want to do it." Haha, what about the professional hunter because of interest? Interesting, you seem to be a pretty willful guy. Netero was obviously surprised by Allan's answer. Allan shrugged and said, "I think when the president was young, he must have been a pretty willful guy." Hearing this, Netero was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. "Haha, you are right, the old man really made many people feel a headache when he was young." This is true, Allan absolutely believes that Netero was a headstrong guy who was headstrong when he was young. The reason is simple, don't look at this guy as a bad old man now. For the past 50 years, the real world's strongest. Even now, his strength is among the top 5 in the world. Can this guy who is so strong and perverted not be willful? Then, Netero raised the second question, "Allan, among the remaining 9 candidates, who do you want to fight with and whom do you want to fight the most?" Allan said without hesitation, "There is no one who really wants to fight against. As for who I don't want to fight against, it should be Gon number 405. He is my half-brother." This is the truth, Allan does not have the urge to fight against anyone, mainly because he is not a militant himself. He is not a fighting maniac like Yuvijan, nor is he paranoid like Hisoka. Netero nodded and said, "Okay, the question is over. Allan, you can go back." Allan nodded and left the room. At the same time, the voice of the system came into his mind, "Ding! You have faithfully completed Netero's question and let Netero remember you. Reward: rubber fruit." In an instant, a purple fruit with a swirling pattern resembling an apple appeared in Allan's hand. "Is this the rubber fruit that Luffy eats in One Piece?" Allan stared at the devil fruit in his hand and looked curiously. This fruit belongs to the Superman family, and the characteristic is that after eating it, it will turn a person into a rubber man with rubber properties. Although it does not sound great, it is actually a fruit with high potential. However, Allan is not very interested in this fruit. Because what he likes most is the natural fruits, especially the frozen fruits of the Admiral Blue Pheasant. Therefore, Allan, who knew the capabilities of this rubber fruit, didn't want to eat it. But if you don't eat it, then this fruit is tantamount to wasting in your own hands. Allan had a thought in his heart: since he didn't want to eat this devil fruit, he could give it to others as a favor. For example, the people around you, Gon, or Killua, Kurapika are fine. They even included Hisoka and Ilmi. But Allan thought about it: Gon and Kurapika are both outstanding nin in the future. If they are allowed to eat rubber fruit, it will affect their future development. And they don't expect to eat this kind of fruit of unknown origin. So I can only dispel this idea. I don't know if this fruit can be sold, Allan thought to himself. In the world of pirates, a devil fruit has the lowest value of 100 million Baileys. In the hunter world, if you sell it to an auction house, it can at least be worth a starting price of 100 million ringgits. Thinking of this, Allan temporarily put away the rubber fruit. He decided that if there is no suitable candidate, he will find an auction and sell the rubber fruit as an auction item when there is a chance in the future. After Netero interviewed the 10 candidates, including Allan, according to the answers of the 10 candidates, they made corresponding groupings for them. Allan and others also quickly received the news from Netero that the assessment subject of the 5th level was duel. Without killing the opponent, make the opponent surrender. The test tests the undefeated spirit and practical ability of becoming a professional hunter. The specific content is 1-to-1 PK between candidates according to the group number. It is divided into 5 groups, each group consists of 2 persons, a total of 10 people. Everyone has more than 2 PK opportunities. In a one-on-one PK, the winning side can directly win without having to fight again. The loser needs to do a second PK with the other losers. The assessment will not be concluded until the last loser is PK among 10 candidates in 5 groups. When the news came out, some were happy and some were worried. On the surface, out of 10, 9 out of 10 can win, and only 1 is eliminated. That is, everyone seems to have a 90% win rate. But the actual situation is, for the weak, their winning rate is far from 90%. And the person who is the worst and the lowest among the 10 people will have a 99.9% probability of becoming the knockout this time. On the contrary, the strong people basically already have the possibility of being protected. In other words, both Gon and Kurapika are at risk of being eliminated. Because they are all injured now, they can't play PK in the best state. However, the specific PK result depends on the grouping situation. Considering that some candidates may be in poor condition, Netero did not start the test immediately. The official assessment time is 3 days later. In these 3 days, candidates can rest on the airship to their fullest, eat, drink and have fun, and improve their state to their best. After announcing the news, Allan asked Gon and the others to rest. Recharge your energy and cope with the upcoming duel. As for Allan, he was relaxed. Because, no matter who he was against, he was stable this time. Time passed, and 3 days passed in a flash. On the 4th day, an airship carrying 10 candidates landed on the headquarters building of the Hunter Association. Allan and others stepped off the airship and saw Hunter's generosity with the Hunter logo printed at a glance. This Hunter building has hundreds of floors and is hundreds of meters high. It is magnificent and can be regarded as a landmark building. It is even said that it is the safest place in the world today. Because, in this place, there are hundreds of professional hunters stationed all year round. There are more elite hunter, 12 Earth Branch Protection. And, the highest person in charge of the Hunter Association, President Netero is in charge. With such a huge force, no idiot is stupid enough to attack this place, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. After Allan and others sighed with the style of Hunter building, they followed Netero into the building. The duel took place in a multifunctional hall on the 56th floor of the headquarters building. In addition to the Netero president, several previous examiners came to the scene. Including SACI in the first level, Menchi Bua in the 2nd level, Liber in the 3rd level and Kara in the 4th level. In addition, there are several new faces. The others didn't know each other, but Allan recognized these new faces at a glance. They are the ugly bull of the 12 earthly branches, Mestum, Yinhu, Kangze, Vyang, Yinda, Sugu, Chider, and the vice-chairman, Paris Stone. This is really the luxurious lineup of the Hunter Association. Allan was a little surprised. There were 5 12 earthly branches. At this time, it was not only Allan who was observing them. Both Hisoka and Crollo also focused on the 12 earthly branches. Hisoka has a playful expression, while Crollo is watching them. As for Ilmi, he looked out of shape, and only his brother Killua was in the dark eyes. President, the number of candidates this year is a lot more than in previous years. On the stage, Vice President Paris Stone looked at the candidates in the audience and said to Netero, "It's not a lot. It seems that there was not a single candidate who passed the customs last year. This year, it is a blowout. If nothing else, 9 out of 10 people will become professional hunters, injecting a new force into our association. After this session, the number of people next year will definitely plummet." Then President, out of the 10 candidates, which one do you like best? Maybe, everyone is pretty good. Netero pretended to be stupid and didn't answer Paris Stone's question directly. Because once he said which one he admired most, then Paris Stone, as the vice president, would probably pay special attention to that candidate. According to Netero, during the duel, both parties can use any weapon without special restrictions, as long as the other party concedes defeat. But if you kill your opponent, you will be eliminated directly. Netero stood up and said, "Then, now the first set of duels will begin." Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene began to become more subtle. Netero pondered for a while, and then said, "The first group, from number 123 Allan PK294 Hanzo, please get out." Allan was shocked. Unexpectedly Netero would arrange his first appearance. Glancing at Netero, Allan found that the old man showed a kind smile to himself, as if he hid a knife in his smile no matter what. And Hanzo was also stunned. He was stunned not because he was the first to play, but because he didn't expect his opponent to be Allan. Damn it, that old man arranged for me with such a difficult opponent as soon as the game started. I must have hit him during the previous interview. After a few words in his heart, Hanzo still bit his head and came to the finals. The center of the game is opposed to Allan. Allan looked at Hanzo with a relaxed and indifferent expression. At this moment, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Trigger the selected task. 1. Knock down Hanzo within 1 minute and make him unconscious. Reward: increase the amount of thought by 3000. 2. Convince Hanzo to lose with absolute strength. Reward: forbearance, cruel imagery. After thinking about it, Allan chose the second one. He wants to show his strength and convince Ban, Zhao Nyohao, Zhang to lose. Seeing that the duel was about to begin, Hanzo suddenly said, "Wait, I have a question." "What's the problem?" Netero asked. Hanzo asked in a deep voice, "The rule of a duel is that as long as the opponent says, 'I lose, I win'? If the opponent is completely knocked down or loses consciousness, how should it be judged? In that case, the duel will continue and will not end. If you want to really win the game, you can only win if the opponent concedes defeat." Netero stroked his beard. "I see." With Netero's words, Hanzo didn't know why he was relieved. Allan looked at Hanzo and said faintly, "I guess you must be thinking now, as long as I don't admit defeat and keep stubborn, maybe I will win, right?" "That's not it." Hanzo, as if being pierced by the thoughts in his heart, denied, "I'm just thinking about how to beat you. Also, don't underestimate me, and I will do it anyway." "A ninja." Allan shrugged, not caring about it. Hanzo is indeed a good guy. In the test of the original work, he is second only to Hisoka and Ilmi. I am afraid that even if Kurapika has red eyes, he can only fight him 46 times. However, it is only that. Allan didn't put Hanzo in his eyes. He could beat even Gongjin, not to mention a mere Hanzo who hadn't even mastered Nian. Following Netaro's order, Hanzo took the lead in rushing to Allan, based on the idea of starting to be strong first and then starting to encounter encounters. The black figure flickered, and Hanzo appeared in front of Allan at an extraordinary speed. With one hand raised, a tachi hidden in his cuff appeared in his hand, and the cold light slashed towards Allan's head. Chapter 95. Just as the blade was about to fall, Allan's figure suddenly disappeared. Hanzo's pupils shrank slightly, and the tachi in his hand fell in shock. It's so fast! Hanzo looked up in surprise, and saw that Allan had already withdrawn and retreated 3 meters away. The speed is okay. Allan looked indifferent, commented on Hanzo's attack just now, smiled, and added, I don't know if it can be faster. Provocative, absolutely provocative. Hanzo said coldly, it seems that you are just like me, confident in your speed, so be prepared, my attack will be faster next time. As soon as the words fell, Hanzo launched the second round of offensive against Allan at a very fast speed. Cold light flashed. Hanzo's knife failed again. What? Hanzo couldn't keep his composure any longer, and Allan managed to dodge his attack this time. Once may be a fluke. Then it can't be a fluke twice. Can you hurry up? Allan hooked his index finger at him with a defiant look on his face. Aside from being a ninja, Hanzo himself is a proud and arrogant person. Facing Allan's provocation, he couldn't bear it at all. The figure flashed, and Hanzo attacked again, and the dagger in his hand swung towards Allan with even more force. Allan didn't fight back, just kept evading with the use of sensuality and shunpo. What he had to do was to let Hanzo realize the gap in strength between him and himself in this constant attack, thus causing a psychological blow to him. The first step is to attack Hanzo in terms of speed. As a ninja, Hanzo must be very confident in his personal speed. What Allan has to do is to let Hanzo keep attacking himself, so that he gradually loses confidence in his speed in the process of continuous attacking. The scene can only be seen in the scene where Hanzo constantly wields the dagger to attack Allan, and Allan dodges again and again. Gon and Kurapika can't help but hang up a nervous heart for Allan. Hanzo was so fast that it looked like he could hit Allan several times. But in the nick of time, Allan avoided the attack again. This kind of tense and exciting battle really made them secretly sweat several times for Allan. On the other hand, Chi Xiao next to him held the back of his head with a calm expression. As the so-called layman watches the fun, the expert watches the doorway. As the killer of the Zaldik family, Killua has received various professional training since childhood. The identity of the two is a professional killer of the Zaldik family, a family of killers, and an assassination ninja of the mysterious assassination organization, Ninja. It's all assassination work. 793. In terms of skill and assassination skills, Killua is not inferior to Hanzo. Therefore, as a colleague, Killua can tell Hanzo's strength quite clearly. Although he recognized the speed displayed by Hanzo. But unfortunately, compared with Allan's speed, it is still far behind. The two laymen, Gon and Kurapika, couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly. Only when a person's speed is much higher than that of his opponent, can he dodge completely under the attack of the opponent. And Allan didn't counterattack the whole time, it seemed that he fell below, and was forced to counterattack by Hanzo. But in fact, from beginning to end, Allan seemed to be able to deal with Hanzo's strong attack. His face was not red, he was not breathing, and he also made provocative actions against Hanzo from time to time. This is a performance far better than Hanzo. Through observation, Killua discovered that Allan's speed is a superb movement skill, which can also be said to be a kind of footwork. And it is a very advanced moving footwork. When it moves, it seems to have disappeared in the eyes of ordinary people. But in fact, it is almost instantaneous at a high speed of movement. In this regard, they are similar to the dark step taught by the family. But Allan's movement speed was much higher than that of him and Hanzo. Gon and Kurapika couldn't see through this. They only felt that under Hanzo's strong attack, although Allan could dodge every time, it was always thrilling to dodge each time. They could not help but secretly sweat and trembled. Seeing them so worried, Killua had to say, "Don't worry, Allan is playing with Hanzo." Hearing that, Kurapika said, "You mean, Allan is not serious now?" Killua shrugged and said, "I can't say that, serious is serious, after all, Hanzo is quite good. But when Allan is completely serious, it's not true." Gon on the side said, "I'm also very surprised, Allan should be better than Hanzo, why is he attacked by Hanzo so but not counterattack?" Killua, "If you say this, I understand, Allan is deliberate, it should be for let Hanzo be aware of the gap between the two of them, so that Hanzo will lose the intent to continue fighting and proactively surrender." Kurapika nodded and said, "That should be it. After all, the content of this level is to let the opponent admit defeat, not defeat the opponent to win. If Allan started to fight with the purpose of defeating Hanzo, then Hanzo's personality, even if he loses to Allan, he may not be so easy to admit defeat." Understanding Allan's strategy, both Gon and Kurapika breathed a sigh of relief. In the stands, Vice President Paris Stone glanced at Netero and said, "President, this year's candidates are quite high. It was such a wonderful battle at the beginning. Today is really nothing in vain." The 12 earthly support dogs on the side, Chider glanced at Paris Stone and replied on behalf of Netero, "The president didn't invite you over, you were cheeky and uninvited." Paris Stone squinted and smiled, "I am also the vice chairman anyway, I should still have this authority." "Hey!" Chider snorted coldly, too lazy to care about Paris Stone. This time Netero specially invited them to the 12 earthly branches, but they excluded Paris Stone. Obviously, he did not want Paris to pass through. But Paris Stone didn't know where he received the news, and because he was the vice president, he came uninvited directly. This made her feel very upset as a Netero faction. Because it means that Paris Stone has become less and less concerned about Netero as the president. At this time, Netero, who had been watching the duel on the field, suddenly said, "I see the old man, I also want to play with them in the end." Paris, who was on the side, squinted and smiled, "If the president masturbates, just ask everyone from the 12 earthly branches to have fun. Isn't this the original intention of the president to establish the 12 earthly branches?" Hearing this, the 12 earth branch Yinhu standing next to Paris Stone, Kong Jie glared at him, gritted his teeth and said, "Paris Stone, you shut up, who wants you to be troublesome?" "Yes, Paris Stone, don't stand up and talk without backache. Although you are the vice president, you are also a member of our 12 earthly branches. If the president wants to play with us, you are also the vice president. It should be the first to stand up and play with the president." "Ugly cow," Mestum said, he also couldn't see Paris Stone's style. Paris Stone said readily, "Okay. If the president wants to play with me, I will be very happy." Netero waved his hand and said, "I don't want to play with you for the time being, the old man is only interested in those newcomers. Paris Channel, since the president is so elegant and interesting. Then after their assessment is over, I will arrange them to play with the president, right?" Adult dog next to him, Chider said, "Paris Stone, you have nothing to do with your hospitality. I will be responsible for the president's affairs, and you are not allowed to act on those newcomers." Paris Stone raised his hand to surrender and said, "Well, I won't intervene anymore." Chider didn't pay attention to him, but had no choice but to alert him in his heart. Because she knows very well that Paris Stone is not a person who keeps himself safe. As long as it is something he is interested in, he will intervene. At this time, the battle between Hanzo and Allan on the field changed. Hanzo, who couldn't attack Allan, had to display his secret skills. Forbearance, shadow clone. Hanzo nodded a handprint, and in an instant, 3 clones appeared around him. Including him, there are a total of 4 Hanzo at the scene. This Hanzo lived separately in the southeast and northwest, surrounding Allan. Allan narrowed his eyes slightly, and was quite interested in Hanzo's ninjutsu. One of them said, "You can't avoid it now, right?" After that, the 4 Hanzo attacked Allan from 4 directions at the same time. Allan, who was in the encircled circle, still did not change his face. He spread the domineering vision and color around himself, predicting the attack trajectory of the 4 Hanzos from 4 directions in the south, east, north and west, and then took a quick step to avoid it. Although Hanzo had passed the previous test a long time ago, he had a certain understanding of Allan's strength. However, he did not expect Allan's strength will be so strong that he can completely avoid his attack under the attack of his clone. This means that Allan's strength is far more than that. But he did not give up. Now he didn't expect to be able to defeat Allan. He just wanted to go all out and be able to hit Allan once. But it is not easy to do this. Because from beginning to end, he couldn't touch Allan. No matter how fast his attack is, Allan can dodge it. Taking a deep breath, Hanzo decided to perform the last move. All 4 Hanzo, including the deity, moved quickly around Allan. Ninja, Quartet. In a twinkling of an eye, the 4 Hanzo figures were almost too far to be seen clearly by ordinary naked eyes. So fast! Killua, Kurapika, and Baku, who were watching the game not far away, all exclaimed. What they thought at this time was that if they were in this encirclement, they would definitely not be able to escape Hanzo's attack. Because it's too fast. The 4 Hanzos kept moving, and only the black afterimages kept flashing by. There was no way to know from which side he would launch the surprise attack. Even Hisoka and Crollo showed moving expressions. Hanzo's speed at this time is indeed beyond negligible. But they were even more curious about whether Allan could escape Hanzo's attack like before. At this moment, Allan, who was in the encirclement, finally showed a serious expression on his face. His eyes flickered to the left and to the right. With his naked eyes, he caught 4 Hanzo's moving figures. The next moment, I saw him sneer and his figure flashed. Konoha rigid whirlwind. Mew ran, he kicked one of the moving Hanzo directly with this kick. The remaining 3 Hanzo disappeared instantly when Allan kicked that Hanzo away. There was an uproar at the scene. Hanzo was lying on the ground with a shoe print on his chest. Allan's kick directly broke 2 of his ribs. Is it a coincidence? Hanzo got up and couldn't help asking, pointing to his heart. Allan shook his head. He had already seen the root of Hanzo's shinobi. The so-called shadow clone is nothing more than a blindfold. As long as you hit the deity, the clone will disappear naturally. Hanzo was shocked. He didn't expect Allan to see through the flaws in his technique. Indeed, the so-called clone is nothing but a blinding technique displayed by secret skills, and it does not possess physical damage. The role of creating a clone is just to put pressure on the opponent, confuse the line of sight, so that the opponent has to be distracted to cope with the pincer attack, thus launching a surprise attack on the opponent. He has never been the only real attack. Allan saw him meditating, with a look of confidence that had been hit hard, knowing that his current fighting spirit had been worn out, and he asked, "So, do you want to continue?" "No." Hanzo shook his head and smiled bitterly, "It doesn't make sense to fight anymore, I lost." Through this battle, Hanzo realized that his practice was far from enough. For Allan, he was convinced. Because in the duel, Allan gave him a chance to shoot, and he went all out, until the end he didn't hit Allan once. This gap made him understand. No matter how he fights, he is not Allan's opponent. So he didn't want to waste time, so he had to give up. If you continue to fight, Allan might get serious, and his injury will not be as simple as breaking 2 ribs. At this time, the voice of the system issuing rewards sounded in Allan's mind in a timely manner. But after a duel, you successfully convinced Hanzo to lose with absolute strength. Get rewards, ninja, cruel imagery. Feeling the extra memory in his mind, Allan already knew something about this afterimage technique. The so-called afterimage technique is the use of high-speed movement to produce afterimages to confuse opponents. However, the difference from ordinary clones is that the afterimage produced by this afterimage technique has a certain physical attack. It can be said to be an enhanced version of the ninja technique used by Hanzo, the shadow clone. Ordinary afterimage, create a heavy afterimage, which can dodge or attack. Double afterimage, create a double afterimage to attack the opponent. Triple remnant, it is similar to the double remnant fist, but one more weight than the double remnant. People who have only seen the double remnant are very easy to be confused by this trick to think it is a double remnant and ignore the third attack. Multiple afterimages, a more powerful afterimage skill than double and triple afterimages. It creates dozens of afterimages to confuse the enemy and attack them. The disadvantage is that multiple afterimages do not have the physical attack effect. The purpose is to confuse the opponent with the help of multiple residual images, and the deity waits for the opportunity to attack. For Allan today, this technique is actually not very useful, but there is a saying that it is good, and the technique is not overwhelming. Allan will not dislike any skill, as long as the system rewards, he will accept them all. Because he believes that as long as he has enough skills, these skills will be useful one day sooner or later. At this time, Netero saw Hanzo admit defeat and announced, then, the winner of the first group is Allan. Allan, please come up. Hearing Netero calling himself, Allan didn't hesitate, and walked onto the stage directly under everyone's attention. Netero said to the adult dog on the side, "Cheater, bring things." "Yes, President." Sugo, Cheater took out a sign similar to a passport photo from his body and handed it to Netero. Allan's gaze was immediately attracted by the ID photo, because it was the hunter license. Netero laughed and said, "Allan, congratulations on being the first philosopher to pass the 287 hunter test. From now on, you are a professional hunter." "Thank you, President." Allan took the hunter license from Netero with both hands, with a satisfied smile on his face. Although this license is not very important to him, it is at least a result of his hard work. It symbolizes an identity. From this moment on, he had a foothold in this hunter world. At this moment, Allan heard the voice of the system in his head. Ding! Congratulations on completing a hidden achievement in the hunter world and becoming a professional hunter. Reward, a lucky draw. 1. Chapter 96. Hearing this system sound, Allan was a little stunned. He didn't expect that he had actually completed the hidden achievements of the system. The voice of the system came again, "You won a lucky draw, do you want to draw?" Allan thought for a while, and decided to wait for the lottery. Now so many people are watching, if something incredible is drawn out and attracts unnecessary attention, it will be troublesome. Especially when Paris Stone was standing next to Netero, Allan found that he had been looking at himself. Although he was smiling, he looked harmless and kind. But in fact, Allan, who knows Paris Stone's personality, knows that Paris Stone is now looking at himself. He didn't like the feeling of being watched, so he greeted Netero and left the stage. Back in the audience, Gon and Kurapika both gathered around, watching with envy as Netero issued Allan's hunter license. Especially Gon, those eyes are full of envy and yearning. Kurapika said, "Congratulations, Allan, now you are a professional hunter." Allan shrugged, and said in a relaxed voice, "It's okay. Anyway, I've done it, so let's do your best." At this time Netero announced on the stage, "Now the second set of duels will start, with number 99 Kaihun PK405 Gon." As soon as this group duel came out, Gon and Killua, who were the parties, were confused. Kurapika said, "In what way is this grouping?" Actually, Gon and Killua will be arranged for a duel. Gon said with a dazed expression, I don't know. That dead old man, it must be on purpose. Killua glared at Netero severely. In the crowd, after hearing Netero's grouping, Hisoka smiled and said, this is interesting. Il was confused next to him, Gon will definitely lose. Hearing this, Allan walked over and said, it's too early to draw a conclusion. Il fascinated, Gon is injured in both hands, it is impossible to be Killua's opponent. Moreover, even if Gon is not injured, it is difficult for him to beat Killua, who has received professional training since he was a child. Allan shook his head and said, although Killua is great, Gon is not a general one. And this level is not just to defeat the opponent, but to let the opponent say that they admit defeat to win. Hisoka agreed, that's right. With Gon's words, it is indeed impossible to give up so easily. Especially if the opponent is Killua of the same age, he will not give up easily. Even if Allan and Hisoka said this, Yi Irfan still had full confidence in his brother, saying, Chi Shao has received a lot of training, he can professionally use Gon to fight with fear from the bottom of his heart, and thus lose his intent to fight. The corners of Allan's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled, then, Ifran, would you like to gamble with me? What are you betting on? Il Mystery asked. Just bet on whether this game will be the Odd Hunter's victory or Gon's victory. Allan said. Il Fan thought for a while and said, although I always don't like to compete with others and have no interest in gambling. But since it is related to Killua, then I will play with you. Allan nodded, glanced at Hisoka, and said, Hisoka, come and be a witness. Hisoka smiled and said, yes, because I'm also interested in Gon and Killua. With that, Hisoka looked at Crollo who was standing behind the crowd, and asked, are you going to play? Hearing this, Crollo glanced at them, then at Allan, then shook his head and said, I'm not interested. This is true. Crollo is not the same as Hisoka, he is not too controlled, and really has no interest in Killua and Gon. And Hisoka obviously knew this, so he just deliberately asked Crollo as an excuse, smiled and said, okay. Allan glanced at Hisoka and said, did you think Crollo is too boring by himself, so you called him? That's it. Hisoka smiled and said, after all, he had 2 companions before, but because of a conflict with you, both were taken away by you. Crollo must have opinions on you now. Without Hisoka's reminder, Allan knew this too. Speaking of which, Gongjin and Parker Noten were indeed eliminated by him. Although Crollo said before that he would not chase Yuvajin, there is another thing, that is, he grabbed Parnotan's number and injured her. Crollo must also be aware of this. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, Allan knew that Crollo must be dissatisfied. After all, Crollo is also Phantom Troop's boss anyway, and both of the men he brought have been taken away by him. If this matter is left alone, it is equivalent to Crollo being beaten in the face. However, Allan guessed that Crollo might still want to lure him into the brigade. Crollo didn't seem to intend to pursue this matter, at least for now. In addition, Gongjin and Parnotan are both types of people with strong self-esteem. They shouldn't want Crollo to come forward and get something back for themselves, but will use their own methods to find him to solve the problem. So Allan can temporarily conclude that Crollo shouldn't do it to himself for the time being. But in the future, it might be possible. At this time, Yi Irfan said, they are about to start, are they blocked? Allan said, of course I have to bet. Il was confused, what is the bet? Allan thought for a while and said, did you and Hisoka still owe me a favor during the 2nd level food and cooking assessment? If you win the bet, then you don't need to pay back the favor. Il was confused, what if you lose? Then based on the 1, we have to add another 1. Then you will owe me 2 favors. Allan smiled, it's fair, isn't it? The stakes are the same. Ilmi nodded and said, yes. Hisoka smiled and said, you actually promised so easily, you are really a super brother, and you trust Killua so much. Yer said, of course you have to support your younger brother unconditionally. Hisoka said, I don't have a brother, so I don't know. Allan said, well, let's see who the two little guys will win. Il was confused, Killua must have won. Both Allan and Hisoka glanced at each other speechlessly. Allan didn't bother to argue with Ilmi anymore. Anyway, the result will be known later. But in fact, don't look at Allan's confident look. In fact, he doesn't have much confidence in his heart. He chose Gon to win, in large part because of his friendly support for Gon. And, plus his knowledge of Gon. This guy is not a person who will give up easily. After all, it is the protagonist of the original game, there is no reason to admit defeat. In the end, Allan believes that Killua should not be cruel to Gon. The reason is simple, Gon is the first friend Killua made. Don't look at Killua as a professional who has received professional training since childhood, and kills people without blinking an eye. In fact, there is a kindness side. Especially when it comes to treating friends, few people are more loyal than him. In the original work, Gon, who used oaths and constraints in exchange for a powerful force in order to kill Catwoman, suffered a huge price afterwards, almost the same as death. In order to save Gon, Killua resolutely took his sister, the Road Roller, to rescue Gon despite the opposition of his family. From this alone, it can be seen that Killua is definitely a person of friendship first. Under his cold appearance, there is actually unlimited tenderness and sincere feelings for friends. This kind of person, once the other person is identified as a friend, then they will be friends for the rest of their lives. But often, this kind of person is also the most terrifying. Because there is so much love, so there is hatred. If one day Gon and Killua break, or embark on a road of opposites, then there must be death between the two. Fortunately, the two are still in a friendly state. Therefore, Allan believes that Killua will not be cruel to Gon, who is a friend. But judging from the fact that Gon's arms are almost split, it is almost impossible to win Killua. Then the two sides want to win, it depends on who can afford it more. Over there, Gon and Killua have reached the center of the field. Not only Allan is paying attention to them, but the people from the 12 earthly branches such as Netero and Paris Stone on the stage are also paying attention to them. After all, both of them seem to be too young. And they are able to reach the last level, obviously not the general generation, it is worthy of the attention of these professional hunters. Killua, I won't admit defeat. In the middle of the field, Gon said with a firm look on his face. Well, I know. Singularity nodded, then looked up at Netero and said, Old man, this made me give up. When Killua said this, he was shocked. Almost no one could guess that Killua conceded as soon as he played, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Allan felt quite different. Although he guessed that Killua would not be cruel to Gon, he did not expect Killua to surrender in such a simple and straightforward way. It seemed that he had never thought of fighting Gon at all. I have to say, this really has Killua's style. In his eyes, a hunter license is nothing compared to his friendship with Gon. At that time, the most shocked was Gon, one of the parties involved. Killua, why did you admit defeat? Gon asked after reacting. Killua shrugged and said, because he didn't want to be wanted by the old man, he arranged for us to fight, just to see us fight for victory or defeat. He is so happy. In this case, I am not as good as his wish. Hearing that, Gon was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Netero on the stage with a naive expression. Mr. President, is what Killua said true? Netero was also shocked. He didn't expect Killua to think so, and he didn't expect Gon to ask him so stupidly. He smiled and shook his head and denied, well, no, the old man asked you to fight, definitely not to satisfy yourself. It's just fun. After getting Netero's answer, Gon looked at Kithao. The chairman said that this is not the reason. When encountering such a serious Gon, Killua sighed with a headache expression, "Okay, I'm afraid of you. In fact, I just don't want to fight you, it's that simple." "Why?" "Because I don't want to kill you, but I can't find a way to make you surrender, so I had to surrender, so I won't waste everyone's time." After hearing this, Gon said bluntly, "Killua, you are too rascal. Although I really won't admit defeat, I don't want you to sympathize with me and admit defeat. So what do you want?" Chi asked speechlessly. "Let's come to the decisive battle," Gon said sincerely. "Will you admit defeat then?" "Will not." "So, even if I beat you, I won't admit defeat, right?" "That's right. You idiot." Killua knocked Gon away with an uncomfortable punch, and said, "Idiot, Gon, don't get cheap and behave. Since you refuse to give up, it doesn't make sense if I beat you." Gon got up, his face suddenly swollen, but instead of shouting pain, he grinned at Killua and said, "Okay, Killua, you attacked me, then the battle begins." Killua was taken aback, and then he realized that Gon was deliberately irritating him to shoot. There was no way, he had to dodge Gon's attack with dark steps, and then dodge and appeared behind Gon. Although Gon was aware of the danger for the first time, his arms were still wrapped in bandages and did not heal, so he didn't have time to defend himself. He could only release his chi to improve the body's surface defense. Boom! In the next second, Gon was kicked by Killua from behind and fell heavily to the floor. "Enough, Gon, I have already said that I surrendered, stop it!" Killua said quickly when he saw that he was going to fight. Gon looked stubborn and got up and said, "I said I don't need Killua to sympathize with you. Everyone is the same age. If Killua sympathizes with me, you are underestimating me. As your friend, I don't want to be killed by Killua. You underestimate it, so I will fight to the end and let you recognize me from the bottom of your heart." Hearing that, Killua's expression was in a daze for a moment. At this time, Gon rushed in front of Killua and kicked it with his feet instead of his arms as a means of attack. Killua reacted and pressed his arms against Gon's feet. But with this kick, Gon used his breath and increased his strength, and he actually retreated the odd hunter for several meters. Killua felt his slightly numb arms and said, "A heavy kick." Gon used that kind of power of thought. And at this time Gon had rushed over again. Killua also put away his contempt for Gon, and began to fight seriously. For a while, the figures of Gon and Killua fought fiercely in this venue. It has to be said that after Gon followed Allan and mastered Mind in Whale Island, his strength has increased a lot compared to Gon in the original game. 0. Look for flowers. In the original work, Gon's performance was always weaker than Killua before the ants. Because Killua received professional training since he was a child, he was very skilled in assassination skills. On the other hand, Gon was stretched out on the island and had not received special training, so he was better at strength, but in terms of skill, he was far behind Killua. And now, after Gon has mastered Mind in Whale Island, he often fights with Allan, and has gained a lot of combat experience. At this moment, there was a fierce battle with Killua, and it was actually against him back and forth. Although it may be inferior in terms of speed, in terms of strength, it should not be underestimated. The reason is simple. Gon uses Mind to improve his offensive and defensive capabilities. In addition, he is an enhancer, and he can also use Chi to strengthen his body. In the face of Killua, there is nothing wrong with it. Killua understood at this moment why Gon was so emboldened to fight him. It turned out that reading this thing was something that increased so much in strength. "Okay, I admit I underestimated you before, Gon, now I'm going to be serious." Killua, who barely lost money on Gon, began to treat Gon as an opponent of the same level and challenged him with all his strength. More than 10 minutes later, Killua saw the opportunity, flashed Gon's attack in secret, appeared behind him, and hit Gon's neck with a hand knife. With this blow, he used all his strength to stun Gon. To see temporarily lost consciousness Gon, Killua looked to Netero said. I throw in the towel. Finish the sentence, Killua glanced lying on the floor unconscious past Gon, heart secretly rode. Forgive me Gon, if you are in good hands of the state, I would choose to enjoy a fight with you, but face you in this state, I really do not want a position of vulnerability. Table, Netero stroking his goat beard, eyes glanced at the odd look of appreciation, said. I know now, announced odd players throw in the towel, Gon player to win the odd game. Players please wait for the next PK. Killua, why do you want to throw in the towel? To the audience, Kurapika could not help but ask, although he had probably guessed the reason. Killua shrugged and said, Gon hurt, cannot be my opponent, but I also know that this guy he is very stubborn temper, cannot be easy to throw in the towel, and I cannot kill you, so in order not to waste time, throw in the towel on it. It's that simple. Kurapika said, I want to wake up after Gon. Feelings must be very complicated. Killua said, what, anyway, I have a chance to call back, the next one I would not throw in the towel when I took hunter's license, Gon to impress. Kurapika nodded, it is also down. Side of the car, temporarily unconscious past Gon was first off. Examiner SA times being brought down. Next to Allan glanced at Doyle fans and said, it appears that I won the bet. Doyle fans an incomprehensible tone, why Killua to throw in the towel? Allan smiled and said, quite simply, because they are friends. Friend. Because Killua heart, friendship is more important than the victory, so he can take the initiative for a friend and throw in the towel. Cannot understand. Il May's path. Allan glanced Hisoka said, well, if you play with Hisoka, you would throw in the towel thing. Doyle fans and said, why should we throw in the towel? Allan said, well, put it another way, if Hisoka surrenders voluntarily do. Doyle fans said, you can accept. Hisoka silent glanced Allan, said, I was friends with Doyle fan though, but not the kind of pure friendship, and Killua Gon adult world is very complex, and perhaps the moment is a friend, the next second is the enemy. Doyle fans nodded and said, this is it, I was talking to a friend Hisoka, but perhaps later become an enemy instead. Allan be understood, Il fan is a very rational guy, he told Hisoka more because of the same interests became friends. He broke this topic, said. So back to the topic, Il Mini now lost the bet, so follow bet, you now owe me 2 favors, you know. Dad, have you? Doyle fans a charge shocked look. Do not play the fool. Allan said, but I have witnesses, you said right Hisoka? Yes. Hisoka nodded, fans of Il said, you do not want to admit it. Doyle fans think the next and said, well, I owe you 2 favors when I want to, let me know, call also okay. Allan called okay gesture, he cannot be polite with Doyle fans. But now he has nothing to Doyle fans help, so the 2 human temporarily retained up. He looked up and glanced at the stage of Netero, this time Netero has announced the 3rd group of candidates duel. This is the 3rd group of 2 men duel, respectively Hisoka and Kurapika. Gon had originally planned to visit the Allan, cannot help but stop. Killua rode, Kurapika, or lose them, you are not Hisoka opponent. Kurapika no Killua is good for him, but he said, I want to try. Killua shrugged and said, well, anyway, there are lost opportunities for the next one. Kurapika thinks so, he clearly knows no master concept himself, is in any case not beat Hisoka's. Nevertheless, this is a rare fight and Hisoka opportunity, so he wanted to try. If direct throw in the towel, he would despise himself as weak. Allan did not say the last refueling what is Kurapika, because the gap is too great, then how come on to no avail? Unless a miracle occurs. Allan remember, in the original, when Hisoka and Kurapika duel, the 2 played for a while Hisoka throw in the towel. He is curious, Hisoka would not be the same as the original, make a throw in the towel move. In the original, Hisoka reasoned to admit defeat. Because he found Kurapika enemy is phantom troop. So while Kurapika and trade cooperation. But now well, Hisoka is there an object is found Kurapika revenge phantom troop, would not know. Hisoka, you do not want to lose them. Before Hisoka play, Allan asked. Hisoka smiled and said. Why do you think I'll throw in the towel? Allan thought, probably because it is the intuition you guys, not the Kurapika also as one of their toys Kurapika thing you am looking forward to what position it will grow as you should not be? We will now take off Fenjiu not yet ripe fruit, right? Wide. Chapter 97. Whether you want to pick this fruit, you will know later. Hisoka's answer made Allan frowned. He can't guess what Hisoka is going to do now. When he came to the center of the field, Hisoka put on a demon burning pose and looked at Kurapika on the opposite side and said, Come on, I won't use reading to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Kurapika said solemnly, Are you underestimating me? Hisoka smiled and said, I just want to test your instrument. Kurapika clenched his fists. He knew that he was not Hisoka's opponent, but Hisoka despised him like this, which made him very uncomfortable. Kurapika believes that what Hisoka said refers to strength. Kurapika said coldly, Since you want to test my instrument, then I will let you have a look. If you accidentally kill you, then I'm sorry. Seeing Kurapika's expression, Hisoka smiled and said, Yes, that kind of look, full of enlightenment. Come on, I will enjoy this battle. In order to avenge the 128 travelers, Kurapika went through hard training after that. Facing Hisoka, a powerful enemy, he held the consciousness that he would never lose here and resolutely launched an attack on Hisoka. He put his right hand under a pair of clothes and took out a black stick. In the blink of an eye, it became a two-section stick. Kurapika waved these two sticks and approached Hisoka, and the black stick swayed vigorously in his hand. Hisoka dodges Kurapika's attack flexibly. This scene seemed really familiar, just like the scene in the first battle between Allan and Hanzo. Hanzo held the sword and slashed Allan repeatedly, and Allan dodged repeatedly. As a result, everyone present, including Allan, couldn't help but guess. Could it be that Hisoka intends to replicate Allan's model, let Kurapika do his best to use all his strength, then take a single blow to solve him, so that Kurapika completely loses the will to continue fighting, and then makes him successfully admit defeat? It is undeniable that this winning strategy is indeed good. One can make the opponent fully play, and then it can make the opponent feel the psychological shock constantly, so as to easily win. Kurapika said, I'm not Hanzo, don't think I will persuade you. You'd better fight with me, otherwise I won't admit defeat. Is that so? Hisoka smiled, and then suddenly shot, directly blocking the nunchaku that Kurapika was waving. Kurapika was taken aback, but Hisoka had already had a response to grab the weapon, and immediately moved forward and swept his right foot toward Hisoka's waist. Snapped. At the moment, Hisoka moved his right hand to block Kurapika's sweeping foot, and at the same time he opened his mouth and grabbed his ankle. When Kurapika had a premonition, Hisoka had already pushed hard, and then used it hard. His whole body was immediately used to fly out unbearably, and he fell 10 meters away severely. Those two sticks were thrown aside by Hisoka casually. Now, the outcome is basically clear. Facing Hisoka who didn't use mind, Kurapika was still not an opponent. Hisoka's combat experience is very rich. It is almost impossible for Kurapika to hurt Hisoka. But Kurapika didn't give up, he got up from the ground. Putting his right hand under the clothes, Kurapika quickly raised one hand. I saw several darts similar to shuri blasted towards Hisoka. Hisoka squinted his eyes slightly, moved his steps, and easily flashed past those darts. Finally, he reached out his hand to clamp a dart that was shot and moved back towards Kurapika who had already rushed to the front. With a ding sound, Kurapika held a short knife in his right hand and slapped the dart into the air, and continued to attack Hisoka. Hisoka bent over and leaned back 90 degrees, avoiding Kurapika's attack. Kurapika spurred out continuously without leaving any energy, and was dodged by Hisoka again and again, without touching his body at all. Despite this, Hisoka praised without hesitation, "Yes, in terms of physical skills, you are qualified. If you learn to read, your strength will definitely improve." In his eyes, Jin sent out strong emotions. "I did not misunderstand your delicious fruit. I really want to pick you off and eat it now." Kurapika had a chill. He felt that Hisoka was a pervert. He actually described himself as an immature, delicious fruit. He accelerated his attack speed, and the short knife in his hand was too fast to see the truth, like a machine that was constantly running, stabbing Hisoka again and again. On several occasions, he almost stabbed Hisoka. Almost, Kurapika couldn't help thinking, and the attack speed became faster and faster. There was only one thing left in his eyes, and that was hitting Hisoka. Taste. Suddenly, the short knife in his hand was blocked by Hisoka, only to see that Hisoka actually squeezed the blade with one hand, making Kurapika unable to continue swinging. "Don't play with this dangerous thing." Then, Hisoka flicked hard, and the blade instantly broke into 2 pieces. While Kurapika spoke in surprise, Hisoka kicked him hard in the abdomen. The whole person flew out immediately and fell heavily 10 meters away. Hisoka narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you want to continue?" Of course. Kurapika crawled up with a belly folded and rushed towards Hisoka again. He looked unafraid. Not afraid to die. There is only the consciousness of defeating the opponent in his eyes. Hisoka felt it, and he looked at Kurapika even more appreciatively. 5, 7, 10, 13, 15. During this process, Kurapika kept getting knocked down by Hisoka, then got up, then got knocked down again, and so on. After the 17th time on the ground, Kurapika felt like almost all of her bones were falling apart. The body is unreasonably heavy, like pressing a mountain. The hands and feet also seemed to be filled with lead. Almost unstoppable. However, the thought of falling down like this, the determination to become stronger seems to be insufficient. He wants to be stronger. Not only in strength, but also in spirit. So, with this amazing willpower, he moved forward with a heavy load and still fought. Hisoka's contemptuous smile finally disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Kurapika's tenacity has exceeded his expectations. I originally thought that you were a good fruit, but now it seems that I was wrong in my estimation. It is far from enough to judge you by being good. You are a hot new star who will shine. I am looking forward to you. The performance in the future will be like this." After speaking, Hisoka looked at Netero on the stage and said, "I admit defeat." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Naturally, Kurapika was most shocked. He looked at Hisoka in disbelief, thinking that his ears had misheard. "Wait, Hisoka, why did you admit defeat?" Kurapika called out to Hisoka, who was about to leave. Hisoka stopped for a while, and his figure flashed before Kurapika. I saw Hisoka whispering in Kurapika's ear, not knowing what to say. Kurapika's expression suddenly changed. Became surprised and said, and a trace of anger. He clenched his fists tightly and saw his eyes, which turned scarlet in an instant. But it disappeared quickly and returned to its normal color. At that moment, almost no one noticed at the scene. The corners of Hisoka's mouth raised slightly, and then walked off the field. At the same time, Crollo's expression, who was standing on the side of the field, also changed subtly. Allan took in the expressions of Crollo, Hisoka, and Kurapika. Allan immediately realized that it was Hisoka who had told Kurapika about the spider phantom troop, which caused Kurapika's anger towards the spider. Just like in the original, Hisoka seems to be planning to cooperate with Kurapika. Of course, it does not rule out that Hisoka regards this as a game and wants to use Kurapika. As for when Hisoka discovered that Kurapika was a survivor of the Koluta tribe, and Kurapika was looking for the Spider Phantom troop to revenge, it is not known. What Allan is certain is that Chrollo must have caught Kurapika's red eyes at that moment. In other words, Kurapika's identity is not only known by Hisoka, but Chrollo may also know it. Chrollo is not Uvigen, he can definitely remember when he sees the red eyes. The Koluta clan who had been killed by them. In other words, Chrollo may attack Kurapika, a survivor of the Koluta tribe. Such as cutting weeds and roots. After thinking about it for a moment, Allan decided to sit still for a while. The next fourth group of dual candidates are Yamai and Bokuer. Then the corresponding fifth group is the remaining Chrollo versus Baudrillard. Neither of them had a reason to admit defeat, so there should be no surprises. The winner of the fourth group is Ifran, and the winner of the fifth group is Chrollo. And Bokuer and Baudrillard enter the next round of PK. There are a total of 5 players in the next round of PK, namely Hanzo, Killua, Hisoka, Bokuer and Baudrillard. 5 people competed in pairs, and the extra one was Bai. Then the loser continues to PK until the PK out of the last loser. It can be roughly determined that the stronger Hanzo, Killua, and Hisoka will win one after another, and the final knockout will be between the 2 most powerful Bokuer and Baudro. Guessing this result, Allan was not interested in watching it anymore, so he temporarily left the venue. After questioning the staff, Allan learned that Gon was taken to a hospital run by the Hunter Association. This hospital provides free medical services to members of the association, but any professional hunter who holds a hunter license or full-time personnel working for the association can enjoy almost free medical services in the hospital. The injured only need to pay 5% of the medical expenses, and the remaining 95% will be served by the Hunter Association, which can be said to be a kind of medical benefit for being a professional hunter. At this moment, Gon, who has become a professional hunter, enjoys this kind of free medical service. He was arranged to receive treatment in a VIP ward on the 5th floor of the hospital, and a specialist would perform surgery for his injuries. After nearly 2 hours of surgery, Gon's injury has been completely stabilized, and he only needs to stay in the hospital for 1 month and wait for recovery. After visiting Gon, Allan left the hospital. At this time, Allan suddenly remembered that he had another chance to draw a lottery, which was useless, so he could use his hunter license to let the staff of the association provide him with a rest room for free. In a room on the 26th floor of the Headquarters Association building, Allan began to draw a lottery with expectation. The reward he gets is a lucky draw. The focus is on the word lucky. In other words, what you get in this lottery will definitely not be a junk prize, but there is a high probability that you can draw a very lucky prize. Allan is looking forward to it. What he thinks is naturally the natural fruit he has always dreamed of. The best is frozen fruit, or sparkling fruit. No matter how bad it is, the thunder fruit can also be used. Yes. Start Lucky Roulette. In front of Allan, a huge round wheel appeared. There are various prizes densely packed on it. Even in one of the boxes above, there are countless portraits of people. And these character avatars are all kinds of anime characters in the second element. There are 6 immortals in the world of Naruto, Princess Tsunade, and the 4th generation of Naruto. There are also great figures such as the Tien Longren of Pirate World, the White Beard of the 4 Emperors, and the Eagle Eyes of Kaiwasi. There are even the characters of Kakarot, number 18, Bulma and so on in Dragon Ball World. Yes. Start Lucky Roulette draw. Allan's eyes turned as the wheel turned. At this moment, I don't know why, he was a little nervous. Ding! The draw is complete, congratulations on winning a character experience card. Character card? And there are still time-limited experience cards? Allan was stunned. This is far from the prize he imagined. He doesn't want any role experience caca, what he wants is the devil fruit, which is naturally bullish and booming. However, no matter how he protested. Anyway, the system told him that the lottery was over. The lucky roulette in front of me also disappeared, as if it had never existed. With the disappearance of lucky roulette, Allan has an extra card in his hand. The size is similar to the specifications of the hunter license. With a disappointed look on his face, Allan opened the character card, intending to see which character he had drawn. If it's a better character, it's not bad. If it's some tasteless guy, Allan may not be able to control his mentality and take the shot to kill the opponent. When he opened the card, he was stunned for an instant. The character of this experience card turned out to be the Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock. He is quite familiar with this character. Boya Hancock, known as the Pirate Queen. One of the current members of the Seven Seas of Kings, the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, and the current female emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she is a well-deserved female hero who is above 10,000 people. 5.4 According to the official setting, she is one of the 3 top peerless beauties in the world of One Piece. She is called the world's first beauty because she is better known to the world. Any man can't keep calm when she sees her. In addition to her peerless appearance, she also possesses extremely strong strengths, including domineering, and armed domineering. She has all 3 colors, and she is a well-deserved pirate empress. Moreover, she has another identity. That is the person with the devil fruit ability. She ate the sweet fruit and possessed the ability to petrify people. Such a person who combines beauty, identity, and strength is now an exclusive experience card belonging to Allan. The lower column of the card describes how to use the experience card. When the character is summoned, the host as the summoner will automatically bind the contract relationship with the character. During the contract period, the host can fully control the role and let the role be used by it. The experience card time is 365 days, which is exactly 1 year. In other words, in this year, Allan can unconditionally enjoy the ownership of Boya Hancock. Seeing this, Allan could no longer remain calm. The original disappointment has already become full of expectations. This is simply a welfare experience card. Just thinking of the scene where the Pirate Empress was under her feet, the corners of Allan's mouth couldn't help but frantically open up. The smile gradually became lost. After calming down a bit, Allan began to summon. The method of summoning is very simple, you just need to concentrate on it, and then silently say the name of the character 3 times in your heart. At that time, no matter where the character is, he will be forcibly summoned to the host. Allan took a deep breath, and then began to silently recite Boya Hancock's name in his heart. At the same time, One Piece World, Daughter Island, Amazon Lily Kingdom. Chapter 98. In the elegant room exuding the fragrance of pollen, the Pirate Empress Boya Hancock is leaning on the pet Salome to rest. At this moment, the ground under her feet produced a wave of drops like a lake. When she noticed it, a black hole on the ground had quietly formed. A powerful suction emerged from the black hole, drawing her into it. Feeling the powerful suction force, Boya Hancock was startled, and his eyesight quickly grabbed his pet Salome. Salome is a huge colorful python with a body length of more than 10 meters and is very obedient. Seeing that the owner was in danger, Salome reacted quickly to use her ultra-long body to wrap around a large stone pillar in the room, like a dragon entangled himself, tightly entangled the huge stone pillar. However, the attraction of that black hole is very powerful. In the end, Boya Hancock was exhausted and was sucked into the black hole along with his pet Salome. Immediately, the black hole closed. There was no female Emperor Boya Hancock in the room. Not even her pet was seen. At the same time, in Allan's room. Boya Hancock! Boya Hancock! Come out, Boya Hancock! After the third silent in my heart, a dark black hole cracked on the ceiling. In Allan's expectant gaze, he saw a woman and a fancy big snake falling from the black crack. Boya Hancock has long, jet black hair, a G hairstyle, princess hairstyle, dark blue jeweled eyes, and a pair of snake-shaped earrings. She is tall and dressed in a red cheongsam with slits, full of noble and indisputable temperament. Allan recognized the legendary pirate empress almost at a glance, and had to say that she was absolutely worthy of the words all the country and the city. At this time, he saw Boya Hancock fall to the ground. As a carnivorous man, Allan, apart from distressing whether her stock would fall into petals, of course was obliged to walk over, extend a helping hand, and support her up. Boya Hancock hadn't understood what was happening, her head was a little dizzy. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly found that she was being held by a man she had never seen before, and she was shocked on the spot, but then she was angry, and immediately kicked Allan. Aromatic feet. This kick is indeed very dangerous. It can petrify and crush the opponent's kicked part at the moment of a kick. Allan saw that the sexual domineering had already begun, and saw the Empress kicked her, reaching out to block her fragrant feet. Boya Hancock frowned. Even if this foot is blocked by the enemy's hand, the enemy's defensive part will be petrified. But she was surprised to find that the part of the right hand 05 that Allan used to block her fragrant feet was not petrified. Why doesn't aromatic feet work for him? Putting this question aside for a while in his mind, Boya Hancock scanned the room and found that it was a strange room. Unfamiliar room, mysterious man. Boya Hancock wanted to know what exactly this place was. Boya Hancock remembers clearly that she was in her room, preparing to change her clothes and take a shower. As a result, a black hole suddenly appeared under his feet, and he sucked in. Together with her pet Salome. When he came back to his senses, he appeared here. And there is the strange man Allan in this room. As the pirate empress, she cannot tolerate herself being in the same room with a strange man. Especially just now Allan actually helped her up from the ground with his hands. It is equivalent to saying that the two have a skin relationship. This made her feel extremely angry, just want to kill Allan quickly to vent her anger. But before that, she still has questions to learn from Allan. She leaned back slightly, stretched out her right hand, pointed at Allan with her index finger, and asked Allan in a proud backward posture, "Who are you? Why do AI's family appear in this room?" Regarding Boya Hancock's arrogant attitude, Allan didn't want to give her a good face, and immediately said with a cold face, "Boya Hancock, put away your arrogant attitude, this is no longer your Amazon. Lily Kingdom. What are you talking about?" Boya Hancock frowned. Allan looked at her. There was no denying that this woman was very beautiful even if she frowned. At this time, Boya Hancock questioned again, she still looked at Allan with a arrogant attitude, "Where is this place? You brought the lamentation here." Allan did not answer directly, but said in a deep voice, "Boya Hancock, all your identities will no longer exist here. Now, you have only one identity, and that is my person. In other words, it is my contract servant." "What?" Boya Hancock, who was holding his stomach full of fire, heard Allan say this at the moment, and he immediately regarded his words as an insult. "I'm going to kill you, aromatic feet." However, at the next moment, Boya Hancock was surprised to find that her body was actually out of her control. I saw Allan was looking at her with a hint of sarcasm and said, "I said, you are my person now." Bold. "My dignified Empress Snake G, how could it be possible to succumb to you?" Boya Hancock gritted his teeth. Allan shrugged and said, "This is the fact. Because I have concluded a contract with you, that is, become your master. As long as I think about it, you will not be able to move." For Allan's words, Boya Hancock didn't believe it at all. However, after some struggle, Boya Hancock was shocked to discover that she really couldn't make any attacks on Allan. When she had the intention to attack Allan in her heart, her body became uncontrollable, as if the right to use her body had been deprived of it all at once. "This is impossible. Amen, how could I not be able to do it?" Boya Hancock couldn't talk about it. She really couldn't believe that the king of her dignified daughter island would be controlled by a man who had never met. However, this seems to be the case. She found that as long as she had no intention of attacking Allan, her body could return to normal. Once it produces unfavorable intentions for Allan, it will be restricted. This means that she is really under Allan's control now. Could it be that the AI family really entered into a contractual relationship with this man? Seeing the face of the dignified pirate empress who was suspicious of life, Allan didn't know why, and felt very refreshed. To conquer such an arrogant woman, the sense of accomplishment is beyond words. Allan raised the palm of his left hand, and saw that a skull pattern wrapped in a ninja snake appeared on his palm for some time. This is the contract the system concluded for him and the Empress. You should be very clear about this pattern. It's your 9-snake logo, and it's also the proof that I have concluded a contract with you. Boya Hancock stared steadily at the skull pattern displayed on Allan's hand, biting his teeth. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was indeed the symbol of her fleet, the pirate ship of Hydra. UBD, you dare to treat Laoji like this? Boya Hancock glared. Allan said, I said, your arrogant attitude and status are useless to me. Your current status is my contract servant. You will do what I ask you to do. Boya Hancock snorted coldly, raised his head and said. Hey, who do you think you are? It's just a mere contract, do you think you can make the IGA obey you? You do not believe? Allan sneered, actually he didn't believe it very much either. However, according to the description of the character experience card, when the character is summoned and a contract relationship is formed, the host can fully control the character. It just so happened that since Boya Hancock didn't believe it, he could just try it. Yes. Please choose. 1. Let the proud pirate empress kneel down on one knee. Reward, Senior Overlord Color Domineering. 2. Let the proud pirate empress slap herself twice. Reward, Intermediate Armed Color. 3. Let the proud pirate empress kneel down and lick her shoes. Reward, Petrochemical Fragrant Feet. Looking at these options, Allan could only sigh. As expected of the system, it was really ruthless. To smash the arrogance of the Empress fiercely, if she does not do too much, she will not settle down honestly. The 3 options given by the system are simply too much. Especially the third article, even Allan felt a bit too much. That can be regarded as a kind of regret. Allan is not the kind of psychopath with lack of personality, so he won't choose the third one. It's not that he is a gentleman, but that he simply doesn't want to do that kind of behavior. And the second option, let her slap her mouth, Allan didn't want to choose. This woman is so beautiful, if she swells up her peerless face, it will be very disastrous. So, after thinking about it, Allan chose the first one. Immediately, Allan tried to give Boya Hancock a tentative order. Boya Hancock, kneel down on one knee. Actually, you want to kneel down? You man, do you want to die? Boya Hancock gritted his teeth and glared at Allan. Apparently he didn't expect Allan to order himself to kneel. How could she kneel down with her dignified pirate empress? She immediately wanted to do it, but she realized that she couldn't move her body at all. And, after Allan's order was issued, she was horrified to find that her control over the body had completely disappeared, and her body seemed to be controlled by some irresistible force, and she actually made the motion of kneeling to Allan. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! The haughty Empress Pirate has already knelt on one knee to you. Reward, Senior Overlord Color Domineering. In an instant, Allan felt that the domineering look on his body had risen to more than one level. That kind of high-level kingship made his whole person look refreshed. If his previous domineering can only drop some miscellaneous fish in a second, then his domineering can already be like the king of the underworld Raleigh. Free control and use for a certain person. Of course, you can also fall into tens of thousands of trash fish in an instant like Luffy. Even in the face of fierce beasts, you can make them feel the fear from the bottom of their hearts with only the eyes, thus shocking the opponent. Looking at Boya Hancock, who was kneeling in front of him, Allan looked at this incredible pirate empress with a condescending attitude, and said, "Bo Hancock, you know now, I am in complete control of yours. You can't resist me with every move." At this time, Bo Hancock's pet snake Salome saw his owner kneeling like Allan, and suddenly opened his mouth and bit at Allan. Allan snorted coldly, and the high-level domineering look on his body instantly locked Salome on. In an instant, Salome seemed to have received some kind of invisible shock. After a foot from Allan, he stopped abruptly. The mouth of the open blood basin slowly closed. Boya Hancock, who was kneeling on the ground at this time, looked at Allan with a strange expression on his face. That was the Overlord look just now. It can't be wrong, the Overlord look like the AI family. Why does this man have this ability? Does he have the same qualifications as the AI family? After being frightened by Allan's Overlord look, Salome immediately became honest and shrank behind Boya Hancock. Allan looked at Boya Hancock and smiled slightly. "I think you must be full of doubts now." Boya Hancock snorted coldly. Although she was shocked by Allan's domineering look, as the pirate empress, she also possessed domineering look. At this point, she will never be deterred. "Man, you'd better let Legia leave quickly, or I will kill you one day." Allan shook his head and said, "It seems you haven't recognized the status quo yet." He took a step forward and walked up to Boya Hancock, then pinched her chin with one hand, leaned closer, and said cruel words with a smile, "You remember, here, you it's not the female Emperor Snake Ji, nor is it the Chi Wohei under the king, you are just my contract servant. If you understand this, it's best not to face me with that arrogant attitude, otherwise I will slap you twice." However, Allan really underestimated the arrogance of this woman Boya Hancock. "You are so rude to AI's family, I won't let you go. When I return to Daughter Island, I will do my best to kill you. You can't obey a little bit if you still have such a stiff mouth." Allan sighed. "It seems that if you want to make this proud pirate empress be honest, it won't work if you don't take any punitive measures against her. Yes. Please choose." At this time, the sound of the system reappeared. Allan is not surprised. Anyway, the system must give some quite excessive options for Boya Hancock. 1. Facing the female Emperor Snake Ji who is always arrogant and unwilling to give in, slap her twice. Reward, Physique Enhancement Layer. 2. The proud female Emperor Ji Snake hanging down, let her feel the beatings from the community. Bonus, Increased Strength doubled. 3. Arrogant Snake Kyi Female Emperor Corporal Punishment, with the strongest way the man's conquest Arrogant Snake Kyi Female Emperor. Bonus, Senior Armed Color Domineering. The first and second, Allan decisive ignored. What kind of woman playing hero, Allan not want to do this slag man. Only the third, consistent with Allan's mind. Yes, only with the strongest way to crush the Empress of Arrogance. And reward is actually armed color domineering, Allan naturally will not miss this opportunity. As for the meaning of corporal punishment, well, Allan is naturally a hint. Immediately, Allan contract use force command stood up. "Men, what do you want to AIG?" Looked at the approaching Allan, unconscious wary. Although she would like to use aromatic 793 feet attacks Allan, but she output of this idea, the body cannot move. This is the power of contract, irreversible force. Allan coldly. "You woman, you face shameless, ungrateful, so I'm going to punish you." "You, AIG you want to do?" Allan here calls the punishment, finally inevitably some tense up. Allan's eyes in the female emperor who willfully free herself, and snapped his fingers and said. "I use the strongest man on the way you carry out corporal punishment, you are psychologically prepared for it. The most strongest way." Stunned for a moment. 2 hours later, under Allan corporal punishment, finally understand what is the strongest way. But, her eyes of tears, some people looked distressed. Later, Allan glanced at the mighty pirate female emperor, and that Sheng opened to the touch of cherry red, showing a hint of a smile of satisfaction. At the same time, his mind's voice also sounded system. Bite you use corporal punishment in the strongest way. Successful pirate female emperor, crushed her in arrogance. Earn rewards, advanced armed color domineering. Armed. Allan raised his hand, a layer of black material appeared in the right hand. This stuff is a good thing. Hard extent par iron, or even worse than. Right now, the only female emperor conquered, crushed her pride. And has been advanced color domineering king and senior armed color domineering. Allan was quite satisfied. Some glanced look trance, Allan recovery smile and said. Starting today, you have to temporarily stay with me. Where I go, you have to follow. Disobedience, then it continues to corporal punishment. You, listen to understand, then, on the point about the head. Long pause, only full unwilling nod. She looked at Allan with eyes hidden bitterness. Allan today for what she had done, she would never forgive. However, on the surface, she did not dare to say Allan proud to kill Allan in that case. Because she has to understand, Allan free to control their own. So she only swore in mind, if given the opportunity, we must kill this man. Killed her first. Allan certainly no now hated myself, but at least now she no longer show a skew arrogant attitude, which he also relieved. Although the means are despicable a little, but at least she was being honest and let down. Other aspects will not put aside, strength is first class. As has her attendance, equal to more than a good fight. Allan am rather looking forward to the future performance of the Empress. At this time, suddenly he asked, if Aijia obey your commands, you can put Aijia leave well. Allan thought, yes, if you want to restore freedom, then I do not disobey me happy, maybe it will put you back. Heard, no longer speak. For Allan, she kept dubious attitude. After all, just the thought of Allan himself actually made that kind of thing, Allan unable to trust this smile and demons. Allan do not care how you think, after the rest of us, he took left the room, ready to go to the venue to see the end of the assessment did not. Of course, her pet snake Sa Lui may naturally follow together. Chapter 99. Where are you taking your concubine? After leaving the room, Boya Hancock couldn't help asking. Allan stopped, glanced at her and said, it's not where I want to take you, but from today, you will follow where I go. Hearing this, Boya Hancock frowned and said, don't go too far. No one has ever allowed a concubine to follow him. Allan said coldly, then I will be the first and only one. Boya Hancock bit her teeth, although she was very unwilling, but she knew that she couldn't resist Allan at all. The other party can control her completely with just one sentence or even a thought. Knowing this deeply, she could only give up bitterly, and stopped asking more, and honestly followed Allan. The only thing that can give her a little comfort is that her pet Salome still follows her as always. The venue for the final assessment is the multifunctional hall on the 56th floor of the Hunter Association headquarters building. Allan calculated the time, and it was about 3 hours since he left the venue. Calculating based on this time, the assessment is likely to have ended. Of course, it is not ruled out that they may have an intermission. Right. My name is Allan. You can call my name directly, I don't mind. In addition, regarding my identity, I officially became a professional hunter 3 hours ago. Of course, you only need to remember that I am the owner of your contract. After pressing down the elevator to the 56th floor, Allan briefly introduced himself to Boya Hancock. After all, since it has been decided that Boya Hancock should follow him, then at least the most basic information should be told to her to save her curiosity. Boya Hancock snorted coldly, who do you think you are? The concubine is not interested in knowing your name. The corner of Allan's mouth raised slightly, although you say that, but you don't think so in your heart. You are very curious about me, aren't you? What? Boya Hancock was shocked, and looked at Allan with a look of uncertainty. Allan seemed to see through what she was thinking, and said, "You are right. Not only can I control your body completely, I also know what you are thinking." Allan didn't brag, he got the role experience card of the Empress. Although there is a time limit, during the experience, Allan, as the host, has complete, absolute, and supreme control over the character, the Empress Boya Hancock. As long as Allan concentrates, he can know what the character is thinking. At this moment, Boya Hancock's heart was thinking, what a terrible man, can he really guess what Anne's mind and body is thinking? If that's the case, wouldn't the concubine's body ever be able to survive? Rebelled against him. The corners of Allan's mouth raised slightly, instead of piercing her inner thoughts, she said in a deep voice, "Remember, don't resist me, and don't talk back. Otherwise, I will be punishing you severely." Hearing this, Boya Hancock gritted his teeth and said nothing. Allan's corporal punishment is an absolute bad name for her, who has always regarded herself as high-minded. She never wants to suffer the second time. Realizing this, the proud Empress finally lowered her head in front of Allan. When Allan returned to the venue with Boya Hancock, the duel had not yet ended and was in a state of intermission. Those who haven't duel yet are Hisoka, Killua, Hanzo, Baudrillard and Bakuer. Kurapika, Ifran, and Krollo have successfully won in the first round and obtained the hunter license. Allan's appearance naturally attracted some attention. As the first new hunter in the 287 issue alone, he is worthy of admiration. And in the duel, Allan's strength showed that those present did not dare to underestimate it. However, their eyes quickly turned away from Allan. There is no him, just because there is an absolutely unignorable existence beside Allan at this moment. The Pirate Empress, Boya Hancock. She is tall, nearly 191, and is the most perfect nine-headed figure among women. She has a G-style, princess, hairstyle, a glamorous face comparable to an angel, and the dark blue gemstone eyes make her look full of noble and inviolable temperament. A pair of golden snake-shaped earrings on both ears and a set of cheongsam with slits embroidered with dragon patterns on the body add 3 points of arrogance. Finally, add the tens of meters long pet snake, Salome, behind her. It makes his whole person appear noble, arrogant, tolerant, and domineering sideways. At a glance, people are deeply caught in it, deeply impressed. At that moment, with the exception of Allan, the eyes of everyone in the audience fell on Boya Hancock in unison. Without exception, they are all attracted by the beauty of the Pirate Empress. Except for the few personality loss and psychopathic guys such as Ilmi, Hisoka, and Krollo, the rest, including the 12 earthly branches present, all showed their wow to Boya Hancock without exception. The expression, "Marvel! How can such a perfect woman exist in this world?" The sight of their eyes seemed to be stuck with strong glue, and they couldn't move away from the body of the Pirate Empress. I'm afraid, they have never seen a beautiful woman like the Pirate Empress in their entire life. That kind of beauty is no longer just as simple as external beauty and internal beauty. But the word beauty, this thing, this existence, was born for the woman Boya Hancock. Seeing Boya Hancock, people are like seeing beauty. No matter how beautiful things appear again, they will look sad in front of this woman. Even President Netero, who had lived for hundreds of years, had his turbid and half-closed old eyes staring at Boya Hancock, almost the exaggerated heart shape appeared in his eyes. The look of that old man made Allan had to associate him with a guy named Turtle Immortal. Sure enough, the older guys seemed to be less serious. Allan blocked his figure, blocking Boya Hancock behind him, and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman?" Allan's words immediately regained consciousness from everyone present, and then some people looked reluctantly away from the Empress. Some people bowed their heads even more embarrassedly, ashamed of what they did just now. At this time, Netero beckoned to Allan. Allan said, what advice does the president have? Netero coughed twice and said, Allan, the final assessment is currently being held here. Except for the candidates and professional hunter, casual people are not allowed to enter casually. Speaking of this, he glanced at Boya Hancock. Said, so, I want to know who the lady next to you is. Allan was about to answer, and Boya Hancock immediately reflexively assumed the arrogant posture of her leaning back, pointing straight at Netero with one hand. Smelly old man, don't you even know who the concubine is? He actually used that kind of rude name for the concubine. Boya Hancock's backward posture made everyone in the audience an eye-opener. This woman really doesn't put people in her eyes. Moreover, Boya Hancock's claim made them even more bewildered. Would anyone claim to be a concubine? Boya Hancock said, listen well, my concubine is Lord Snake Ji, one of the 7 martial seas under the king, Princess Snake Ji of the 9 Snakes Pirates, and the female emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. You inferior people, you must call your concubine as Lord Snake Ji, Princess, or Lord Empress. If you call your concubine Miss no more rudely, your concubine will kill you. Netero and others are dumbfounded for so many professed empresses. Regardless of whether these titles are true or not, Netero and the others are convinced of the degree of narcissism of the empress, and they cannot refute it at all. Because the noble and inviolable temperament of the empress is simply more noble than the real princess. What she said, naturally cannot make people dare to question. The tiger of the 12 earthly branches, Kong Jie turned to the ugly bull beside him. Mestum turned his head and whispered, I said this woman is too arrogant. I dare to call the head of the stinky old man, and also call herself a snake girl empress. Ugly cow, Mestum glanced at Netero, and said to Yinho and Kong Yu, the president doesn't seem to care at all. Yinho, Kong Jie was stunned, and then looked at Netero, only to see that Netero's eyes were firmly attracted by Boya Hancock, and he couldn't move away at all. Moreover, in the face of Boya Hancock's arrogant and rude attitude, he really didn't seem to mind at all. He looked like a wretched old man watching female S***X. Hey, this guild leader, he is so old, is he still almost female? Yinho and Kong Yu looked dumbfounded. The way Netero is now, really destroys the image in his mind. Ugly cow, Mestum said, it's not to blame the president, because that woman is really too beautiful. To be honest, I've grown up so much, I've seen so many people, and I've been to so many countries. I have never seen such a heart-wrenching woman. Seeing even the ugly bull who has always been calm, Mestum was attracted by Boya Hancock. Yinhu and Kong Jie were a little anxious, and said, wake up soon, you and the president are all confused by that woman. She must have used some ability that affected your optic nerves, so hurry up and wake up. Well? Boya Hancock heard Yinhu, Kong Jie's bad words, and immediately pointed at him with one hand. The rude person, who allows you to discuss the concubine body. The beauty of the concubine body is not allowed to be missed by you. Hearing this, Yinhu and Kong Jie were stunned, and then reacted, emotionally retorted, Who is saying that you are beautiful? You arrogant and narcissistic woman. Also, who is a miscellaneous fish? But a member of the 12 earthly branches, Yinhu, Kong Xin. Boya Hancock didn't look at Yinhu at all. Kong Jie, still tilted his head back, said with an arrogant expression, the concubine body won't remember the name of a miscellaneous fish like you. Also, concubine. The beauty of the body is beyond doubt. You woman, are too arrogant, I want to teach you a lesson. Yinhu, Kong Jie looked furious. Seeing Yinhu, Kong Jie wants to do it, the ugly bull on the side, Mestum quickly persuades, stop it, Kong Jie. It's not a gentleman's behavior to do it with a woman. I think Mises, you want to help her because the other party is too beautiful, right? Inho, Kong Jie exclaimed. Ugly cow, Mestum explained quickly, I am not attracted to her. I just think that as the 12 earthly branches, you should follow your own rules and not use force without authorization, especially against women. He is a 2-star criminal hunter and has always advocated peaceful resolution of problems and prohibits all violent crimes. Therefore, what he said sounded completely in line with his personality. It's just that ugly bull, after Mestum finished speaking, he blushed inexplicably. Yinhu, when Kong Yu saw this, he looked speechless and said, "Look, you, like the president, have been completely fascinated by the beauty of women. I want to teach her and let her lift your control." Just as Inho, Kong Jie's voice just fell, Boya Hancock had already taken the lead in launching an attack. Aromatic feat. Facing the fragrant feat given by the Empress, Yinhu, Kangze was slightly surprised, but he was indeed a member of the 12 earthly branches. After he landed, he looked at Boya Hancock with a vigilant attitude in a tiger posture. This posture is a defensive posture that can be easily entered into battle. Boya Hancock snorted coldly, "I was actually avoided by your trash fish. It seems that I have some strength." Inho, Kong Jie stared at Boya Hancock, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Really a lawless and unreasonable woman with a little beauty. Since you attack me, then I have to fight back." Aromatic feat. Boya Hancock was too lazy to talk nonsense with Inho and Kong Jie duo, and kicked it without mercy. Upon seeing this, Yinhu, Kong Xing jumped away in a tiger posture, and escaped the attack again. However, as soon as he stabilized his figure, Boya Hancock's figure rushed over again. So fast! Inho, Kong Jie was shocked, and Boya Hancock's strength was far beyond his expectations. Seeing that this kick is inevitable, Yinhu Kangxin quickly slammed his arms in front of him, and at the same time covered his chi, hitting the powerful kick of the Empress. Monument! Kong Xing's expression sank with a hard blow to the female emperor from the front. Yinhu, Kong Xing. Although he successfully blocked the foot, the impact force brought by the foot of the Empress shook his arm slightly. It is conceivable that the Empress did indeed attack with the purpose of killing the other party. I'm going to be serious. Yinhu, Kong Jie said. Although he has a violent personality and likes to use force to solve problems, he doesn't like to work with women. If it weren't for being forced by the Empress for this kind of sake, he wouldn't really do it. Just when Yinhu and Kong Jie were about to fight back, the next second, Yinhu, Kong Jie's expression changed drastically. What? How could this be? I saw that the part of his arm that he just used to defend the aromatic feat was actually petrified. His attention just now was on the Empress, so he didn't notice it. At this moment, he realized that his arm had been petrified and became stiff. Yinhu, Kong Jie secretly exclaimed, "Oops, if this goes on, my hands will be abolished." Ugly cows behind, Mestum and Sugu, Chider and others discovered this, and their faces changed suddenly. Is that woman's ability? After kicking Kong Xin, Kong Yu's arm part used for defense became petrified. Ugly bull, Mestum frowned. Boya Hancock said coldly, "This is the end of your disrespect to your concubine. Those who are kicked by her fragrant feet will be petrified, whether they are captured by her female S*X or not. This is the ability that sweet fruit gives her, petrify everything. In close combat, no matter whether the fragrant foot hits an enemy or not, as long as it touches an object, it will petrify everything." Just now, if Yinhu and Kong Jie did not use Qi to defend on the surface, his arm part would be petrified on the spot, and he might even be kicked to pieces by the female emperor. It is precisely because of the defense of Qi that the petrification effect of aromatic feat is reduced. But despite this, he was caught. Because the foot of the female emperor just now used at least 70% strength, but Yinhu and Kong Xin did not use a lot of Qi to resist, but simply covered the arm with a layer. In terms of numbers, the female emperor's attack value is 7 points and Inho and Kong Jie's defense value is only 5 points. Therefore, when the offensive power is greater than the defensive power, just relying on that degree of qi cannot completely prevent the petrochemical effect of aromatic feet, and can only reduce the petrochemical effect to a certain extent. At this moment, looking at the two arms becoming stiff as they gradually petrified, Yinhu and Kang Jie's complexion was ugly. Because he found that not only the surface of the arm was petrified, but even the blood vessels inside showed faint signs of petrification. Yinhu, Kang Jie knew that if he left it alone, his two arms would be destroyed. Thinking of this, he immediately launched the training based on the 4 major lines. This technique is to send out the qi stored in the body from the aura nodes at once, releasing more qi than usual. Yinhu, Kang Yu's handling method is simple and rude. He hopes to prevent the petrification of the arm with the help of huge qi, and to remove the stone layer that has invaded the arm. Drink it. Yinhu, Kang Jie took a deep breath, full of strength and firepower, opened all the aura nodes on the body, and sent out the breath at once. With the help of opening the aura nodes in the body, the life energy, that is, the qi all burst out in an instant, causing an impact on the body. The principle is probably like cleaning the moss adhering to the wall with a water gun, washing away the moss. In the same way, his qi is like a high-pressure water gun coming in and out, impacting the petrification phenomenon of his arm. Yinhu, Kang Yu's arms that had gradually become petrified, under the constant impact of the qi in the body, finally shedding a layer of cement-like rocky soil. Yinhu, Kang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. This trick really worked. In the distance, the ugly cow watching this scene, Mestam and Suko, Chider and others were also relieved. Both are the 12 earthly branches, and their relationship is quite good. And Allan, who stood behind Boya Hancock, squinted slightly. The Empress is a sweet fruit-capable person, and the petrification effect attached to her aromatic feet is very strong. Once something is kicked, it will be petrified, and it is basically impossible to restore it to its original state. Yinhu, although Kang Bao successfully covered the surface of the body with air just now to reduce the petrochemical effect, the petrochemical invaded the arm surface and was petrified. In this case, most people have no way to deal with it. And Yinhu, Kang Jie could actually think of using qi to solve the petrification phenomenon of the body. I have to say that although this operation is simple and rude, it is very effective. Allan had to sigh, reading this kind of thing is really versatile. The most basic manifestation of mind is qi. After controlling this qi, you can do all kinds of things. It can turn gas into electricity, ice, chains, pistols, bullets, etc. And just now, Yinhu and Kang Jie's operation of mind is one of the most basic operations of the 4 major lines practice, but the most basic form of mind, qi, is used to the right degree. It only took practice to solve the crisis of being petrified. Seeing this scene, Boya Hancock showed a weird look on his face. You can actually dissolve the petrification of your concubine. It seems that you are a bit capable. Yinhu, Kang Jie was holding his stomach, raising his head and glaring at the female emperor and said, "Damn! I'm angry, you woman, you are too dangerous, I want to catch you." Boya Hancock did not show any weakness, pointed at him with one hand and said, "No matter what the concubine body does, he will be forgiven. I won't forgive you." Yinhu, Kang Jie put on a tiger posture and rushed towards the Empress. Aromatic feet. Boya Hancock also showed no weakness, and immediately greeted him. Kang Hu and Yin Jie have already seen the fragrance feet are so powerful, they don't dare to insist on it. The figure flashed, avoiding the perfumed feet of the Empress, and leaped from her side. Daughter of voice. Boya Hancock was not in danger, and immediately touched his mouth with his finger to change into a big pink love heart. After pulling with his hand, he shot hundreds of arrows of love from the transformed pink love heart to Kang Hu and Yin Xin. Like fragrant feet, this move is also one of the petrochemical abilities of the Empress. When being hit by an arrow of love, both people and things will be petrified on the spot, which is quite dangerous. Yinhu, Kang Jie saw hundreds of loving arrows shooting at him in a dense burst. his complexion changed a little, and he didn't dare to hold on, so he could only evade in embarrassment. However, the Empress had already sealed off his area. Shenzi kept shooting, nearly 200 shots in full. Yinhu, Kong Jie accidentally hit a shot at this moment, and the pink arrow of love hit his left thigh. On the spot, his body began to petrify. The part that was shot showed signs of petrification on the spot, and it continued to spread to the body. Oops! Yinhu, Kong Xin's complexion suddenly changed. Although he used qi to cover the surface of his body, it only slowed down the speed of body petrification, and could not completely eliminate the phenomenon of petrification. If it is not eliminated, at this rate, he will be completely petrified within 10 seconds. But within 3 seconds, his lower body had been petrified. Time brooks no delay. Immediately, Yinhu and Kong Jie launched practice again, with full firepower, and a huge burst of energy erupted from the aura nodes in the body. Under the continuous impact of this qi, Yinhu and Kong Jie finally succeeded in preventing the spread of petrochemicals. Layers of stone fell off him like mud. After all the stone layers on the body were removed, Yinhu Kangxin took 2 rough breaths and looked a little embarrassed. Although the petrochemical phenomenon was successfully eliminated, the consumption of qi also exceeded his expectations. If you continue to fight, it will be very unfavorable to him. Because once he is petrified, he needs to consume a lot of gas to clear the petrochemical phenomenon. But this is not the worst. If during this process, the Empress attacks him, then he can't be distracted at all. Although he didn't want to bear it, he knew very well that he had lost the price. At this time, Boya Hancock saw that he had removed his petrification, Zhao Nyohao, twice, and was about to attack him again. Arrow of voice. Immediately, she transformed into a big pink heart again. Seeing that the situation may become unmanageable if it continues to develop, Allan finally said. Enough, Hancock. Hearing that, Boya Hancock's action of preparing to release the arrow immediately stopped. The concubine will kill this guy. Boya Hancock said. Although she can't be arrogant in front of Allan, it doesn't mean that her arrogance from the bone has disappeared. Anyone except Allan, she will still show her arrogance. Inho, Kong Jie's rude attitude made her very unhappy, so she wanted to kill Inho and Kong Jie. Although the reason is simple, she is just that kind of person. Seeing Boya Hancock seemed a little overwhelmed, Allan said coldly. Give me back, do you want to defy me? Hearing that, even though Boya Hancock felt very upset, thinking of Allan's horror, she honestly returned to Allan's side. After all, she didn't want to be physically punished by Allan. However, Kong Jie didn't intend to end this way. He said to Netero, President, have you seen everything? This woman is too dangerous. I suggest that it's better to catch her or kick her out of the Hunter Association. Facing Kong Jie's angry accusation, Boya Hancock said arrogantly, no matter what the concubine does, he will be forgiven. Because, the concubine is so beautiful. After speaking, she wiped her long black hair like a waterfall. The amorous appearance that showed at that moment was simply fascinating. For a while, many people were dumbfounded. Allan glanced at Yinhu, Kong Jie, and found that this guy blushed as well. Including Netero, Ugly Bull, Mestum and others, even the female dog, Chider blushed inexplicably when he saw the scene of the Empress wiping her hair. On the side of the venue, Karapika and Hanzo blushed when they saw the female emperor's hair sweeping, looking a little dumbfounded. Obviously, the beauty displayed by the Empress, regardless of gender, eats all. In this regard, he had to sigh. The greatest ability of the Empress is not her sweet fruit, but from her beautiful play. At the scene, only the Ifran, Hisoka, Krollo, and Vice President Paris Stone had lack of personality, and the paranoid guys who were only interested in certain things were not attracted by the Empress. Oh, what a dangerous woman! Vice President Paris Stone said with a smile. As he said, he looked at Allan and asked, Allan, Can you tell us who she is? If it doesn't matter to you, then we will ask her to leave here. For this, Allan also thought of a reason to deal with it. But at this moment, the system jumped out. Yes. Please choose. 1. Tell Paris Stone and others that Boya Hancock is your secretary. Reward, increase your thoughts by 5,000. 2. Tell Paris Stone and others that Boya Hancock is your contract servant. Reward, Superman explosive fruit. 3. Tell Paris Stone and others that Boya Hancock is your fiancé, and let the Empress kiss you in public. Reward, natural frozen fruit. Chapter 100. It's actually frozen fruit. Seeing the reward from the third option, Allan's eyes suddenly lit up. After repeatedly confirming that the third reward was frozen fruit, Allan became a little excited. He didn't expect that one of the option rewards offered by the system this time actually had his favorite nature, frozen fruit. This really surprised him. Without any hesitation, Allan chose the third option task. Although it feels that this is a bit of a disadvantage to the Empress, for the sake of frozen fruit, the Empress can only be temporarily wronged. And in fact, Allan has already taken away the Empress for the first time. In a sense, the Empress already belongs to him. Now if she wants to temporarily wrong her to be her fiancé, even if she disagrees, she can't resist. In fact, it is not only Paris who wants to know who the Empress is. Almost everyone present was curious about the identity of the Empress. Although the Empress claimed to be the Snake G just now, they still didn't know much about the Empress. However, judging from the fact that the female emperor can stabilize the 12 earthly branches in strength, Kong Xing, the female emperor can no longer be ignored. Not only because of her beauty, but also because of her own strong strength. As for the relationship between the Empress and Allan, they were naturally curious. Immediately, he faced Paris Stone and said to a bunch of people including Netero, "Listen, she is my fiancée." A simple sentence caused an uproar on the scene. On the side of the field, Kurapika, Hanzo, and others looked at Allan in surprise. They never thought that Allan had such a beautiful fiancée. On the stage, Paris Stone squinted slightly, and seemed a little doubtful about Allan's words. Netero, who was on the side, smiled and said, "Ah, I didn't expect Allan, you already had a fiancé at a young age, and you are still such a beautiful fiancé. I really envy others." "It's okay." Allan smiled, but the vanity in his heart was greatly satisfied. At this time, nothing was more impacted than Boya Hancock standing next to Allan. With her azure-jeweled eyes, staring closely at Allan's profile, she secretly cried out in her heart. "Damn man! What is he talking nonsense? When did his concubine become his fiancé?" If it was changed, Boya Hancock would have been tempted to attack Allan. "I think she's dignified under Kaiwohei, with a distinguished status, how could she allow others to take advantage of this?" But now, she is no longer so impulsive. The reason is simple. If you defy 793 Allan, she will definitely not have good fruit. Therefore, despite his unhappy heart, Boya Hancock put away the arrogance on his body, and did not say anything to refute Allan. Paris Stone keenly caught a trace of anomalies flashing on the face of the Empress, and looked at Allan and said, "Allan, you said that Princess Snake G is your fiancé. Is there any evidence?" Hearing this, Allan glanced at Paris Stone and frowned. As a traverser, plus having read Hunter's original work, he knows what kind of character Paris Stone is. To describe it in one word, it is a black belly. It may be more than that. But Paris Stone really feels unfettered. Although she always seemed to smile at Mimi, she was very polite and approachable in conversation. However, Allan knew that this guy was a guy with a knife in his smile. So, for Paris Stone, he can't afford to have a good impression. Now Paris Stone questioned his relationship with the Empress, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Therefore, he was no longer polite, and his tone was unpleasant. "Vice President, even President Netero did not question my relationship with Hancock. You are a vice president, where is the qualification to skip the president questioning me? Allan's sudden display of strength made Paris Stone a little stunned. There is no him, just because Allan has always acted with a gentle personality before, which makes him think that Allan is a good talker. At this moment, Paris Stone clearly felt that Allan's breath had become fierce, and in his words, he did not pay attention to his vice president. The other 12 earthly branches in the audience couldn't help but feel happy when they saw Paris Stone eating cancer. The reason is simple. They are both members of the 12 earthly branches. They are at the same level as Paris Stone, and they often come into contact with each other at work. They knew who Paris Stone was better than Allan. A black-bellied man with a knife and an absolute smile. So seeing Allan put him in a state of speechlessness, it felt like a sigh of relief for them. But Paris Stone is not an ordinary person. After a moment of stunned, he regained the smiley face again, and said to Allan without a smile, "Allan, I don't want to question your meaning, but I am either. The vice president of the association is responsible for censoring some people of unknown origin. The Princess Snake G next to you, she is very strong, but as to whether she is really your fiancé, it is not known. If not, then according to the rules, she cannot stay here." After that, Paris Stone glanced at Netero and said, "President, am I right?" Netero nodded, "Well, that's right. The Princess Snake G, are you fiancé with Allan? Please give us a convincing proof. Otherwise, our association will invite Snake G." The princess left. "Okay, then I'll show off." Allan shrugged. Since even Netero said the same, he knew that Paris Stone and the others would not be convinced if they didn't show some evidence. After all, Allan opened his hand and moved to Bo Hancock next to him. That hand lay directly on her Xiaoman waist. Boya Hancock had no idea that Allan would suddenly come with this hand, and Allan's powerful hand tower was immediately in front of him, and it was closely attached to his body. She was suddenly shocked, and she felt extremely ashamed when she touched such an intimate skin. Thinking that she was dignified under Kaiwohei, she had never been taken advantage of by others, so she subconsciously wanted to get rid of Allan and attacked him on the spot. However, as soon as the thought of resisting came up, Boya Hancock was shocked to find that he could not resist at all, and could only let Allan stand by himself. At this time, Allan gave Hancock an order to show affection in his heart. "Boya Hancock, cooperate with me in front of everyone and take the initiative to kiss me." Allan's voice rang in Boya Hancock's mind. This voice, as if magical, controlled Boya Hancock. In desperation, Boya Hancock could only say, "Concubine, it is true that the concubine is his fiancé. There is no doubt about this." After all, Boya Hancock took the initiative to kiss Allan on the cheek again. Suddenly, a pale pink lip print appeared on Allan's cheek. This scene attracted a lot of envy in the eyes of others. Paris Stone had nothing to say now. After all, they had seen with their own eyes how arrogant the Empress was, and such a arrogant woman who could not afford to be deferred was not only in the arms of Allan, but also actively kissed Allan. It can be said that this wave of show of affection really makes people unable to question their relationship anymore. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. "Yes. You succeeded in showing love to bond with the Empress in front of Paris Stone and the others, and convinced them that the Empress is your fiancé. After completing the task, get the reward, natural frozen fruit." Ding! It is detected that the host's environment is not suitable for direct distribution of rewards. Do you choose to transfer the rewards to the system warehouse for storage? For the intelligentization of the system, Allan is also quite strange. This system seems to be getting smarter and smarter. There is actually a system warehouse function. Considering that Netero, Paris Stone, and others are on the scene now, at least a dozen pairs of eyes are looking at him. In order to avoid attracting attention, Allan chose to let the system transfer the frozen fruit to the system warehouse and enjoy it later. Ding! The reward has been issued. Storage point, system warehouse. Hearing this sound, Allan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Netero said, "Since it has been proved that Princess Snake Ji is Allan's fiancée, then I declare that she can stay in the Hunter Association as a family member of Allan." Netero's words, are equivalent to giving the Empress the permission to freely enter and exit the Hunter Association. Allan glanced at Netero gratefully. Others, including Paris Stone, have no objection. The only one who has some opinions is Yinhu, Kong Seeing of the 12 earthly branches. After all, this guy was quite embarrassed by the female emperor just now, and it was normal to be a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything. Next, Allan brought the Empress to Kurapika and them. Kurapika asked, "Allan, is she really your fiancée?" Allan nodded, took the hand of the Empress, and said, "She's Boya Hancock, but I suggest you don't call her." Kurapika and others nodded, and the character of the Empress also looked very arrogant and aggressive. Just now the female emperor had a disagreement with the Yinhu Kangzan of the 12 earthly branches, and moved her hand, and she also fought the Yinhu. Kong Xin had almost no strength to fight back, and the strength that she showed was enough to make them admire. Therefore, they also called Boya Hancock as the Queen of the Snake Ji. Boya Hancock nodded arrogantly, and didn't even want to say anything. She was thinking about how to escape Allan's control now. It's just that she was so careful, how could Allan not know? Allan also pretended to be stupid. As long as the Empress was obedient and didn't resist, he wouldn't do anything excessive to the Empress. At most, he meant lard, building the waist, holding hands, and taking advantage of it. Although the Empress was very upset about this, she was helpless and could only cooperate with Allan temporarily. Maybe Allan was happy one day, so he put her back. Of course, this possibility is very small. At this time, Netero on the stage said with a serious face, "Okay, it's time for the intermission, let's continue the assessment now. There are currently 5 candidates who need to continue the assessment, namely Hisoka, Killua, Hanzo, and Bodro. Among them, Hisoka and Killua surrendered actively, while Hanzo and Bakuer and Bodro lost to Allan, Ilmi, and Krollo respectively in the last round. Now, both Hisoka and Killua looked relaxed, and they didn't seem to mind the next duel at all. This is due to their confidence in their own strength. Needless to say, Hisoka is undoubtedly the strongest among the remaining people. To win is the easiest. And Killua himself is very confident, except Hisoka, he is confident that he can beat the other 3 people, including Hanzo. The remaining less stressful one is Hanzo. In terms of skill, he is even better than Killua, because he is older than Killua and has experienced more training and everything. The experience is definitely better than Killua, so as long as it is not for Hisoka, he is confident that he can win. The remaining 2, Bakuer and Bodrolard, are one with a straight face, the other with a frown, both of them have a solemn expression of pressure. Because they all know that the strength of the 2 of them is the weakest among the 5. Therefore, the eliminated ones are likely to be produced between the 2 of them. They can't help but think so, and everyone present thinks so. Then, in the second round of the first group of contestants, number 44 Hisoka PK53 blasted Cure. On the stage, Netero announced. Hisoka glanced at Cure and walked to the center of the field first. And Bakuer had a frustrated expression on his face. He didn't expect that Netero would arrange him for a powerful enemy like Hisoka, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and said, "President, I have something to say." "What's the matter?" Netero asked. Bakuer boldly said, "I'll just be blunt. I think there is a serious problem of prejudice in the grouping of the president." "What's the problem?" Netero asked in a repeater style. In fact, everyone who knew it knew that he was pretending to be confused. Bakuer pondered for a while and said, "Everyone is not blind. Hisoka's strength is obviously much stronger than me. I am not his opponent at all in the fight. President, you arranged this way, I think it is unfair." Netero directly dismissed Baku's opinion and said, "Don't worry. The duel is not to win by knockout. As long as you don't say to admit defeat, you won't be out. In other words, as long as you can persist under Hisoka, you will not lose. In addition, killing is forbidden in the game, so if Hisoka kills you, he will be out." "Why?" Bokuer looked desperate. Then, with this despair, he walked onto the field. The game started very quickly, and Bakugo also cheered up and prepared to deal with Hisoka with all his strength. He took out the bow and arrow from his back, put the arrow on it, aimed at Hisoka, and then shot it out without hesitation. Snapped! Hisoka stretched out his hand directly, and clamped the arrow shot by Bakugo with 2 fingers. Then gently fold to break the arrow. The next second, Hisoka disappeared in front of Baku's eyes. Bakugo was shocked and immediately set up an arrow to warn him. "It's here." Hisoka's playful voice rang behind him, and Kure felt cold in his neck before he could react. "Don't move, be careful of people falling on their heads." Hisoka smiled. I saw that Hisoka had a poker face in his hand and put it on Baku's neck. The sharp playing cards have cut out a trace of blood from Bokuer's neck. Hisoka smiled and said, "You know what to do, right?" Bakugo sighed, and then said, "I see, I will admit defeat." "Well, a smart choice, so you won't get hurt." Hisoka smiled and put away the poker cards and walked off the court. Netero also announced that the winner is Hisoka, and Bakugo will have another chance to fight. Next is Chi PK Bayadro. Hanzo players are by. Netero then announced. Chapter 101. Hearing Netero's grouping, Hanzo was stunned, thinking that he was lucky enough to have a bye. In this way, he doesn't have to fight this time, he just skips it. He couldn't help but wonder if he had good potential, Netero valued him more and so on. After Netero made the announcement, Killua came to the center of the arena with his hands in his pockets and Baldlo walked up with a dignified expression. Compared to Killua, who was only 12 years old, Baldlo was a middle-aged uncle who was old enough to be his father. At the same time, he is also a martial artist. In the original work, Killua lost his reason because of the influence of his brother Ilmi, attacked Baldello who was dueling with Leorio, killed the opponent on the spot, and was eliminated. At that time, a large part of the reason why Kishao would kill people was because of the influence of his elder brother Ilmi. And this time Ilmi and Killua were not assigned to a group duel, so Ilmi still appeared as Gitarakar, did not reveal his true colors, and naturally did not throw a shot at Chi. In the original work, the reason why he showed his true colors was mainly to make Killua voluntarily admit defeat. And this time Ilmi's opponent is not Killua, and he has already won, so there is no need to show his true colors. Therefore, this time Killua's mental condition is very stable and quite rational, and will not kill at will. "Come on, kid." Baldlo assumed an attacking stance. "Uncle, I'll let you attack first." Killua still put his hands in his pockets, in a relaxed state, and didn't take Baldlo in his eyes. For being so despised by a kid like Killua, as a martial artist, Baldlo just thought Chi Hunt was very rude. With a cold snort, he immediately rushed up and slapped Killua's chest. He is a martial artist, and he is best at boxing and kung fu. Killua's figure was slightly sideways, easily dodging the attack of Baldlo. Baudrillard once again slapped his palms, and each palm carried a fierce imposing manner. At the same time, cooperate with fists and feet, and hit continuously, which can be described as full display. Killua kept dodging, his figure seemed to be an afterimage, and Baldlo couldn't hit him at all. This is one of the family assassination skills that Killua has cultivated since childhood, the dark step. It is a movement technique that can move silently and is very suitable for assassination. Of course, it can also be used to evade attacks. In fact, Baldlo's strength is not bad. As a martial artist, he has 20 years of martial arts level and experience against the enemy. He is also quite famous in the martial arts world. Although he is not a first-class martial artist, he can be regarded as a well-known martial arts master. However, his martial arts talent is not outstanding, relying on years of practice to reach a certain level. In the face of such a talented professional killer like Killua, a second-rate martial artist like him is no match at all. "Uncle, it's my turn." The figure flashed, and Killua's strange identity using the dark step quietly appeared behind Balduro. Baldlo's expression changed slightly, and before he could react, he was smashed by Killua and flew away. Next, Killua turned on the elder abuse mode, and beat Baudrillard without fighting back. But every time he hits, he is merciful, he doesn't play too heavy a dead hand, and he knows how to score. Baudrillard was beaten by Killua in every aspect, whether it was strength, speed, or nerve response. However, he did not admit defeat. The reason is simple. As a well-known martial artist, he has his own dignity and arrogance. He is unwilling to lose to Killua, a little devil who doesn't even grow his hair. If he admits defeat in this way, it would be too embarrassing for him as a martial artist. When Killua saw this, he kindly reminded, "Uncle Bayo, if you give up now, you will have another chance to fight later. If you don't admit defeat now, I'll be true to you. At that time, let alone continue the game, you may have to spend the lower body in the hospital." With that, Killua released his killing intent. Killing intent is different from murderous intent. It belongs to the meaning of killing directed at a certain thing, that is, the killing intention directed at the target. The murderous aura is more of an aura. This time Killua released only killing intent, specifically targeting Baudrillard's killing intent. As the professional killer of the Zaldik family, Killua's killing intent has been very strong enough to make people feel the fear of death. At this moment, the killing intent released by Killua had already made Baudrillard feel a fear of death. Facing Killua's threat, Baldro thought for a while, and finally sighed, saying, "Well, I give up." "A wise choice, uncle." The killing intent released from Killua instantly disappeared without a trace, returning to a harmless expression of humans and animals. Seeing that Baudrillard had admitted defeat, Netero announced, "Chi-1, please come up and get your hunter license." Killua made a yeah gesture, put his hands in his pockets, walked onto the field with a relaxed face, took the hunter license issued by Chider, and then returned to the field. Netero then announced, "Well, for the remaining 3, let's have a rodeo match. If the 3 people are in a circle, the first person to be beaten out of the circle is considered out. The remaining 2 will advance directly. My words after speaking, who has an opinion?" "I have an opinion." Bokuer stood up and said. Netero said, "It's you again, what's your opinion this time?" The cooker glanced at Hanzo and Baudrillard who were doing one-handed push-ups, and said, "My strength may be the weakest of the 3. If I use the elimination rule of the out-of-lap system, it is likely that I will be out. So I suggest to follow the previous rules to be fairer." Netero thought for a while and said, "No, I suggest rejecting it." Bokuer was speechless, and asked if he had any comments, but did not give any comments. What is this? This makes him quite disagreeable with Netero, but he is the highest person in charge of the association, and he can only curse a few words in his heart. The circle used for the duel was quickly planned. Hanzo, Bokuer, and Baudro needed to have a 3-person melee in a circle with a radius of 20 meters. Whoever is beaten out of the circle first is deemed to be out and eliminated. The 2 remaining in the circle will advance directly, and the game will end at that time. Soon, the battle began. Bokuer and Baudrillard seemed to have discussed in private, so as soon as the 2 entered the circle, they jointly launched an attack on Hanzo. 2 of Hanzo carried out the attack from left and right, half-hidden unruffled, seriously deal with. Bayo Luo escaped was the slap, Hanzo the first to burst library aimed at children. Explosion library children climb down immediately, remove the back of the bow and arrow, catch arrows, aiming Hanzo. Ga. Twoxian out arrows, shooting speed Hanzo. Hanzo shadow flash, easily escape arrows. Bao Luo was then rushed to his already near, palms down even play. Hanzo jumped up, followed read the mouth said loudly, tolerance law, shadow 2 places at once. The next second, the sky, there were 2.5 possession. Bao was rushed to the head of a Luo, another rushed to the explosion library children. 2 Hanzo's speed was almost dazzling, blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Bao Luo was blasting the library and children. Broken pieces. Almost at the same time, Bao Luo was blasting the library and 2 children were half-hidden knockout. The scene was quiet. I saw Bao Luo was blasting the library and children, even both are half-hidden hit double flying out of the circle, falling in the outside of the circle. I have to say, half-hidden places at once with this trick was really superb, while the 2 men actually eliminated. Circles, half-hidden smile revealing a winner. Momentum, either Bao Luo was blasting the library and children ganged up on him, he did not intend the 2 men are eliminated. So, this is entirely 2 Bao Luo and burst library child asked for it. And that the 2 together can Hanzo a war, but do not know Hanzo's strength far more than the 2 of them. So this game is only 1 person out of the original, into 2. So far, Hunter assessment can be considered officially ended. The first 287 candidates by Hunter final assessment of a total of 8.0, ask for flowers. Namely Allan, Gon, Kurapika, Doyle fans, Crollo, Hisoka, Killua, and Hanzo. Netero stood up and announced to the crowd and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this evening will be held at 8 o'clock affiliated hotel next to the headquarters building of a celebration party, is set up for your 8 budding career hunter, a lot of that time will be invited to attend hunter counterparts, make sure you protagonists let colleagues get to know the scene." Then, Netero looked to Allan et humanity, if something happens, cannot. The audience, Kurapika asked, "Allan, are you going?" Allan said, "Although the president said that the celebration party held for the 8 of us, but in fact it is a peer exchange will not go, it is estimated will be president and other hunter hate it." Killua, "There is free banquet to eat, not white do not." "That's the case, we are going to experience." Then, Allan also said, "I'm going to the hospital to see Gon, he should want to go." Heard, Kurapika and Killua are said to go see Gon. And at this time, Hisoka raised their hands and said, "President, I have something to go, do not go." "What's the hurry it?" Netero blame. Hisoka I smiles, "Just do not want to join in the fun of it." Heard, Netero said, "Wu, really is a loner who does well, Hisoka before you can leave. His tone is not very good, Hisoka go, etc. So do not give him the president of Hunter's face." Ever since, Hisoka first left the meeting. With Hisoka opening, Crollo said, "I'm sorry the president, I have something to go, do not go." Netero has been some dissatisfaction, asked, "What you hurry?" Crollo smiled and said, "My companion was still waiting for me, I have to go and join them, so cannot go." Netero unhappy, he said, "Do not let your companions, etc. Well, I specifically for this celebration but Hunter all you budding celebration, but the protagonist of you tonight ah." Crollo said, "Really sorry." Netero seeing, waved. Ever since, Crollo second left the meeting. "There is no do not go?" Netero asked, his face already with obvious displeasure. "Ah, there is me, I have something, so not to go." Il is loud fans. Netero frown, the urgent thing to do. Doyle fans nodded and said, "Ah, a man wanted to get rid of before 12 o'clock today, so there is no time to participate." Netero nodded slightly and said, "So, is your job killer ah?" "Ah." Il mystery nod, I did not say anything. At this point, he was to face Gitaracker of the show, the scene in addition to Allan and leaving Hisoka knew his identity, but even Netero do not know. However, when he left the venue, suddenly toward the Killua. Killua about vigilance up, eyes keeping a close eye Gitaraker, IL fan. At this point, Gitaraker who comes out of the atmosphere, so Killua felt a sense of familiarity. Think Netero just said Gitaraker is a professional killer, his mind cannot help but emerge out of a person's face. Do you want? Killua, you never noticed until now who I am well. Gitaraker this sentence, suddenly surprised to teach the odd hunting. Then I saw the Gitaraker even voice has changed. No, it should be said, that is his real voice. Killua heard the familiar voice, Joe Ranby in the face. His face tense, the hard, do not, you are a fan of IL? To be called brother or my brother fishes it, Killua. Saying, Gitaraker unplugged the needle to read his face. With the face of those who read the needle is removed, Gitaraker finally in front of the crowd showed his true colors. Black hair, black pupil, a very handsome face. Killua suddenly looking pale, frightened and said. Big brother wide. Chapter 102. Me looked at Killua expressionlessly and said, it's been a long time, Killua. Why are you here, big brother? Chi Shao asked in shock and horror. Because there is a task that requires a hunter license to perform, so I came to get it. Another reason is that my father told me to follow you. I heard that you hurt mom at home, so my dad asked me to take you back to apologize to mom. Upon hearing this, Killua shook his head and said, I don't want to go back. Il was confused, no way, Killua, this is my dad's order. Of course, it's also my order. I don't want to go back, don't force me. Killua lowered his head and clenched his fists, struggling very much inside. Ilmi said coldly, Killua, do you want to defy what father and brother said? Killua shrugged his head and said, I respect my dad, and my big brother. But, I really don't want to go home so soon. I want to stay here with my friends. The friend, Fan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Kurapika and Allan who were standing next to him. Allan said, don't look at me, Killua refers to Gon as his friend. Il was confused, Killua, you are a killer and you don't need a friend. Hearing this, Killua hesitated for a while, then raised his head and said, Big brother, don't you have friends too? Ilmi raised his eyes and said, do you mean Hisoka? Yeah. Singularity nodded. Killua, Hisoka and I are not the kind of pure friends you think, and the pure relationship between you and Gon is not the same. Ilmi explained. Killua lowered his head and whispered, anyway, I want to stay here, please don't force me. Il was confused, don't be capricious, Killua. With that, he stretched out his hand to Chi. Seeing 793 Ilmi's hand stretched out, Killua trembled and didn't dare to move. It seemed that there was a pair of invisible big hands controlling him. Ilmi's hand stopped at Key forehead, and said, Killua, now take the airship and go back, I will intercede with Dad. As long as you are a little bit obedient, Dad will not punish you, and Mom will forgive you. Kurapika on the side saw that Killua was so scared of the illusion fan. He couldn't understand it. He couldn't help but stand up and said, Hey, what did you do to Killua? You are his brother, why does Killua seem to be so afraid of you? Ilmi turned his head and glanced at Kurapika, are you also Killua's friend? At least I think it is. Kurapika said. Although he and Killua have known each other not long ago, they still get along well. Ilmi said coldly, if it's Killua's friend, please stand aside obediently and don't interfere with our housework. Kurapika said solemnly, I don't want to take care of your family affairs, but I think Killua is very afraid of you, and Killua has already said that he doesn't want to go back, even if you are his brother, you can't force him like this. Morpholino. With a wave of Ilmi's hand, she saw a flash of golden light, and Kurapika got a needle in her body. In an instant, Ilmi found that his body was paralyzed and unable to move. Ilmi said coldly, "For the sake of you being a friend of Killua, I will spare your life. If you are nosy again, I will kill you." Killua saw that Kurapika was injured because of herself, gritted her teeth and said, "Don't move my friend, I'll just go back." Ilmi instantly smiled and said, "That's right." Seeing that Killua was about to be taken away by the illusion fan, Kurapika looked at Allan on the side and said, "Allan, do you want to sit back and watch?" Hearing this, Allan frowned. To be honest, he really doesn't want to care about it. After all, this is the family affair of someone else's family. If he interfered alone, he would be a little nosy. However, he knew that Killua was so afraid of IL fans. A large part of the reason is that when Killua was very young, IL fan injected a needle into his head to manipulate chi. Over a long period of time, Killua was affected by the needle in his mind, which caused a sense of fear for Ilmi. If that needle is removed, Killua can get rid of the long-dominated illusion fan. But in that way, it is tantamount to offending Ilmi. This business is really not worth it. At this moment, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! Please choose. 1. Help Chi Shao take out the needle in his head and let Killua get rid of Ilmi's control, but it may offend Ilmi. Reward, 6 forms, landing feet. 2. Choose to stand by and be an indifferent bystander, but you may lose the trust of Killua and Kurapika in you. Reward, 6 types, iron block. Allan sighed. Originally he was a little entangled whether to help Killua. Seeing the reward now, well, he decided to help. Although it may offend IL fans for this, but with Allan's current strength, he is not afraid of IL fans. Really fighting, the Empress alone is enough for IL fans to drink a pot. After thinking about it, Allan thought of a way to not offend the illusion fan, but also to help Killua and get rewards successfully. Looking up, seeing that Killua was about to be taken out of the venue by the IL fans, Allan's figure flashed and blocked them in front of them. Ilmi frowned. "Allan, what do you want to do?" Allan shrugged and said, "It's nothing, I just remembered that I still have a question to ask Killua. Can Killua lend me 2 minutes?" "No." Ilmi directly refused. Allan seemed to have guessed that IL fans would refuse, and smiled. "Then, I will exchange it with a favor, okay? You lend me Killua for 2 minutes to offset a favor you owe me. How is it? It's a good deal, right?" Hearing this, Ilmi thought for a while. As a killer, he doesn't like to owe favor to others, because that means unconditional repayment. And he now owes Allan 2 favors in total, which means he needs to repay twice unconditionally. Now Allan exchanged a favor for a 2-minute penalty, which sounds like a good deal. He didn't need to pay anything, just loaned Killua out for 2 minutes. Thinking of this, he relaxed and said, "Well, just 2 minutes. Thanks." Allan immediately pulled Kaihun and led him to the side of the venue. At the same time, in order to avoid being obsessed by Il seeing what he is going to do next, he called the waiting Empress Poya Hancock to his side, letting her and her pet Salome serve as the background wall to help block Il fans cast the sight. It's really a bad man who wants his concubine to be the background board. Poya Hancock was very reluctant in his heart, but he did so honestly. No way, who told her to be Allan's contract servant now? 2 minutes, neither long nor short. Allan seized the time and said to Killua, who was still a little confused, "Killua, listen carefully. I will help you get rid of Il Mystery's control over you. I hope you will cooperate." Hearing this, Killua was puzzled and said, "What do you mean? Are you going to help me deal with my big brother?" Allan shook his head and said, "No, I'm going to make a long story short. Actually, there is a needle in your head now. That's the needle that the Illy fan inserted in your head. The reason why you are so afraid of the Illy fan is because affected by that needle. Now, all I have to do is to help you take the needle out of your head, so that you can get rid of your elder brother's control." Killua was dubious about it, because he never felt anything abnormal in his head. As a professional killer, he still knows his physical condition very well. But now Allan actually said that there was a needle in his head, which really taught him that he couldn't believe it. However, seeing Allan's vows, he couldn't help but believe it a little bit. Moreover, in fact, he often wondered why he was so afraid of Ilmi. In theory, even if Ilmi is his eldest brother, he shouldn't be so scared. But I don't know why, every time he sees Yi Irfan, he will feel fear for no reason. Now that Allan said that, Killua couldn't help but think that there might be a needle in his mind. Qi Shao, do you believe me? Allan asked. Killua nodded, although I don't quite understand it yet, I believe you will not harm me. Okay, then you do as I told you to take the needle. Allan said. So, where is the needle in the head? Killua asked. Allan said, the needle should be at the center of your eyebrows, not very deep. Using your assassination skills to sharpen your fingers as a beard should be able to be taken out. However, care must be taken in the process of taking the needle, so as not to exert too much force and cause severe damage to the brain. Killua nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Although this seems crazy to ordinary people, it seems almost impossible to remove the needle from the head without surgery. But for Chi Hunter, who has superb assassination skills, it is not too difficult to take a needle from his head. After all, he could easily even pick a human heart with his bare hands, and high was when the opponent didn't react at all. The most important point is that the person whose heart was taken by him will not die immediately. Therefore, a mere needle is naturally a matter of course for him. Taking a deep breath, Killua quickly lifted the nail of his right hand and thrust it into his forehead quickly. He can change his body structure at will, and he can make his nails sharp as a knife. At this moment, his fingernails are like scalpels. Found it! Killua whispered in secret, and as blood splashed out of his forehead, Killua had already completed the action of taking the needle. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. He raised his hand, and there was a small golden needle in his bloody hand. Is this the needle that Ilmi put in my head? Killua asked with a look of surprise. Had it not been for Allan to tell him, he had no idea that there was such a needle in his head. Allan took the chanting needle and checked it with Ning, and found that there was still Fan's air on the needle. Yes, it is this chanting needle that controls you, dominates you, and makes you irritated by the fan. Fear affects your mental state. But now it's okay, as long as the needle is taken off, the Ifran can't affect you anymore. Killua nodded and said gratefully, Allan, thank you for helping me, I will remember this favor. Allan waved his hand, saying that he was welcome. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! You successfully helped Qi Shao to take out the needle on his head and freed Killua from Ilmi's domination. Rewards, 6 forms, Landfoot. This skill is a long-range kicking skill, mainly through high-speed kicks, rolling up the vacuum to generate a substantial vacuum slash to attack the opponent. The volatilized slash can easily split a tree or rock in half, and the slashing power will increase with the strength of the user. Allan still likes this skill quite a bit, and it's not in vain for him to use up a favor from Ilmi to help Kai-hun take out the syllable. Returning to his senses, Allan looked at Killua and asked, now that the needle has been taken out, you still have to listen to Ilmi and go home. Killua nodded and said, my family is a bit special. This time I did sneak out and injured my mother, so I have to go back and apologize. Well, just watch it yourself. Allan didn't say much. At this time, the female Emperor Boya Hankook, who was still acting as the background board, said, the man is here. Allan looked up and did see Ilmi approaching. Ilmi said, 2 minutes are up, return Killua to me. Allan shrugged, no problem. Killua also cooperated and returned to Ilmi. After taking out the reading needle, he was surprised to find that he was not so afraid of Ilmi anymore. Although there is still some fear, but it is just a kind of instinctive awe. Of course, he didn't show it. He lowered his head and looked very obedient. The reason is very simple. For the time being, he doesn't want to let fans find out that he has taken out the needle. Because, if Ilmi finds out, Killua believes that Ilmi will use the needle to control him again in all likelihood. Therefore, wisely, he decided to temporarily continue to pretend to be dominated by 5.4. Moreover, he wiped off the blood splattered on his forehead when he took the needle when Ilmi came over, and covered the wound with his hair. So I don't worry about being discovered by IL fans. And Ilmi only when Killua is disobedient, will he control him with the needle. So, as long as Ilmi doesn't use chi to Killua, he won't find out that the needle inserted in Kishao's head has been removed. Now Killua is very obedient, so Ilmi doesn't use chi on him anymore. Therefore, he did not discover the fact that the needle had been removed. Goodbye Allan, and Kurapika. Also, say goodbye to Gon for me, if you have a chance. Killua said goodbye before leaving. During this hunter trip, he not only got the hunter license, but also became a professional hunter. He also made friends such as Allan, Gon, Kurapika, etc., which made him feel very satisfied. After watching Killua leave with Ilmi, Allan also left the venue with the Empress. Kurapika followed and asked, Allan, what did you just say to Killua? Although he went back with his eldest brother, he seems to be in much better condition. Allan was amazed that Kurapika was able to detect the changes in Killua. After all, even the fans of IL failed to perceive Killua exception. By the observation of a strong Kurapika. Immediately, Allan's simple explanation for a moment Killua fans in the IL read needle and help him read out the odd hunting needle thing. Kurapika listening frowned. Chen Sheng said, imagine Killua big brother is such a terrible guy, actually the younger brother of control with the kind of vicious way. Allan shrugged and said, no way, that guy is a super brother control. Chapter 103. After killing Killua, Allan brought Poya Hankook, Kurapika, and Hanzo to the hospital ward to visit Gon. Gon was naturally very happy about the arrival of Allan and others. Following that, Gon got off the hospital bed, staring at the Empress Poya Hankook who was standing behind Allan, and after a while, he asked, Allan, this big sister is so beautiful, who is she? Ah? Why haven't I seen it? Is it your friend? Allan smiled and nodded. He didn't expect that even Gon, a single-celled creature, would have a stunned expression when he saw Poya Hankook for the first time. Gon, she's my fiancée, you can just call her Princess Snake. Allan thought for a while and explained. She's a princess. Gon said with a startled expression, and is Allan your fiancé? Allan nodded, took Poya Hankook's hand, and said, you see, this is the engagement ring I gave her. Wow, yeah, diamond ring. Gon said in surprise. Although Poya Hankook was a little dissatisfied with Allan's nonsense, surprisingly he didn't say much. After all, Allan is in complete control of her every move. And most importantly, she really likes the diamond ring Allan gave her. Seeing that Allan has such a beautiful fiancée as the Empress, Hanzo on the side seemed to be stimulated and said, when I save enough money, I will also find a beautiful fiancée. Allan glanced at Poya Hankook and had to say that she was indeed amazing, and even the ninja Hanzo was stimulated. By the way, why didn't Killua come? Gon wondered. 05 He thinks that he has a good relationship with Killua, and Killua voluntarily conceded defeat in the previous duel, allowing him to successfully pass the level and obtain the hunter license without much effort. This moved him so much that he regarded Killua as a true friend. Now Killua didn't come to see him, which made him a little worried. Both Kurapika and Hanzo hesitated, wondering if they should tell Gon that Kishiao had left. In the end, the duo turned their attention to Allan. Allan thought about it and told Gon what had happened to Killua. Gon is furious when he hears that Killua has been brought home by his brother Ilmi. He got up from the hospital bed and said, I'm going to find Killua. Gon, don't be impulsive. Yeah Gon, Killua went back voluntarily. It's better for us outsiders not to interfere in their family affairs. Also, Killua's family is a bit special, their family is a family of killers, and the family is heavily guarded. If you don't invite yourself, I'm afraid you will be treated as an enemy. Let alone seeing Killua, the question is whether you can leave alive or not. After some persuasion, Gon finally gave up the idea of going to Killua. Gon, this evening, President Netero will hold a gala dinner at a nearby hotel, wishing several of our candidates to be promoted to career hunter. There will be many colleagues present. Do you want to attend? Well, yes. Gon nodded. Okay, then you can rest first, and then we will come to you to participate. After leaving Gon's ward, Allan took the Empress and prepared to return to the room. Because, he can't wait to eat that frozen fruit. After walking out of the hospital, Kurapika and Hanzo followed. Kurapika hesitated for a while and couldn't help but ask, Allan, now the hunter assessment is over. As for what you promised before, is it possible to proceed? What is? Allan was a little dazed. Hearing this, Kurapika immediately became embarrassed and said, Cough, didn't you promise to teach me and Ryuudan before? Did you forget? Hearing this, Allan suddenly realized. Just now, because all his thoughts were about frozen fruits, he forgot about this on. Looking at Kurapika's anxious look, Allan knew that this guy couldn't wait to learn Nen now. However, if he was in a hurry, he was even more anxious. Now he just wants to quickly eat the frozen fruit and feel the power of the top-level nature devil fruit. Allan thought for a while and said, Well, Kurapika, you go and find Ryuudan first, and then I will teach you two together. Kurapika nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Then that's all for now, I'll go first if I have nothing to do. After that, Allan planned to take the Empress away. At this moment, Hanzo jumped out and said, Please wait. Wow, so you're still here. Hanzo was speechless, I just don't have a sense of existence. Allan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and asked directly, What's the matter? Hanzo glanced at Kurapika, scratched his head, and said to Allan embarrassedly, Well, can you teach me Nen too? Allan was a little stunned, feeling a little weird about Hanzo's request. His relationship with Hanzo is clearly not that good yet. How could Hanzo be so embarrassed to make such a request directly? Seeing that Allan did not answer directly, Hanzo also seemed to think this request was presumptuous, scratched his head, and said with an embarrassed expression, I know this request is very presumptuous, but I think you are really powerful, Allan, and I admire you very much. Strength. So, I hope you can teach me by the way. If there is anything you want me to help in the future, I will do my best. At this time, the system jumped out. Please choose. 1. Promise Hanzo to teach him the basics of the 4 elements of recitation. Rewards, swordsmanship, flying slash. 2. Relentless rejection. Reward, mindfulness 2000. Okay? Seeing that the reward for option 1 was actually a flying slash, Allan's expression moved slightly. Flying slash. As the name suggests, it can attack opponents with a long-range slash with a sword. For the sake of this reward, Camp Allan glanced at Hanzo, nodded and said, Well, since everyone knows each other, it's okay to teach you. I will be your teacher from now on, I hope you can be more obedient. Of course. Hanzo rejoiced. He has played against Allan and is deeply touched by Allan's strength. Therefore, he believes that Allan's level is absolutely no problem, and he can definitely teach him Nen. Although he doesn't know much about reading this kind of thing, he knows at least one thing. That is, after learning to read, you can greatly enhance your own strength. This alone was enough to make him ecstatic. So when do we start? Hanzo asked impatiently. After Kurapika finds Ryuudan back, I will teach you 3 in a unified way. Allan said. He didn't want to teach one by one, it would be a waste of time. In fact, in addition to the three of them, Allan also agreed to Killua's same request. It's just that Killua has been taken home by an illusion fan, and it is estimated that he will not be able to get out for a while, so he can only be temporarily delayed. Then, what should I do now? Hanzo asked, pointing to himself. Now Gon is still in the hospital. I think he is quite boring. If you are in no rush, go back and relieve your boredom with him. Okay, I see. Hanzo didn't have any comments on the suggestion, and quickly returned to the hospital. Then I will contact Leorio, too. Kurapika said. Okay, go. After dismissing Kurapika and Hanzo, Allan looked at the female Emperor Boya Hancock who had stayed beside him silently but stared at him, and said, What are you looking at? I haven't seen a handsome guy. Hey, the concubine is just thinking about who you are. Also, what is the bald and blonde nun you taught? Why has the concubine never heard of this kind of thing? Allan smiled and said, Of course you don't know, you are not here. The female Emperor Dai frowned slightly, and asked, So where exactly is this place? Do you want to hear the truth or lies? Of course it's the truth. Allan shrugged and said. The truth is, this is no longer your original world. Upon hearing this, the female emperor's face changed slightly. What did you say? Seeing her half-belief, Allan stretched his hands and said. It is clearly intended to this world. Although there are pirates, it is completely different from the pirates you know. There is no Kaiwahei, no four emperors. Of course, there is no world government and navy headquarters, nor does the Dino Knight exist. Although there is the sea, there is no Great Sea Route and New World. Everything you are familiar with no longer exists in this world. Then, where is the country of the concubine 793? Daughter Island, where is the Amazon Kingdom? Where is the 9 snakes and pirates? Where is the concubine's people? Of course none of them exist anymore, Allan said. In a simple sentence, the Empress's worldview was greatly impacted. I don't believe it. It can't be like this. Boya Hancock shook his head desperately, with a surprised and unbelievable expression. But from the look of Lu's bewildered look, she was already convinced by 8 points. The reason why I didn't fully believe it was because this matter was too shocking for her. Regardless of whether she listened or not, Allan went on to say, Listen well, the Empress, this is another world of different dimensions. I call it the hunter world. In this world, hunter is the mainstream profession. It's not the pirate world you are in, there are no pirates here. That's why I said that the status of your King Kaiwahei is worthless in this place, and no one knows you at all. What? Hearing that, Boya Hancock gritted his teeth, very unwilling but helpless. Then, what method did you use to bring your concubine body into this world? What is the purpose? The Empress asked grimly. She now hates Allan very much. Of course, the method of forced summoning is used. Even if you resist, it is useless. As for the purpose, there is no purpose. It is just to try if you can really summon you, and it succeeded. UBD. Seeing Boya Hancock's gritted teeth with an expression wishing to kill him, Allan smiled slightly. Sorry, forgive me for being so straightforward. But rest assured, as long as you listen to me, I will let you go back. After all, no matter how you say it, I am also a person who keeps my promise. A hole. The Empress glared at Allan. If she hadn't been restricted from attacking Allan, she would have kicked it with an aromatic foot. Although your angry look is terrible, but it's pretty. Allan smiled. The Empress glared at Allan, with an expression of I believe in you to have a ghost. You nasty man, your concubine will kill you one day sooner or later. The female emperor gritted her teeth and said angrily. Chapter 104. 2 hours later. Allan stretched his waist and massaged the Empress for 2 hours. I have to say that even he couldn't bear it. Behind her, the Empress had a cold face, and looked at Allan with a rather sad expression in her eyes, with an expression of complaining against the woman. Allan turned his head and smiled, "Don't look at me like that, don't you enjoy it?" Upon hearing this, the Empress's face blushed inexplicably. With a cold snort, "Turn your head away and don't want to pay attention to Allan." Indeed, she was quite resistant at first. But then Allan's massage technique got better and better, so she couldn't help but relax for a while. When this slackened, she fell directly. After all, it's over. Thinking back in my mind, the proud Empress had to admit that that feeling really made her inexplicably comfortable. There is even a feeling that is still unfinished. However, as the king under the seven usse, she always has her own arrogance. Even if it was something very comfortable, she didn't want to show it. Yes. Congratulations on successfully conquering the Empress and completing the Hidden Achievement Charm Master Badge. Reward: physical fitness is doubled, stamina is tripled, and charm attribute is increased 8-fold. In an instant, Allan felt that the physical energy he had just consumed had recovered all of a sudden, and shook his handshake arm, which seemed to have strengthened a lot. The most important thing is that he feels that he can do it 10 more times now. Immediately, Allan looked at the Empress again. The Empress originally stared at Allan. But I don't know why, when I saw the piercing eyes that Allan cast. In my heart, for some reason, there was an inexplicable throbbing. This man, what's going on? Is it that the concubine is tempted by him? The Empress felt her heart beating faster and faster. Facing Allan's piercing eyes, she blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look directly at them. Allan was taken aback when he saw this scene. But he quickly reacted, and his heart was overjoyed. It seemed that his charm attribute had really increased 5-fold. Seeing that the Empress blushed, I was embarrassed. "Well, what are you staring at your concubine?" The Empress raised her head and said in a low voice, her voice no longer arrogant and angry. Allan smiled and said, "Nothing, you are so beautiful, Hancock, I can't help but want to look at you more." This is of course, the beauty of a concubine body is unmatched. The Empress blushed. At the moment, her heart is in chaos. Because, she unexpectedly discovered that Allan praised her for being beautiful, which made her a little happy. "Hancock, I will massage you again." The Empress did not speak. She was like this, it was obvious that she had agreed to it by default. But the heart of the Empress felt very strange. I obviously wanted to refuse, but when the words reached my throat, I swallowed it back timidly. Seeing the reaction and expression of the Empress, Allan's mouth raised slightly. I have to say that after 8 times the charm, even the arrogant Empress could not resist and began to fall. As a result, everything came to pass. 5 hours later. It's dark. Allan took the Empress to a restaurant near the association for dinner. This is a high-end Western restaurant. The people who come to eat here are either rich or expensive, and almost all of them are couples. "Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation?" At the entrance of the high-end restaurant, a middle-aged man in a suit asked. Allan frowned and said, "Who are you?" "My name is Robert, the manager here." Allan said, "I didn't have an appointment, can't I go in?" Upon hearing this, the manager Robert said, "That's really embarrassing. According to the regulations, this restaurant needs to be booked half a day in advance to enter. I'm really sorry. If you don't mind, you can go to the cafeteria on the first floor, which is also opened by our shop." Allan frowned, unexpectedly it would be so troublesome to come for a meal. Although the manager is polite, he is obviously a stubborn who only knows how to act according to the rules. "I'm afraid it can't be bought with money. After all, high-end restaurants are certainly not bad for money." "Manager, can't you really get around?" Allan said. "I'm really sorry, sir, I did things in accordance with the regulations." Even if the president of the Hunter Association comes, you need to make an appointment in advance. Manager Robert said in a very sorry tone. This tone was very sincere and humble. Even if Allan wanted to lose his temper, he couldn't help it. He can't kill this guy just to eat a meal. Sighing, Allan is about to take the Empress to find another restaurant. However, at this moment, the Empress stood up and pointed to the manager Robert's nose with a backward posture and said, "Insolent man, my concubine is here to eat, do I still need to make an appointment to line up?" As soon as the female emperor goes out, she knows if there is any. When the manager Robert saw a female emperor, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. In that way, the eyeballs came out almost. How amazing! This lady is really the most beautiful person I have ever seen in my life, and deservedly. Manager Robert couldn't help sighing. There is no shortage of young and beautiful women in this fine dining restaurant. And basically it is the kind of ladies and nobles. But seeing the female emperor today, he discovered that compared with the female emperor, those so-called high-class ladies are not worth mentioning. The Empress is the incarnation of beauty, the existence of beauty. It's so beautiful that you can't refuse. After a while, the manager Robert came back to his senses and said quickly, "I will arrange a place for the lady right away, please come with me." "It's done, let's go." The Empress glanced at Allan. Allan smiled, and she can be willful if she is beautiful. Just when Allan was about to go in with the Empress, the manager Robert called, "Wait, sir. What is your relationship with this lady?" Allan said, "She is my fiancée, why do you have any opinions?" "What?" Manager Robert was taken aback, and he couldn't believe it. "Is this true?" "Nonsense, don't you see that we look good?" Allan said angrily. His appearance is also very high. Although he is not shocked, he is at least 3 beautiful. Stand with the Empress and make a proper look. "Madam, is he true?" The middle-aged manager turned to the Empress unwillingly and asked. "What do you say?" The Empress cast a white glance at the restaurant manager Robert, and then took the initiative to take Allan's arm. This small move shows that she admits to the relationship with Allan. Experience Robert glanced at Allan enviously, and said, "Sir, you are so blessed. Your fiancée is so beautiful. I hope you treat her well." "It's up to you," Allan said. Robert smiled embarrassedly, and then took Allan and the Empress into the restaurant, specially prepared a best location for the two, and also provided Allan and the Empress with a free set of the most advanced couples. Allan is also welcome, and enjoy it with the Empress. During the banquet, the Empress was silent, lowered her head and slurred something. Seeing her like this, Allan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said, "Hankook, I didn't expect that you would take my hand on the initiative just now. Wouldn't it, do you like me?" Hearing this, the Empress immediately turned red and her ears were flushed, and she explained, "The concubine is just hungry, and she doesn't bother to go to other places, so I will cooperate with you temporarily and don't get the wrong idea. Yes, you are the proud Princess Snake Ji, how could you like someone like me?" The Empress did not respond to Allan's words. She is in a mess and complicated now. Originally, she hated Allan, and wanted to kill Allan all the time. But now I see Allan's smiling face, those piercing eyes. She realized that she didn't hate Allan at all. Moreover, Allan was originally a terrible, despicable, and nasty image of a man in her mind. Now in her eyes, she became a handsome, sunny, stalwart man. Even with special effects, Allan is already the kind that shines in her eyes. Especially when Allan called her Hancock, she felt even more electrocuted, and her heartbeat speeded up, like a deer crashing and beating. Go to the bathroom. Do you want me to accompany you?" "No, I know how to go." Seeing the Empress leave, Allan smiled. He has absolute control over the Empress and is not afraid of her escape. And just now, he had read the inner thoughts of the Empress and found that she was indeed tempted by herself. Now she goes to the bathroom, just to calm down. By the way, eat that now. By the way. Allan suddenly remembered a very important thing that he had forgotten. With the thought, Allan had a fist-sized strange fruit in his hand. This is the frozen fruit he took out of the system warehouse. There was no time to eat before, but now it happens to be enjoyed with dinner. Immediately, Allan put the frozen fruit on the plate, took a knife and fork and divided it into 4 pieces. It is said that as long as 1 bite of the devil fruit is eaten, the whole devil's power will be possessed. Allan stuck a fork with a fork and brought it to his lips. After swallowing, Allan frowned. The taste is exactly the same as described in the rumors, unpalatable. However, in order to gain the ability of Frozen Demon, he can bear a little taste. At this moment, the Empress came back. Seeing the 3 frozen fruits left over on Allan's dinner plate, the Empress immediately recognized that it was a devil fruit. But what exactly it is, she doesn't know. Why are there devil fruits here? The Empress wondered. No, you read it wrong. Allan was a little guilty. He didn't want to admit that he was enjoying the devil's fruit privately while his nominal fiancé went to the bathroom in a high-end restaurant. Impossible, this must be the fruit of the devil. Boya Hancock insisted. Allan said, No, no, you are wrong. This is not the pirate world. How can there be products like devil fruit? This is just ordinary fruit. Boya Hancock said, the concubine has eaten sweet fruits, so I can tell the appearance of devil fruits. Although the appearance of each fruit is indeed different, only the devil fruit has that strange texture. This is really ordinary fruit. If you don't believe me, take one, good for Zhangyo. No, the concubine has already eaten sweet fruits. The female emperor said. Moreover, a person with devil fruit ability can only eat 1, or 2, the body will not be able to bear it. Also, there are only 3 pieces here, 1 piece missing means that you have already eaten it. The characteristic of devil fruit is that as long as 1 bite is eaten, the rest is useless. So even if I eat these, I won't inherit the power of the devil fruit. Allan was stunned. He didn't expect the Empress to know so much about devil fruit. Okay, this is indeed a devil fruit, and it has been eaten by me. Now, I have gained the power of this devil fruit. Allan can only admit that he originally wanted to keep a low profile, but it seems that his strength is not allowed. The female emperor fixed her eyes on Allan. What I want to know is, where did this devil fruit come from? Also, what kind of devil fruit is this? What are its abilities? Superman, animal, or department of nature? You don't need to know where it came from. As for which devil fruit it is, you will know it after reading it. Friendly reminder, don't be surprised by your chin. With that, under the expectant gaze of the Empress, Allan touched the table with his finger. The next second, sense and chill came from his fingertips, and the entire desktop was frozen in an instant. In addition, Bing Yi still has a tendency to spread to the surroundings, and Allan immediately put away his fingers. Seeing this scene, Boya Hancock's face could not conceal a different look. This is the freezing ability of the Admiral's blue pheasant? Could it be that you are eating natural frozen fruits? Allan snapped his fingers and said with a smile, Bingo! You got the right answer, I will go back to reward you at night. Play. Chapter 105. Frozen fruit, one of the top fruits of nature. Like rockberry fruit and thunder fruit, it belongs to the natural disaster level of fruit. Possess the ability to freeze the sea. The development of the fruit to a certain extent can even permanently change the geographical environment and climate change of a country. Such a powerful fruit has now been eaten by Allan. In addition, the 3-color domineering, overlord, armed, and seeing and hearing colors previously obtained from the system. There is no doubt that Allan already has the strength no less than that of a general. No, maybe even better than the general. Because in addition to these, Allan also possesses other skills, such as Moon Step, one of the 6 Navy styles, Shine Step, Naruto's Konoha fluid technique, and so on. Including a swordsmanship in the realm of steel cutting. It can be said that Allan now has the top combat power at the general level. Coupled with Nen, the strength is absolutely stable. As for why Allan owns frozen fruits, Boya Hancock seems quite obscene. Judging from the situation where Allan instantly freezes the desktop with just one finger. She can be sure that the devil fruit that Allan ate is undoubtedly the frozen fruit of the natural line. But as far as she knows, the person with the ability of frozen fruit should be the general of the Navy headquarters, the green pheasant, and Cusin. But now, the frozen fruit appeared strangely in Allan's hand. This had to make her puzzled and shocked at the same time. As far as my concubine's body knows, there are no 2 identical devil fruits in the world. Could it be that your frozen fruit was snatched from the general green pheasant? Facing Boya Hancock's disagreement, Allan shook his head and denied, this thing was not snatched from Ching Xiang. Where is it? I know. Hearing that, although the Empress was a bit suspicious, she didn't ask much about it. Allan is too lazy to say, he can't say that he was drawn by the system lottery. Now he couldn't wait to find a place to try the power of frozen fruit. He could feel that he now possesses a very powerful force. As if with a wave of hands, things around him can be frozen in an instant. 793. Unlike Nen, this power belongs to the frozen fruit. Compared to his conjurer Nen ice, frozen fruit is obviously more powerful. You don't need to use chi, you can easily create ice and freeze things. This alone is much more convenient than his Nen. Not to mention, the greatest function of the nature department is elementalized. That is something that even Nen can't do. Directly immune to any physical attack. Knives, guns, arrows, halberds, etc. are all immune to attacks. Moreover, even if you encounter an energy system attack, you can elementize your body in advance, and take advantage of the elementalization to avoid energy attacks. Just as Allan was immersed in the ability of frozen fruit, a voice rang from the opposite side. This beauty, can you enjoy a drink? Allan recovered and looked up. I saw a blond man making an invitation to Boya Hancock. The blond man was wearing a white suit, a colorful tie, combing his back, and wearing a gleaming earring. He was quite handsome. 2 people who looked like bodyguards followed him. It doesn't look like an ordinary person. The fact is indeed the case. Those who can come to eat in such high-end restaurants are both wealthy and expensive, and upper-class people with a certain status. At this time, many guests in the restaurant noticed the blond man. Some people even started talking in a low voice. Look, isn't that the superstar Edward Wells? Yes, it's him. It seems that he is also attracted by the black-haired beauty in Cheongsam. The black-haired Cheongsam beauty naturally refers to the Empress Boya Hancock. And Edward Wells is obviously a blonde man. The beauty of the female emperor is the kind that is astonishing. From the time Allan and her entered the restaurant to now, after eating dinner 30 minutes, Allan found that the sight of the guests had never stopped on the Empress. In other words, since he brought the Empress to this restaurant for dinner, someone has been staring at them. To be precise, it was staring at the Empress. After all, Boya Hancock is so beautiful. However, those people can be considered self-aware, so they just watched from a distance, and none of them dared to come up and strike up a conversation. After all, the Empress is not only amazingly beautiful, but also very powerful. Most people don't say they are close to the Empress, even if they are looked at by the Empress, they may pass out directly. However, what Allan didn't expect was that someone would come over to strike up a conversation now, which is really commendable. Moreover, facing the female emperor's aura, he can still maintain a bit of calmness, which is obviously not a general one. Seeing that the Empress ignored him, the blond man was embarrassed, and then said, "Hungry, I forgot to introduce myself. This is Edward Wells. Have you watched the two movies Love in the City and Flowers of Tomorrow? Both of them starred in me. But the Empress didn't even look at Edward, and Wells glanced at it. She and Allan are sitting opposite each other, so her eyes are always staring in Allan's direction. No, it should be said that apart from the food on the table, her eyes fell on Allan from beginning to end. Since entering, she has not glanced at other guests around. She is so arrogant, she doesn't seem to put anyone in her eyes. There are not many people in this world who can make her pay special attention. Madam, can you enjoy a drink? Edward, Wells asked unwillingly. Disgusting flies, get out of your concubine. The Empress suddenly said, her expression on her face was disgusting, she didn't even look at the other party. Edward, Wells was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would show such an expression of disgusting himself, and at the same time that he was hit in his heart, a deep malice flashed in his eyes, but he still tried to squeeze a smiley face. Ha, ma'am, I just want to buy you a glass of wine, nothing else. At this time, Allan, who was sitting across from the Empress, suddenly stood up. Originally, he was thinking that the other party would be self-aware, so he quickly left with his tail raised. Who knew that the other party was so thick-skinned that he was still licking the Empress and not leaving, which made him a little uncomfortable. Tell you to go away, are you deaf? Edward, Wells looked away from the Empress and looked at Allan on the opposite side. His face suddenly became gloomy. Although his tone was polite, he said angrily, Sir, what did you just say? Tell me to get out? Say I am deaf. It looks like you are not deaf. Allan sneered and said, Since you are not deaf, just get out of the way, or you will regret it. Are you intimidating me? Not intimidation, but warning. Allan said coldly. What if I don't leave? What can you do with me? As soon as Edward and Wells' voice fell, an invisible shock was released from Allan's body instantly, like a shock wave, which hit Edward and Wells fiercely. Under Allan's powerful domineering look, Edward and Wells instantly rolled his eyes and fainted and fell to the ground. There was an uproar in the restaurant. The surrounding guests stood up with horrified expressions, as if they were frightened. Hey? Mr. Edward! The two bodyguards fainted unexpectedly when they saw their employers, and turned their eyes to Allan on the spot. Although Allan didn't do anything, they weren't fools either. Edward and Will fainted for no reason. They must have something to do with Allan. What did you do to Mr. Edward? One of the bodyguards stepped forward and put a hand on Allan's left shoulder, trying to grab Allan in question. However, the moment his hand touched Allan's shoulder, Allan sneered, a coldness spread out from his body, and the bodyguard instantly froze into an ice sculpture. The scene was in an uproar again, and the guests looked at Allan in horror. They couldn't understand how the unprovoked bodyguard could be frozen into an ice sculpture, which is really incredible. Seeing this, the other bodyguard immediately reached out and took out a black pistol from his suit and pointed it at Allan. You, what did you do? Could it be that you are an nun? Oh? You actually know how to read. Allan said slightly differently, then smiled, but I don't use read. The bodyguard gritted his teeth and said angrily, damn it. No matter who you are. This is the site of the Hunter Association. Mr. Edward is closely related to the Hunter Association. Do you think you moved Mr. Edward and can leave safely? Why do you talk so much nonsense? There is a kind of shooting. Allan hooked his finger, he was about to try the immune effect of the frozen fruit. This bodyguard has been in the business for more than 10 years, and he was suddenly at a loss when he heard such a strange request. If you don't shoot, I'm going to do it. Allan pretended to raise his hand and made an attack. The bodyguard was already very nervous, so he pulled the trigger decisively. Call. The bullet hit Allan's body directly, passing through his chest. However, no blood flowed from the place where the gun was hit. Instead, there was a white cold air, which condensed into a block of ice, repairing the hole of the gun that was hit, and even the clothes were intact. Allan smiled in satisfaction, as in the rumor, he was really immune. Weird, monster. The bodyguard cried out in horror when he saw Allan was shot. Broken pieces. 2 more shots were fired. Allan was too lazy to escape, and was shot 2 holes in his body again, but he was repaired in a blink of an eye. At this time, the bodyguard was completely scared to pee, so he turned around and ran out of the restaurant. Want to escape? No way. Allan sneered and snapped his feet. In an instant, a cold current spread directly from under his feet through the floor and caught up with the bodyguard at an extremely fast speed. When the bodyguard had just stepped out of the restaurant with half his foot, he had already turned into an ice sculpture. During the whole process, Allan didn't take any action at all, and he was able to freeze the target easily without having to do it. This is the powerful power brought by frozen fruit, which is very convenient. The Empress looked at Allan, a strange flash in her eyes. Frozen fruits are powerful, but they are also extremely difficult to control. A little carelessness can cause a large-scale cold snap. Allan was able to use it so freely the first time she used it, which surprised her. In fact, she didn't know that Allan had already had experience manipulating ice before. His conjurer in cold ice is to create cold ice by changing the nature of qi to form cold air. Although the power and effect are not as good as frozen fruit, it also laid a considerable foundation for him. Therefore, even if it is the first time to use the ability of frozen fruit, Allan can achieve precise control. Let's go. Allan took the hand of the Empress and walked out of the restaurant in full view. No one dared to stop. As for the superstar Edward Wells and his 2 bodyguards turned into ice sculptures. Allan didn't take it to heart at all, but he was just a clown, and he didn't even have the qualifications to kill him. Chapter 106. Deckel Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel. The building is 333 meters high and has 66 floors. The Hunter Association headquarters building is only 500 meters away. On the evening after the Hunter test, Allan took Gon and Hanzo to attend a gala dinner hosted by Netero at the Cartesian Hotel. As for the Empress, she naturally followed. After all, her current identity is not that of Chiwohei, but his fiancé of Allan. Therefore, she is naturally qualified to participate in this kind of occasion. However, except for the 3 of Allan, Crollo, Hisoka, and Ilmi left the association under the pretext of getting the Hunter license, and they were not interested in participating. In addition, Killua was also taken back to the Zaldik family by his brother. Kurapika went to contact Leorio. Therefore, of the 8 new hunters representing the 287th period, only Allan, Gon, and Hanzo were present. Even so, they still received the attention of many colleagues. The reason is simple: Allan and the 3 of them all look too young. Especially Gon, who looks like an underage kid who hasn't grown up yet. And Allan and Hanzo seem to have just grown up. The 3 of them passed the harsh hunter test at such a young age and became the new professional hunter. The future potential can be said to be limitless. However, many of the professional hunters present are senior hunters who have joined the association for many years and have certain qualifications. They themselves have a certain arrogance, so no one took the initiative to take care of Allan and their up-and-coming stars. And Allan didn't bother to take care of the so-called seniors, and took Gon to find a place and sit down. He came to participate only to give Netero's face, otherwise he didn't want to come. With a glance, Allan found that many people had come to the dinner party. Ugly cows with 12 earthly branches, Mestum, Yinhu, Kangze, Mautu, Pihon, Chicken, Cluny, Sugu, Chider, Viang, Yinda and others. In addition, there are many professional hunters from the association, and there are probably hundreds of them. However, Vice President Paris Stone is not among them. Some of the professional hunters who were invited over here were puzzled about why Netero would hold such a celebration dinner, while others were puzzled. Only a small number of people who know the real situation inside the association, such as the senior hunters of the 12 earthly branches, no more or less. After the dinner began, Netero came out. He arranged for Allan and others to sit at the same table with him, together with several chief examiners from the 287 period, such as Saci, Menchi, Xiahaci and others. In addition, there are the ugly cows of the 12 earthly branches, Mestum, Shigu, Chidar and others. After halfway through the dinner, Netero briefly explained to everyone the real reason for the dinner. It turns out that the Hunter Association has not injected fresh blood for a long time. Moreover, the number of hunters who died or disappeared strangely due to various accidents in the association every year is also increasing. Let hunter become a high-risk profession. Although the association holds hunter test every year, it keeps the injection of new force. But the test takers who come to take part in the test every year have too many levels, and more than 90% of them are ordinary people. Such a person has no clever mind, no certain strength, and can't even pass the first try. And the remaining 10% of the people, from the first level to the 5th level of the formal test, the brushes are reduced one by one, and the number of people is also continuously decreasing. In the end, there are very few candidates who can pass all customs. What's more cruel is that even one candidate failed to pass the first period, and the elimination rate was as high as 100%. In the past 10 years, the clearance rate of Hunter's test has dropped below 0.1%. According to data, the Hunter Association has not injected any new blood for nearly 10 years. This also makes the outside world question the Hunter Association. Is the Hunter Association deliberately increasing the difficulty of the test, deliberately blocking the number of customs clearance? As the highest person in charge of the association, Netero has been criticized by the taxpayers behind it. If the association has not been joined by new people, then Netero, the top person in charge, is likely to step down because of this. The reason is poor management, leading to stagnant development of the association. In this year's session, candidates from the 287th session finally broke this embarrassment for the Hunter Association. In this 287th session of the Hunter test, a total of 8 candidates stood out from the tens of thousands of participants, and eventually became professional hunter, injecting a wave of fresh blood into the Hunter Association, which has not been reigning for a long time. This allowed the Hunter Association to explain its achievements to the outside world, and it also allowed Netero to stabilize its position as the highest person in charge. The 287th Hunter test is undoubtedly a talent blowout. Therefore, Netero named the 287th Hunter test the Golden No 287, which means that candidates for this session are as bright as gold. At the same time, it is also hoped that the 8 golden hunters in the 287th issue can bring golden and dazzling results to the association. And this is also the main reason for Netero to hold a gala dinner. It is not only for Allan and them to celebrate, but also for the association's lack of fresh blood for a long time, and for the future of the association. However, some people still raised questions. They were talking quietly in the audience. Almost all of their eyes fell on Allan. After all, let Netero exaggerate so much, those hunters naturally want to see how bright this golden issue 287 hunter is. And seeing that Allan and the 3 of them are so young, especially Gon, and even a minor underage with no hair, many people in the room frowned. Although he can become a professional hunter, he must have a certain ability. However, Allan and the others seem to be too young. It is hard not to doubt their strength. Did Hunter test out the tricks, or they bought the examiner and walked through the back door? Wait for the suspicion, almost all of it was lifted up. Except for the 12 earthly branches, Sats, Menchi and other chief examiners who were in charge of the 287th Hunter test, the other professional hunters who were present all questioned Allan and others. In fact, if Netero doesn't praise Allan as the first issue of gold, they won't say anything. But because Netero praised Allan so much, they are optimistic about them. Therefore, All the hunters present questioned this so-called golden phase 1. At this moment, a man called a cigar stood up and said, "What bullshit golden issue 287, I think the examiner of this session asked 2 simple questions, so I passed 8 all at once. If I were to be an examiner, I would be sure to give them all the cards. Cannot enter." As soon as this remark came out, it caused an uproar. This not only satirized the examiner's door, but also included Netero. Because the last test of the 287 issue was tested by Netero. That is to say, Netero, as the highest person in charge of the association, was operating in the dark, allowing the chief examiners to relax the difficulty of the assessment, so there was a blowout situation, and 8 of them passed at once. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. "Damn it, what nonsense is that guy talking about?" Hanzo gritted his teeth angrily. "How dare to question us, what kind of thing is he?" "Allan, what do you think?" Gon asked calmly. Allan didn't say a word, his eyes fell on the man who took the lead to question them. The man had a big cigar in his mouth, a big mouth, a beard, a sitting posture, and a smug expression. Obviously, he himself was very satisfied with the question raised just now. By his side, there were several hunters who followed with questioning voices. "Roughly, I think this hunter test is tricky." After pondering for a while, Allan looked at the adult dog of the 12 earthly branches. Chider asked, "Gon Chider, who is that person?" Cheetah said, "His name is Adolf, a 1-star bounty hunter. He is open-minded, likes to question others, and has deep prejudice against the association. In addition, he belongs to the vice president of Paris Stone and is very close to Paris Stone." Then about this matter, Miss Kijao suspects that it has something to do with the vice president. Cheetah nodded, "Well, I suspect that the reason why Adolf questioned President Netero's hunter test in public on this occasion was instructed by Paris Stone." "Purpose what?" Kijao guessed. Although the president is the highest person in charge of the association, Paris Stone also has many supporters in the association. Therefore, it cannot be ruled out that the reason why he did this is to make use of the topic to make the president's reputation decline, so as to achieve the purpose of competing for the chairman's position. Hearing this, Allan frowned. If what Cheetah said is true, then this Paris Stone seems to be a bit more tactical than the one shown in the original book. Just as Allan was talking with Cheetah, one of the chief examiners suddenly slammed the door on the table, and Adolf questioned, "Adolf, you said that we were releasing water during the test and deliberately reducing the difficulty of the evaluation. Do you have any evidence? If not, please close your mouth obediently and don't slander casually." As soon as this remark came out, the controversy in the audience was silenced. Many people looked at Menjian with great dread. Although she is young, she has always been strong and temperamental, so most people don't want to offend her. This time Menchi, as one of the chief examiners, is mainly responsible for the evaluation task of the second level of the 287th period. She is a gourmet hunter, so the exam questions are naturally gourmet tests. She believes that she absolutely did not cheat for personal gains in the assessment process and let the candidates pass this kind of thing deliberately. Therefore, in the face of Adolf's doubts, she naturally cannot be regarded as not having heard it. Adolf glanced at the angry Menchi and sneered. "Hehe, it turns out that you are also the chief examiner. It's no wonder that so many people will pass the customs this session. I really don't understand why President Netero sent you as the chief examiner. What do you call me? What do you mean?" Menchi gritted his teeth angrily at Adolf's yin and yang ridicule. If it hadn't been for the fact that so many peers were staring at her now, with her violent temper, she would have rushed to teach Adolf how to be a man. Adolf still sneered and said, "Men Lang, it's not that I look down on you, but you are too young and too young. You haven't been a hunter for a few years. Therefore, I don't think you are qualified to be the chief examiner. At least in terms of qualifications, there are more people with experience than you. President Netero asked someone like you to be the chief examiner. It is not doubtful that the difficulty of the evaluation will be much simpler. You said this lady is not qualified to be an examiner. Menchi was completely angry. It's okay to question her, but if you underestimate her and belittle him, then she can't tolerate it. My lady is a one-star gourmet hunter. Before she became a hunter, she was already studying gourmet food. In terms of food, how many people in the association can compare to me? To tell you the truth, the exam questions I asked this time are naturally gourmet. Although the difficulty is not very high, it is definitely not low. 0. Look for flowers. So, why do you say that I am not qualified to be an examiner? I have already said that you are too young and have insufficient qualifications. I don't think you have enough level to serve. Adolf still sneered. Damn it! Menchi couldn't bear it anymore. I want to teach you, shameless fellow. A huge gas exploded from her. Although she is a gourmet hunter, her strength cannot be underestimated. Seeing this, Adolf burst out of anger, unwilling to show weakness, and sneered, although I don't like hitting women, I don't mind giving a lesson to a savage woman like you. Allan, who had originally planned to watch, suddenly heard the voice of the system. Bite. Please select 1. Help Menchi, physically punish Adolf Meal. Bonus, Neon was increased 3,000 men. 2. When a crowd of melons for the masses, turned a deaf ear. Bonus, 10 million quit Nepal. 3. Made one singled out to Adolf and defeat Adolf before them, and make up their faces with those who question the strength. Reward, Magic Jar X1. Magic Jar? Originally, Allan is too lazy to dolly such a thing. How to question each other is their business, anyway, it cannot change the fact that they are already in the profession hunter. But now well, see the system out of the award, Allan Hart. Immediately, he was out of channels. Menchi predecessors, please calm down. That guy said we examiner to you turn on the water, this thing I cannot let it go. Menchi rode. No matter how people questioned, as candidates, examiners are very few I admire, I can guarantee to all seniors presence, you have absolutely no favoritism, deliberately turn on the water. Allan hear the words, Menchi stunned for a moment, apparently did not think Allan will stand out for their testimony. But this time, Adolf, and questioned, well, who knows you are not complicit examiner turn on the water, the natural candidates are grateful to those who helped us speak not any test to see how you are, how you can say of course. Allan is not angry, asked. That your opinion, how should do the job? In my opinion, you should cancel hunter's qualifications, withdraw your license hunter once again tested. And this test to ensure open, transparent, so that everyone can see. If you pass this test hunter we will recognize you. For this proposal Adolf presented, the presence of people suddenly talking again. The Menchi and several examiners essay inferior, it is scowled fiercely. If you really follow Adolf said, hunter once again test, then it is an implicit description of their several examiners turn on the water this thing actually does not exist at this time hunter test. At that time, it really is false may also become true. White has become black. Therefore, Menchi their first time to stand up and refute Adolf recommendations. SA Times also stood up and said, hunter once again be tested, not only to consume a large amount of human and financial resources, but also a waste of everyone's time such a proposal, it is stupid. Adolf sneered, do not make excuses, I think you are a guilty conscience because, if it held the first test, the first 287 candidates in 8 customs clearance, likely will not have a clearance for it. 4a. Menchi scared a cry, you guys, is simply to make trouble. Adolf still sneered. Look, angry, and must have been because I got it right. At this time, Allan out of channels again, Mr. Adolf, do you think, what has become a priority hunter's condition or say, Mr. Adolf, most important part of what a candidate to become the hunter is knowledgeable, intelligent mind, or powerful it. Of course, the strength of the highest priority. Adolf sneered, if a candidate does not have sufficient strength, did not qualify to become a professional hunter. Heard, Allan smiled and said, well, the older generation, since you value most part it is the strength of our strength must also have deep prejudices of it. I have a suggestion, just for me to represent the 287 period. Candidates with seniors fight, how? As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Adolf cold stare Allan, you said you wanted to singled out. Allan shrugged and said, just let it prove it. Would like to take a look at Mr. Adolf. We have these candidates really do not have enough strength to become a professional hunter. Adolf gloomy face and said, do not be too proud of a kid, you just promotion of a hunter, at most, only count a trainee, what qualified than me fight. Allan is not angry, mouth slightly higher, sneered, Mr. Adolf, do not you are afraid of losing my new, so it cannot fight with me well. Brats Adolf shook their fists, teeth staring at Allan. Chen Sheng said, well, I told you to play a game. I want you to look at this guy bragging, on the strength between us. Gap. At that time, I cannot blame start unsparing Heard, Allan smiled and said, Mr. Adolf seemed very confident of their own strength yet. Adolf cold channel, I will not be lenient. Allan nodded, his face suddenly cooled down, you are a senior, you let the first shot it. Arrogant guy. Adolf forehead veins bulge, suddenly rushed to the Allan. Ever since, a conflict begins. Wide. Chapter 107. Seeing Adolf rushing towards Allan, but Allan was motionless, many people at the scene were puzzled. This guy, I am afraid that it was not because of Adolf's momentum that he could not move for a while, right? Only a few people who have seen Allan's strength, such as Gon and Hanzo, looked at Allan calmly. Adolf quickly rushed to Allan, with the cigar in his mouth, he hit Allan with a sharp punch. The fist was fluttering. Although this punch was useless, it was enough to knock Allan away. However, in the next second, a little surprise appeared on Adolf's confident face. Because this punch was actually avoided by Allan. But he was not surprised at this, he was surprised that Allan only moved a half step, and easily avoided his fist. Next. Second punch. Third punch. Fourth punch. Allan easily dodges every punch Adolf hits. Hateful. In annoyance, Adolf struck out 2 fists in succession. Allan's figure was like an afterimage, evading at an extremely fast speed. Under the domineering look and hearing, all Adolf's attack trajectory was seen through by Allan. Missed. Missed. Why can't it hit? Adolf fought more and more anxiously, and more furiously. Aha! A huge gas exploded from Adolf. Enhancer. Allan narrowed his eyes, and he had taught Ryuudan several times, and he was very familiar with enhancers. Just look at the breath that erupted from Adolf. Not much weaker than Ryuudan. Allan knows that professional hunter is just a general term. In fact, many small occupations have been differentiated among professional hunter. Such as bounty hunter, relic hunter, gourmet hunter, ocean hunter, and so on. Among them, bounty hunter and crime hunter's 793 strengths are more prominent. The reason is simple. The industry they are engaged in usually needs to face dangerous enemies, so they have higher requirements on their own strength. Adolf is a 1-star bounty hunter, this identity is enough to show that he has considerable strength. With this increase in chi, Allan could clearly feel that Adolf's attack speed and punching power were increased by more than 1.5 times compared to before the explosion. In other words, Adolf strengthened his body with chi and increased his explosive power. The nin of enhancer can strengthen the body through chi, so their fighting method is also the simplest and rude. The biggest weapon is their fist. Through the strengthening of chi, their fists can easily smash rocks and produce tons of power. Therefore, in the department, enhancer is most suitable for close combat. At this moment, Adolf took advantage of his enhancer and launched a fierce melee attack on Allan, attacking Allan with his fists non-stop. The professional hunters who were onlookers all retreated to the side with interest, leaving enough space for the two to fight. Among these onlookers, naturally also included Netero, the person in charge of the dinner. Instead of showing up to stop him, he looked at the battle between Adolf and Allan with an expression of interest. The other hunters also quietly stood aside and became a crowd of people eating melons. In fact, because of the doubts raised by Adolf before. Indeed, many of them had doubts about the strength of Allan. At this moment, Allan's performance is directly related to whether their candidates in the 287th session are of sufficient level to afford the identity of a professional hunter. Right now, Adolf attacked Allan with all his might, with great momentum. In fact, Allan's performance has been proven. After all, Adolf's strength is also ranked in the top 50 in the Hunter Association. As a new professional hunter, Allan can force Adolf to go all out, which is enough to prove that he has a certain level of strength. Then, the doubts raised by Adolf before, naturally will be self-defeating. Now, Allan only needs to admit defeat, and the other hunters will not question them. However, in the face of Adolf who attacked with all his strength, Allan had no intention of surrendering. Only a small group of people at the scene can see who is better and who is inferior. At this moment, Adolf seemed to force Allan to be unable to fight back, but in fact he couldn't even touch Allan with a punch. His fierce close attack completely failed. No, it should be said that Allan completely avoided his attack. Missed. Missed. Why can't it hit? It was not only Adolf himself who was puzzled, but even the professional hunters who were onlookers began to look different. In their opinion, Adolf's attack speed is fast enough. But Allan's speed is actually faster. And also perfectly avoided all the offensives of Adolf. Now, even the people of the 12 earthly branches felt a little different. They had seen Allan and Hanzo in the previous hunter test, and now Allan and Adolf are fighting, almost exactly the same as when he was fighting Hanzo. No matter how he attacked, Adolf would never touch Allan. This weird situation is really not surprising. The one named Allan, has he completely seen through Adolf's attack trajectory? Pion, the rabbit of the 12 earthly branches, asked in surprise. Vying, who is also the 12 earthly branch, replied, yes, Adolf's attack has been completely seen through by Allan. No, it should be said that from the very beginning, Adolf was caught in Allan's rhythm and was led by Allan's tail in a playful posture. As a result, his current offensive has become increasingly urgent and chaotic, completely falling into Allan's rhythm. In other words, is Allan's true strength much higher than Adolf? Maotu, Pihon was a little different. Vying, Yinda nodded, I'm afraid it is. It's unbelievable. Maotug Pihon looked at Allan on the court, with a look of surprise, so, isn't his strength able to beat our 12 earthly branches? Yinda, can you beat him? After being compared with Vying, Yinda shook his head, I don't know, I haven't beaten it again. But you are not very strong, Maotug Pihun said with his chin resting on him. Vying, Yinda scratched his head with a simple face. Allan not only saw through Adolf's attack trajectory, but also perfectly dodged all attacks. His speed is far better than Adolf. In my case, although Adolf's attack can be seen through, it is impossible to dodge and shout like Allan. Therefore, in terms of speed, Allan undoubtedly surpassed me. Maotug Pihon raised his head and glanced at Vying, Yinda, and sighed, that's right, Yinda, your body is too big, and your body is too heavy, so it will be awkward to move. Well, but I think Yinda you also have an advantage, at least in terms of strength, you must be bigger than Allan. The ugly bull on the side, Mestum suddenly interjected, if you can't hit it, no matter how strong it is, it will be useless, but it will become a target. Hearing that Vying, Yinda smiled awkwardly. Indeed, as Zhou Niu said, a power-based opponent faces a speed-based opponent. Although they are superior in power, they are at a disadvantage in terms of speed. If you can't hit the opponent, then the strength is meaningless. At this time, Adolf is a very good embodiment. As an enhancer, he seems to be stronger than Allan, but he is not as fast as Allan in terms of speed. This made Adolf so frustrated that he couldn't help shouting, "Damn it! Don't hide like a mouse if you have the ability." Okay. Allan also thought it was almost time. He raised his mouth slightly, smiled and said, "If this is the case, then I will attack." Next, Allan's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Adolf. Adolf's expression changed slightly, and he immediately changed his breath and returned to defense. However, his speed was still a bit slow, and as soon as he turned around, he hit Allan in the chest with a punch. Armed, hardened. The jet-black fist seemed to gleam with a dark purple sheen, denting Adolf's breastbone. Bang! When it was necessary, Adolf was knocked out like a cannonball in an instant. The audience suddenly became silent. It took several seconds for the onlookers to react. They realized a shocking fact after seeing that Adolf hadn't got up for a long time. Spike. One-hit kills. Allan actually ended the battle with just one blow. There was a lot of discussion at the scene for a while, and the eyes of Allan looked very surprised. What a fast speed! Moreover, the power is not trivial. It knocked Adolf into the air with a single blow. You know he is an enhancer. Is this guy a monster? Everyone was shocked. Not only was Allan far faster than Adolf in terms of speed, but even his power completely suppressed Adolf, who is known as the enhancer's Iron Fist. As the person involved, Allan also felt a little weird at this time. Just now was actually the first time he used armed color domineering. I didn't expect the power to be so strong. Adolf who knocked down Enhancer in one blow. This power is too strong. Ding! You defeated Adolf in front of everyone, and successfully slapped those who questioned you with your strength. Get reward, Magic Jar X1. Note, the reward has been distributed to the system warehouse and can be taken at any time. Looking at the system warehouse, Allan saw a black pot resembling a clay pot. According to the instructions, the magic jar and the mysterious treasure chest are of the same type. As long as you open the jar, you can open a magical baby. What exactly it will be depends on luck. Allan didn't rush to smash the jar open, it's not suitable for this kind of situation now. At this time, Adolf had risen from the ground. I saw him pointing to his chest, looking embarrassed. Just now, Allan's armed and domineering punch directly broke his two ribs, showing power. Adolf stared at Allan in disbelief, and the waves turned up in his heart. Allan's power shocked him. So that he couldn't help asking. It's impossible, your strength is stronger than mine. Could it be that you are also the Nin of Enhancer? Facing Adolf's doubts, Allan shook his head. He didn't use chi at all in the punch just now, he just covered his right fist with armed color. But it's no wonder that Adolf doubts life so much. After all, the power brought by armed domineering is really amazing, it's hard not to make people mistakenly think that he is an Enhancer Nin. After all, only Enhancer is the most likely to hit that level of power with one blow. The shock on Adolf's face was hard to conceal, because he also felt that when Allan attacked him, he did not feel the stronger fluctuations of chi. Knowing this, Adolf was even more shocked. It's not an enhancer, and maybe it didn't use chi. So, does Allan just use pure physical power to exert a power that is no less than that of an enhancer? If this is true, it would be horrible. Seeing Adolf caught in self-confidence, Allan didn't say much. After all, this is not the anime world. He wouldn't stupidly talk about his abilities and whole cards. In fact, he didn't even use chanting today. He just used the three skills of seeing and hearing appearance, instant step, and armed appearance, and he defeated Adolf in seconds. His biggest whole card, Frozen Fruit, doesn't even need to be played. Originally, Allan planned to use frozen fruit to show his hands. But considering that there are so many peers at the scene, if the biggest hole card is exposed directly, it may be troublesome or risky in the future. After all, in the hunter world, things like intelligence are very important. If others know their abilities, then they may be found ways to restrain themselves. Although Allan doesn't think anyone in this hunter world can restrain the frozen fruit, there are definitely corresponding measures, so there is always nothing wrong with insurance. At this moment, Gon and Hanzo both came over. Hanzo said, "Good job." Gon said, "I knew Allan would win." Allan smiled and said, "No one should dare to question us now." Indeed, as Allan said, the more than 100 professional hunters on the scene had already put away their contempt after seeing that Adolf was defeated by Allan in a second. Menchi walked over, patted Allan on the shoulder and said, "Boy, good job. I've seen that guy Adolf get upset. It was so happy seeing you hit him with a punch just now." Sats also walked over and said, "Allan, your strength seems to be stronger than during the hunter test. Have you been improving your strength all the time?" Allan glanced at SACI, as expected to be a person who can serve as the chief examiner, his observation ability is really extraordinary. He nodded, tacitly acquiescing. After all, with the system close by, it is difficult to stay strong. And the strength he showed just now was only the tip of his iceberg at 5.4. If the power of the frozen devil fruit is shown, Allan is sure that the entire Hunter Association, who can handle him, is estimated to be able to count them with one hand. A mere Adolf, put it in the past, can make him pay more attention to it. Now, it's a target that can be killed in seconds with a little seriousness, and it can't even be called an opponent. Seeing Allan's confident expression, Sats said, "Allan, your potential is very huge. It is estimated that you will be the representative of the new generation of Hunter Association in the future. Work hard, and President Netero is also very optimistic about you." Hearing the second half of the sentence, Allan was stunned. Looking up and looking at SACI, Allan couldn't help but wonder, "Senior SACI, did President Netero say something?" SACI smiled and said, "The President just praised you in front of the 12 earthly branches." Hey! Allan was even more puzzled. A guess was infinitely magnified in his mind. Menchi on the side said, "That is to say, the President is very optimistic about Allan. It is possible to arrange for Allan to enter the 12 earthly branches, right?" SACI nodded, "Well, I don't rule out this possibility." Hearing this, Menjan patted Allan's shoulder vigorously and said, "Wow, your kid is well developed." "Ahem, what's developed? Is it very profitable to be the 12 earthly branches?" Allan was speechless. Menchi said, "What makes money? Your vision is too short-sighted. I mean, if you enter the 12 earthly branches, then maybe you can even be the president of the association in the future. You are too exaggerated, Senior Menchi." Allan said silently. Menchi said, "I'm not exaggerating at all. The hunters of the 12 earth branches are all qualified to compete for the chairmanship. The entire association has only these 12 places. If Allan you can enter the 12 earthly branches, then you have this qualification." Chapter 108. For Menchi's words, Allan just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Because he is very clear that the 12 earthly branches are not so easy to enter. For the time being, Allan does not think that he is a super newcomer who has just transferred from a candidate to a professional hunter, and he has any qualifications to enter the 12 earthly branches. In his opinion, defeating a one-star bounty hunter like Adolf is really nothing to be proud of. Even if Netero is really optimistic about him, it is impossible for him to enter the 12 earthly branches just because of this. After all, every member of the 12 earthly branches has certain qualifications. There is not a newcomer. It can also be seen from this point that it is not so easy to enter the 12 earthly branches. Of course, Allan never thought about entering the 12 earthly branches. Becoming a professional hunter is enough for him now. Allan, the president is looking for you. At this time, Chider, an adult dog of the 12 earthly branches, suddenly came over. Looking for me? Allan scratched his head and couldn't help asking, why did the president look for me? Couldn't it be me who injured Senior Adolf? Should I settle the account? You think too much. Cheetah said, even if you need to settle accounts, it is not the president, but the vice president Paris Stone, because Adolf is from Paris Stone. Hearing that, Allan grinned and said, hey, if the vice president really comes to trouble me then, can I do it? Of course. Cheetah said, but Paris Stone is not a character of Adolf's level, and he will suffer a lot if you look down on him. Allan is of course this. He who has read the original is quite aware of how dangerous Paris Stone is. At least in terms of IQ and scheming, he is on the same level as Jin. As for the strength, it is not too bad to be able to achieve the position of vice chairman. But Allan didn't worry about whether he would stare at himself because of this. His current strength was enough to rank in the number, and he was worthy of no one at all. Recovered, Allan asked, what is the president looking for? I don't know. However, based on what I know about the chairman, he should be itchy hands. Kijao guessed. Itchy hands. Yeah. Simply put, the chairman wants to fight. Cheetah said. Allan was stunned. Fight? Probably because the president saw your fight with Adolf and thought you were good at strength, so I want to fight with you. Cheetah said. As a member of the 12 earthly branches and a confidant of the president's party, she still knows Netero very well. What an international joke. Netero's hands are itchy and want to fight, what does it matter to me? 05. Allan murmured inwardly. But when I think about it carefully, Allan thinks Kijao's guess is not unreasonable. After reading the original book, he still knows Netero quite well. First of all, Netero himself is a super powerful nin. Second, he likes to challenge and is a martial idiot who gets excited when he meets a strong opponent. It can be said that Netero himself is a person who has spent his entire life in pursuit of the ultimate in martial arts. He is very eager to fight. No, it should be said that he is very eager to fight the strong. However, because he is too strong, the famous masters in the world were basically beaten by him when he was young, and then accidentally got into the strongest position in the world. Ever since, he was so invincible for half his life. Although his current strength has declined due to his age, at least his name is still there, so he is still the strongest player in the association. Such a monster, actually want him to fight? Allan's first thought was to slip away. Yes, he didn't want to fight a monster like Netero at all. Allan, who has read the original, is very clear about Netero's strength. Netero's Nin 100 style Guanyin can be said to be the strongest Nin move known so far. Its attack speed is so fast that even Miruem, the king of ants, can only be hammered unilaterally. At this speed, it's useless even if Allan has a domineering look. As for the power of 100 style Guanyin, the same cannot be ignored. After all, speed is power. In the original book, although Netero's 100 style Guanyin could not seriously hurt the Ant King, it at least broke the Ant King's surface defense and shot the Ant King out of blood. Therefore, in the face of Netero, who has 100 style Guanyin, Allan has no plans to play against each other. After all, if Netero used Beishi Guanyin, then he would only be hanged and beaten like an Ant King. As for whether the elementalization of frozen fruit can be immune to hundreds of blows, it is unknown. All in all, Allan doesn't want to fight Netero at all right now. At this moment, the system went online. Ding! Please choose. 1. Promise Cheetos to go to the association to meet Netero. Reward, Fairy Bean X1. 2. Be a wayward guy and get some wool. Reward, 3000 more thoughts. Fairy beans? Allan's eyes lit up. The last time I got fairy beans, Allan planned to keep it for himself. But because Gon was seriously injured by Uvajin, he had to give Gon the fairy beans. And that fairy bean also successfully saved Gon's life. It can be said that fairy beans are definitely a rare thing. Therefore, for the sake of fairy beans, Allan decisively chose an option and decided to go to see Netero with Cheetah. Ding! You got a fairy bean, and the reward has been distributed to the system warehouse, please check it. Allan's heart moved at will, and he looked at it, and he realized that the fairy bean had already arrived, and his face was overwhelmed with joy. With fairy beans, it is equivalent to having a life-saving hole card. As a result, Allan said goodbye to Gon and Hanzo temporarily, took the Empress away from the hotel, and followed Cheetah to the association to meet Netero. Cheetah didn't say anything about the Empress coming. After all, the identity of the Empress here is Allan's fiancée. Even, she was a little envious of the inseparable feelings between Empress and Allan. At this moment, Allan stopped suddenly. There is a man in the middle of the road ahead. He was tall with a cigar in his mouth and a beard. It was Adolf, who had had a fight with Allan in the hotel before. Adolf, get out of the way. Cheetah said in an unpleasant tone. She is from the Netero faction, and Adolf is from the Paris Stone faction, so she is not at all polite. Adolf didn't need Chi Duo at all, staring at Allan coldly. Although it was night, he could see his gloomy face by the street lamp. Allan smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth, and said with a contemptuous smile, "Is there something wrong? You guy?" Adolf looked at Allan with a gloomy expression, gritted his teeth and said, "The duel at the banquet just now was my carelessness. Let's fight again. This time I won't be attacked by you again." Sneak attack. Allan put away his smiling face and said solemnly, "Do you think you lost to me just now because I attacked you?" "Yes." Adolf nodded. "So you are planning to fight me now?" "That's right." Adolf grinned and exasperated, "If you don't fight me, I won't let you go." "Sorry, I'm going to see President Netero now, but I don't have the time to fight with you here." Allan waved his hand, not wanting to pay attention to the defeated Adolf. However, as soon as he finished saying this sentence, he heard the sound of the system. Ding! Please choose. 1 beat Adolf brutally. Reward, mind is an increase of 1000. 2 a wave of mocking Adolf and crushing the opponent with overwhelming strength. Reward, 6 types, system. Thousands of thoughts are too few, Allan decisively chose the second option. Looking at Adolf, Allan shrugged and said, "Well, since your subordinate will not accept defeat, then I will reluctantly fight you again. I'll fight you head on this time. Just use your fists as the winner and see who is stronger." Regarding Allan's proposal, Adolf couldn't help but sneered. "Do you fight hard with your fists? You will regret it." Adolf sneered, "Presumably, you still don't know my title, do you?" "Title? Iron Fist. I'm a man known as Iron Fist Adolf." Adolf raised his fist and squandered it. Allan drew his ears and said, "Okay, what about an iron fist? Let's try who has a harder fist." Aha! Adolf immediately launched exercise, releasing a huge chi from the aura nodes in his body. Subsequently, this breath was strengthened by him in his fist. "Come on!" Adolf blasted Allan with a powerful punch. Allan didn't even release his breath, and directly raised his fist to greet him. Armed, hardened. Suddenly, a layer of pitch-black material covered Allan's fist, making his fist extremely black. Monument! The fists touched, and there was a heavy flashing sound like a truck colliding. It has to be said that Adolf with full enhancer firepower, his fist is indeed as hard as iron after being strengthened, and he feels that he is no longer inferior to Yuvijan's destructive punch. "You see, my iron fist is not weaker than your black fist." Black fist. Allan was speechless, and he actually described his armed domineering as a black fist. Ignorance is terrible. "I haven't tried my best yet," Allan said. "Really? Come on, I fist Adolf, but I won't lose to a self-righteous newcomer like you." As soon as Adolf finished speaking, Allan had already raised his other hand, and then clenched it into a fist. Armed hardened. Then, in Adolf's face full of disbelief, he slammed hard on his face. He twisted his facial features together, and flew out. Glancing at Adolf who fell on the ground, Allan shook his head, not forgetting to step forward and taunting, "I can't help myself." At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! You successfully mocked Adolf for a wave, and crushed him with overwhelming strength. Get rewards, 6 style system. System. One of the 6 types, by stepping on the ground dozens of times at a high speed in an instant, 0.36 seconds, an explosive reaction force is generated to achieve the effect of high-speed movement, and it seems to disappear from the enemy's eyes. This move is similar to most mobile skills. Allan doesn't have any special surprises, but it's better than nothing. Because skills are just like money, he won't be too much. Soon after, Allan came to the association under the leadership of Kijo. On the top floor of the association, there is a very empty secret room. Roughly scanning, this secret room is about the size of a gymnasium. This is the martial arts hall used by the president to meditate and practice. Cheetah explained. Netero had already waited for it, only to see that he had taken off his robe, put on a sportswear, and was training in one finger zen. Allan narrowed his eyes and observed Netero's body. Although he is hundreds of years old, his thin body still looks energetic and full of vitality. After a long while, Netero stopped the training of finger zen and stood up and looked at the Empress Boya Hancock next to Allan. "Princess Snake Ji, please go out with Kijao first. I have something to discuss with Allan." Hearing this, the Empress said with an arrogant expression, "You bad old man never want to order the concubine." "Haha." Netero said with a smile, "The old man is indeed a terrible old man. After all, when people reach a certain age, their physical functions will decline. This is a cruel fact that we, as creatures, cannot escape. However, this horrible old man of mine can live for at least 100 years. At that time, Princess Snake Ji, you will be an old woman too. The rude guy, the beauty of the concubine body will never age because of time." Boya Hancock said slightly angrily. "Hee, right? Is there really a beauty in this world who can withstand time? If there is, I really want to see it." Netero laughed. "Chairman, if you are, you might be able to see it," Allan said. Netero is now over 100 years old, but Allan looks at his state now, plus what he said just now, thinks that if there is nothing wrong with Netero, there is no problem in living 100 and dozens of years old. That time was enough for him to witness many births, old ages, sicknesses, and deaths. However, Boya Hancock does not know the horror of Netero. Although she can tell that Netero is a very strong person with her eyesight, she doesn't know how monster Netero is. "Hancock, you go out with Miss Kiddo and wait for me first." At this moment, Allan spoke. Although Hancock was slightly upset, he obediently left the room with Cheetah. "Oh, gee, Snake Princess really listened to you, Allan." Among Netero discourse conceal his envy of color. Allan smiled, a little complacent, and said, "After all, I charm big thing, but I guess the president was young, must have attracted a lot of girls like it." "Haha, okay, a young man does have a few girls around me." Netero laughed. Allan nodded, he did not think Netero is bragging. After all, this guy young age has been very strong, there are girls around the turn compacted properly. To be honest, the president's wife do? Allan asked suddenly. "Naturally, I am not married it." Netero rode. "Lie." Netero did not seem to think Allan would question him so decisively. "Look, ye." Allan said, "I guess, president certainly married, maybe there is a BD out of it." AI Loan 793 Netero hear these words, look slightly changed, but soon returned to normal. Allan done sharp catch to this point of change Netero. Netero some guilty conscience keek twice, said, Allan, then an old man, how it will be illegitimate child. Ha, I guess the thing, not just the president told you, young you very popular yet. Allan remember, in the original, Netero does have an illegitimate child named Then Yang. In the president's death, Yang then just jumped out in front of the public. Furthermore, this ratio Yang still ambitious man, always wanted to go dark continent adventure. Netero staring at Allan looked for a while, only smiled and said. Haha, really romantic young man over a period of time, maybe the old lady really had an illegitimate child fell out of it, there is another day to find time to look optimistic. For Netero confused Chua's wo understand this attitude, Allan did not burst. He changed the subject, said. For the president, you are specifically looking me over, not just that simple chat with me. Netero smiled, this stern up and said. To fight thing. Allan stunned for a moment, did not think this really is enough. Netero direct, actually come to ask him not to fight. Do not look at the old lady is old bones, a young man, but was beaten a lot of people do. How, are interested in a fight with the wife thing. Go beyond the kind of. Netero rode. Allan thought, was about to answer, my mind suddenly burst sound system. Please choose. 1. Promised Netero, a fight with him. Reward, read the amount increased by 1 million points. 2. Refused to Netero, make a yarn. Bonus, Neon was increased 5,000 points. 3. Heart embrace warrior within, and Netero try a war, win or lose, will work hard. Bonus, 8 fighters. 8 fighters thing? Allan themselves. Heart say is false. After all, 8 fighters but Naruto best of body surgery. 8 full, is only 6 spots abused dozen copies. If have this surgery, Allan basically can go sideways in the hunter world. Of course, this surgery is still risky. The more you open the door, the greater the side effects of the body. 8 full, equivalent to a dead end. But this does not preclude its naive place. Hearts ponder a moment, Allan chose the third option. Heart embrace warrior within, and Netero a war effort. Goals, 8 fighters. By this time, Allan see the delay without a word, Netero some anxious, said, how, Allan, and the old lady to play a fun thing if I could play it, the old lady can consider you to enter the 12 earthly branches? Law. For Netero out of this condition, Allan did not care. Compared to 8 fighters, into the 12 earthly branches for him is not worth mentioning. He raised his head and said, President, as the former world's strongest Nin, you have stood the pinnacle of the world. Today, and you want to fight me, my honor is true, how could I refuse? Netero micro narrowed his eyes, smiled and said, oh, you are so rare modesty, it seems I'm not mistaken. Well, come on the president. Allan took off his black suit, used aside, put on a fight stance. Stern also Netero up, his hands clasped together, said. Come on, Allan. Chapter 109. Allan's figure flashed, and the whole person disappeared in place like a teleport in an instant. By stepping on the ground at a high speed for dozens of times in an instant, 0.36 seconds, explosive reaction force is generated to achieve high-speed movement, which seems to disappear from the eyes of the enemy. Other speeds are quite scary. In the next second, he already carried a fierce offensive like a star shooting goal and kicked Netero. Armed shoot and kick. Netero's muddy old eyes flashed with a glint, calmly, and patted out with a palm. This seemingly slow palm is actually as fast as lightning. Monument. In time. A terrifying energy wave centered on the two of them, like a wave of water spreading out, and then turned into a violent hurricane sweeping toward the surroundings. The whole secret room suddenly heard a whistling sound like a gust of wind. Netero looked at Allan's right foot, which was covered in gunk black by the armed color, with a hint of surprise in his muddy eyes. It seemed a little different from Allan's power, which exceeded his expectations. Allan stared at Netero's calloused right hand, with waves in his heart. With just one session, he easily blocked his armed kicking skills. I have to say, this old man is really strong. Come again. Netero said with a smile. Okay. Allan nodded. He knows that Netero is now deliberately letting him go, giving him the first move. So he's not polite. After all, the opponent is an old monster. If you despise the opponent, then you will definitely lose. Armed, hardened. Allan clenched his fist, and the black material instantly covered it like a torrent, transforming into a black beast, and blasted Netero with a ferocious fist. Young and the power of action, I feel it. A look of appreciation flashed in Netero's eyes, his expression indifferent, and his right palm was lightly shot. I saw him in this hall, glowing with a faint golden light, as if the light of a Buddha had first appeared, with a light golden aura that dispelled all the darkness in the world, facing Allan's jet black fist. The moment the palms of the fists banged against each other, the golden light and the black waves were intertwined, and a horrible energy that was not inferior to just now burst out from the two of them. After the fierce collision, Allan drew back and separated from Netero several tens of meters. Who? With a slight arrogance, Allan looked at Netero with a solemn expression on his face. Through the two brief encounters just now, he has come to a conclusion. Netero is stronger than he thought. His thoughts seemed to have gone through thousands of tempers. Therefore, his moves have reached the stage of feeding back, from the complexity to the simplification. Face all foreign attacks with the most common palm. Armed and domineering, in front of his neon palm, he couldn't take advantage of it. In front of Netero, if you play neon against him, there is absolutely no chance of winning. However, thanks to the armed and domineering, Allan has the capital to compete with Netero. If you use neon to fight Netero, you can only use your own strength to describe the gap between the two. At this moment, Netero suddenly asked, Allan, the reason why your fist is so strong is the power conferred by the black substance, right? It's called armed S*X domineering. Even now, Allan didn't hide it, and said it directly. It can be freely covered on the surface of the body like chi, and black matter will appear when it is used, which can effectively improve the body's offensive and defensive capabilities. It turns out that so, like chi can cover the body, but he is not a product of mind, right? Yes, the arrogance of armed S*X is not derived from mind, but it is undeniable that the two have similarities in the same way. Then, come on again, let me see the collision between armed domineering and mind, who is better? Netero said. Then, offend the president. Allan was also polite, stepping out instantly, appearing in front of Netero in a very fast figure. Armed, hardened. Faced with Allan's domineering armed color, Netero still took a palm-type response. He condensed part of his mind in his palm, strengthened the power of his palm, and then attacked. The two figures began to move together at high speed. The dark, armed fists and the pale golden prayer hall continued to collide, bursting out layers of gold and black energy. In Nyoda's room, the sound of hard is heard from time to time. One can imagine how fierce the two were fighting. Every time it collides, it is as fierce as a gust of wind. The two figures appeared in the air from time to time, with after-images appearing. This is a manifestation that is too fast to be captured by the naked eye. Using the six forms, the system and the swift step, Allan's movement speed can be said to be as fast as a gust of wind, and his body is like a ghost. Although Netero is inferior in physical function due to age, its speed is also quite terrifying after being strengthened by the mindfulness. The two played against each other for 100 rounds. Allan continued to attack with strong attacks, but he was never able to break through Netero's defense. Netero is defensive as it's offensive. A pair of vicissitudes of hands full of calluses, like a thousand-handed guanyin, exudes a faint golden light from time to time, blocking all of Allan's offensive disintegrate. Despite this, Allan did not stop the attack. His greatest confidence is that his body is more durable than Netero's old and aging body. In terms of endurance, he is confident that he will not lose to Netero. Of course, if Netero gets serious, it is another matter. Armed, Black Razor. The figure flashed. Allan appeared on the left side of Netero, his right foot completely covered by the armed color turned into a black whip and kicked out at a very fast speed, forming a sharp half-moon-shaped orbit in the air, like a black blade. To Netero. This move is a fusion technique added by Moonstep. The speed is the same as the agent, but on the basis of the system, it enhances its mobility. When used, it can form a sharp orbit in midair and then attack the enemy. And Allan added armed domineering to it, making the razor greatly increase its attack power. Chi is powerful enough to break gold and broken stones. Sure enough, in the face of Allan's blade-like pitch-black kick, Netero's eyes gleamed brightly. At the same time, the right hand pushed out flatly. At that moment, the calloused palm turned into a golden bergamot and collided with the black cutting knife. Suddenly, a violent wind blew out between the two. After the storm, Allan's figure appeared in the air, staying with Moonstep's. Almost without stopping, Allan took a deep breath, using the air as a stepping point, quickly swept towards Netero. Land feet. Stripedly, a blue half-moon-shaped vacuum slammed into Netero. One of the 6 styles of the Arashiki kicking technique is not to inflict damage by kicking and jumping the enemy, but to use a super high-speed and powerful kick to roll up a vacuum to generate a chopping wave to attack the opponent. The tree was split in half. Seeing the blue half-moon vacuum coming, Netero suddenly flashed. The next moment, there was a loud bang. This unmatched vacuum directly split the wall of the chamber into a 2-meter-long half-moon-shaped gully. It's dangerous. Netero's figure fluttered to the ground from midair and glanced at the heavily damaged wall behind him, with a sigh of relief expression. Allan frowned slightly, and he didn't expect Netero to react so quickly. However, Netero changed its previous head-on attack and adopted an evasive strategy. Does this mean no? Facing the vacuum of the foot, even if it is him, he has to avoid the edge for the time being? Of course, Allan knew that Netero would definitely be able to block it. However, the power needed to block it must be much greater than the power needed to dodge. From this point of view, Netero is not an opponent who can only be brainless. He did not despise the battle. Random feat. Arasha foot extension technique. A large-scale slash with 2 feet high-speed swings in the air, and the sent Arasha foot will chop towards the ground, and the attack range is so large that it is difficult to dodge from it. Allan believes that with such a intensive attack, Netero can't avoid all of them. Sure enough, seeing such a wide range of chopping waves waved, a strange brilliance flashed in Netero's muddy eyes. Then, he slapped his hands in the middle, making a pious gesture of putting his hands together. Immediately, a faint golden light came out from the palms of his hands, forming a semicircular light curtain around him, enveloping him. Bang bang bang! The frantically dancing vacuum slashes kept slashing on the light curtain, rippling like water waves, rippling on the light curtain circle after circle. But the light curtain seemed weak, but it couldn't be broken anyway. Upon seeing this, Allan took a deep breath and fell back to the ground from mid-air. Then, the toe of his right foot fell down like a dragonfly and quickly touched the ground a dozen times, before violently kicking it forward. Lanjiao bird. Only. A fierce dragon phoenix was quickly rolled up, and during the flight, it quickly formed a bird-like blue slash in a low-altitude attitude, and hit the light curtain set by Netero at high speed. Suddenly, under the impact of the azure blue bird slash, the light curtain rippled violently. Netero, who was in the light curtain, still clasped his hands together, his expression was like a kindly venerable face, and a faint golden light radiated from his body. Break it for me. Allan's figure flashed, then kicked out again, and another azure blue vacuum slash flew away, combining with the bird-like vacuum slash, forming a more powerful blue blow. The impact on the light curtain. In the light curtain, Netero finally rushed to a trace of pressure. But his hands were still in a folded posture, without any wavering. In the end, the energy impact brought by the vacuum slash was completely offset by the light curtain. Sure enough, I still failed. Seeing this scene, Allan sighed. Every move he made was to attack with all his strength and spare no effort. But Netero's thoughts were too terrifying. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through his defenses. However, Allan quickly let go. Netero is the former strongest Nin in the world. Few people can compare to him in terms of Nian attainments. Even though old age has led to a decline in strength, the power of one's mind is still unfathomable. Your moves are very interesting, and they are very powerful, making this old man like me a little bit overwhelmed. Netero suddenly joked. He wasn't exaggerating, but really believed that Allan's attacking moves just now were very peculiar, fierce, and quite powerful. He can feel that those moves are not derived from the power of mind. It is the power of another system independent of mind. This power made him feel so strange that he couldn't help but ask. Allan, can you tell me, what are your moves just now called? Of course. The corner of Allan's mouth raised slightly. He was not afraid to tell Netero, because even if he told Netero, Netero could not master it. The abilities I showed just now, I call them 6 forms. There are a total of 6 skills. Each skill can also be matched with each other to play different combination skills or extended skills. Like the vacuum slash just now, it's called 6 types, Arashiki. The footwork I use to move is called the 6 style system, which can achieve the effect of high-speed movement. The ability to stay in the air is called a 6 style moon step. There are 3 other things. I haven't learned them yet, so I can't tell you. Hehe, it's enough. Netero smiled. He admired Allan's unreservedly speaking of his ability moves. He smiled slightly. Aren't you afraid that I will learn your moves after I know your moves? Or, block your moves? Allan shook his head lightly and said, if it were someone else, I would really worry about it. But because it's the president, I don't have any concerns in this regard. Because, in terms of strength, you are stronger than me. Moreover, my moves are only suitable for me, and other people, I don't think they will be good for me. Therefore, worry is unnecessary. Zhao good, hehe, really interesting guy. Netero smiled, and asked with interest, then, do you have any other abilities? Show me your insights. Of course there is. If the president wants to see, I must go all out. Allan showed a very confident expression, and that confidence means that he has some kind of ace. Hehe, then come on, I'll take it seriously. Netero showed a meaningful smile. Allan said, offended. In the next second, a coldness that seemed to come from the North Pole was released from him, turning into a dreamlike white air. That's right, Allan's source of confidence is his biggest ace ability, the frozen devil fruit. First of all, what we need to do is to freeze this place completely and turn it into a natural battlefield for our own benefit. Frozen field. With Allan as the center, the white misty forest cold air quickly spread to the surrounding like a spider web, freezing the floor of the secret room at a speed visible to the naked eye. And it spreads towards the wall and ceiling, trying to freeze the entire secret room into a natural freezer. The white air conditioning with a sharp chill quickly spread to Netero's feet. But within 3 seconds, a secret room of Nyoda was completely frozen by frozen fruit. The ground, walls, ceiling, corners, and the entire secret room were completely sealed by ice, and no place survived. Allan looked at this natural freezer made by others, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a hint of momentum. This is the battlefield he specially created to deal with Netero. Being in this frozen field that is most beneficial to him, Allan has developed a self-confidence that is enough to defeat Netero. At this moment, Netero was standing on the ice, looking at the completely frozen room, on the wrinkled old face, finally showed a solemn expression. Play. Chapter 110. Yet. It really is terrible ability ah. Actually the old lady used to practice Budokan whole room into a freezing room. Netero looked at the ice being manufactured, Go's face slightly rare appeared touch dignified. At the moment, he could clearly feel that this has been artificially created by Allan Freezer, just and true, like the refrigerator, exudes close to the sub-zero cold air Sinyan. Ordinary people, stay here for 10 minutes, it will be shivering from the cold, blurred consciousness. 30 minutes later, it will fall into a coma with severe proportions. An hour later, the blood will stop because of the invasion of cold air flow, the body functions shut down, began icing phenomenon. A day later, the body will be completely frozen cold air into ice. And Netero himself, if not fall into the kind of situation, but this is the face of cold air Sinyan continue to emerge, and finally feel a glimmer of returning to the pressure. However, faced with such a long absence, the pressure, not only did he frowned, but revealing a hint of excitement demeanor. Now, the old lady must also deal with the more serious it. Allan emerged with the power of this unit frozen, so he sincerely felt a little jump for joy rising from the heart. He began extending the arms, some exercise, doing warm-up a prelude to action. Netero, this person is crazy Wuchi. He has been practicing in beautiful spring and hot summers, has been practicing in the dry autumn and cold winter. Changes of heat and cold throughout the year, he had real feelings too, have experienced. Right now, in the face of such a cold environment created by Allan, after a slight stretch your muscles and joints, his body will soon have to adapt to this environment. In this process, Allan and Netero maintain a certain distance, and no hands. This war, he is based reward system, the identity of persons and martial arts duel of Netero. It is a fair duel. So, he will not rebound Guy. More natural, before Netero have let him just get the younger generation, to the foot of his chance to play. So now, although he took advantage of the location, but also to meet Netero active muscles time to adapt to the environment. Well, Allan, I have finished the warm-up, even though you come up with real skill attack over it. Well, I went to, the president. Allan excited to see the start of the 793 Netero, after goodwill early warning the sentence, begins with the ground jumped up. Pug. Mimi Amy. 5 white cool air from between the lazing Allan hands, as 5 white icicle general, burst shot down from the air, at great speed Hongxiang Netero. Netero eyes flashed a surprised look, although done enough to prepare against, but the face of this offensive, or let him no small surprise. Less reaction, Netero has been air bombers, the body was instantly frozen. Suddenly, it was frozen into a giant hockey puck. Ice crystal clear, you can see at a glance internal situation. At the moment, in this huge ice hockey inside, Netero maintained a positive attitude to prepare the church engaged in. Unfortunately, because of health reasons, the reaction force is much larger than that, so he moves in the end was a step slow. Freeze rate 5 air conditioning is very frightening, less than 1 seconds to completely freeze the target. However, Allan expression has not been relaxed, still alert posture staring frozen in ice hockey inside the Netero. In one piece, the Admiral had Yang Zhao frozen green pheasant for Imperial white beard. Here today, Allan Hunter, President of the Association Yang Zhao frozen Isaac Netero. The same moves, different goals. But the two have one absolute thing in common, that is, a monster of terrifying power. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to freeze Netero completely with just this degree of freezing. Sure enough, the next second. Taste. Brown. Taste. The huge hockey puck appeared to be cracked, and the cracks spread out from the inside, and broke apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, it's really dangerous. The old man was accidentally frozen and almost couldn't get out. Netero regained his freedom and said with an expression of heart lingering. Offended the chairman. Allan didn't have the time to chat with Netero, and immediately launched another offensive. Ice cube, 2 thorn spears. The icy cold air quickly condensed into 2 huge ice spears around Allan, breaking through the obstacles of the air at an extremely fast speed and shooting towards Netero. Seeing this, Netero didn't rush and took a palm of his right hand. The seemingly unpretentious haul, when it was waved out by him, suddenly appeared as a huge bergamot with a touch of golden light. Monument! 2 sharp huge ice spears were suddenly smashed by Netero's palm, turning them into crystal clear light spots in the sky. Allan kept on going, the offensive resumed, his hands stretched forward and his fingers spread out at the same time. Ice cubes, 10 fingers in a row. In an instant, Allan's hands with 10 fingers were like a machine gun, shooting a large amount of white ice cubes. Although these ice cubes are only the size of a thumb, their speed and power are quite astonishing after they are launched through the fingers, enough to penetrate the rocks and smash the target into a sieve. Netero didn't choose to hardwire this time. His thin body moved quickly on the ice, dodged the ice cubes with an elegant body. The extremely flexible evasive movements were really inconsistent with his body that was a little tired because of his old age. Haha, be happy, come on again. While evading, Netero let out a pleasant voice. In the face of Netero, who was gradually being ignited by gas warfare, Allan should go all out. Ah, if you offend the guild leader, then try this trick. Ice saber. Allan opened his hand, and the cold air was released from his palm, and in a blink of an eye it condensed into a crystal clear ice skate. Next, it's close combat. In 0.36 seconds, by stepping on the ground dozens of times, the effect of high-speed movement is achieved. In the blink of an eye, Allan appeared on the left side of Netero, and the ice saber in his hand slashed towards Netero with a sense of coldness. Netero's eyes were quick, and he slapped both hands. However, an icy breath struck Netero's palm directly through the ice, causing him to shiver all over his body. Moreover, this air conditioning has a tendency to freeze him. Good chance. Armed hardened sternal kick. Taking advantage of the air conditioning attack on Netero and the moment when his body functions were temporarily suspended, Allan kicked out heavily and kicked straight towards Netero's chest. Netero's muddy old eyes suddenly came in with a sharp glow, and between the sparks and flints, a big golden hand flashed out from the right side beside him, blocking Allan's sharp kick. The offensive was blocked, and Allan's expression suddenly changed. Well! Suddenly, Allan's complexion changed drastically, almost instinctively. He hurriedly used Shan Tao to move his figure, and pulled back several tens of meters. Just as he retreated to get away from Netero, a big golden hand fell from the sky and hit the place where he stood just now. Suddenly, the floor that had been frozen into ice was torn apart by the blast, showing its power. Hey! So risky! Allan breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid this is Netero's 100 styles undoubtedly. 100 styles, as the name suggests, have as many as 100 styles. Each style is different, but it is extremely powerful and extremely fast. Just now Netero blocked his kick with one style, and immediately hit him with the second style. If it weren't for the domineering and swift steps, Allan wouldn't react, at all. Here we go again. Allan's complexion changed slightly. After seeing and hearing the domineering release to the extreme, he keenly sensed the fluctuation of Netero's body. That kind of unique fluctuation is undoubtedly the 100 style just now. Sure enough, in the next second, a big golden hand came straight from Netero like a bulldozer. It seems to be slow, but it has already reached an unparalleled level. If it hadn't been perceived in advance, Allan would not be able to react in time. Ice wall. Between Byron, a huge ice wall 10 meters high and 5 meters wide quickly took shape. It's not good. Allan's complexion changed slightly, and before the palm hit the ice wall, he felt that the ice wall could not resist. Decisively once again activated the ability to freeze the fruit, released a lot of cold air, and once again created 2 ice walls of the same size in the front. Monument. The first ice wall was easily destroyed. Immediately after that, the second ice wall was also shattered into a block of ice. Finally, the third wall. After resisting it for a second, it also burst into pieces. As the 3 ice walls shattered, Allan's figure finally appeared. Armed hardened. The jet-black substance instantly covered Allan's right hand. At this moment, Allan urged the domineering armed color to the extreme, and punched the big golden hand. Research. The palms of the fists collided, turning into a dazzling golden light and colliding with a jet of black energy, bursting into lightning and thunder. After tens of seconds, Allan stabilized his figure, gasping heavily. Worthy of being 100 styles, that kind of extreme thought is really amazing. However, it was finally blocked. But it also consumes a lot of energy. In addition to the previous battles, Allan felt that his physical strength had probably been consumed by 2/3. If you continue to fight at the current high-intensity rhythm, Allan estimates that he can hold out in front of Netero for at most 30 minutes, at which time his energy will be exhausted. At that time, it also meant lost. On the other hand, Netero is obviously inferior to him in terms of physical fitness, but he hasn't been affected much, and he still looks very vigorous. Allan knew that he could be so energetic, all of which would benefit from his extreme thoughts. Netero, he began to practice continuously when he was young, and finally cultivated his mind to the extreme. Although the body has grown old due to time, the ultimate mind of the body has become more and more profound and vigorous over time. It is this amazing thought that strongly supports Netero, a centenarian. However, Allan is quite excellent for Netero's use of hundreds of styles. Because as far as he knows, Bai Shi should be Netero's strongest nin. Netero now uses 100 style to attack, which shows that he has become serious and regards himself as an opponent. Faced with such a serious Netero, Allan knows that he must do his best and spare no effort. Ice cubes, spurs on the surface. Allan slapped his palms to the ground, asking for time. A blast of cold air pierced through the ice, and went straight to Netero. As Allan made this action, Netero's eyes were immediately fixed on the ground ahead. Between Bai ran, with a ground sound, a sharp ice like a gun pierced out from under the ice surface. Netero had a hunch for a long time, and now withdrew and retreated. Along the way, a number of sharp, gun-like ice cubes sprang out from under the ice, spurring towards Netero. This trick is a continuous skill, which can make a large number of ice cubes through the air conditioning to make continuous stabs from the ice to the target. It's dangerous. Just as Netero stabilized his figure, an ice gun suddenly appeared under the ice and stabled towards him. In just a few seconds, hundreds of ice guns have spurted out of the ground, occupying most of the area. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer places to stand, Netero realized that Allan wanted to defeat him in one fell swoop when he had nowhere to go. Realizing this, Netero no longer blindly dodges. He suddenly jumped into the air, folded his hands together, and then slapped his palm to the ground. Obviously it was a hand covered with calluses, but at the moment it was shot out, it was golden light, suddenly forming a huge golden hand that was several meters long. Puffing! There was a loud bang. The ice spears that sprang from the surface, as well as the ice surface, were all blasted to smash in an instant. The golden light flourished on the ground, and the entire martial arts hall shook violently under this palm. The ice cubes that had condensed on the surrounding walls and ceilings were also shattered by the impact. And this surplus of prestige rushed towards Allan in the distance. Allan's pupils dilated and contracted, and this moment was inexplicably shocked. This is the real 100 styles. No, it should be said that this is the true power of 100 styles. Under the palm, the entire room was all affected by shocks to varying degrees. Ice wall. With a wave of his hand, Allan formed a huge ice wall in front of him to resist. Boom 1. After all, it was just a lingering impact brought by Beishi, so Allan easily blocked it. However, looking at the room that was frozen by him, Netero completely shattered these hard ice cubes with just one palm. I have to say that the power of Beishi is really amazing. Chapter 111. Faced with Netero's 100 styles, Allan dared not look down upon it. Of course, he also knew that Netero could not really use killer moves to attack him. After a short break, Allan immediately started to get up. Because he knows very well that only offense can seize the opportunity and occupy the dominant position. Lanjiao, Silver Fox. Allan curled up the air under his feet and kicked out abruptly. What? Suddenly, a azure blue vacuum slash was swung out, turning into a blue silver fox. This move is an extension of the foot. The kicked land foot slash does not perform a straight attack, but transforms into a silver fox to quickly strangulate the target in a jumping manner. Netero slapped out a light palm, easily resisting and defeating the jumping silver fox. Taking advantage of this effort, Allan launched another fierce offensive. Land of the feet, the stars of the wolves. This trick is arrogant. The advanced version of Silver Fox kicked out 5 azure blue vacuum slashes in an instant after accumulating energy to roll up the air underfoot, transforming into the form of 5 evil wolves, and attacking the target at a very fast speed. It's like a group of hungry wild wolves starting to prey on the target. A gleam of light flashed in Netero's muddy old eyes. Facing the hungry wolves slashing from 5 directions at the same time, a huge gas erupted from him, knocking all the 5 hungry wolves that rushed into the air. Hush, these attacks are really cool enough, but in front of the old man, they won't work. Netero looked at Allan in the distance, stroked the goatee and smiled. Really? Don't care about the president? Allan sneered. Of course he knew that this level of chopping wave could not break Netero's defense. So those attacks just now created opportunities for the next attacks. Netero saw Allan's confident expression slightly raised at the corners of his mouth, and he felt a dangerous premonition in his heart for no reason. He swept around, only to realize that there were a lot of ice mirrors like mirrors around him. There is no regular arrangement of these mirrors. Some are standing on the ground, some are attached to the ceiling, some are hung on the wall, and some are even attached to the floor. It can be said that the entire room is equipped with large and small ice mirrors, with the number of hundreds of pieces. These ice mirrors are just like real mirrors. In front of so many ice mirrors, Netero's figure appears in those ice mirrors like ghosts. All of a sudden, Netero was dazzled. After all, too old, the vision of the eyes has already inevitably declined. Netero couldn't help but put on a thoughtful expression, wondering what Allan was planning to do. But he could feel that Allan was planning something. Some kind of special attack. Surprise attack or something. Therefore, he also raised his vigilance to the highest level. In the next second, Netero understood the meaning of these ice mirrors around him. I saw Allan's figure disappearing into Netero's sight like the broken ice cubes. The next moment, Allan's figure quietly appeared from a mirror on the ground behind Netero, like a ghost. He emerged from the ice mirror and launched a surprise attack on Netero, who was still undetected. Armed hardened. As soon as Netero sensed the danger behind him, Allan was kicked heavily by Allan's armor-colored pitch black. From the disappearance of Allan to appearing behind Netero to launch an attack, the process took less than a second. Even if Netero is vigilant enough, he never expected Allan to have this speed. With a bang, Netero flew out unbearably. Netero had just stabilized his figure. Before he had time to be alert to the surroundings, Allan had quietly emerged from the other ice mirror and launched a surprise attack on Netero from the side. When approaching Netero, Allan deliberately used Absolute to eliminate his own breath, reduce his own breath to a minimum, and avoid being discovered by Netero. And, in the process, Allan also used Shan Tao to launch an attack at the fastest speed. Armed hardened. Allan blasted a punch and attacked Netero's back. Research. The dull voice sounded with a click. This punch really hit Netero, hitting his back, and even heard the crisp sound of bone cracking. Netero was knocked out like a cannonball in an instant, showing that Allan almost did his best with this punch. The fact is true, facing the old monster like Netero, if you don't go all out, it's tantamount to insulting the battle. I believe that Netero, the highly respected president of the Hunter Association, will not blame himself for making such a heavy hand. Oops, it seems to be too heavy, the president shouldn't be angry, right? After kicking Netero and then punching Netero hard, Allan felt like he was playing a bit. He knows very well that if Netero is really serious, then with the power of 100 styles, it is definitely enough for him to drink a pot. So, after thinking for a while, Allan decisively did not launch another attack. He actively elementalized his body and turned it into ice to hide in those ice mirrors, intending to observe Netero's emotional changes, and considering whether to continue his attack. Oh, my old bones almost fell apart. At this time, Netero also stabilized his figure, muttering a few words in his mouth like a frightened old man. Allan's kick and punch made him truly feel a thump. Of course, his own thoughts had mostly offset Allan's attack, and his body was only slightly injured, which did not affect his subsequent actions. He was pure, from the bottom of his heart. He was able to hit himself with Allan and made himself feel the real pain. He was joyful and happy in his heart. Well. At this time, Netero realized that Allan was gone again. But through the attack just now, he had guessed that Allan's figure must be hidden in the surrounding ice mirrors. By now, he had probably figured out the ability of Allan's frozen fruit. Another point is that he knows that this ability is not Nen, but the power of another system independent of mind. This kind of power is more like a kind of supernatural ability, without any mind chi. Chairman, I'm sorry just now, are you okay? At this moment, Allan's voice came from a certain ice mirror. He had been hiding in a certain ice mirror to observe Netero's expression changes, and found that after being hit twice by him, the old guy was not only not angry, but laughed instead. Allan has to wonder, Netero, the old man, won't live too long, is he a little confused? Of course, this is a joke. Allan still understands to some extent why Netero laughs. It's probably because I haven't been beaten for a long time, huh? Netero moved his ears and heard Allan's voice and replied, Ah, the old man is okay, it's just that I haven't been beaten in a long time, so my body hurts a bit. Well, it really is like this. 0, look for flowers. Allan's speechless voice came from a certain ice mirror. President, don't you continue to fight? Of course you have to continue, the old man hasn't had enough fun yet. Netero stretched his arms and said boldly. Well, then, please be careful. Allan reminded him kindly. Haha, just come on, the old man has to be serious. Just as Netero's voice fell, Allan's figure appeared behind him. Armed hardened. The fist covered by the domineering armed color blasted out, as if he was about to blast Netero. When it was too late, Netero suddenly leaped back without looking back, and dodged Allan's attack from behind with an intelligent and thrilling action. Allan's offensive failed, and immediately went into the ice mirror in an elemental state to hide his figure. Netero's cloudy old eyes looked at the surrounding ice mirrors vigilantly. He knew that Allan was among them, and he also guessed that Allan would launch a surprise attack from a certain ice mirror at any time. Indeed, as Netero had guessed, Allan made these ice mirrors, and he himself could move freely between these ice mirrors and then launch surprise attacks on the target. In fact, this move is a move that Allan imitated through Naruto, White's Ice Escape Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Allan is a person with the ability to freeze fruits. The body can be transformed into ice, and it can also make ice, so it can exert the power of ice more than the ice used by Bai. These ice mirrors can be quickly reorganized and formed even if they are broken. And in these ice mirrors, Allan can move very fast, achieving the effect of instant movement. It only takes 0.3 seconds to transfer from one ice mirror to another. Even, Allan can appear in all the ice mirrors made at the same time, and the goal is to produce multiple phantoms. At this moment, Allan used the characteristics of its own fruit ability to quickly transfer elements to the ice mirror closest to Netero. These ice mirrors can completely hide Allan's breath, and Allan itself uses absolute to eliminate the breath, so how sensitive Netero's six senses are, it is impossible to detect his specific location. At this moment, Allan launched a surprise attack. Half of his body emerged from an ice mirror on the ceiling above Netero's head, holding an ice blade in his hand, and piercing it towards Netero's shoulder below. However, when Allan's ice blade just touched Netero's release of chi for defense and intended to break through the defense of chi, in that very short moment, Netero was attacked by its own chi. He made a timely dodge, and launched an attack for the first time, going up to smash all the ice mirrors on the ceiling. Allan had already stopped the offensive for the first time, and from the ice mirror on the ceiling, transferred the body element to a certain ice mirror on the wall, and continued to wait for the opportunity. He knows very well that in the face of Netero's level of master, adopting this unexpected strategy is the most effective. If you show up now, I am afraid that Netero will no longer give the opportunity to make moves on its own. The most likely thing is to directly attack and defeat itself. Indeed, as Allan thought, with the depth of this battle and Allan's strength in the battle, Netero has already regarded him as a serious opponent. Therefore, he will not give Allan a chance to deliberately start. Once he sees Allan show up, he will immediately launch a fierce offensive. Wide. Chapter 112. Hee, sly fellow, are you hiding again? After destroying the ice mirrors on the ceiling, Netero knew that he had not hit Allan, and Allan must have hit in other ice mirrors. These mirrors really feel a little intrusive. With that said, Netero's second palm has already blasted towards the ice mirrors on the wall. His strength is very good, and without breaking the wall, he is guaranteed to crush those hard ice mirrors in one fell swoop. Boom boom boom. The four walls were covered with ice mirrors, large and small, with hundreds of pieces, and they were all crushed by Netero in just 2 seconds. But those walls were intact and not damaged at all. This is the power of Netero's mind. Only when the control of mind reaches the top and extreme, can you achieve this state. Soon, all the ice mirrors in the room were destroyed, turning into crystal clear broken ice and falling to the ground. Then, under the characteristics of frozen fruit, the fallen ice quickly recombined into a new ice mirror. It can be said that the most buggy part of the magic mirror ice mirror is that no matter how many times it is broken, as long as there is ice, it can be reorganized indefinitely. Therefore, this trick is also called broken mirror reorganization. Allan was hiding in these reorganized ice mirrors at this moment. Netero looked at these broken and reorganized ice mirrors, stunned, scratched his head and said, "This ability is really troublesome." He didn't bother to continue to destroy it, because he had guessed that even if it continued to destroy, it would not make sense, it would only waste physical energy. Therefore, he can only find Allan's body from those ice mirrors, and then conduct a fixed point strike. And Allan never reappeared from beginning to end, he seemed to have disappeared. However, the existence of these ice mirrors also indicated that he still exists in this room. At this moment, the room was so quiet that even Netero's own heartbeat could be heard clearly. Compared with eyesight, Netero's ears are more sensitive. Even if an embroidery needle fell in the room 05, he could clearly hear it. He opened all 6 senses, and no action in the room could escape his capture. Allan hides in those ice mirrors, and uses the characteristics of the fruit from time to time to move back and forth, preventing Netero from discovering it. Because if you stay in an ice mirror for a long time, you will be easily noticed by Netero's detached senses. And because of the elemental nature of the natural system, Allan's state in the ice mirror is not in the form of human, but in the form of ice. Therefore, Netero couldn't tell which ice mirror Allan was hiding with the naked eye. Allan knows very well that as long as he makes a little movement, he will be noticed by Netero. Therefore, he did not rush to show up, but constantly looked for opportunities to fight guerrilla warfare. In a head-to-head fight, Beishi's attack speed is too fast. Even if there are skills such as sight and instant step, it is difficult to react. Time freezes at a certain moment. After lurking in the ice mirror for a few minutes, Allan finally finds the moment of Netaro's relaxation, and then decisively reveals his true body and launches a surprise attack on Netaro. A cold air instantly hit Netaro's body, and then the cold air quickly frozen Netaro. In a blink of an eye, Netaro was frozen and turned into an ice statue. Allan knew that the air conditioning was only temporarily freezing the surface of Netaro's body. According to Netaro's mind, this air conditioning could not penetrate his body at all. 3 seconds. No, 1 second. Netaro may break the ice in just 1 second. Therefore, while quickly freezing Netaro with the air conditioning, Allan jumped up and released a large amount of air conditioning with both hands to freeze the Netaro underneath multiple times. In less than 2 seconds, Netaro was covered by layers of ice, forming a pyramid-shaped ice tower, which was huge in size and occupied 2/3 of the room. And inside this ice tower, it was the figure of Netaro being frozen. I saw him still open his eyes, but because he was frozen, he couldn't move. Are you still conscious? Allan narrowed his eyes and looked at Netaro in the ice tower. After enduring such a huge amount of air conditioning, it was frozen and still retained consciousness. I have to say that Netaro is really a monster. However, it is absolutely impossible for Netaro to get out of this ice tower without a lot of effort. Taking advantage of the time he came out of breaking the ice, Allan also seized the time to adjust his breath and regain his strength. The ability of frozen fruit is certainly strong, but the key point to win in this battle with Netaro lies in its endurance. Allan knew that he was still too young and not enough foundation to defeat Netaro. But relying on the characteristics of the frozen fruit, he thinks he can at least be at least 7-3 with Netaro, no, even 4-6. All in all, as long as he fights, Allan can guarantee with a high probability that he will not be defeated. Therefore, physical strength is the key factor in this battle. The reward condition for gaining 8-door Dungia is to fight Netaro with all his strength, so if he doesn't do his best in this battle, he won't be rewarded. Therefore, this battle will not end here if there is enough physical strength. Unless one of the two sides falls, or Netaro speaks out the truce. Otherwise, Allan will have to fight as hard as he can. At this moment, Allan's complexion changed slightly, and he looked up at the ice tower. Of course, when he saw the crystal-clear ice tower, Netaro blinked his eyes unexpectedly. Then, one can see cracks produced from the inside of the ice tower. But in the blink of an eye, the entire ice tower was full of cracks. Then, there was a loud noise. The ice tower burst open from the inside, and Netaro's figure jumped out from it. Hey, it's so cold! I froze to death, the old man. Netaro moved his arms and neck. This long-lost coldness caused the blood in his body to boil slightly. At this moment, he seemed to feel something, his complexion changed slightly, and when he looked up, he saw the sky above his head. I don't know when a huge triangle of ice had appeared. Ice cube, the tip of the iceberg. In the distance, as Allan made a downward wave, the huge triangular ice cubes suspended in the air slammed into Netaro directly, as if Mount Tai was pressing on the top. It was astonishing. Netaro's turbid old eyes immediately sent a sharp glow, without evading or avoiding, and directly greeted him with two hauls, directly blocking the falling triangle ice. Those skinny veteran hands, with bulging veins at the moment, seemed full of strength. Back to you. Netaro threw his hands forward and threw the huge mountain-like triangle ice directly at Allan. Allan jumped up, his fist blasted out loud. Armed, hardened. Broke in. Under this punch, the huge triangular ice cube burst instantly, turning into crystal-clear ice scum in the sky. Almost at the same time, Allan felt an incredibly amazing gas released from Netaro. Looking up, he suddenly saw a huge statue of Avalokitesvara. Avalokitesvara appeared behind Netaro. The huge thousand-hand Guanyin statue exudes sacred brilliance, which makes people feel the urge to worship. Allan's face became extremely dignified, Netero seemed to be real, and even the 100-style Guanyin appeared. Coming! Allan was shocked. With his strong perception of seeing, hearing and color, he foresaw that a strong sense of crisis was about to strike. Sure enough, in the next second, Netero took a palm shot. The huge thousand-hand Guanyin statue behind him also followed his movements and shot out with a palm. The golden giant Guanyin hand carried an extremely fierce aura, as if even time had been frozen by it. This palm was astonishingly fast. Broke in. However, this class was in vain. Allan's figure disappeared within 0.01 seconds of that palm. What a fast reaction speed! Did I notice it before I started by she? Netero said with a flash of surprise in his eyes. People who can avoid him in 100 styles are definitely rare in this world, and they can count them with 10 fingers. Unless it is a foreseeable attack, it is almost impossible to avoid it. But Allan did it, which shows that he has a great probability of predicting it in advance. Even so, Allan's speed is amazing. Otherwise, even if the attack is anticipated in advance, the body will not be able to keep up with the reaction. Netero highly appreciates this, but appreciation goes to appreciation, this battle must be over. Next, it's going to be true. Netero folded his hands together, then spread out his palms, pinched the thumb and middle finger of both hands, spread the remaining 3 fingers homeopathically, and made a gesture of orchid fingers. Then, the 100-style audio-visual view behind him also moved. Every palm of Beishi is different, and it will be faster than one session. No matter how fast Allan's reaction was, Netero didn't believe Allan could avoid it all. Netero's two-handed orchid fingers raised one another, and the 100-style Guanyin statue behind him immediately burst out with a radiant light. In the next instant, the golden energy wave destroyed all the ice mirrors arranged by Allan at the same time. The reorganization of the ice mirror takes time. Without the ice mirror, Allan would have no place to hide, and the body was immediately exposed. After pushing Allan out, Netero decisively launched a fierce offensive and blasted out. The thousand-hand Guanyin statue behind him also blasted out with a palm, and when the big golden hand came out, it seemed as if he was shocked by the momentum alone. Although Allan was aware of the danger by seeing, hearing and coloring, but because Netero's palm speed was too fast, Allan almost had no time to dodge, and with a bang, the whole person was instantly shot like a cannonball by the golden hand that was bombed by Netero. Going out, several ice mirrors were smashed along the way, and finally they slammed into the wall, smashing the wall out of a cracked cavity. Allan had only one feeling, his bones seemed to fall apart. However, Allan is more surprised now that he finds that his elementalization is not immune to Netero's hundreds of attacks. At this moment, Netero had once again played the second class of 100 styles in 793. The thin palm of the hand overlapped with the 100-style Guanyin behind him in the air, turning into a huge golden Guanyin hand, and slapped Allan with a bright golden light. This palm movement seems to be slow, but in fact it is just a momentary thing. The wall that had been smashed by Allan into the cracks and dents, under this palm, was suddenly blasted to pieces. Well. After this palm, Netero had a look of uncertainty on his face, because Allan's figure didn't seem to be in it. Miss it? No, it should have been hit. In that case, it is impossible for him to avoid it. Well. Just as Netero was suspicious of this, his face suddenly changed slightly, and Allan's figure was quickly formed from ice under the ruins. This is... On Netero's old face, there was a look of astonishment. After reorganizing the body, Allan quickly distanced himself from Netero. Just now in a hurry, he decisively took the initiative to elementize his body, turning it into ice cubes to dodge. Because, through the previous session of Netero, Allan already knew that in the face of Netero's extreme mind, his elementalization could not be directly immune to hundreds of attacks. In other words, in front of Beishi, the body cannot be passively immune to attacks. Therefore, in the face of Netaro's 100-style chanting hall, he can only choose to actively elementalize and turn his body into ice in advance to avoid it. As for why elementalization is not directly immune to this kind of physical attack, Allan also knows very well that it is because of Netaro's intent. Mind is not an attack from the physics department, but a kind of energy. That is life energy. Therefore, mind can attack elementalization. Of course, this is not the case, Allan is still unclear. At this moment, Netaro suddenly said, "Allan, your ability is really convenient. Not only can you make ice, but you can also turn your body into ice. It seems that I have to show my true ability. Come on, President, I won't be polite." Allan also prepared to do his best. Ice Dragon. An imposing glacier dragon was created by Allan and charged towards Netaro with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. The golden light was dazzling, and the 100-style Guanyin behind Netaro waved its big golden hand and slashed towards the ice dragon with a hand knife. Bite! The glacier dragon was directly hit by the keel bone with a golden hand knife that fell from the sky, making a loud bang. Chapter 113. Netaro has lived for 110 years. His life is full of legends. At this age, he has ceased to be interested in anything. There is only one thing, and that is the pursuit of battle. In this battle, Allan couldn't make him feel completely happy, but he hadn't been so satisfied for a long time. The fighting lasted until dawn, when a ray of morning light passed through the devastated wall from the east. In a messy room, the battle between Allan and Netaro finally came to an end. As for the outcome of this battle, no one knows except for the two. However, Netaro caught a cold for several days after that. As for why you have a cold, Netaro is very clear. Of course, Allan didn't feel well. After the battle, he lay down for 2 days before he recovered. The blow brought by Beishi Guanyin caused a certain degree of damage to the bones of his whole body, and the accumulated amount caused the body to be as heavy as being filled with lead. And through this battle, Allan also understood that even if he had elemental immunity, he couldn't be directly immune to the magical power of Nian. Like Netaro's 100-style Guanyin, that kind of pure mind, the ultimate mind. It can directly attack Allan's body and invalidate the passive elemental immunity effect of frozen fruit. Only through active elementalization, that is, turning the body into an ice element in advance, can you be immune to 100 types of attacks. Therefore, blindly relying on elementalization is not feasible. Only when one's own strength is up, and with elementalization, is the most beneficial development. After that battle was over, Allan also received a reward from the system, 8-door Dungia. Bayman Dungia Dash. They are: first door opening, second break, the third student, fourth injury door, fifth domain, the sixth view gate, seventh surprise, eighth dead gate. The full name of the 8 gates is the 8-gate Dungia Array, which temporarily gains powerful power by unlocking the channel that binds the chakra in the human body. Allan is not a ninja, there is no chakra in his body, but this does not affect his use of 8-door Dungia, because the rewards issued to him by the system are specially adapted. Therefore, Allan's 8-door Dungia can be opened without liberating chakra. To put it plainly, it is equivalent to the pure version. Therefore, it will consume Allan's cell power. Cell power, in fact, is not essentially different from chakra. Because the source of chakra is energy extracted from 130 trillion cells of the human body. Allan doesn't know how many cells there are in his body, but he knows that the average human body has about 80 trillion cells, or tens of trillions. But Allan's physical fitness is far beyond the limits of ordinary people, so the cells in his body are naturally much larger than the number of ordinary people. Allan estimates that this amount is at least 100 trillion. That is, the number of hundreds of billions of cells. Therefore, as long as Allan's physique is strong enough and the number of cells is sufficient, it is not difficult to open the 8 doors at all. However, this does not mean that Allan can open the 8-door dungeon at will. The technique of Bayman Dungeon is always an access control technique. Every time it is used, it is a burden to the body. And this kind of burden, once or twice, will not have obvious effects, but as the number of times of use is increased, the cumulative burden will become heavier, until the body cannot bear it, there will be life-threatening. For this, Allan himself didn't have much pressure, because even if he didn't open the 8 doors dungeon, his own strength and the ability of frozen fruits were enough to walk sideways in this hunter world. For those who can let him open the 8-door dungeon to deal with, he believes that the world may be able to count 10 fingers. After resting for 2 days, Allan took the Empress Bow Hancock to find a place and tried the power of the 8-door dungeon. In a rocky valley, Allan stood on a rock. Not far from him, is the Empress Boya Hancock. "What do you bring me to a place like this?" the Empress couldn't help asking. "Hey, just look at it." With that said, Allan took a deep breath, clenched his fists with both hands, and began to concentrate on opening the 8-door dungeon. 8-door dungeon, the first door opened. "Open!" Allan suddenly snorted, and a huge energy gushed from his body. This energy is not thought, but another kind of power, which comes from the power of cells. Looking down at the steam-like gas emerging from his body, Allan did not panic, but showed a trace of joy, because this was a phenomenon that successfully opened the 8 doors. Although it was only the first door opened, Allan could clearly feel that his body seemed to have acquired some kind of accelerator, becoming faster than before. The first of these 8 disciplines is precisely by lifting the limits of the brain, in order to exert 100% of the body's ability, overloading the energy of the body's cells to greatly increase the attack and speed. What? In the blink of an eye, Allan crossed a distance of 10 meters and appeared on another rock. So fast! Allan was not surprised. You must know that he didn't use control and instant step just now. He just moved with the door open, and achieved a high-speed movement effect that was almost not lost to Jing. If he had opened 8 doors, Allan couldn't believe how powerful he would become. Not far away, the Empress saw Allan's sudden speed, and the gas emerging from him, it was also somewhat different. At this time, after experiencing the speed brought by one door opening, Allan decisively opened the second door again. Second brakes, open. Pang! A stronger breath was released from Allan. But this chi is not thought, but the power brought by the liberation of cell power. The specialty of this second person is that it can lift the physical fatigue limit, overload, and squeeze the body energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption rate of opening the door. Sure enough, after opening the door, Allan felt as if his body was light. The fatigue caused by the previous opening of the door disappeared suddenly, replaced by a sense of detached comfort. Allan didn't feel any pressure or burden even after opening 2 doors, so he opened the 3rd door decisively. The 3rd life gate, open. After the 3rd life gate is opened, the body will turn red due to congestion, and at the same time emit green energy, further increasing its own attack speed value. In addition, the 3rd gate is also the last safety zone of Bayman Dungeon. Starting from the 4th gate behind, the body will be damaged. Therefore, in general, as long as you stay within the 3 gates, you can reduce your body loss to a minimum. Allan can be said to be half a lunatic. Knowing that there will be damage, he began to venture to open the 4th door of the 8-door dungeon. The 4th wound door, open. After opening the 4th wound door, it will greatly increase its own attack speed value, but at the same time the body will start to suffer damage. The pain of a muscle strain immediately spread from his body, and Allan couldn't help frowning and gritting his teeth. But he was still strong, and he didn't get rid of the wounded state because of this small injury. Because, in this state, Allan has gained great strength. Although only the first 4 doors of the 8-door dungeon were opened, Allan could intuitively feel that in the state of the 4th door, his strength had at least doubled from the normal state. Boom 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 boom. Allan blasted the surrounding rocks. His moving speed was very fast, the green energy on his body was like some kind of super accelerator. When he moved, it looked like a streamer. There is no need to use mind, nor do you need to use armed color domineering. In the 4-door state, Allan can easily blast all the surrounding hard rocks. This power is really strong. If all 8 doors are open, Allan can't imagine, but he can be sure that if all 8 doors are open, even if it is Netero's 100-style Guanyin, he will dare to be tough. However, after opening the 4th wound door, Allan suddenly felt that if his body was forcibly opening the 5th door, it would bring a considerable burden to the body. Not to mention the 6th door, the 7th door and the 8th door at the back. The reason why Bayman Dunjia is a super forbidden technique is because every time a door is opened, the burden on the body will gradually increase, causing damage. Now, in the state of the 4th injury, Allan is able to cope more easily, but he feels a little bit of soreness in his body due to a muscle strain. But this kind of pain is still within his tolerance. But once the 5th door is opened, the damage will definitely double. Similarly, once the 5th door is opened, his speed will be greatly improved by then, enough to drive the air to lift the ground to form a hurricane when moving, which can almost reach the speed of sound. After weighing it up, Allan decided to stop there and not open the 5th door. Because, by opening the first 4 doors, he had a clear understanding of the power of the 8-door Dunjia in his heart. After that, Allan lifted the Bayman Dunjia state and returned to the normal state. After returning to normal, a sense of fatigue and muscle soreness suddenly hit. Although this kind of burden had already appeared in the state of Bayman Dunjia, after returning to normal, this kind of burden suddenly became heavier. Moreover, Allan felt very hungry. Let's go eat. Allan took the Empress decisively to find a place to fill his stomach. Although the female emperor was surprised at the 8-door Dunjia that Allan showed just now, she still resisted not asking more, and obediently followed Allan. It is still the high-end restaurant that I enjoyed with the Empress before. The restaurant manager Robert recognizes Allan and the Empress, so he is very witty and prepared the best dining location for the two. However, what Allan didn't notice was that Robert ran outside after leaving the dining table and made a secret call. Half an hour later, when Allan was full and drunk, and not far from the restaurant with the Empress, he was blocked by several black cars on the road. More than a dozen men dressed in black suits, black sunglasses, and bodyguards got out of the car and surrounded Allan. At the same time, a purple sports car appeared behind the group of bodyguards. Then, a young man with blonde hair in a white suit and tie got out of the car. This person is surprisingly the guy who was taught by Allan in the restaurant before. Superstar Edward Wells. Getting out of the car with him, good Zhangyo, there are also 2 men, one tall and one short. Hey, don't be safe. Edward Wells stared coldly at Allan, who was surrounded by bodyguards, and said in a deep voice, "This time I'm here to avenge my last time. I said, here is no one can move me in my place." Allan didn't put the miscellaneous fish in his eyes at all, but he was in a good mood today, so he still suppressed his murderous intent and said coldly, "I will just say one thing. Within 3 seconds, get out of the way." When hearing Allan's imperative tone, Edward and Wilston said angrily, "Call me." An invisible aura radiated from Allan, and the bodyguards who were impacted by this aura turned their eyes white and fainted. How is this possible? Edward Wells looked at the dozen or so bodyguards he had brought with him with an incredulous expression. In a panic, Edward said to the 2 tall and short men behind him, "Tall guy, short guy, it's up to you. Take people, money will help people eliminate disasters, and give them to our tall and short brothers, boss." The short man said. After nodding with the tall guy on the side, he ran straight to Allan. Allan looked at the 2 of them, and at a glance they pointed out that these 2 are not general, they seem to be nin. At this time, the long-lost system went online. Ding! Please choose. 1. Kill the tall and short brothers in seconds. Reward, 50 million nuns. 2. Kill the tall and short brothers in seconds, and abolish the superstar Edward and Wells. Reward, play with a mysterious treasure box. 3. Be a good person, let them go, and take the Empress away directly. Reward, a sports car 1. Chapter 114. Even if there is no systematic reward this time, Allan plans to clean up these guys. Right now, watching the tall guy and the short guy approaching, Allan had a look of disdain on his face. These two people are not worthy of his serious action. Gao guy, be careful, that guy is not an ordinary character. Seeing the sneer on Allan's face, the short man couldn't help but feel an inexplicable panic in his heart. Then I thought that Allan had made a dozen bodyguards fainted on the spot without any action just now, there must be some quite dangerous ability. Then, let me take the lead and be responsible for holding him down, and you will attack from the back. Gao said after thinking. Okay, that's it. The short man agreed. A puff of anger erupted from the tall guy, he speeded up and rushed towards Allan violently. As a enhancerman, he himself has always been confident in his skill. As long as he holds Allan close, he is sure to cooperate with the short man to kill Allan. Almost at the same time the tall guy rushed up, Allan made corresponding moves. His figure suddenly disappeared in front of Gao's, and appeared beside Gao's side the second after he lost his sight in Gao's sight. The short man behind suddenly changed his complexion and shouted, so fast. Gao, be careful. However, his reminder was still a step late. Armed hardened. Boom. With a black punch covering the armed color, Allan directly blasted Gao's 5 internal organs temple into mud tofu, killing him on the spot. The short man behind his eyes widened, but his reaction was not slow at all. After realizing the strength gap between himself and Allan, he immediately withdrew and ran away. Damn it, monster, this is a monster. The short man has never felt so scared. A companion who has worked with him for many years is actually solved by the other party in a face-to-face encounter. Isn't this a monster? Run! Seeing the short man running away, Allan sneered coldly, and threw away the lifeless tall guy. Look how far you can run! Allan raised his right hand and pointed it in the direction of the short 793 man's escape. After 11 icicles suddenly shot out from his palm like a water gun, and in a blink of an eye, he hit the short man from behind. The short man avoided it and was quickly frozen by the icicle on the spot. Land feet! Allan curled up the air under his feet and kicked out. When necessary, a blue vacuum slash was swept out. Eat! In the distance, the frozen short man was slashed by his feet and turned directly into crushed ice on the ground. After killing the tall guy and the short guy in a second, the female emperor on the side reminded, that guy drove away. Humph, he can't escape. Frozen 1,000 feet. Starting from under Allan's feet, a line of ice spread quickly directly along the road ahead. Soon, the road hundreds of meters ahead was frozen. The road immediately became crystal clear and extremely smooth. Edward, Wells, who had started the engine and drove away, was quickly overtaken by the ice. The sports car slid directly on the ice road and slammed its head under a lamp post on the side of the road. Edward himself was beaten to the head and got out of the car. Allan flashed, appeared in front of Edward, and lifted him up with one hand. Wait, I'll give you money and let me go? All right. Allan snorted coldly. Regardless of Edward's begging for mercy, he shot his hands and feet directly. This arrogant brother, a big star, just like this GG. In the next second, the rewards of the system have also arrived. Yes. You killed the tall and short brothers in seconds, and solved the big star Edward, Wells. Get a mysterious treasure chest, open it now. Open. Allan has no worries now, so naturally he just started it directly. Ding. You have acquired a Traitonin, Nianchi, Tianyan. Sky Eye? Allan was a little stunned. He didn't expect that a special, quality nen would be drawn out of the treasure chest. This was really unexpected for him. He thought it would be a prop or something. According to this nen's description, Allan immediately activated the mind and tried the specific effect of the ability. After activating this ability, an eye manifested by mind appeared above Allan's head, floating quietly in the air. Allan looked up and saw that this so-called Nianchi, sky eye is different from human eyes, and more similar to cat eyes. In terms of ability display, there are two in total. First, what the heavenly eye sees will be fed back to the body's retina in real time, realizing the shared vision brought by the third eye. Second, the eyesight of Tianyan is 5 times that of ordinary people, and it has 360 degrees of sight without blind spots. These are the two most important functions of Nianchi, Tianyan. In addition, the sky eye can also leave the body and be remotely controlled like a drone. In terms of the distance of movement, 1,000 thoughts can make the eye of the sky move about a distance of about 1 kilometer, and the consumption is not too large. It can be said that it is very suitable for investigating the enemy's situation and spying on target intelligence. However, in the process of manipulating the eyes of the sky to conduct remote investigations, the nen must be focused, fully focused, and not half-hearted. Once the calmness is lost or an unexpected situation occurs, the connection between the body and the eye of the sky will disappear. Allan tried to concentrate and began to control the sky eye to conduct remote reconnaissance. The place Allan chose was the Hunter Association. He wanted to see what Netero was doing now. The size of the sky eye is small, and it is flying at high altitude, plus it is night, almost completely submerged in darkness, it is difficult for people to notice. Soon, Tianyan spotted Netero on the 98th floor of the association building. This guy was in a meeting room with the vice president, Paris Stone, not knowing what they were talking about, and there were other members of the 12 earthly branches. Allan didn't dare to let the sky eye approach, nor did he dare to let the sky eye stay, because he knew very well that a strong man was very sensitive to the surrounding breath. Even if the sky eye can overwhelm its own sense of existence, it will unknowingly reveal its sense of existence when observing the target. Strong people like Netero are more sensitive to sight, even if they are looked at from a distance, they can feel it. Sure enough, after Sky Eye observed Netero, Netero who was in the conference room suddenly raised his head and glanced at the place where Sky Eye appeared just now. Fortunately, Allan disarmed the ability of Neon Vision in time and made the Sky Eye disappear, otherwise it would be discovered by Netero. In general, this ability is not very useful for Allan, but it cannot be said to be completely useless. It is indeed very convenient to use for detecting targets. Allan remembered that there seemed to be a mysterious jar that had not been opened. After checking the system warehouse, he found that there was indeed a jar and took it out decisively. Ellie remembers that this jar was the reward for defeating the bounty hunter Adolf at the dinner held at Netero. The nature is the same as the mysterious treasure chest, as long as the jar is broken, the mysterious thing can be opened. At the moment, Allan broke the mysterious jar. Yes. Congratulations on getting an S-rank ninjutsu experience card. S-level ninjutsu experience card? Allan was stunned, obviously he didn't expect to offer such a reward. If it's really an S-rank ninjutsu, it's not bad. Right now, Allan picked up the experience card and couldn't wait to check it. This ninjutsu experience card is actually an S-level ninjutsu Kirin developed by Suzuki Uchiha. And it's a pure version, which can be released without using chakras. Because this ninjutsu actually draws on the power of nature, the actual performance of its power is even stronger, which belongs to the real S-level ninjutsu. After using this card, there will be a large number of cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, producing lightning and finally forming a unicorn-shaped lightning, which strikes the target at a speed of 1,000th of a second, and its speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to avoid. For this S-rank ninjutsu, Allan said that it is false not to be excited. Right now, although he possesses the abilities of frozen fruit, armed color domineering, feet, etc., he lacks a truly powerful killer move. The appearance of Kirin just made up for this shortcoming. Although it can only be used once, it is enough. Allan believes that in this hunter world, it is possible to withstand Kirin this S-level ninjutsu without dying without 10 fingers. Therefore, possessing Kirin is equivalent to possessing a big killer move. When encountering a strong enemy, this big killer move can definitely damage the opponent severely. Allan decisively put away the Kirin experience card, leaving it to be used when the time comes. 2 days later, Allan went to visit Gon and found that Gon's previous injuries were basically completely healed, and he had asked Hanzo to help with the discharge procedures. After being discharged from the hospital, Hanzo proposed to have a contest with Gon and let Allan be the referee. As for why Hanzo has to compete with Gon, there are 2 reasons. The first reason is that these days Hanzo has been listening to Allan and staying in the hospital to accompany Gon. It can be said that it is so boring. So after Gon was all right, he wanted to find someone to vent some. And this person is Gon. In addition, Hanzo really wants to see how much Gon's strength can be improved after using Nian. In fact, Hanzo's overall strength is much stronger than Gon without needing to think about it. However, when Gon was in the state of activating mind, his strength was greatly improved, and the gap between the two was suddenly pulled into the gap. Therefore, Hanzo couldn't beat Gon for a while. And Gon is a dead-headed, very stubborn person who won't give up easily. Therefore, in the course of the contest, Hanzo played quite frustrated. But it is impossible for him to admit defeat, because he proposed this duel himself. However, in the course of the contest, Gon's thoughts showed Hanzo really opened his eyes. Gon is an enhancer. After starting the idea, his overall strength has been significantly improved. Especially in terms of defensive power, after Gon used Rap, and used a part of mind to strengthen his arm strength, facing Hanzo's hand knife attack, he could defend almost without injury. This is the increase brought by mind. Therefore, this also strengthened Hanzo's idea of learning Nian. In the end, Allan came forward and the two ended the contest. After this contest, Hanzo asked Allan to fulfill his previous promise and teach him Nian. Allan readily agreed and contacted Kurapika. 1 day later, Kurapika took Leorio, whom he had not seen for a while, to the hotel room where Allan was renting, and took Allan's Nian course with Hanzo. Allan certainly didn't teach them unconditionally. In fact, as long as they were taught basic Nian skills, Allan could get rewards from the system. Among them, to teach the foundation of Hanzo Nian, Allan will get swordsmanship, flying slash as a reward. If you teach Kurapika and Leorio the basis of thinking, you can get 10,000 or 2 points as a reward. It can be said that these rewards are already very generous. Therefore, Allan naturally spared no effort to teach the 3 people the basics of meditation seriously. As for Killua, this product is still locked by his father in the Zaldik family, so Allan cannot teach him the basics for the time being. Chapter 115. Time flies, more than 3 months later. After a period of careful guidance from Allan, Kurapika, Leorio, and Hanzo have all mastered the 4 fundamentals of chanting. And Allan also received corresponding rewards. Nian Chi value increased by 12,000 points. And swordsmanship, flying slashing, to advance into the realm of Kendo. As for the advanced application skills, Allan has not taught Kurapika to them for the time being. The reason is very simple, learning mind requires a gradual process. Although Kurapika and Leorio and Hanzo are all talented people, they have just been in contact with chanting and lack experience after all. Therefore, Allan believes that it is not too late for the 3 to lay a solid foundation and learn higher level skills at this stage. During this period, Gon was not idle either. He knew that his basic skills were not enough, so he also conducted a special training in these 3 months. The opponent in charge of special training for him is naturally Allan. And Allan's special training method is also quite rude, that is, directly let Gon treat himself as a challenge opponent. In more than 3 months, Gon lost a total of 101 times, and almost every day he played against Allan. At first, Gon couldn't keep up with Allan's speed at all. Of course, I can't keep up now, but I can barely capture Allan's speed. This huge improvement can be said to be due to Allan's training and Gon's outstanding talent. According to Allan's estimation, after special training, Gon's strength and body should already be equal to Killua. In terms of explosive power, Gon may be even better. As for the Empress Bo Hancock, she naturally followed Allan as a seductive vase. However, during this period, she also became interested in Nian. In this regard, Allan is of course not stingy, and took the time to give special guidance to the Empress one-on-one. The female emperor's talent is also very high, and she quickly mastered the foundation of reading. A few days later, Allan officially ended Kurapika's coaching course. Kurapika and Leorio and Hanzo all expressed their sincere thanks to Allan. At the same time, Gon also stopped the special training and proposed to Allan his next plan. "Allan, I plan to find Killua, are you going?" Ding! Please choose. 1. Accept Gon's invitation and go find Killua together. Reward, Emperor Gu, March of the Dead, 8 rooms. 2. Reject Gon's invitation and part ways temporarily. Reward, Emperor Gu, everything is broken, ecstasy. It's actually a taigu. Seeing the rewards given by the system, Allan looked a little moved. And the rewards for both options are daigu. This means that regardless of whether he accepts Gon's invitation or refuses Gon's invitation, he can get a piece of imperial equipment. It's just that the problem is coming. Which imperial tool to choose has become the biggest problem. No way, Allan can only choose between the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 Tikoku. 1. The 8 rooms of Emperor Gu. Its appearance is a sharp sword with a black scabbard, belonging to the sword-shaped Tikoku. Those killed by the 8 chambers will be cursed and become corpses and be manipulated by the 8 chambers. The 8 chambers can control up to 8 dead bodies. The controlled dead bodies will be fully controlled by the 8 chambers, and their state will be as free as before. The disadvantage of 8 rooms is that the more corpses manipulated during the launch process, the heavier the burden on the user will be. 2. Emperor Furniture, everything is broken. Scissor-shaped imperial equipment, which claims to be able to cut anything in the world, so it is named after everything. Because of its high hardness, it can also be used for defense. That is, everything can be cut into 2 pieces. However, only the inner blade can cut everything, and the blade of the scissors and the outer blade cannot achieve the effect of cutting iron like mud. In addition, it also has hidden special skills, which can send out a wide range of sun rays to blind opponents in an instant. The disadvantage is that it is too heavy and not flexible enough. After pondering for a while between the two, Allan finally chose Taigu 8 rooms. Although Qiu Shui has already been used as a saber, in Allan's eyes, 8 are used as sabers. Its positioning is not at the same point as Qiu Shui. The dead target is manipulated. Therefore, for Allan, the 8 houses does not exist as a saber, but as a killer copper. When Gon heard that Allan was going to find Killua with him, he was overjoyed and very happy. The reason is very simple. With Allan following, he always feels a kind of inexplicable peace of mind. And this peace of mind naturally stems from Allan's strength. "Kurapika, are you going with us?" Gon asked, turning his head to look at Kurapika. Kurapika shook her head slightly and said, "Sorry, although I want to find Killua too, but I still have things to do, so I can't accompany you and Allan." Allan knew that Kurapika was going to find the whereabouts of the Spider Phantom Troop, so he didn't say much. Although the two are now teachers and friends, the relationship and affection are good. But regarding the destruction of the Koluta tribe, it is always a personal grievance between Kurapika himself and Phantom Troop. In the absence of interest, he doesn't want to get involved with this trouble. And Gon heard that Kurapika didn't go to Killua together. Although he felt a little regretful, he didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Leorio and asked, "Leorio, what about you? Sorry, sorry. Leorio touched his head and said a little embarrassed, I still have not completed my studies in medicine, so I can't accompany you to find Killua. Gon sighed, his thoughts were naive, and he hoped that several friends around him could accompany him to find Killua. Now Kurapika and Leorio say that there is nothing going on, which naturally makes him feel a little regretful. And Allan had an indifferent expression. In fact, he had guessed it early, because Leorio and Killua didn't actually establish a deep friendship, at least at this stage. So it is reasonable for Leorio not to go to Killua together. Hanzo, what about you, what are your plans? Allan asked this time. Well, let me think about it, I have obtained the hunter license, and I have learned it from you. So, I should go back to the village. Hanzo touched his bald head and smiled. Back to the village. This is where I grew up and where I taught me ninjutsu. By the way, there is a very mysterious ninja village. There are quite a few ninjas like me. If you come to me then, I can take you to meet my predecessors who are disabled. At Hanzo's invitation, Allan nodded and said. Well, if you have the opportunity, you can meet the ninjas in your village. He didn't just deal with it, he did have some interest in the ninja village where Hanzo lived. Hanzo said, okay, then it's settled. Gon, you can also come together, I'll go one step ahead. Goodbye, Hanzo. Gon and others waved goodbye to Hanzo. In the past few months, they have established a very good friendship. Therefore, now that Hanzo is leaving, he is naturally a little bit reluctant. After Hanzo left, Kurapika also stood up and said, okay, I'm leaving too. Allan, Gon, Leorio, let's separate here temporarily. Upon seeing this, Leorio also came out and said, haha, there is me, I want to go back to school. Seeing that they were leaving, Gon was a little depressed, but still said, Kurapika, Leorio, I hope we can see you again. Well, it will. Kurapika and Leorio nodded at the same time. Take care. Allan didn't say anything sensational, simple and clear. Hey, you guys also take care. When you see Killua, remember to say hello to us. Kurapika said. After watching Kurapika and Leorio leave, Gon patted his cheek. Seeing him like this, Allan patted Gon's shoulder and said, remember Gon, today's separation is for a better reunion in the future. Everyone is working hard for their goals. So, don't be disappointed. Before the day of reunion arrives, go all out to do your own thing. Gon scratched his head and said, although I don't quite understand it, I will try my best. At this moment, Gon suddenly thought of an important thing, by the way, where is Killua's home? Leave this to me. Although Allan has read the original work, but the specific location is not clear, so I checked it on the internet with a computer with a hunter license. The first is to find information about the Zaldik family. Although the Zaldik family is a killer family, it is very famous and it is not a big problem to find a residential area. 0. Look for flowers. Allan remembered that the Zaldik family seemed to live in a big mountain, and that place seemed to be a scenic spot, but Allan didn't remember exactly what it was, so he needed to check to determine it. After some online investigations, Allan finally understood. The Zaldik family lives in a place called Kuku Mountain, which is located in the Dentala region of the Republic of Badokia, 3,712 meters above sea level. The tools that can be boarded are ships and airships, and by sea or by air. To reach the Republic of Badokia by sea by ship, you need to transfer to the Dentala area. The journey is more troublesome and it takes at least 4 days to arrive. You can take the airship and take the empty road directly to the Dentala area where Wither Mountain is located. Of course, the fare is higher, which is twice the ferry ticket. Although a bit expensive, in order to save time, Allan chose to take an airship. In addition to the advantages of the airship, it can greatly save sailing time, the environment is also more comfortable, you don't have to endure the bumpy journey, and there are meals available. If you buy a ticket, you can use the Hunter license to purchase it directly online, and Allan directly ordered 3 tickets. One is Gon's, one is his, and the other is of course the Empress Boya Hancock. After buying the tickets, Allan took the Empress and Gon to go out for dinner. When we came to the hotel lobby on the first floor, a lobby manager came over. "Allan, sir, a lady just asked me to give you this thing." With that, the lobby manager handed Allan a black suitcase. Although Allan was a little confused, he still took the suitcase. The suitcase was a little settled, and Allan became curious about the contents. But to be on the safe side, Allan didn't open it immediately. Instead, he took the suitcase in his hand and asked the lobby manager, "Do you know where the person who gave me the suitcase went?" The lobby manager said, "The lady left the hotel after handing in the box. Because she was a little concerned, I went out to take a look and saw that she seemed to be heading to the Oriental Times Square." "Is she alone?" "Yes." "How long have you been away?" "About 5 or 6 minutes." "What are her characteristics?" "Yes. That is a very young lady, wearing a light white short-sleeved bathrobe with shorts, a purple belt on her belly, and a petite and cute figure." Hearing the description from the lobby manager, Allan nodded, "Okay, I get it." After that, he took out 10,000 gyni and gave it to the other party as a tip. After that, Allan turned to look at the Empress and Gon again, and said, "Hancock, you and Gon go to the restaurant first, I'll look for that person, and I'll be back later." Leaving this sentence, Allan took the suitcase and quickly left the hotel and looked for it in the direction of the square. A few minutes later, Allan looked around the square and did not see the woman who met the description of the lobby manager. No way, Allan had no choice but to activate the trait he had obtained before, Nianqi, Tian I came to find it. Nianqi, Sky Eye has 5 times the vision of human beings, and has a 360-degree line of sight without blind spots, and can conduct high-altitude reconnaissance. Right now, it is the time to use this ability. However, activating the Sky Eye requires concentration, so Allan found a relatively remote place to activate Nian Vision, Sky Eye. Soon, an eye similar to a cat's eye appeared on the top of Allan's head. Under Allan's conscious control, the Sky's Eye rose to a high altitude and began to conduct all-round 360-degree surveillance around it. It looks like a drone. The Sky Eye is small in size and it flies high in the sky. Therefore, the crowds on the street below did not notice the Sky Eye at all. In fact, Allan didn't have much expectations for Sky Eye. He believes that the other party should have left here. Just when he was about to disarm the Sky Eye's ability, suddenly, in the field of vision from the Sky Eye's feedback, outside a cafe on Dongfang Street 2 kilometers away from the square, he found a woman who seemed to meet the description of the lobby manager. Allan manipulated the Sky Eye to shorten the distance. When he was about 100 meters away from the woman, Allan finally saw the specific appearance of the woman through the field of vision from the Sky Eye. When Allan saw the woman's face through the sky, a stunned expression appeared on his face. This woman is actually one of the members of Phantom Troop, Maki. Spider, actually appeared here? Guang. Chapter 116. Allan didn't immediately release the ability of Nian Vision and Sky Eye. After observing Maki for a while, she found that she was indeed the only one who came, and no other spiders appeared. She was dressed very much in line with the woman described by the lobby manager, so Allan was almost certain that Maki was the mysterious person who delivered the suitcase. It's just that the problem is coming. Why does Maki send a suitcase? What is in the box? Thinking about it this way, Allan decided to open the box and take a look. Even if there was something dangerous in it, Allan was confident that he would be able to react immediately. However, he seems to be overly concerned. After opening the box, it was filled with a box full of money. After a rough count, it was exactly 100 million gyni. There is also a note with a message on it, which read, "I am Krollo, this 100 million was promised to you before." Seeing Krollo's message, Allan remembered that when he tried Hunter for the first time, he did have a deal with Krollo. Looking at the billion-dollar nuns, Allan smiled. He didn't expect Krollo to keep his promise, and actually sent him 100 million. That guy is clearly the leader of a vicious band of thieves. However, what was even more unexpected to Allan was that Krollo would actually send Maki to send the money in person. However, the question is, why does Maki come here, but don't give him the money in person? Allan changed his mind, probably because Maki didn't want to show his face. After collecting the money in the suitcase, Allan put it directly into the space ring. After that, Allan looked at Maki again. Then, he found an interesting point. That guy Maki, who was in 793, ordered a cup of coffee and dessert by himself at the stand outside the cafe, and seemed to be enjoying it. Just when Allan was about to leave and return to the hotel, the system jumped out. Ding! Please choose. 1. Kill Maki, cut off one foot of the spider, and become an enemy of Phantom Troop. Reward, Devil Fruit, Superman Quick Cut Fruit. 2. In the past, take the initiative to talk with Maki, let her remember you deeply. Reward, a Sparkling Fruit Experience Card. What? Seeing the options given by the system, Allan was a little surprised. Allan is not Kurapika, he and Phantom Troop do not have any deep hatred. Except for conflicts with Uvajin and Parnotan during the Hunter test, he does not have any grudges with other spiders. Now if you kill the unrelated Maki just to cut the fruit quickly, it is really unreasonable. After all, he is not a demon. Of course, it is not difficult to kill Maki, with Allan's current strength. But the problem is that after killing Maki, Allan will surely become the enemy of the entire Phantom Troop. That's not the development Allan hopes to see, although with his current strength, it is not worthy of anyone in the brigade group. But just to cut the fruit quickly, there is really no need to be an enemy of the brigade. As for the second option, although the reward is an experience card, it is an experience card with natural top fruits and shining fruits. The positioning of the glittering fruit is the top natural devil fruit, which is one of the 3 top fruits of the frozen fruit and rockberry fruit. Even if it is an experience card, you can only use the ability of sparkling fruit once. For Allan, it must be a very good experience. Therefore, after pondering for a while, Allan decisively chose the second option. However, the second option requirement is to make Maki remember himself deeply. This is not a simple matter. Don't look at Maki, who looks cute, but is actually a cold-blooded animal. Killing has never been a problem for her. Let such a cold-blooded woman remember herself deeply. It's not that easy. However, this didn't bother Allan. In fact, there are many ways to make a person remember a person deeply. Allan naturally has a way to make Maki remember himself deeply. But which method to use, he still hesitates now. There are 2 methods now, one is to move rough, that is to shoot Maki, such as hurting her and the like. In this way, Maki will definitely remember himself deeply. The other method is somewhat toothless, which is to use force to hit the star Maki and take Maki away for the first time. Allan is certain that Maki has never talked with her boyfriend, so she must be a pure girl. In that case, Maki will definitely have a deep memory of himself. No, it's more than a deep memory. When that happens, Maki will definitely hate himself for a lifetime, or will he chase himself to the end of the world? Break himself into pieces? It is absolutely possible. Although Allan is not afraid, but thinking of a woman entangled every day, it will also feel a headache. And this method is too toothless. It's really a bad thing to come to the Overlord to take the lead on the strength of one's own strength and willfulness. Even the profit-oriented Allan couldn't do it, so this toothless method was quickly rejected by him. In this case, you can only shoot, provoke Maki, and then defeat her. As a member of the Spider, she is sure that she is confident in her strength. Crushing her on strength will definitely make her feel uncomfortable. That way, Maki can definitely remember himself as a person. Allan thought for a while, already had a plan in his mind, and immediately released Nianqi, Tianyan, and walked directly to Maki. Maki was sitting outside the cafe, drinking coffee quietly, and eating desserts and cakes. Maki suddenly seemed to have noticed something. Looking up, he saw a young man in a white shirt approaching. This young man is quite handsome and has an extraordinary charm. Maki couldn't help but compare him with his own leader. I found that this person was not inferior to his own leader in temperament and appearance. Allan came across to Maki and asked, "Do you mind if I sit here?" "Mind." Maki spit out two words indifferently. Although the other person is very handsome and ordinary women can't resist it at all, but she is an extraordinary woman. At least, not from the appearance association. Allan didn't seem to hear Maki's mind, so he pulled out his chair and sat across from Maki. Maki frowned and said, "There are many seats here. But I like to sit here, can't I?" Allan's willfulness made Maki feel a little unhappy. "Give you 3 seconds, and quickly disappear from my eyes. What if I refuse?" Maki did not answer, but the countdown had already begun. 3, 2, 1. At the end of the 3-second countdown, Maki immediately launched an attack on Allan. However, a very strange scene happened. Allan's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared before Maki's eyes. Maki was startled, and before he had time to be vigilant, he was horrified to find that trees grew on the ground under his feet and bound him. In the blink of an eye, the tree grew into a towering tree, which bound her tightly to the tree and taught her to be completely immobile. Maki said with a look of surprise. From when she attacked Allan, to when Allan disappeared, and then to the trees growing under her feet, which bound her up, it only took 1 second. This is Allan's illusion, magic, restraint and kill on Maki. When you hit this illusion, you will have the illusion of being bound by trees. At this moment, to an outsider, Maki seemed to be suddenly having a nerve. There was nothing entangling her, but she was tense and struggling. Seeing others running far away, they dared not approach her. Opposite her, Allan was still sitting in his seat without moving. "Damn, who the hell is that guy?" Maki, who had been caught in the illusion, was already trapped in the illusion of being bound by the towering tree, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, in her vision, Allan's body suddenly emerged from the tree. "BD! Let me go!" Maki angered immediately. Allan smiled darkly and said, "It's easy to let go of you. But I want to ask, don't you know me?" "I don't know, let me go." Maki gritted his teeth. "If you don't know me, how can you send me money for Krollo?" Hearing Allan's words, Maki was taken aback. Then he seemed to understand something and said, "So you are the Allan that the commander said?" "Yeah, that's me," Allan said. Maki said angrily, "I'm just running for the captain, I don't know you, and I'm not interested in knowing you, so let me go." "It's okay, you can remember me now." "Yes, I want you to remember me." "I don't want to remember you, let me go." Maki said angrily. "You can't resist, you must remember me. You must remember me. In order for you to remember me deeply, I must do something." With that, Allan took out a paintbrush and painted on Maki's face. "Get up 0." To outsiders, Allan suddenly stood up from his chair and drew a pen on Maki's face. In Maki's vision, she is immobilized by trees and dominated by Allan. Maki said angrily, "BD, what are you doing? Stop me quickly." However, even if she screamed, Allan pretended not to hear. "Don't get excited, I'm doing your makeup." Allan smiled. After a while, Allan stopped and said, "It's done, it's pretty nice." BD. At this moment, Maki's face was twisted like a tigress, very vicious. However, let her be so vicious. She was deeply immersed in illusion and could not break free from this illusion at all. "Okay, I'll go first. By the way, if you see Krollo, remember to tell him that I have received the money." After speaking, Allan left. He believed that after his troubles, especially when Maki saw the graffiti on his face, he would definitely remember himself deeply. Although this method of making her remember herself is a bit too funny, the effect is definitely leverage. Soon after Allan left, the illusion in Maki disarmed itself. She glanced around, there were no big trees here, and she was not bound from beginning to end. She understood immediately. I have an illusion. Shame. This is an absolute shame. Maki got angrier the more he thought about it. She swept around and found that many people were pointing at her, as if some were still snickering. She took out the small mirror she carried with her and glanced at it. Looking through the mirror, she saw that a smoky makeup had been painted on her face. If it looks good, forget it, the key is that this smoky makeup looks like a ghost painting. Just this sight made her murderous. Wiping off the smoky makeup on her face, she rushed towards the few people who were giggling at her. Brush 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 brush. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 people died in her hands. But that wasn't enough to vent Maki's anger, and she was still in a state of rage. Damn, I won't let you go. Maki gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, thinking Allan's face with a dark belly smile. On the other hand, Allan has been rewarded by the system. Ding! You have successfully made Maki remember you deeply. Get a reward, a glittering fruit experience card. A golden card appeared in Allan's hand. Allan glanced at it. This experience card can only be used once and has a time limit, which can only be used for 5 minutes. Once the 5-minute time limit has passed, the experience card will become invalid. Although the time was short, Allan was quite satisfied. After all, the 5.4 ability of the glittering fruit is very awesome. 5 minutes was enough for him to blind any opponent. However, this experience card is very precious. If you use it casually, it will be a waste, so Allan decided to temporarily keep it for future use. Coming to the restaurant, Allan successfully joined the Empress and Gon. Allan glanced at Gon and said, after this meal, we will set off to find Killua. Gon said, that's great. The Empress asked, have you found the person who delivered the box? Well, found it. Who? Woman. The Empress was silent for a while, and then asked, what's in that box? Allan looked up and said, are you curious? Hearing this, the Empress snorted coldly, it's fine if you don't say anything. Allan smiled and said, okay, let me tell you, the box is actually money. Money? Well, what about 100 million yuan from a certain big idiot? Allan laughed. The 100 million ringness sent by Krollo just solved his urgent need. 100 million ringtones? How much is that? Regarding the Empress' doubts, Allan thought for a while and said, in terms of your currency, it's probably 100 million Baileys. The Empress nodded and didn't ask any more questions. In fact, she has no concept of money or anything. As one of the dignified kings under the Kaiwohei, the 9-snake Empress of Daughter Island, her wealth can be said to be rich enough to rival the country. Not to mention 100 million, she has no concept of 1 billion. After dinner, after returning to the hotel to pack up, Allan took the Empress and Gon to the airport to take the airship. Chapter 117. Came to the airport, Allan glanced at the time, found from the check-in time with an hour, it took the Empress Gon and wait in the waiting hall. Hunter World Tech Tree a bit crooked, there is no aircraft, instead it is the airship. In fact, airship and aircraft function and there is not much difference. Both are human beings developed for tools to help humans in the sky flying. Of course, the performance of the airships certainly not as aircraft. However, as the world's primary flight instrument Hunter, airship still quite a force. Its flight speed is not slow, per hour can reach 80 to 150 kilometers, life in particular is sufficient power, can fly continuously for several days, not too low altitude, reaching 3,000 meters, more than enough to meet the high altitude of the human journey. At this point, being the departure lounge of Allan, suddenly as if aware of some kind of line of sight, looked up to the distance, a woman was found, eyes tightly staring at him. This man is none other than Allan, before being playful with magic a lot of Maki. Who is? Aside, the Empress suddenly asked, frowning. She also noticed standing in the distance of Maki a tigress. Allan rode, but he did not expect to find Maki came so quickly. She came over. Female Emperor Chen Sheng rode. Allan looked up. She saw Maki came toward you. Allan knew she was ill intent, but still very calm. Today, with his strength, Maki basically do not constitute any threat to him. Please choose. 1. To help deal with the female Emperor Maki, take a look at 2 women fight. Reward, experience the fruit line card. 2. Let Gon help deal with Maki, sit Gon abused. Bonus, fruits experience disintegrate card. 3. His shot, beat or knock Maki. Reward, increased red 3,000 men. 105. Allan thought a moment, chose the first option. Immediately, he said to the Empress. Hancock, help me. Empress said, why? Because I do not hit women. Allan said casually, a reason. In fact, he did not dictionary words, if you really provoke him, he do not care if you are a woman or a man yet. But the female emperor believed, she nodded, and said. Still you are a man, well, undefined status will help you make an exception once good. Whether female emperor in fact willing, as long as the next command Allan, the Empress must be mandatory shot. But Allan did not do that, along with the Empress a few months' time, their relationship has been a lot better, so Allan is no longer mandatory to control her. Now Empress willing to hand to help, is the greatest proof. Allan also proved she was not the hatred of the beginning. I saw the Empress went straight to Maki, while Maki could have been staring at the dead Allan intend to attack him. When you see the female emperor toward her when, Maki look slightly changed. Soon, the female emperor Maki blocking the path, keep her close to Allan. Close contact with the female emperor, Maki stunned for a moment, that moment, she had a feeling ashamed. In front of, both in terms of appearance or stature, she is completely rolled. Compared with her, Maki feel is a little star next to the moon, insignificant. Indeed, even the terms of momentum, the Empress Maki also higher than a length. At this time, the Empress opening, what do you want? Maki Allan to look behind the female emperor, angrily. Get out, I'm going to kill that man. When he finished, he will have to bypass the female emperor, Allan attack behind her. Aromatic feat. Empress see her actually to bypass their own, immediately kicked Maki. Thrilling occasion, Maki Zion Shivo Miao climbed down. Empress kicked empty, some surprised reaction speed Maki, but the foot did not stop there, and soon they are kicked in the past. Maki again flashed aromatic foot female emperor, the emperor, and female distance, Allan to look behind the eyes of the Empress. At this time Allan was standing behind, look interesting watching 2 women fight. Allan saw a look of playful expression, Maki very unhappy. But the strength exhibited by the Empress but her fear third. At this time, Allan opening, you're not my opponent, you want revenge, then go get Krollo came to me, however, I think you will not find him, unless you are afraid of their own die thing is Krollo no. The so-called die affair, was referring to Maki in a magic thing. Maki teeth, said, you wait for me, I will find you afterwards. Then, Maki and looked at the female emperor, indignant leave the departure lounge. Empress looked back to Allan said, what did you do to the woman, she seems to hate the way you look. Allan shrugged his shoulders and said, nothing, just a little teasing her about it. With Maki left, Allan also received a reward system. Fruit Wire Line Experience Card. Fruit and Sparkling Experience Card, the use of the same time is 5 minutes. An hour later, Allan with a female emperor and Gon successfully boarded the airship, official travel Zaldik family looking Killua. After 2 days of sailing, Allan trio finally went to the Kia Bader total territory of the state Dengchuo La region. Dengchuo La area is scenic tourist area, so there are tourists from all over the ride sightseeing tour bus or car come to play every day. The Dry Kill mountain area is one of Dengchuo La popular tourist attractions. Zaldik family home turf will be located on an altitude of nearly 3,722 meters high extinct volcano. They are very well known locally, although the assassination family, but family and ordinary killers different, because they made no secret of his own career and identity of the killer. To the outside world, this is a very mysterious family. Allan took Gon and the Empress directly onto a local tourist bus, treating this trip as a trip. In the car, the female tour guide responsible for leading the team introduced tourist attractions to the tourists along the way. An hour later, the bus stopped at a tourist attraction on the mountain. In front of this tourist attraction, stands a huge gate with huge walls on both sides. Wow, this door is too big, it's so spectacular. Gon sighed as if he had never seen the world before. That is the gate of Huangchuan. The tour guide introduced the tourists. Anyone who breaks into the gate of Huangchuan can't come out alive. The tourists were dubious about what the tour guide said. Allan stared at the door. He who had read the original book knew that this door was not actually called the Gate of Huangchuan, but the Gate of Trial, which was the private domain of the enemy and Hakka family. The reason why it is known as the Yellow Spring Gate by the outside world is because all the people who enter it cannot come out alive. The scary thing is that there is a super large vicious dog named San Mao inside. Anyone who steps into its territory will be preyed. Okay, let's go to other attractions, the tour guide said to the tourists. However, at this moment, a few swift tourists ran to the gate. Wow, this door is too heavy, it seems to be made of pure iron. A man tried to push the trial door hard, but found that he couldn't open it at all. Immediately the remaining 3 people also walked over, and the 4 of them worked together to push the door open. Then, with enough strength, they couldn't push the door of the trial. Damn, I'm exhausted. Damn, Daxia's strength is used up. FK, what kind of door, is it too heavy? Several people scolded and kicked and spit at the door of the trial. Hey, what are you doing, leave quickly. A middle-aged uncle in his 50s walked out of the wooden house next to him and scolded the tourists. Damn, it's your shit, uncle, go away. Among them, a tourist scolded. I am the guard here, and I am in charge of this door, said the guard uncle. It turned out that you are the guard here, so please take us in, uncle. A tourist said in a commanding tone. Hurry up, smelly old man. Several other tourists also urged, looking impatient. If you want to go in, just open the door and go in. I won't take you in. Uncle, the guard said, unhappy. Damn, will you take us in? The tourists glared at the fire and surrounded the guard uncle. You really want to go in? Nonsense. Take us in quickly. Well, you are determined to kill me and I won't stop it. As he said, the uncle guard took out a key and threw it to one of the tourists, saying, this key can open the small door next to it, and you can get in from there. I saw that beside the gate of trial, there really was a small iron gate 1 person high. After the tourist got the key, he ran over with 3 other tourists. Then the 4 opened the small iron door and walked in line. After a while, the screams of the 4 tourists came from inside. The group of tourists outside the gate of the trial was preparing to go in and watch it too, but when they heard the screams, they were so scared that they lost their souls and fled. Only Allan and the others, and the guard uncle were left at the scene. At this time, Gon heard the screams coming from inside, and felt a little hairy. What happened to those people, what happened to them? The female emperor also rarely frowned, and said, 793 behind the door, there is something. What the hell is it? Gon looked curious. Allan said solemnly, it's a fierce beast. Yes, behind the door, there is indeed a ferocious beast. The guard walked over and talked with Allan. What kind of beast, uncle? Gon asked. Its name is San Mao, and it is a watchdog banned by the Zaldik family. Anyone who trespasses will be eaten by San Mao. Hearing this, Gon said, so, those tourists were all eaten by San Mao. The uncle guard nodded, that's right. It's terrible. Gon swallowed. Hurry up and leave here too, this is not where you should come. Uncle the guard kindly reminded. Gon said, we are here to Killua, we can't leave like this. Looking for Master Killua. The guard was stunned when he heard Gon's words, what are you looking for Master Killua for? We are friends of Killua, I have something to tell him. So I came to him. Gon replied honestly. What, is Master Kishao's friend? The uncle guard looked very different and said to himself, how can Master Killua have friends? It's impossible. Believe it or not, we have to find Killua anyway, so we can't leave. Gon said stubbornly. Upon seeing this, the uncle guard said, even if you are a friend of Master Kishao's, you can't enter the Zaldik family. It's dangerous inside, and you can't get in. Even if you enter, you will be caught up in the same way as the tourists just now. Mao eats it. I'm not afraid. Gon said. The uncle guard said, no one is not afraid of San Mao. If you see San Mao, then you will be afraid. I'll try it anyway. Gon said with piercing eyes. Wait, Gon. At this moment, Allan handed over Gon. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Yes. Please choose. 1. Help Gon enter the territory of the Zaldik family from the gate of trial, and open at least 3 doors. Reward, increase the amount of thought by 10,000 points. 2. Go directly over the wall with Gon and enter the territory of the Zaldik family. Reward, mysterious treasure box X11. 3. Break the door of trial. Rewards, devil fruit, animal system, dragon fruit, brachiosaurus form. Chapter 118. Seeing the rewards offered by the system, Allan was a little excited about the reward of the third option. Because as far as he knows, the dragon fruit, the shape of the dragon is the fruit eaten by Queen of the 3 disasters under Kaido of the 4 emperors. The characteristic of this fruit is that its defense and strength are quite strong, and it belongs to the ancient species. It can transform into a brachiosaurus form, with thick skin, strong vitality, and very resistant to fights. However, Allan chose the first option after pondering for a while. Although the brachiosaurus fruit is very good, Allan knows very well that he and Gon came to Killua as friends during this trip. If the door of trial is broken, it is undoubtedly a challenge for the Zaldik family. In that case, let alone find Killua, the Zaldik family will definitely follow him. That was not the development he wanted to see. Therefore, breaking the door of trial is the most unwise way. Thinking of this, Allan turned to look at the guard uncle, and said, Uncle, if we open the door of the trial, can we go in and find Killua? The uncle guard said in a deep voice, if you can open the door of the trial, of course you can go in. However, there is a private person from the Zaldik family. I can't guarantee what will happen after entering. Okay, I'll try it. Allan smiled and walked to the door of the trial. Little brother, are you sure? Seeing this, the uncle guard couldn't help reminding again, there are beasts that cannibalize people inside. I advise you to leave. Even if you can go in, it is impossible to see Master Killua. Anyway, it's here, you can't come back empty-handed, right? I want to try. Okay. Seeing Allan's license, the uncle guard didn't say much. At this time, Gon asked, Allan, do you want me to help? Allan shook his head, no, I'll do it myself, you'll be watching. Okay. Gon stood obediently. The female emperor said, if you want my help, my fragrant feet should be able to kick this door open. No, I can break this door too, but then we will become an intruder that destroys the door of someone else's house. When Allan said this, the Empress didn't say much. Okay, let's take a look. Allan took off his suit, rolled up his white cuffs, rubbed his hands, and put his hands on the door of the trial. Taking a deep breath, the whole body begins to exert force. There are a total of 7 doors of trial, one is higher than the first, and the other is heavier, and the weight is doubled. At this moment, the muscles of Allan's whole body were tense, and his arms and forehead were even more bulging, full of strength. Drink it! Allan drew in a low voice and turned on all firepower. An astonishing breath erupted from him. This breath is blue. Just like the vast sea, emerging from Allan. Boom! The first door, open. The second door, open. The third door, open. The fourth door, open. Pushing 4 doors in one breath, Allan did not continue pushing the 5th door. Because his goal has been achieved. Ding! You successfully opened at least 3 trial doors. Reward, 10,000 points of mind. In an instant, Allan felt that his chi had grown a lot. After feeling it, Allan estimated that he has at least 80,000 points of mind right now. If the firepower is fully fired, it should be able to reach more than 100,000 points. As Allan let go, the 4 trial doors that had been pushed open closed again with a bang. Allan, you are so amazing, you can actually open 4 doors. Gon stepped up, admiringly said. It's okay, if I work harder, it won't be a problem to open the 5th door. If I work harder, the 6th door should also be able to open. If the firepower is fully opened, it should be possible to open all the 7 doors of trials. Wow, it's really fake, it's amazing. Allan's words not only surprised Gon, but the guard uncle on the side was so surprised that he grew his mouth, staring at Allan with incredible eyes. He couldn't know how heavy the door of trial was. The first door was 4 tons, the second door was 8 tons, and the third door was 16 tons, which doubled. With his strength, he tried his best to open the first door. And Allan opened the 4 trial doors in one breath, and the weight was at least 32 tons, calculated by doubling. This is already very scary. And Allan actually said that the full burst can even push all the 7 doors of trials open, which is really unbelievable. It is difficult for even Master Ilmi to open all the doors of trials. I am afraid that only Patriarch Silva and Master Gino can do it. And you, actually said that you can open all the trials. Door. The guard uncle stared at Allan strangely, looking up and down at him. When Allan released his chi just now, he did feel that Allan had a very amazing power. But it is hard for him to imagine opening all the doors of trial. Allan chuckled and said, I just feel that I can do it. If I can push it all away, I have to try it. Then, can you give it a try? The guard uncle asked tentatively. Cannot. Allan refused completely. The uncle guard was stunned. Why? Didn't you say that you can open all the doors? Seeing Allan smiling and not speaking, the guard uncle touched the back of his head and said with embarrassment, to be honest, I have never seen anyone who can open all the doors of trials. If you can open them, I really want to see. A bit. Regarding this, Allan smiled and said, although I think I can open all the doors of trials, it will consume a lot of my strength. I don't want to do something that is not worthwhile. After hearing Allan's words, the uncle guard no longer looked boring. Because Allan was right, he knew how heavy the door of trial was. He needs to go all out when he opens the first door. Then opening the 7 doors of trials will definitely consume a lot of strength. If one fails, he may die from exhaustion. At this time, Gon also walked to the door of the trial and said, I'll try it too. Upon seeing this, the guard uncle said, Little devil, it's impossible for you to push away, so let's give up. I want to try. Gon said stubbornly, completely unaffected by his words. By the way, how many doors did Killua open when he came back? Gon suddenly turned his head and asked before applying the force. The uncle guard thought for a while and said, when Master Killua came back last time, he opened 3 trial doors, totaling 16 tons. Hearing this, Gon seemed to be irritated and said with a face of reluctance, then I can't lose to Chi. Allan saw that Gon suddenly became serious, knowing that he was always worried about Killua's initiative to surrender to him during the last level of Hunter's test. This time he came to Killua, not just to play with Killua. It was even more because he wanted to prove to Killua face to face that he would never lose to him. Gon is growing up, and in the process of growing up, he also pays more and more attention to winning or losing. Killua, as his peers, is better than him, and naturally is one of his pursuit goals. Drink it. Gon's hands began to exert force, and huge energy began to emerge from his small body. A cloud of pale golden air emerged from him, making him look as if he was surrounded by a cloud of light. Of course, the uncle guard can't see this scene. He could only feel an amazing ability emerging from Gon, which continued to explode. Boom! The first door, open. Boom 1. The second door, open. Boom! The third door, open. With full burst, Gon pushed open the 3 trial doors in one breath. Moreover, he is still going all out to push the 4th door. Too frightening. The uncle guard was already stunned when he saw this scene. And Allan has a calm expression on his face. Gon can do this for granted. After all, compared to the Gon of this period in the original, the Gon now after special training has already surpassed the Gon of this period in the original. It is naturally no longer a problem to open the 4th door. Boom! Sure enough, as Allan had expected, in the next second, under the full push of Gon, the 4th door of trial, the 2 huge iron doors of special characteristics made a melodious echo and were slowly pushed open inward. Ah, really pushed it away. The uncle guard's mouth grew wide, with an incredible expression on his face. The Empress who was standing next to Allan also opened her eyes slightly, a little surprised at Gon's performance. That kid is stronger than before. The female emperor said solemnly. Of course, he will become stronger in the future. Allan laughed. After pushing open the 4 trial doors, Gon finally stopped. Call. Gon took a heavy breath and said, I'm tired, this door is too heavy. Allan patted his shoulder and said, but you finally proved that you are not. Yet. Gon nodded heavily. At this time, Gon admired Allan more and more. Because Allan just opened the 4 trial doors in one breath, and he could only push open 3 in one breath. The gap in this seems to be the gap of only 1 door, but in fact it is a gap of 16 tons. The uncle guard came over and said, Gon, you are so amazing, you can actually open 4 doors. Gon said, I just want to prove that I am not losing to Chi. What? The uncle guard was a little surprised. Allan smiled and said, Gon just wanted to prove that his power is not lost to Killua, so he went to push the gate of trial. This. Uncle the guard was a little dazed. Allan said sternly, okay, uncle, now we should be able to go in. %*Z%. Hearing that, the uncle guard said, you can open the door of trial, of course you are eligible to enter. But inside is the private domain of the Zaldik family. In addition to San Mao, there are many professionally trained killers and butlers. You are the best. Be careful. I hope you can see Master Killua smoothly. Don't worry, uncle, we will definitely see Killua. Gon said with a self-confidence. Allan walked to the door of trial, pushed open the first door with all his strength, and then walked in with Gon and the Empress. Then, the door closed suddenly. What appeared in front of Allan and others was a clearing. There was a path in front of the clearing, and there were large woods on both sides. Wow, is this the forest? The Killua's is too big, right? Gon looked at the surroundings with a look of surprise. The place where Kishao lives should be far from here, let's go through this forest first. Allan said. Ah, look at that. Gon called. I saw, Zhao Hao, on the grass not far away, there was a pool of blood and bones left over from being eaten. It should be the corpses of the tourists just now. Allan said solemnly. Is that the one called San Mao who ate them? Gon muttered. It's disgusting. The Empress took a look and then retracted her eyes. Allan looked around and said, you guys be careful. At the same time, Allan also opened up his domineering look, and was always alert to changes in his surroundings. At this moment, Allan seemed to feel something, and suddenly turned his head to look somewhere, here. A huge beast sprang from the woods and appeared in front of Allan. Seeing this, Gon swallowed, a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. The Empress was also wary eyes. This dog is really big enough. Allan sighed with his eyes fixed on the behemoth in front of him. The behemoth in front of him is the watchdog of the Zaldik family, San Mao. Its size can be described as a giant. Its height is at least 20 meters. The breadth of such a huge beast is really shocking. At this moment, San Mao's scarlet eyes were staring at Allan's trio closely. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Allan's mind. Ding! Please choose. 1. Kill San Mao. Reward, Devil Fruit Animal System Canine Fruit, Wolf Form. 2. Knock down San Mao. Reward, Devil Fruit Animal System Canine Fruit, Dalmatian Form Play. 3. Defeat San Mao and tame San Mao. Devil Fruit Animal System Canine Fruit, Phantom Beast Species, Three-Headed Dog Form of Hell. Chapter 119. Seeing the 3 rewards offered by the system, Allan is a bit different. They are all devil fruits, and they are all canine fruits. The only difference lies in the change in form. The first option must not be selected. As the saying goes, hitting a dog depends on the owner. San Mao is a watchdog raised by the Zaldik family. Killing it is equivalent to hitting the Zaldik family in the face. Allan didn't want to provoke the troublesome existence of the Zaldik family. Besides, he and Gon came to Killua during this trip. There was no need to kill San Mao just for a wolf-shaped canine fruit. As for the reward for the second option. Canine fruit, Dalmatian form, what kind of shit fruit is this? Allan couldn't lift the energy at all, even a little disgusted, and skipped it. Therefore, Allan decisively chose the third option. Allan has the confidence to beat San Mao, but to tame San Mao, he has to try before knowing. At this moment, San Mao seemed to feel the hostility in Allan's eyes, raised a paw and patted Allan's trio. The Empress and Gon jumped off immediately. Boom! The giant claws fell and let out a dull sound. It can be seen that San Mao's claw is more powerful. Allan! Gon looked worried when he saw this. Because he saw clearly just now, Allan 793 didn't avoid it at all. The Empress on the side said, "Don't worry, he is fine." Sure enough, as the Empress said, Allan's figure quickly reappeared. The elementalization of the frozen fruit is directly immune to San Mao's attack. Seeing this, San Mao slapped Allan again. Allan's figure jumped and appeared on San Mao's head. Armed. Boom. A strong punch in the head. San Mao was laid directly on the ground. San Mao roared and quickly got up. What? Allan was a little weird. He didn't expect San Mao to get up with his armed punch in the front. One punch doesn't work, then another punch. After avoiding San Mao's attack, Allan appeared in front of San Mao again. Armed. Allan punched San Mao's head again, and San Mao was hit directly as if he had been hit hard. Seeing San Mao, who was temporarily lying on the ground, Allan figured out his chin. Now that San Mao has been successfully knocked down, what needs to be done now is how to tame this beast. At this time, San Mao wanted to try to get up. It propped up limbs, feet, a pair of eyes keeping a close eye Allan. Get down. An invisible momentum emanating from Allan whose straight impact in San Mao's body. Allan King's face color domineering, San Mao felt a terrible force of oppression. Ultimately, the San Mao obedient lie down on the ground. Originally ferocious pair of glowing eyes, which had a ferocious swing go without a trace. Bite. You successfully beat San Mao, and tame. Earn rewards, Devil Fruit, Department of Zoology, Canine Dog Fruit, Huan Shao Department of Hell 3 Dogs Form. Hear the sound system. Allan opened the system panel, checked the warehouse system, and she saw inside more than a devil fruit. There is no doubt that dog fruit. In addition, Allan warehouse system will also have a devil fruit. It is the rubber fruit obtained before. With the addition of this canine fruit, Allan now has 2 devil fruits in his hand. According to the market price of One Piece World, these 2 devil fruits can at least sell for hundreds of millions of Genie. But this is the hunter world. There is no market for devil fruits at all, because there is no such thing as devil fruits in this world. Moreover, the devil fruit can only change its ability after it is eaten. In other words, even if he brags to others about the power of the devil fruit, most people will not believe it. Therefore, it is obviously an unrealistic idea to take the devil fruit for auction. In the beginning, Allan planned to take the extra devil fruit to auction for money. After all, he had already eaten frozen fruit. And one person can only eat 1 devil fruit, not more. Therefore, Allan always felt a little wasteful of this extra devil fruit. However, now Allan has the 100 million Genie given by Crollo. At present, he is not short of money, so he decided not to auction it for the time being, but to keep it for future plans. Moreover, he felt that the devil fruit given by the system, might also be a pure version. Maybe you can eat 2, or even 3, 4, any number. Of course, this is just a guess by Allan. The system can't communicate with him, so he can't ask if he can eat the second fruit. At this time, Gon and the Empress came over. Gon looked at San Mao, who was lying on the ground without getting up at all, and admired, "Allan, you are amazing." The Empress took a police look at Allan and said, "You used domineering, right?" Allan nodded and didn't hide it. "Well, only the domineering look can shock this beast." "What is domineering?" Gon on the side heard it in a cloud of mist. "I'll tell you next time." Allan didn't say much, turned to look at San Mao who was lying on the ground. "San Mao, take us to Killua." Hearing the name Chi, San Mao let out a beastly growl. Apparently he knew Killua to have this kind of reaction. Seeing this, Allan said to Gon and the Empress, "Let's go." With that, Allan took the lead and jumped onto San Mao's back. The Empress also jumped up. Gon hesitated for a moment, and finally jumped up. San Mao didn't respond to this, and saw it stand up. After identifying a lower position, it rushed into the forest. San Mao's speed is very fast. Allan, 3 people standing on their backs must hold firmly to ensure that they will not be used. At the same time, in the housekeeper of the Zaldik family, the Allan trio rushed to San Mao to find Killua. The figure appeared on a huge screen, which was covered with surveillance pictures of the entire mountain. That guy was able to defeat San Mao, and he also tamed San Mao. What is his background? A man with glasses stared at the surveillance screen and asked in a deep voice. He is a retainer of the Zaldik family and holds the position of consul butler, named Wu Tong. Faced with Wu Tong's question, a housekeeper next to him replied. "A few minutes ago, the guards at the gate of trial contacted us and informed us of their affairs. The 3 of them weren't here to travel, they seemed to be looking for Master Killua." "Looking for Master Killua?" Wu Tong frowned. "Yes, they claimed to be friends of Master Killua. The young man who defeated San Mao was named Allan. According to the guard at the door of trials, he opened 4 doors of trial in one go." "What?" Hearing the words of the housekeeper, Wu Tong stared at the figure of Allan that appeared on the monitor screen in disbelief. Unexpectedly, he can push the 4 trial doors in one go. It seems that he should be an, and his strength is not low. No wonder he was able to defeat San Mao and make San Mao obedient. It seems that he is indeed capable. It's just that, when did Master Killua know this kind of friend? The butlers couldn't answer Wu Tong's question. Director Wu Tong, what should I do now? Don't worry, although San Mao is tamed, it is absolutely loyal to the Zaldik family and will not rush. You go to the courtyard to guard it first, and I'll report this to Patriarch Silva. Yes. At the moment, more than a dozen housekeepers went to the courtyard of the Zaldik family. As for Wu Tong himself, he reported to the current Zaldik Patriarch about Allan and the others towards the villa area on the top of the mountain. Chapter 120. San Mao moves very fast. After passing through the dense forest, Allan can already see a large villa area on the top of the hill, where is the base camp of the Zaldik family. Seeing those villas, Allan had only one thought in his mind, that the Zaldik family was really rich. The villa was built on a mountain peak of more than 3,000 meters, and even this withered slaughter mountain is a private domain belonging to the Zaldik family. It is not too awesome. Not long after, San Mao stopped moving forward. Allan looked up and saw a courtyard in front of him. At this time, about 20 men and women in black suits stood in front of the courtyard gate, blocking their way. Allan squinted. These people should be the stewards and servants of the Zaldik family. Gaze swept across the housekeepers. Allan took the lead and said, "We are here to find Killua, please ask she to throw it out." A housekeeper stood up and said, "Without the permission of the owner, outsiders are not eligible to enter the Zaldik family. You are now guilty of invading private territory, and we will not let you move on. Of course, it is impossible for you to find Master Killua." Allan shrugged and said, "Is that no discussion? Hurry up, leave, this is not where you should be." Facing the housekeeper's eviction order, Allan sat on San Mao, unmoved. Ding! Please choose. 1. Kill the butler of the Zaldik family. Reward, Mysterious Treasure Box X1. 2. Before seeing Killua, insist not to leave, and use the power of frozen fruit to freeze the housekeeper of the enemy Haka family. Reward, Random Skill Card X1. 3. Leave wisely. Rewards 2000. Allan thought for a while. Although he has the strength to kill these butlers, if he really does that, I am afraid that he will form a bridge with the Zaldik family, so the first option is definitely not available. The third one can also be excluded directly. Running all the way from the Hunter Association here, how could it be possible to leave obediently because of this obstacle? That's not his style. Then the options to choose are very clear. We wouldn't leave like this without seeing Killua. Allan's words made the faces of the housekeepers of the Zaldik family gloomy. Since you insist on not leaving, then we are not welcome. Do it. In the next moment, these Zaldik family housekeepers surrounded Allan and the three. Allan motioned to Gon and the Empress not to move rashly, turned over, jumped off San Mao, and directly used Moon Step to cross the blockade of the housekeepers and appeared in the courtyard. The butlers' complexions changed suddenly, and they obviously didn't expect Allan to break through their blockade so easily and break into the place they manage. The butler of the Zaldik family is nothing but that. Facing Allan's provocation, the housekeepers rushed over. Almost at the same time, Allan raised his hands. Frozen moment. The icy chill came from Allan's palm like 2 tornadoes, and in a blink of an eye, most of the surrounding courtyard was frozen. Before the housekeepers rushed to Allan, they were instantly frozen by the icy chill and turned into ice sculptures. At the same time, Allan also received a reward issued by the system, a random skill card. The method of releasing random skill cards is very simple, just hold the card in your hand and say silently, "Let it go." The skill card will release the corresponding skill from the card. The advantage is that using this card does not consume any power from the user, but the cooling time for one use is 7 days. That is, the skills of the skill card can only be used once in 7 days. And the skill possessed by this skill card is called Gaara's Sand Defense. Its skills are derived from Gaara's Sand Shield, which can release sand far exceeding the hardness of steel for self-defense. The skills brought by this skill card are quite good. Although it takes 7 days for the cooldown to be used once, it is absolutely very effective to save life at critical moments. Putting away the skill card, Allan glanced at the housekeepers of the Zaldik family who were frozen into ice sculptures, waved to Gon and the Empress outside the courtyard, and signaled the two to come in. Allan, it's okay if you freeze them, right? Gon looked at the housekeepers of the Zaldik family who were frozen in ice, and said with some worry. Allan waved his hand and said, it's okay, it won't kill them. Having said that, most people simply can't bear the icy chill brought by the time of freezing. Without the help of outsiders, these housekeepers of the Zaldik family want to unblock the ice and can only rely on time to melt the ice. It will take at least a day for these ice cubes to melt completely. By then, they had already lost their vital signs because of the bone-chilling chill. Glancing at the villa area on the top of the hill, Allan said, let's go, where Killua lives is not far above. Gon responded and followed Allan towards the villa area on the top of the mountain. At the same time, in the Zaldik family's villa area, a middle-aged man with silver hair sits on the sofa. He is Silva Zaldik, the current owner of the Zaldik family. 0. Look for flowers. Silva, what are you going to do? A silver-haired old man walked out of the side passage and asked as he looked at Silva who was sitting on the sofa meditating. I want to ask Killua first, and then decide what to do. Silva said solemnly. The silver-haired old man said, just now, there was a report from Ryuudan that the butlers in charge of blocking were all frozen into ice sculptures in the courtyard. Now they are coming towards us. It seems that they are quite capable. Hearing that, Silva felt slightly different. If you can, I will trouble my dad to deal with it first. Well, leave it to the old man. The silver-haired old man turned around and disappeared into the dark passage. On the other side, Allan, Gon, and the Empress have arrived at the Zaldik family's villa area. Hoo! Suddenly, a violent gust of wind whizzed out from the yard and swept towards the Allan trio outside the door. Allan's complexion remained unchanged, and with a wave of his hand, a block of ice was erected in front of him to easily block the gust of wind. A girl with short black hair wearing a kimono and holding a paper fan stood in the courtyard of the villa area, staring at Allan and them coldly. The girl was a little surprised when she saw Allan completely disintegrated the gust of wind without any effort. Allan's gaze fell on the girl too. She was so cute. She must be a boy. Gon on the side asked, who is she? Kalito Zaldik, Killua's sister. Allan said casually. He didn't know if Kalito was a woman or not, but according to Kalito's appearance and dress, he didn't look like a boy at all. So Allan had to use his own subjective opinion to say that she was Killua's sister. After all, Gon must not believe that she is Killua's younger brother. Sister of Killua. Gon said differently, and then waved to Kalito Zaldik in the yard. Hello, sister of Killua, we are here to find Killua, can you ask your brother to come out? In the yard, Kalito Zaldik heard Gon's words and snorted coldly. Instead of answering Gon, he raised the paper fan in her hand and waved it forward. Several gusts of wind flew out accompanied by confetti, and the offensive was fierce. Seeing this, Gon didn't evade. Seeing that the situation was not good, Allan was about to make a move, but Gon said, Allan, please don't make a move. Okay. Allan shrugged and stepped aside with the Empress. The flying confetti was as sharp as a blade, cutting Gon's body into dozens of wounds. However, Gon did not counterattack, he chose to withstand these attacks head-on. Wide. Chapter 121. Seeing that Gon was facing Kalito's attack, the Empress looked at Allan in a puzzled manner. Why doesn't that kid dodge? Allan shrugged and said, probably want to prove that we have no intentions in this trip. Upon hearing this, the Empress shook her head and said, he is really a naive kid. It's really naive. Allan smiled, but it is because of Gon's innocence that he can make sincere friends, right? The female emperor snorted, obviously disagreeing with Allan's words. As King Kaiwohe, she never disdains any friends. At this time, Kalito Zaldik, who was standing in the yard, saw that Gon hadn't dodged at all. His expression changed slightly, and he obviously felt a little different. However, she did not stop there. Gon's non-dodging behavior, in her opinion, 793 is really stupid. Another wind blade swept out, tearing Gon's body mercilessly. Gon clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, and tried his best to endure the pain of being cut. After so many times, Gon was already covered with blood and looked terrifying. However, even with such severe injuries, he still did not fall. Kalito Zaldik stared at Gon out of breath, and after using several wind blade attacks in a row, her strength was almost exhausted, but Gon had been attacked by her so many times and he had not fallen down yet, which really made her feel incredible. Why didn't you fight back? Kalito, Zaldik couldn't help being curious, and finally asked. Her voice was cold and delicate. Gon replied with a weak voice, because, you are Killua's sister, so I can't shoot you. Idiot. Kalito and Zaldik obviously couldn't understand Gon's words. Even if you are brother's friend, I won't be merciful. Kalito Zaldik raised his fan and said, this will give you the final blow. At this moment, a voice came from behind Kalito and Zaldik. Kalito, stop. Hearing this sound, Kalito really stopped the fan in his hand and turned to look behind him. I saw a silver-haired old man walk out of the back passage and came to her side. Grandpa? Why are you here? Kalito, Zaldik were a little surprised to see the silver-haired old man appear. At this time, Allan's eyes fell on the silver-haired old man. This person is Killua's grandfather, Gino, Zaldik. He was wearing a black and white robe with the words active in his career, 1 kill in a day. With his hands on his back, Gino came to Gon and said, little devil, are you really afraid of death? Hearing this, Gon raised his head and said back, fear. Gino said curiously, since you are afraid of death, why didn't you avoid Kalito's attack just now? Because I want to see Killua, I can't hold back. Gon replied. Gino asked in a deep voice, are you really Killua's friend? Gon nodded heavily, well, of course, at least I think I am a friend of Killua. What about Killua? Does he consider you a friend? Gino asked. I think there is. Gon said without hesitation. Gino was silent for a while and asked, boy, what's your name? Gee freaks, you can call me Gon. Hearing this, Gino's eyes changed slightly, and he looked at Gon, your surname is Freaks. Yeah. Gon nodded. After receiving Gon's answer, Gino took a deep look at Gon, and then said, Gon, this is Killua's grandfather, Gino. Hello, Grandpa Gino. Gon asked politely. Gon, are those two friends of Killua too? Gino looked at Allan and the Empress not far behind, his eyes. Be sharp. Grandpa Gino, they came with me. His name is Allan, and he has saved Chi Hunter once. That woman is Allan's fiancée, Princess Snake G. It turned out that so. Gino nodded thoughtfully, glanced at the Empress, and then fell on Allan. Pushing open the 4 trial doors in one breath, using Sanmao as a mount, and freezing the butlers into ice sculptures. Young man, it seems that he does have some ability. Allan looked directly at Gino without any fear. On the surface, Gino's words were admiring him and complimenting him, but in fact, he was a little dissatisfied with his actions. 0. In this regard, Allan also expressed helplessness. He was only accompanying Gon to find Killua, but he didn't want to find the Zaldik family at all. However, at this time the system came out to do things again. Ding! Please choose. 1. Provoke Gino and fight with Gino. Reward, Golden Treasure Box X1. 2. Regards Gino and fight with Gino. Reward, Lang Fang Feng Feng Fist. 3. Ignore Gino and fight with Gino. Reward, 10,000 thoughts. Seeing these rewards, Allan stepped forward and said to Gino, Master, you joked, I just came to Killua with Gon. If there is any offense, please forgive me. Gino said, Of course there are offenses. Our Zaldik family usually has very few guests coming. The reason is probably because our family is engaged in the profession of killers, so there are no friends, only enemies. Allan smiled slightly, we are absolutely not malicious. Gino nodded and said, Anyway, come in first. Gon shed a lot of blood. If you don't deal with it, you will die. As Killua's grandfather, I don't want to see Killua's friends die like this. The old man seems to love Killua very much. Then let's bother. After that, Allan followed Gon and the Empress into the villa. Seeing this, Kalito on the side couldn't help but ask Gino, Grandpa, do you really want to bring them into our house with 5.4? Gino said, passing the door is a guest. Let the old man call the shots and let the friendship of the landlord be the best. Hearing that, Kalito was wise to say no more. Gino is her grandfather after all, no matter how much she hates outsiders, it is impossible to oppose her grandfather's decision. It seems that I can only go to my mother. If my mother knows that someone is looking for Brother Killua, she will be very unhappy, right? Thinking of this, Kalito found an excuse and left Gino. Gino glanced at Kalito who was trotting away and shook his head. He seemed to guess what Kalito was going to do, but he didn't stop him. Allan followed Gino, and while looking at the Zaldik family's villa, he wondered how to fight Gino in his heart. Chapter 122. Gino is a superb professional killer. He has made several shots in the original book, and his strength is unfathomable. But Allan was not worried that he would lose to Gino, he only troubled how to fight Gino. Gino is a killer, he is not a martial idiot like Netero, and he is not warlike. He is more like a businessman and doesn't do business at a loss. It is obviously impossible to have a one-on-one duel between warriors with him. Allan didn't want to provoke each other, after all, the other party was considered an elder, Killua's grandfather. But Allan didn't want to give up, because the rewards of the system are really good. If there is a chance, he still wants to fight Gino once as much as possible. After thinking about it, Allan said, Father, I have heard of the Zaldik family name for a long time, and your prestige is even more impressive. When I saw it today, it was really extraordinary. Hearing that, Gino just waved his hand faintly, the old man is just a killer, it's not a big deal. But he is still a bit famous in this business. If you have someone who wants to kill, for Killua's sake, the old man is fine. I'll give you a 20% discount. Allan was a little speechless. Gino was indeed a competent assassin, and he actually sold it to him. Thank you, old man, but I don't have anyone I want to kill yet. Allan replied. In fact, with his current strength, he doesn't need to ask others to take action at all, he can solve it by himself. If you have to say that there are people who hate you and want to kill, then there should only be Ryuudan by Phantom Troop. During the Hunter test before, Allan played against Ryuudan no less. From the beginning, the wind fell slightly, to the front face, and then finally cut off Gongjin's arm. Allan's strength can be said to have grown every time, and each time it is stronger. Now, if Ryuudan dares to make trouble again, Allan is absolutely confident that he can be killed. Of course, these are all fantasies. Allan's current goal is Gino, how can he fight him? He really can't think of a good way. After thinking about it, Allan had no choice but to speak directly. Old man. In fact, besides accompany Gon to find Killua this time, I actually have another purpose 05, which is to be able to fight him with you. Upon hearing this, Gino shook his head and said, Haha, I can't agree to your request. Why? Even though Gino would answer like this for a long time, Allan couldn't help asking. Gino replied, the old man is not a warrior, but a killer. The killer only accepts business and doesn't like to play duels with people. Do you understand? Allan nodded, I understand, but I still want to fight the old man. Really, do you have to fight me? Gino stopped and turned to look directly at Allan. Yes, please fight with me. Allan said without fear, looking directly at Gino's sharp eyes, with a serious expression on his face. Gino took a deep look at Allan, retracted his gaze, turned his back, and continued to walk forward. When Allan was wondering whether Gino had agreed, Gino's voice came from the front, old man considers it. Hearing that, Allan was overjoyed, although Gino only said that he considered it, but did not directly agree. But judging from Gino's expression just now, he would probably agree. Gon looked at Allan in confusion, and asked, Allan, why are you fighting with Killua's grandpa? Because the old man is very strong, as a cultivator, fighting against the strong is also a kind of cultivation, you will understand in the future. Gon nodded without asking more. He came to Killua and was not interested in fighting or something. The Empress on the side glanced at Allan and said, last time it was the old man, this time it was this old man. You seem to like to fight against the old man very much. Because they are really strong. Allan was a little embarrassed. The old man mentioned by the Empress was naturally Netero. The female emperor nodded rarely, and said, from the aura, it is indeed not an ordinary old man. Allan smiled and said, the last old man I played against was the Netero president of the Hunter Association. Now this one is the top killer from the killer family, Father Gino. By the way, let me tell you a secret by the way. What's the secret? The Empress was a little curious. Allan said, in your eyes, they are all old men. But in fact, they are quite a few dozen years old. What? The Empress was a little surprised. I mean, President Netero is over 100 years old, and Mr. Gino is probably around 70 years old. Compared to President Netero, Mr. Gino is a young man. In other words, there is a difference of one generation level between them. President Netero is a figure belonging to the period of his father's father Gino. Upon hearing this, the Empress could only sigh, what a monster. Then she said, I also know a few very strong old men. I think they are all monsters. Allan smiled and said, the old men you mentioned, aren't it the four emperors Whitebeard, the hero Kapu, and the Hades Raleigh? Do you know them? The Empress looked at Allan with some surprise. Allan nodded, of course you know. They are the top powerhouses of the previous era in your pirate world. Although they are old because of the years, their strength is still very terrifying. The female emperor couldn't help asking, why do you know this? Allan shrugged, as a traverser, and he who has seen One Piece, of course knows the characters like Whitebeard. However, facing the doubts of the Empress, he naturally couldn't tell his secrets honestly, and could only smile mysteriously, secrets. Upon hearing this, the female emperor said, I'm really curious about who you are. You will know later. Allan smiled. However, the Empress could never know, because Allan would never tell anyone the identity of his traverser. I have to say that the villa where the enemy family lived is really big. After taking Allan around the villa for a while, Gino led them to a large living room. The living room is very spacious and well decorated. It can be seen from this that the Zaldik family also enjoy life very much. Gino said, you can sit here for a while, and the old man will go and see my lovely grandson. Why? Gon asked. Of course. Gino smiled and took Kalito out of the living room. At this time, a man wearing glasses and a suit came to Allan with tea and said, 3, it's tired after walking all the way, please have tea. Allan recognized this person as Wu Tong, the chief steward of the Zaldik family. Thank you. Gon took the teacup and gulped. He was really thirsty along the way. Allan squinted his eyes slightly and fixed his gaze on the parasol tree. When Ryuudan saw this, he asked, "You too, why don't you drink it?" "Thank you, we are not thirsty yet," Allan replied in a deep voice. Ryuudan nodded, and then said, "You two are worried about what I put in the tea." Allan shook his head. The dignified Zaldik family's phoenix tree housekeeper shouldn't use this kind of tricks. Hearing this, Ryuudan's complexion changed slightly. "Do you know me?" Allan smiled faintly. "I heard it slightly." Ryuudan is a bit different, because he has been in the Zaldik family for more than 10 years and rarely goes out. Except for the members of the Zaldik family, it is almost impossible for outsiders to know about him. "Master Killua told you?" Ryuudan could only think of this possibility. Allan shrugged and did not deny. Ryuudan let himself guess. Although Ryuudan still had doubts, he didn't ask more about it. At this moment, Gon suddenly rapped his head and said dizzily, "I'm so dizzy, I really want to sleep." After a while, Gon collapsed on the sofa. Sure enough, the medicine was administered. Allan frowned, staring at the parasol tree. Ryuudan said, "Don't worry, it's not poison. You will wake up as soon as you sleep." "So, why are you doing this?" Allan was curious. "It's just a test, there is no other malice," Ryuudan explained. "Temptation. Test if you come to Master Killua for any other purpose." "Then what did you test out?" "Yeah." Ryuudan nodded, and said, "Gon drank the tea from my stranger unsuspectingly, indicating that he is a naive person. Such a person must have come to our Master Kishao sincerely." Allan nodded. Gon was really naive. "As for you, it should not be a friend of Master Killua," Ryuudan said with sharp eyes looking at Allan and the Empress. Allan didn't deny it, shrugging his shoulders. "We just came with Gon and we really are not Killua's friends. You have also seen that Gon is too naive. Without a semi-snack machine, it is easy to trust others. As his temporary guardian, it is necessary for me to watch him." "Temporary guardian?" Ryuudan was a little different. "Well, it's a role similar to Big Brother," Allan said. Ryuudan nodded and was silent for a while, and said with some curiosity, "Can you tell me how Master Gon and Killua met? Because I'm really curious." Ding! "Please choose." 1. Tell Ryuudan about the process of Gon and Killua becoming friends. Reward, Silver Treasure Box X1. 2. Refuse to inform. Reward, 1000 thoughts. Allan lowered his head in thought, chose the first option, raised his head to look at Ryuudan and said, "Okay, let me tell you. Then I'll listen to it all." Ryuudan said gratefully. Although he is just a housekeeper of the Zaldik family, he has watched Killua grow up since he was a child, and his affection for Killua has already surpassed the ordinary master-servant relationship. It is a heartfelt concern. Gon and Killua met during the hunter test. Allan from the underground passage of the first hurdle, the last pass when it comes to 2 separate duel, to take the initiative to abstain Killua. Gon let success get a license hunter, almost all speak out. After hearing what Allan said, Ryuudan fell into silence. After a long time, he said, "I never thought Master Killua would voluntarily abstain for Gon. Master Killua really impressed me. It is true that he, who was trained as a killer since he was a child, became friends with innocent people like Gon, which is really incredible." Allan said. "Well, this came Killua Gon Master, is there anything Killua want to say, or want to bring Master Killua leave it?" asked the Indus. "It should be possible both come in." Allan rode. Indus Chen Sheng said, "Chi Shao Master cannot leave, he could not decide. If the Master of the house does not agree, that Killua Master cannot leave the family." Read the original. Allan knows Killua finally got consent Silva, so at this point, he is not worried about Gon. "I think Killua would get his father's understanding and consent." See Allan confident that expression, Indus pushed his glasses and said. We do not know where's your self-confidence, but Killua young master's father is no ordinary person. Allan said, no matter who he is, one thing is beyond doubt. That is, they are father and son will understand each other. Hearing this, Ryuudan nodded, also feeling reasonable. It is true that Silva, as the head of the family, treats his children very harshly. But this is also because the father wants his children to be able to get ahead. Killua has been trained to be a killer since he was a child. In a sense, he is not allowed to have friends. However, on the other hand, Killua has made friends, which is a new life for him. Different from the cold-blooded and merciless assassin's road, go out with friends, take care of each other, and grow up with each other. For Killua, it might be able to make him change sharply again. Half an hour later, Killua was led by Gino into the living room. Hi, long time no see. Sitting on the sofa, Allan raised his hand and said hello. Allan, why are you here too? Killua was a little strange, I thought it was Gon alone. No way, as Gon's temporary guardian of 793, I can't let him run and risk finding you by himself. After all, your house is too dangerous. Allan half-joked. In fact, it is true. If he didn't come with Gon's strength, it would be a little difficult to see Killua, and maybe his life would be in danger. Killua also knew that his family was special, and apologized, I'm sorry, but let you run all the way. By the way, what's wrong with Gon? It's just asleep. Ryuudan said. Fell asleep. The steward of your family's phoenix tree put the medicine in the tea, saying that he wanted to test whether Gon came to you with ulterior motives. As a result, of course, Gon came to you sincerely, and drank your house without guard. Tea. Hearing Allan's words, Killua frowned and looked at Ryuudan and said, Ryuudan, how can you treat my friend like this? Ryuudan was a little embarrassed, and he bent over and explained, I'm very sorry. I also did this because I cared about Master Killua. Killua snorted coldly, don't do this next time, or I will hate you. I know who Gon is and whether he is malicious. He is a friend I recognize, and I don't allow anyone to hurt him. Yes, I see. Ryuudan nodded, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. As the director of the Zaldik family, Killua only needs a word to get him out of the way, and even disappear from the world. Killua turned to look at Gino behind, Grandpa, I want to keep Gon here for a few days, no problem, right? Of course it's okay. Gino nodded. Thank you, Grandpa. Chi Xiao showed a hearty smile and said to Ryuudan, please prepare 2 guest rooms. 2. Well, one for Gon and one for Allan and his fiancée. Allan, can you? Killua asked. Allan glanced at the Empress next to him and smiled, that's it. Ryuudan was very efficient at work, and soon prepared 2 rooms for Allan and them to rest. Outside the room, he said, Allan, you can stay at my house for a few days. Allan nodded, and said, of course, I just haven't done anything yet. What's the matter? Chi Xiao asked curiously. Allan didn't conceal it either, and said directly, I want to fight your grandpa. What? Killua was taken aback, why are you fighting with my grandpa? You have conflicts. No. Allan shook his head and explained, I just want to challenge your grandfather as a warrior. Because challenging the strong is also a practice and an accumulation of experience for me. Can make me stronger. But, my grandpa shouldn't promise you. Killua said solemnly, my grandpa is a killer, not a warrior. He never makes a loss-making business. Allan smiled and said, I already asked your grandpa, and he said he would consider it. I think he should agree to fight with me. Chapter 123. Soon after, Gon woke up. Seeing Killua, Gon was very happy. In fact, for him, Killua was his first friend in the true sense. The two are about the same age, have complementary personalities, and are very close together. As for Killua, he was naturally very happy and took Gon to play at home for several days. Finally, it's the last day. After dinner, Killua brought Gon to the courtyard to chat. Gon suddenly said to Killua, "Killua, you beat me in a duel at the venue last time, but in the end you gave up the chance to advance. This incident makes me very much care." Killua did not expect that Gon would suddenly talk about this, and said, "That's because Gon, you refused to admit defeat, so I had to abstain. Just because of this, Gon, don't care about it. Things are over, behind me. I also got a hunter license." "No, that's not the only thing." Gon denied Killua's words, and said seriously, "It's because Killua, you think I am not strong enough, but you don't want to hurt me, so you gave up. So, what do you want now?" "Gon?" Killua asked in a deep voice. "I want to fight you again, Killua." Gon looked at Killua directly, and said seriously. "Are you serious?" Killua asked. "Of course. I came to you this time just to fight you again." Seeing Gon so serious, Killua lowered his head and fell silent. "Killua, tell you, I have already received special training from Allan. I am now stronger than I was in the hunter test." Killua looked up at Gon and said, "So, you want to say, can you beat me?" "Yes." Gon said confidently. Killua said, "Idiot, how could I be defeated by you, a monk halfway through? Although I am a monk halfway, it is not as good as the professional training you received from Killua since childhood, but there is one thing I surpassed Killua you, and you have mastered it one step earlier than Killua." "What?" Killua frowned, as if he was thinking of something, and could not help but said in a deep voice, "Are you trying to say, the power of reading?" Gon nodded heavily, "Yes, I can use the power of mind to make up the original strength gap between us." Upon hearing this, Killua pulled her face down. He has experienced the power of mind, and it is undeniable that it is indeed a kind of magical power that will greatly enhance personal strength. Now Gon has mastered mind one step ahead of him, and he is indeed better than him in this respect. After thinking about it for a while, Killua finally said, "Okay, Gon, since you really want to fight with me so much, then I have no choice but to accompany you and let me see how much you have improved in the past few months. I won't let you down, Killua." Gon's eyes were shining, full of self-belief. He is a very competitive person, so even if Killua is his friend, he will not be merciful. The duel between Gon and Killua soon reached Allan and Gino. Soon, the entire Zaldik family knew about it. For a while, the Zaldik family became lively. After all, Killua is a qualified heir to the next patriarch in the Zaldik family. Although he is only 12 years old, his assassination technique has reached a professional level, and his future potential is immeasurable. And now, Gon, the outsider, offered to fight Killua, which really made them feel that Gon was a little bit ignorant. Killua and Gon found Gino and Allan respectively, hoping that the two could be witnesses to the battle between them. Allan naturally has no problem. In fact, Gon would look for Killua to single out. When he came to the Zaldik family, Allan guessed it. But Gino looked a little different. He didn't understand why Gon and Killua were friends, so why bother with each other? However, he still agreed to the battle between Gon and Killua. In a huge semicircular arena, Gon and Killua started a battle between the two. As witnesses of the two, Allan and Gino were also present. They were both witnesses of this battle and supporters of Gon and Killua respectively. Allan glanced at Gino and asked, "Master Gino, who do you think is stronger, Gon or Killua?" Xianyo pondered for a while before he said, It's our Killua in almost all cases." "What's the reason?" "Killua has been professionally trained by our Zaldik family as a killer since he was a child, and is already a competent professional killer. As for assassination techniques, it can already be said to be of first-rate level. Whether it is body speed or fighting skills, it is very good. And the most important point is that Killua is only 12 years old now, and there is still a lot of room for growth. The future potential is immeasurable. Not only the old man himself, but the whole family of Zaldik family are very optimistic about him. Allan nodded and said, Killua is indeed very promising, but I don't think Gon is worse. Upon hearing this, Gino nodded unexpectedly in agreement. As a superb killer, with his vicious eyes, he can naturally see the extraordinary things about Gon. And this extraordinary thing lies in the amazing aura that Gon showed. There is no doubt that it is reading. He said slightly differently, if you have mastered Nian at such a young age, the future is boundless. Allan coughed and coughed, I was teaching him. But Gon's talent is indeed very high, I don't think it is worse than strange hunting. Gino said, it seems Killua has made a very good friend. Exactly. Allan smiled. At this time, a fat man with big ears and a white shirt walked out of the side aisle, holding a bag of potato chips in his hand, stuffing the potato chips while watching the battle between Killua and Gon. Allan glanced at the fat man, who turned out to be Killua's second brother, Miji. Although this guy is not very good at fighting in the original book, he is also a genius in technology and is very good at guns and other things. Of course, assassination techniques must also be proficient. It's just because of some reasons, such as the fat body, it can't be as flexible as Killua. Grandpa P, that kid named Gon is pretty awesome, it's not that easy for Killua to win. Miji said. Humph, Miji, you have to have confidence in your brother. Jinyo sneered. A cold sweat leaked from Miji's forehead and said, Grandpa, of course I have confidence in Killua. But that kid is really not an ordinary person, and he can fight Killua to such an extent. Seeing Killua's appearance, he did not release water. In other words, Killua wants to win this battle, it's really not that simple. At this time, Allan said, the scale of victory is not necessarily Killua's side. Hearing this, Miji looked at Allan, then walked towards him, and said, in that case, do you want to take a gamble? Good for Zhao. Allan glanced at Miji, what are you betting on? Just bet on whether Killua wins or Gon wins this battle. The bet is 100 million guineas. Miji said. Ding! Please choose. 1. Promise Miji to gamble with him. Reward, 3,000 thoughts. 2. Reject Miji's gambling contract. Reward, 1,000 thoughts. 3. He Miji gambled and won. Reward, 1 golden treasure chest. After thinking about the benefits of these 3 options, Allan smiled and said, then, I'll bet Gon will win. Okay, then I'll bet on Killua. Miji said. I will definitely win. Not necessarily. At this time, the battle between Gon and Killua has entered a stalemate stage. Relying on the power of mind, Gon increased his body's attack speed and defense value. Facing Killua's attack, Gon didn't let the wind play at all. However, Killua relied on the family's assassination skills to continuously launch surprise attacks on Gon with extremely fast speed. Well, it's good to master reading at such a young age, Gino appreciated. Chapter 124. The duel between Gon and Killua lasted for nearly a day, and the result was unexpected. Neither of them lost to each other, even though they had exhausted their energy, neither of them would fall down or give in. Even though I was exhausted and hurt all over, I was still fighting with one punch and one punch. It was a competition with willpower. If the fighting continues, the lives of the two of them are likely to be in danger. No way, Allan and Gino had to come forward to stop the fight between the two. Ever since, in this battle, the two were tied. Gon looked at Killua and said, Killua, next time we must decide the winner. Killua nodded and said, of course, I won't lose to you, who was a monk halfway through. Because the battle between the two was a tie, the bet between Allan and Fujiheim was naturally fruitless. After Gon and Kilo left, Allan said to Gino, "Master, they are finished, it should be our turn now." Jinyo thought for a while and said, "Well, since you are so persistent in wanting to fight the old man, then I will make an exception 793 to play with you." Allan smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it." Miji on the side heard the conversation between Allan and Gino and said in a different way, "What, do you guys have to fight? By the way, it's up to you to be our witness." Allan said. Miji clenched a fist and said, "What, are you kidding? You want to fight my grandpa too?" Allan shrugged and said, "Why, can't it?" "Of course not." Miji looked at Jinyo and said, "My grandpa is a top-notch killer. You are about the same age as my elder brother Yi Irfan. You belong to the younger generation. How can you qualify to challenge my grandpa, a senior?" Hearing that, Allan didn't get angry, and looked at Miji. "According to you, am I a leapfrog challenge?" "Yes." Miji nodded heavily, pointing to Allan and said, "It's not that I despise you, but I think you are indeed not qualified to challenge my grandfather now. In terms of seniority, you are a junior. In terms of strength, you are even less likely to be my grandfather's opponent. Therefore, I advise you not to be boring and stop your stupid behavior." Allan couldn't help but laugh at Miji's words. "You, what are you laughing at?" Miji was puzzled. "Nothing." Allan shook his head, narrowed his smile, and said with a serious face, "It is because your grandpa is very strong that I want to challenge it. Whether I win or lose, this is my choice." Seeing Allan's determination, Miji snorted coldly, "Well, since you insist on challenging my grandfather, then I will wait to see how you will be knocked down on the ground by my grandfather." After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Gino and said, "Grandpa, you must teach this guy who doesn't know the heights of the sky." Jinyo glared at Miji and said, "Shut up, just stand by and watch." "Yes." Lug stopped talking too much, and retreated to the side. "Please, Brother Allan," Gino said. "The old man is offended," Allan said. When he came to the court, Gino said, "In order to avoid bullying the small with the big, the old man asks you to shoot first." Allan shook his head lightly and said, "Master, you are a senior, it is better for you to shoot first." "Hehe, then all right. Since you are so sincere, the old man will make the move first." As soon as the voice fell, Gino's figure disappeared in place. Yes, it looks like it has disappeared. But in fact, he realized this illusion of disappearance at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, Gino's figure had appeared in front of Allan, attacking Allan directly with an unpretentious hand knife offensive. Allan's domineering appearance had already begun. Although Gino's attack was very fast, he was still aware of it. With a shift, Allan moved to the right, avoiding Gino's knife attack. While dodging, Allan lifted his left foot and kicked it towards Gino. Gino blocked Allan's left foot with his right hand, and grabbed Allan's throat with his claws like an eagle. "It's too late, it's fast," Allan quickly tilted his head back, and it was enough to avoid Gino's eagle claws. When the offensive failed, a flash of surprise flashed through Gino's eyes. After a brief encounter between the two, they quickly separated and formed a confrontation. Gino stared sharply at Allan. Through the brief encounter just now, Allan dodged several of his attacks, which had to make him re-examine Allan. Allan's strength seemed to be stronger than he imagined. That kind of reaction speed is like predicting the trajectory of my attack in advance. "The old man is really strong," Allan said with gleaming eyes. After the brief fight just now, he also had a preliminary judgment on Gino's strength. It's really strong. That kind of strength is not only reflected in his fighting skills, but also a kind of oppressive aura. It feels as if it is not a person, but a viper and an eagle. "You are not bad, you can escape the old man's attack. But this time, the old man is going to get serious." After speaking, Gino approached Allan step by step. Staring at Gino, Allan felt the pressure from Gino. In the next instant, Gino disappeared in place and rushed towards Allan at a very fast speed. Almost at the same time, Allan also moved. His figure, as if disappearing in place, confronted Gino at an extremely fast speed. Bang 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 bang. In the inner field of Ryuudan, the two figures are facing each other at a very fast speed. Even the air seemed to be unable to withstand the blows of the two of them, making a sound of shattering. Miji, who was watching the game on the side, stared at the court with his eyes widened. With his eyesight, he could not completely capture the figures of Gino and Allan. Too fast. That guy can actually keep up with Grandpa's speed, and he fights back and forth with Grandpa, never letting go. How can he be so strong? Miji was shocked. Although he could see that Allan had a good foundation, he didn't expect to be strong enough to compete with his grandfather head-on. This strength, I am afraid it is even stronger than his elder brother Yamai. Chapter 125. In the empty field, the figures of Allan and Gino appeared from time to time. Both of them pushed their speed to the extreme and fought fiercely. In this process, they just used the most basic fighting skills to head, and did not use their respective abilities. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The fists and palms collided, like iron blocks hitting each other, making a clear and loud sound. An astonishing aura emerged on both of them. The chi on Gino's body was purple and gold. The chi on Allan's body was dark blue. The chi of the two colors collided violently, and it was as bright as the stars, incomparably gorgeous. After the magnificent collision, the two figures quickly separated. It was Allan and Gino. The two stood facing each other, 10 meters apart, their eyes fixed on each other. Xianyo sighed, "Ah! I didn't expect you to have such strength at a young age. Compared with old age, you are really blue and better than blue." Allan smiled slightly, the old man praised. Gino said solemnly, "Next, you have to be careful." Allan nodded, "Come on, sir." Aha! Xianyo let out a low drink, turning a powerful chi into wave energy and hitting Allan through the palm of his hand. In my impression, Gino seems to be the nin of conjurer. And this technique of exhaling the air belongs to transmuter. As expected to be the old man Gino, he is really strong. Facing Gino's vapor wave, Allan waved with one hand, and the chill was released from under him, and it quickly condensed into an ice wall. Boom! The air wave hit the ice wall, smashing the ice wall directly into a ground of ice scum. At the same time, the air wave's offensive was completely offset by the ice wall. Ice? Seeing this scene, Gino flashed a strange eye. Is it conjurers? In order to verify his conjecture, Gino took a pair of his hands. When necessary, two shocking gasifications turned into energy fluctuations and blasted towards Allan at the same time. When Allan saw this, he didn't rush and put his hands together. Sense and chill quickly condensed around him, forming two sharp ice spears. With a wave of both hands, the two ice spears quickly met the two waves of air from Gino. There was a loud bang. The ice spear and chi wave erupted into an astonishing collision, and then both disappeared. Is the nature of turning chi into ice? It seems that he should be conjurer, or he is the nin of the trait system. Gino thought secretly. Then, just try this trick and see if you can defend it. With that said, Gino stepped forward, with his left hand behind his back, and his right hand was lifted into the shape of a knife. Click! Like a balloon that was inflated sharply, an astonishing mass of air surged from Gino's right hand. Seeing this scene, Allan's face couldn't help but become solemn. It's amazing. If the old man stabs over, my aura alone will not be able to resist it. However, if you add the armed and domineering, it should be able to stop it. But, that's not a bargain. Thinking of this, Allan decided not to head head-on with Gino at the moment. Foot reading. Allan kicked out with his right foot, sending out a blue chopping wave. A flash of surprise flashed through Gino's eyes, and he seemed to have never expected that conjurer Allan, could issue such a powerful long-range attack. Gino's figure jumped, avoiding the attack of his feet from above. The azure blue slash hit the wall behind Gino directly, making a loud puffing noise, splitting the wall into a crescent-shaped gully. As soon as he stabilized his figure, Gino's complexion changed slightly. Several blue chopping waves appeared in front of him and crossed towards him. Seeing that he couldn't avoid all of them, Gino gave a low cry, his claws in his hands, and he blasted out like a dragon, like a tiger. I saw that his left hand seemed to become a fierce tiger, and his right hand smashed those chopping waves one by one with teeth and claws for a golden dragon. As expected, he is a top killer, really powerful. Seeing this scene, Allan slightly appreciated. After smashing Allan's slashes, Gino finally realized a little bit. That is, Allan's strength is stronger than he expected. In that case, let's try that trick. When the voice fell, Gino stepped out with his right foot, his body was slightly arched, his hands protruded forward, his left hand was down, the 5 fingers were opened up, forming a claw, his right hand was up, leaning forward, thumb, ring finger retracted, middle finger and index finger stretched out straight together, as a sword finger. 0. Look for flowers. Seeing Gino's attacking posture, Allan was slightly startled. Could it be that it is the leading drama? Sure enough, as he thought, after Gino took that pose, an astonishing thought poured out from his body. With the assistance of Ning, Allan could clearly see that the chi in Gino's body had turned into a dragon head staring at him. Allan's eyes narrowed slightly, it was indeed a leading drama. The next second, Gino yelled, "Tooth burst!" Along with a dragon chant, a golden and purple dragon rushed towards Allan. In an instant, the golden and purple light flourished. Seeing the golden-purple Nian Long open his blood basin and bite, Allan's figure jumped and appeared in the air. Where to escape? Zhenyo waved his hands, and the golden-purple Nian Long immediately turned around and attacked Allan in midair from below. Above the air, Allan looked at the golden and purple Nian Long indifferently. The cold air swept out, quickly forming an icicle to meet. The golden-purple Nian Long let out a dragon chant, shattering Allan's icicles with an unstoppable momentum. Allan flashed and returned to the ground. He slapped the ground with both hands, and the cold air swept out, and in a blink of an eye, 5 ice walls several meters high were formed in front of him. "Come on, let me see how vicious your dragon is," Allan sneered. Boom! Ice on the first side, broken. Ice on the second side, broken. The third side is ice, broken. Haha! Break it for me. Xianyo stepped up his efforts and controlled Nian Long to continue crashing into the remaining 2 ice walls. Titicaca! The last 2 ice walls were eventually smashed and shattered by the golden and purple Nian Long. With a dragon chant, the golden and purple Nian Long rushed towards Allan unabated. The corners of Allan's mouth raised slightly, and he sneered, "The time is just right." A glacier dragon suddenly appeared above Allan's head, and under Allan's control, it slammed into the golden-purple Nian Long that went straight to Allan. The 2 giant dragons collided and made an avalanche-like rumbling sound. Wide. Chapter 126. The collision between the frost dragon and the golden-purple dragon is like 2 meteorites colliding together, making a huge series of explosions. At that moment, many members of the Zaldik family felt the collision of these 2 tremendous forces. Surprised expressions appeared on his faces. After the strong aftermath, Allan and Gino stood facing each other 10 meters apart. Gino took the lead in breaking the silence and said, "It seems that the old man lost." Hearing that, Allan is a little weird, "Master, do you want to admit defeat at this time?" The battle just now seemed to be evenly divided in Allan's eyes. He and Gino were basically unharmed, and the competition in the moves was basically a tie. However, Gino said he lost, which made him a little puzzled. Gino explained, although it looks like we are tied, you can beat the old man to this level at this age, which is enough to prove your strength. You must know that at 87, when the old man was like you, but there is no such strength as you. Moreover, the old man can see that you still have no foundation. In other words, facing an opponent like the old man, you are still able to perform well. This shows that you probably have no stronghold cards. Out. If you continue to fight, maybe the old man will really lose to you. After all, the old man is very old, and the protracted battle is a torment to my old bone. So, even if you win this battle. Allan didn't expect that Gino would give up so easily. It is true that Gino is indeed old and not as strong as before, but from the battle just now, he still retains at least 1/3 of his strength. In other words, Gino did not try his best. However, since Gino didn't want to fight anymore, Allan couldn't ask him to continue fighting with him. As a result, the battle ended with Allan's victory. Meiji, who was in the audience, never expected that his grandfather would surrender, and looked at Allan with a surprised expression with a broken chin. In that way, the previous heir has long been lost. No way, that is a character who even his grandfather has to bow down to. No matter how upset he is, he dare not provoke him. Ding! You succeeded in a battle with Gino and won. Get rewards, 1 golden treasure chest, Wolf Fang Wind Fist. There are actually 2 rewards? Allan was surprised. But it soon became clear that even though he took the initiative to challenge Gino in a battle, it also contained a provocative meaning. Therefore, in this option, Allan can get the rewards of the first and second options at the same time. Wanting to understand this, Allan readily accepted these 2 rewards. The first is Lang Fang Feng Feng Kun. This is the famous skill of the Dragon Ball character Yamcha. The moves are simple and rude, mainly by imitating the actions of the wolf to quickly attack the opponent. Although the moves are simple, they are quite fierce. This move has a very strong melee ability in close combat, and Allan is quite satisfied. Next is the Golden Treasure Chest, which is different from the mysterious treasure chest. The Golden Treasure Chest can produce quite good things with 100% probability. At the moment, Allan couldn't wait to open the Golden Treasure Box. Ding! You opened the Golden Treasure Chest and obtained the pure version of A-level ninjutsu skills, Thunderbolt, Chidori. Actually Chidori. Allan's face changed slightly, and he felt a little strange. In the next instant, all the methods and experience related to Chidori's use poured into Allan's mind, allowing him to master the powerful skill of Chidori in an instant. Chidori belongs to the Thunder Dung Etsu Ninjutsu. By gathering the Thunder Dung chakra in the palm to form a high-intensity current, the palm becomes like a sharp blade, which can easily penetrate the rock and has a strong penetrating force. It is named because it makes a sound like thousands of birds singing. This is a very powerful skill. As long as it hits the target, there is a great probability that the opponent can be killed by a single blow. And this pure version of Chidori can directly use cell power instead of chakra. Allan slowly raised his right hand, opened his palm, and after asking for time, blue light began to emerge. Accompanied by a burst of loud calls, the blue arcs intersect each other in the palm of the palm, turning into a dazzling blue light. This is Lei Dun, Chidori. Gino on the side saw the Chidori in Allan's hand, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes and said, "This is thunder." Allan nodded. "It's called Chidori. It looks like a very dangerous skill. The old man can feel that this energy is full of sharp sensations. If it is hit, it will be quite bad." Seeing Gino's jealous look at Chidori, Allan smiled and dissipated the Chidori in his hand. Gino took a deep look at Allan and said, "Fortunately, the old man gave in early, otherwise he would fight with you, it would be bad." "Father, we are just meeting friends with martial arts, how can I put a heavy hand on the old man?" Allan said. Gino nodded, changed the conversation, and asked, "You are very strong, how about it, are you interested in becoming a killer?" Allan was stunned. He didn't expect that Gino would ask such a question. After thinking about it, he said, "Does the killer make money?" Hearing this, Gino was also stunned. Obviously he didn't expect Allan to ask such a superficial but real question, and then smiled, "Hee, of course I make money, otherwise how can my Zaldik family survive for such a long time and stand tall?" "What? That's true." Allan nodded. The Zaldik family is a family of killers and don't know how long it has existed. What is certain is that in the generation of Gino's grandfather, the Zaldik family was the killer. By the point of Killua, there are already 5 generations. Allan does not know how much wealth this family has accumulated from this industry, but it is certain that it must be so large that it cannot be counted by numbers. But having said that, the Zaldik family is the top killer in the killer industry and belongs to the top of the industry. Their income is naturally the top in the industry. In contrast, what is the income of the average killer? Faced with Allan's doubts, Gino replied, "Ordinary killers don't make money, and they even want to post money. If you want to make money in this industry, you can only make big money by becoming a professional killer and taking some difficult orders." "So, how can you become a professional killer?" Allan asked curiously. Jinyo sternly said, "To become a professional assassin requires 2 hard conditions. One is to have excellent strength. 5.4 If the strength is not enough, then when the target is assassinated, it is very likely that the target will be killed by the target. The second is fame. If you don't have enough fame, you can't receive big orders at all. You can only go to some black markets to pick up some scattered small orders. You can't make much money, and you can only make a living. Only by continuously accumulating fame and starting fame, will customers take the initiative to come to the door. At that time, there is no need to worry about no money. So that's it." Allan nodded, understanding a little. Jinyo said, "Allan, with your strength, it is more than enough to be in this business. The problem is that you have insufficient qualifications and no reputation. Even if you are in the killer business, no one knows you, so you will not be able to make money in a short period of time." Allan raised his head and said, "In other words, must we start with an unknown killer?" Chapter 127. Jinyo said, "Newcomers entering this industry naturally have to start from the bottom. But with your strength, you don't need to start from the bottom at all." Allan said, "Do you mean to cooperate with me? Or do you want to give me a hand? Getting acquainted, in a game, the old man can really help you. For example, it is not a problem to introduce you to a few big bosses, and it can definitely make you money." Gino said. Allan nodded, tangled. He is now a professional hunter. If he changes his job to become a professional assassin, it would be a bit unreasonable. Seeing Allan hesitating, Gino patted him on the shoulder and said, "With your strength, the old man can guarantee that you will be able to make a name in this industry. How about, are you interested in entering the killer industry and becoming a professional killer? The old man is looking forward to cooperating with you." "Yes. Please choose." 1. Accept Gino's proposal and become a professional killer. Reward, Nen 10,000 points. 2. Accept Gino's proposal and become a killer who is interested in 05. Reward, Nen treasure box x1. 3. Rejecting Gino's suggestion, expressing that he is not interested in the killer industry, reward, 10 million ringgits. Seeing the 3 choice rewards offered by the system, Allan's heart moved slightly, and the 3 rewards were all good. But what fascinated him most was the second reward, Nen's treasure box. It seems that Nen's magical treasure box can be opened. Thinking of this, he decisively chose the second option, and said to Gino, "Well, since the old man admires me so much, then I'm optimistic about being in this business. However, I am now a professional hunter, so I can't be a professional killer, I can only be a killer dictated by interest, as a side job. Hearing this, Gino nodded, well, this is also a good choice. It not only retains the original occupation, but also has a side job. Then, let's do it for the time being. If the old man wants me to help, just speak up. Then, Allan copied his phone number to Gino, and Gino also gave his contact number to Allan. After that, Gino left temporarily with Miji, saying that he would contact Allan directly by phone. Watching Gino leave, Allan can't wait to open the Nen treasure chest he obtained from the system. Ding! You opened an Nen treasure chest and got a trait Nen, devour. Allan's eyes lit up, it turned out to be the trait Nen, and he felt it carefully right now. Ability note, after activating the ability, you can swallow the mind of the Nen person, which can be used to enhance your own mind, and there is no upper limit, and it can be swallowed infinitely. In addition, after devouring the target's thoughts, there is a certain chance to obtain the target's Nen. Risk, in the process of devouring the target's mind, oneself will be forced into a state of absolute and cannot use mind. In addition, in the process of devouring thoughts, if the target's thoughts include obsessions such as constraints and oaths, it will bring a great risk of backlash to oneself. Allan frowned. This ability looks quite good. It can enhance his own mind by devouring other Nen's thoughts, and there is no upper limit. There is even a chance to get the targeted Nen, which is a very terrifying ability. However, the shortcomings are also obvious. In the process of swallowing, it will enter a state of extinction, which is equivalent to not being able to use mind. If it is attacked by external forces, there will be great danger. But this is not a problem for Allan, because in addition to Nian, he also has frozen devil fruits on his body, and armed with a domineering body, so he doesn't have to worry about injuries at all. The problem is that in the process of devouring, if the target's mind contains constraints and oaths, it will bring a great risk of backlash. This is where the risk lies. This is what Allan worries about the most. Constraints and oaths, this is an absolute rule that the Nen of the hunter world must abide by in order to achieve a certain purpose, and will pay a corresponding price. It can also be said to be a kind of obsession of the Nen. If this obsession is caught in the process of devouring the target thought, then Allan must bear the corresponding risk. Therefore, swallowing this Nen is a double-edged sword and must be used with caution. Of course, not every Nen is obsessed with setting constraints and oaths on his own thoughts. Only some people who are paranoid in character, or in order to achieve a certain goal, will set such harsh rules. Normal Nen would not do this. As far as Allan knows, only a few people in the original work have used constraints and pledges. The first is Kurapika. 807. In order to avenge the dead Koluta tribe, he set constraints and pledges for himself to deal with Phantom Troop. The second is Gon. Because of Kate's death, he set constraints and pledges for himself. Holding the realization that death does not matter, he forced growth in a short period of time and gained tremendous power, thus killing Catwoman in a flash. The price is to give up all the future and hope of oneself, death. The third is the Catwoman who was killed by Gon in seconds. Because of the powerful power that Gon showed, she was worried about threatening the safety of the king. Out of absolute loyalty to the king, she still attacked Gon after her death and tried to kill it. Gon, this is also a kind of obsessive manifestation of restricting the oath. The fourth one is Hisoka. He fought with the captain in the sky arena. Facing the prepared Krollo, Hisoka's obsession caused him to use constraints before he died, and he was successfully resurrected. Therefore, face the obsession of constraints and oaths. Allan was also quite worried. Therefore, to swallow this Nen, it must be used with caution. If you accidentally swallow a guy with a paranoid character, it's not worth the gain. Chapter 128. 2 days later, Allan took the Empress and Gon to leave the Zaldik family. Gon, isn't Killua coming? Seeing Killua not showing up, Allan was a little confused. Gon shook his head and said, I don't know. I asked Chi Shao to go to practice together. He said to think about it. If he doesn't show up at 12 o'clock, he said he doesn't have to wait for him. Allan nodded and looked at the time. It was 12 o'clock in half an hour. If Killua does not show up by then, it means that he has refused Gon's invitation, or that he himself cannot leave the Zaldik family temporarily. Indeed, as Allan had guessed, it was within the Zaldik family at this moment. Killua is having a conversation with his father Silva Zaldik. The father and son sat on the fur blankets and talked face to face. After a while, Killua finally said, "Dad, I want to go outside to practice meditation with Gon." "What about work?" Silva asked. "I'm not going to waste it," Chi Hunter said. "Well, you go." Real. Killua obviously didn't expect the harsh father in his eyes to agree to his request so readily. Silva sternly said, "Of course it is true. Killua, you have grown up, I can't impose the same concept my father used to me on your son. You have your own life, and you will decide how to go from now on." Hearing that, Killua was a little stunned for a while. He didn't expect that his father would understand him this way. While grateful, he was a little moved. Finally, Killua stood up, bowed deeply to Silva, and said, "Dad, thank you, I will not let you down." Silva's unsmiling face showed a smile of relief, and waved her hand, "Well, go, don't let your friends wait too long." "Goodbye, Dad." After speaking, Killua turned and walked away from the side of the tunnel. Watching Killua's figure disappear into the passage, Silva's face turned into a serious and unsmiling expression again. In the courtyard outside the villa, Allan, Empress, and Gon are waiting patiently. "It seems that the silver-haired kid will not come," the female emperor said. Hearing this, Gon sighed a little disappointed, and seemed to agree with the words of the Empress. Allan glanced at the time. Indeed, it was already close to the agreed 12 o'clock, but Killua still did not show up. This shows that he has rejected Gon's invitation with a high probability, or that he can't leave the Zaldik family now. At this moment, Allan seemed to feel something. He raised his head and looked at the villa on the top of the mountain. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and said, "Here is Qi Shao, Gon." "Really?" Xiao Yan looked up in surprise. Sure enough, a white figure was quickly coming down from the top of the mountain, and after a while, he came to the courtyard. At this time, besides Allan and the others, there were Ryuudan and other butlers of the Zaldik family in the courtyard. Allan glanced around and found that the intern housekeeper Kanalia was among them. When Killua appeared, the solemn faces of these butlers rarely showed a touch of softness. For Killua, they love it sincerely. "Killua, you are really here, that's great." Gon stepped forward, said excitedly, and hugged Killua. Killua couldn't adapt to Gon's enthusiasm, and said, "Ahem, there are people watching, please let me go." Gon let go of Killua and said, "Killua, are you here to walk with us?" "Well, of course. My dad has agreed to go out." Killua replied happily. At this moment, Ryuudan walked over and said, "It's really great, Master Killua, I never thought that the Patriarch would agree to you to go out. But Master Killua, although the outside world is wonderful, it is also full of dangers. You must be careful." Killua nodded and said, "Well, Ryuudan, thank you for your care. I will take care of myself in the future, so don't worry." Walking out of the courtyard, a huge head was lying at the door. "It is San Mao. I will let San Mao take you down the mountain, so it's easier," Ryuudan said. "Thank you, Ryuudan." Afterwards, Allan and his party of 4 jumped onto San Mao's back. San Mao stood up and began to move down the mountain. It is fast, shuttles between the mountains and forests, and the wind on both sides whizzes past, making Allan and others sitting on the back feel a thrilling experience. It didn't take long before San Mao took them to the gate of trial under the mountain. Allan and others jumped off San Mao's back one by one and came to the gate of trial. Gon said, "Qi Shao, when I came in to look for you last time, I opened 4 trial doors. Listening to the guardian, you can open 3 trial doors. Is that your limit? Of course not. Killua denied. If I try my best, of course I can open the 4 doors. Really well? Killua, you don't have the mind. It's not easy to open the 4 doors. Gon looked unbelievable. The reason is simple, when the gate of trial was pushed. He was also full of energy, strengthened his own strength with thoughts, and opened the 4 doors of trials. Killua hasn't mastered mind yet. It is really not a simple matter to open the 4 doors with pure strength. Since you don't believe me, then I will open your eyes. With that said, Killua took a step forward, took a deep breath, and put his hands on the door of trial. Afterwards, with a low sigh, Killua began to suppress his feet and push the gate of the trial with all his strength. Zhao of Jian, his small body seemed to contain infinite power, and the first door of trial and the second door of trial were easily pushed open one after another by him. Following the third door of trial, he was pushed a few seconds later. At that time, the blue veins on his arms were already bulging, and his small face was almost flushed, and he was trying to push the 4th door of trial. Come on, Archie! Gon said. Allan looked at Killua a little strangely, but he didn't expect his power to be so great. Boom! The 4th door of trial was finally pushed open by Killua. After pushing open the 4th door, Killua seemed to be collapsed, with his hands hanging weakly, sitting half on the ground, sulking his breath, obviously exhausted. Although it was a bit too reluctant, the 4th door was indeed pushed open by him. On this surface, Killua has huge potential and explosive power. Chapter 129. 2 days later, Allan and his party of 4 left the Tora area where the Zaldik family is located, and arrived at the exit of the Republic of Batokea, ready to take the spacecraft to the Sky Arena. Going to the Sky Arena was suggested by Killua. When he was 6 years old, he was taken there by his father Silva Zaldik for a practice. Sky Arena is a paradise for fighters, bringing together fighters and warriors from all over the world. For Killua and Gon who want to become stronger, there is no doubt that there is a place to improve their strength. On the airship, Gon and Killua were sipping drinks while exchanging their experiences when they were young. Allan was older than them, so naturally he was not interested in listening to this, and brought the Empress to the rest area. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. A slightly abusive voice sounded behind Allan. Hearing this voice, Allan looked back a little strangely. He saw Hisoka playing cards and looked at him with a smile. Hisoka? Why are you here? It's a coincidence. Hisoka replied. A coincidence? Allan didn't think there would be such a coincidence. Hisoka said, I'm going to the Sky Arena in this airship, how about you? Hearing this, Allan murmured in his heart, wouldn't it be such a coincidence? He raised his head to look at Hisoka and said, I seriously suspect that you are following us. A look of uncertainty flashed through Hisoka's eyes. Hey? Could it be that you are planning to go there too? Allan nodded, exactly. 807 Hey? What a coincidence, I can guarantee that I will never follow you. Hisoka smiled. Seeing Hisoka's appearance does not seem to be lying, Allan said, it does seem like a coincidence. By the way, you are the only one? Ilmi isn't with you. We broke up after we got the hunter license. We haven't seen each other for several months, but we have contacted by phone and he seems to be on a mission. Unexpectedly Hisoka would answer so honestly. Allan nodded. Ilmi is a professional killer, and the hunter license is also used to perform tasks more conveniently. It's really impossible to stay with his good friend Hisoka all the time. Hisoka looked around and saw that there were only Allan and the Empress, and he was a little curious. Right, only you and your fiancé are here? Where's Gon? Allan said in a deep voice, you really came for Gon, right? Although I really like the fruit of Gon, I didn't come to him, I was just a little curious about what he was doing. Well, it's okay to tell you. He is chatting with Killua, in the front box. Hey? Killua is here too. Hisoka was a little surprised, and then squinted and laughed. They are also going to the Sky Arena? Interesting. It seems that this journey will not be boring. Seeing Hisoka's excitement, Allan didn't say much. With his current strength, he is not afraid of Hisoka at all, so no matter what Hisoka wants to do, he will not be afraid of him. Therefore, he doesn't want to take care of what Hisoka wants to do, as long as he doesn't offend him anyway. But looking at Hisoka's appearance, Allan could also think with his toes that Hisoka was going to attack Gon and Killua. What exactly he is going to do is not known. At this moment, the system voice suddenly rang in Allan's mind. Ding! Please choose. 1. Let Hisoka help train Gon and Killua. Quest reward, Spiral Pill. 2. Prevent Hisoka from attacking Gon and Killua. Mission reward, the Art of Fireball. Obviously, the reward of the Spiral Pill is better. Allan thought for a while and said to Hisoka. By the way, Hisoka, I happen to have something to trouble you. What's the matter? Hisoka questioned. Allan said straightforwardly, I want you to help me train Gon and Killua a little bit. Training. Hisoka frowned, and gave Allan a weird look. It seemed that he didn't expect Allan to have this habit. Allan said silently, just teach them a lesson. Why do you want to do this? Hisoka was puzzled. The two of them went to the Sky Arena to practice. Then you just have to walk them there once. Of course, don't go too far. As long as they realize that their strength is still very weak, it is enough. That's it. Hisoka understood Allan's plan. Borrow his hand to hit Gon and Killua and let them grow up. But doing so is not a cost-effective thing for Hisoka. Because of this, Hisoka will be regarded as a target by Gon and Killua. Although Hisoka doesn't mind this, very much, he is not happy to be used in this way. Hisoka, how about it, would you like to help with this? Seeing Hisoka's silence, Allan asked. Hisoka raised his head and said, what if I don't agree? Allan lowered his face and said, don't forget Hisoka, you still owe me a favor. Hisoka was stunned, and then remembered that he had indeed had Allan's help during the hunter test. It seems that there is such a thing, then okay, I'll do it for you for the time being. Allan nodded. Well, for helping me, forget the favor you owe me. No problem, leave it to me, Gon and Killua, and I will help them grow. Hisoka smiled, as if thinking of something funny. Allan naturally knows who Hisoka is, but he is not worried that Hisoka will kill Gon and Killua. So I let Hisoka do it himself. Of course, if Hisoka does too much at that time, he will naturally stop it. By the way, you can ask, why do you want me to do this? In the Sky Arena, there is no shortage of expert mouths. In fact, you can find someone to help Gon and Killua. Or, can you do it yourself? With your strength, you can definitely help them grow. Facing Hisoka's doubts and curiosity, Allan shrugged and said, because you are more suitable. I'm more suitable. Hisoka was puzzled. Allan nodded and said, well, because you look more like a villain. Hisoka looked dumbfounded and said, I thought I was kind, but I didn't think I was a villain. It was so sad. Allan patted him on the shoulder and said, anyway, this matter is left to you. Now I can trouble you not to appear in front of Gon and Killua for the time being. Hisoka nodded regretfully. Well, I will give them a surprise at the Sky Arena at that time. After speaking, Hisoka left temporarily. At the same time, Allan also received task rewards issued by the system. Spiral Pill. Raising his hand, a blue chakra energy ball appeared in Allan's palm. Helix Pill is an A-level skill at the same level as Chidori. Unlike Chidori's penetration power, Helix Pill can cause great damage to the human body and is a pretty good surprise skill. The female emperor looked at the spiral pill in Allan's hand and said in a deep voice, "What kind of skill is this? It looks quite dangerous. Where did you learn these things?" Allan smiled and said, "This is called Helix Pill. As for where I learned it from, you don't need to know. By the way, do you really want the two little ghosts at the feet of the guy named Hisoka? He looks like a very dangerous person." As expected to be a female emperor, she has great eyesight to see people. Hisoka is indeed dangerous, but since he has promised to help me, then there is no need to worry that he will break the contract. You have to know that the more dangerous men are, the more important they are to such things as promises. At this time, both Gon and Killua suddenly shuddered at the same time. The two looked at each other, and they both felt numb as if they were being stared at. Chapter 130. The Sky Arena is located at the northernmost tip of the Republic of Batokya, across the sea from the mainland of Ichihen. After riding in the airship for most of the day, near the evening, Allan and his group of 4 arrived in the city where the Sky Arena is located. As it was getting late, Allan and the others found a hotel nearby and stayed temporarily. Gon and Killua, Allan and the Empress. The next day, after breakfast, Allan and his party of 4 took the car to the Sky Arena. The Sky Arena is the 4th tallest building in the world, with a height of 991 meters and a total of 251 floors. The tower is almost entirely a fighting arena. The entire Sky Arena until the 200th floor has 10 floors as the first level. Only the winner can advance to the upper level. According to data, the audience from all over the world is said to exceed 1 billion every year. In addition, more than 4,000 challengers pour into the Sky Arena every day, bringing a steady stream of popularity to this fighting paradise. Half an hour later, Allan and his party of 4 got out of the car one after another. Looking up, a huge tower stands tall in front of the sky. Comparing the surrounding buildings with this supergiant tower, it is insignificant and not worth mentioning. As if the stars are arching over the moon, the huge tower is even more spectacular under the background of these buildings. Wow! Is this the Sky Arena? Isn't it too high? Gon looked like a countryman who had just come out of the mountain and had never seen the world. He raised his head and sighed at the huge tower in front of him. However, he is not to blame. Because even Allan and the Empress couldn't help feeling a little shocked by the huge tower in front of them. The female emperor said, "This is the first time I have seen such a majestic building. This is the Sky Arena." Allan let out a sigh. Only by visiting this place and standing under this majestic building can you see the magnificence of this building. In the field of architecture, this world seems to be no weaker than the first of the 20th century, where he lived. Killua was not so shocked, because this was the second time he came to this place, so he was mentally prepared. Let's go to the registration office on the first floor to queue up for registration," Killua said. Ever since, a group of 4 people came to the Sky Arena. The registration office is located in the lobby on the first floor, with 5 windows in total. At this time, in front of each window, there was a long line. These teams extend to the corridor outside the hall. Wow, there are too many people, right? Gon was surprised. Ju said that nearly 4,000 people line up to register in the Sky Arena every day. It seems to be true. Allan said. It really hasn't changed at all here. Killua sighed, seeming to remember the first time he came here before. 1. Let's go in line 2. Good. Soon, Gon and Killua found a team with a relatively small number of people together and started lining up. What are you going to do? Allan looked at the Empress next to her. At this time, in all 4 weeks, many people looked at Allan and the others. And their eyes, without exception, were attracted by the Empress. For these envious or surprised gazes, Allan has long been used to it. After all, the face of the Empress, the country, and the city, few people in this world can remain unmoved. Of course, they can only look at it from a distance. They are still very clear about their own weight. To be worthy of a woman of that level, the man next to him is definitely not simple. And Allan is the man beside the Empress. Although young, he has good features and compelling handsome. Actually a handsome man with a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Regarding these gazes, the Empress was too lazy to take care of it. She looked at Allan and said, "You go in line, I won't go." Allan nodded, he knew that the Empress was not interested in this kind of place. "I came here only because of him." And Allan came to the Sky Arena, on the one hand to accompany Gon and Killua and the others, on the other hand, he planned to come here to play games and earn some bonuses. By the way, open your eyes and see how many crouching tigers, hidden dragons there are in this Sky Arena. 2 hours later, Allan, Gon and Killua finally registered successfully and officially became a fighter in the Sky Arena. Allan asked Gon and Killua to take a step first, then found the Empress waiting in the lobby, and took her into the Sky Arena. According to the rules of the Sky Arena, all participants must first play a preliminary match on the first floor after registration. Therefore, on the first floor of the Sky Arena, there is a huge arena with a huge space and a total of 16 competition arenas. In each arena, there will be 2 contestants in a one-on-one duel. 16 arenas multiplied by 2 is 32. 0. Ask for flowers. Therefore, in the preliminary round of the first layer, 32 participants can be arranged to compete at the same time at one time, and the efficiency is very high. The judges will use the performance of the game within 3 minutes to decide which floor the winning contestant should be assigned to. The better the performance, the higher the number of floors assigned. The highest level can be directly promoted to the 199th floor. If there has been a record of participating in the competition, and the performance is good, and the number of layers above 100, they will also be sent to the high-level competition. Entry numbers are issued in the order of registration. Killua's entry number is 2054, and Gon's entry number is 2055. As for Allan, his entry number is 2068. When Allan brought the Empress to the ground floor arena, both Gon and Killua had already arranged for the arena. Their opponents were a middle-aged strong man and a martial artist. Gon only used one right hand to push hard, and he knocked his opponent, the middle-aged strong man, out of the field and directly won. Based on his excellent performance, the referee directly promoted him to the 50th floor. But Killua was a dodge, and stunned his opponent, the poor martial artist, with a knife. Because Killua once came to the Sky Arena once, and also hit an excellent game record of the 200th floor, plus this time he knocked down his opponent with one blow, so the referee directly asked Killua to go to the 180th floor. However, in order to slowly fight with Gon, Killua asked the referee to change him to the 50th floor, the same number as Gon. "You did a great job," Allan said. "If you can't even pass the first floor, that would be really awful." Killua shrugged. Gon smirked, a little excited. At this moment, Allan heard the referee call out his number and said, "It's my turn. I'll be back when I go." Both Gon and Killua expressed sympathy for Allan's opponents. Sure enough, Allan had just arrived on the broadcast station and the game ended in less than 3 seconds. It's the speed of light. His opponent was a fighting champion who had won the national gold belt, but he was knocked out of the field with a light palm by Allan, unconscious. "Don't be too miserable." Based on Allan's excellent performance, the referee decided to promote him to the 100th floor. However, Allan wanted to watch the game between Gon and Killua, so he asked the referee to drop to the 50th floor. Wide. Chapter 131. After promotion, Allan and his group of 4 took the elevator to the 50th floor of the Sky Arena. Several people came to the service counter on the 55th floor and handed the ticket given by the referee to the commissioner of the service counter. In the Sky Arena, below the 200th floor, you can get a certain bonus for every win. Participants who participated in the first tier, regardless of victory or defeat, can get a reward of 152 ring nuns. The money is equivalent to a bottle of juice. Although it is rare, it can be regarded as an encouragement. If you win on the 50th floor, you will get a bonus of up to 50,000 Ni. The higher the number of winning levels, the more generous the bonus. According to Killua, he was promoted to the 190th floor a few years ago and received a huge bonus of nearly 200 million ringlets. With such a huge bonus, even Allan was very excited. 200 million guineas is enough for him to buy a building in the city with full funds. 807. After that, Allan, Killua and Gon came to the waiting area on the 50th floor. As for the Empress, because she was not a contestant, she was invited to the audience area by the service staff. In the waiting area, there are many players waiting for the game, all of them burly, full of tattoos, fierce and vicious, and exudes a nasty atmosphere. The Allan trio had no sense of this, because they already knew how to restrain the breath and control the contraction and release of the breath. People like these who don't know how to control their own breath and think they are very strong, in their eyes are just a bunch of infamous goods, not even third-rate masters. Soon, the three Allan were called to the arena for a match. The first is Killua's opponent, a middle-aged man with a ponytail named Zul. As soon as Killua started, he stepped behind the opponent and tapped Zul on the back of the neck with a hand knife, intending to stun him with a single blow. However, although his attack was successful, it was not as he expected. Zul was not stunned. After being hit by Killua in the back of the neck, he swayed a few steps forward, recovered his mind, and launched an attack at Killua. Kai-hun easily avoided Zul's attack, and quickly appeared behind Zul using his assassination technique, and attacked Zul's back neck with a knife again. This time he used nearly 1/3 of his strength, which was enough to knock down a rhinoceros. But after hitting this blow, Zul still did not fall. This really shocked Qi Xiao. He finally realized that Zul was not an ordinary fighter. He has mastered Nian. Yes, seeing Zul's appearance, and the kind of aura displayed on Zul's body, made Killua very familiar. After fighting Gon, he can be sure that the Qi in Zul is the power of mind. Although he hasn't mastered Nian, he knows that Nian can improve his body's offensive and defensive capabilities through fighting with Gon. Zul in front of him was not knocked down by him because he used Nian to improve his defense. Wanting to understand this, Killua sneered, "Do you think I can't knock you down after reading it?" After speaking, Killua quickly rushed to Zul. Although Zul was able to capture Killua's figure, he could not keep up with Killua's attack speed. Killua almost used all his strength this time, slashing the back of Zul's neck with heavy hand knives, and the back of Zul's neck cracked like bones. With a grunt, Zul fell heavily to the ground, making a bang. "Yes, damn kid!" Zul was obviously unwilling. He didn't understand, Qi Xiao could not read clearly, why the speed was faster than him, and his strength was stronger than him. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, Qi Xiao finally won. And through this battle, Killua realized that he was a bit disadvantaged when facing opponents who could use Nian. He realized that although Zul knew how to use mindfulness, it was not as good as Gon's mindfulness. In other words, Zul's mind is not as good as Gon's mind, and Gon is able to tie him with the power of Nian. The power brought by mindfulness can really make a person improve a lot. This also strengthened his idea of learning to read. Then it was Gon's turn, and he was placed in the ring in Division D. The opponent is a Nordic giant, 4 meters tall. Faced with such a giant, Gon was a little frightened at first, and grinned and touched the back of his head and stepped back. But soon he adjusted his mentality, when the game started. The Norse giant punched Gon. And Gon is also a tough guy, he didn't dodge or evade, and he also punched him. Compared with the Nordic giant's fist, his fist is pitifully small. However, that little fist contained a rather terrifying power. Bang! The two fists collided, and the Nordic giant actually folded his arms and stepped back again and again, with an unbelievable expression on his face. The audience was stunned. I never imagined that a kid like Gon would have such terrifying powers. Annoyed, the Norse giant threw another uninjured fist at Gon. Gon was still stubbornly confronting each other. Bang! The entire arm of the Nordic giant made a crisp bone-cracking sound. It was directly shattered by Gon's terrifying power. Gon was successfully promoted. Finally, it was Allan's turn. His opponent was a boy in a white karate suit who looked about the same age as Gon and Killua, with a flat head and a serious expression. Seeing this person, Allan was a little weird. Because, this kid is none other than Usse. I never thought my opponent would be you, funny. Allan laughed. You know me? Usse was a little puzzled. It's just our first meeting. Allan didn't say much. Yes, please advise. Usse replied politely. Allan nodded and said, I'll do it lightly. Usse heard the words and said, please don't underestimate me, or you will regret it. Allan did not underestimate Usse. Having read the original book, he knew that Usse had already mastered the basic skills of reading at this time. Practice and rap. Sure enough, as the game started, Usse directly used the entanglement technique. Allan could clearly see that there was a layer of air wrapped around Usse's body. That's the trick of entanglement. Can be 5.4 to effectively improve their offensive and defensive capabilities. However, for Allan, Usse's chi is still weak, not even gone. With one step, Allan came to Usse. Usse was shocked. Although he was ready to fight with all his strength, he didn't expect Allan's speed to be so fast that he couldn't react. At the moment when Usse was stunned, Allan knocked Usse to the ground with a knife. Because of the control of his strength, Usse did not faint directly, but fell to the ground in pain, unable to get up for a while. How is this possible? It knocked me down in one fell swoop. Usse, who was knocked to the ground, had an expression of disbelief on his face. At this time, Allan stood in front of Usse, looked down at Usse lying on the ground, and said, You are too weak. Chapter 132. Usse lost. The defeat was very complete. He walked out of the arena in despair, with a frustrated expression on his face. Allan's phrase "you are too weak" still echoed in his ears, causing him a big blow. He even doubted whether his efforts were completely meaningless. Usse. A gentle but serious voice called Usse. Usse stopped and looked up. A young man wearing black trousers, white shirt, and glasses is standing in the distance and watching him. The man is handsome in appearance, with 3 or 7 black hair and bangs. With glasses, he looks quite gentle. It's just that the corner of the white shirt on his waistband ran out. It looked like he had just finished the large size, and he didn't have time to organize his clothes, and looked a little messy. It makes people feel a little nervous. Ms. Young, the corners of your clothes ran out again. Usse reminded with some obsessive-compulsive disorder. I'm sorry, I just came out of the bathroom. Young hurriedly arranged his clothes, and then chatted and looked at Usse. 05 Teacher Young, I'm sorry, I lost. Usse said dejectedly, not daring to look directly into Young's eyes. I've already seen it. Usse, you don't have to feel lost, because your opponent's strength is far more than you. It is a matter of course that you will lose to him. Don't feel burdened because of this, the teacher won't blame you. Hearing this, Usse raised his head and said, Really? Yeah. Young nodded. He witnessed the match between Usse and Allan. Although Allan only showed his hand, from this hand, he can already see that Allan has a very amazing strength. In the face of such a powerful enemy, Usse will lose, it is only natural. Teacher Young, personally, it was too powerful. He actually brought me down with just one blow, and I felt that he didn't use his full strength at all. My wrapped in front of him, he has no effect at all, it broke my defense. Usse said with lingering fear. Although the battle ended quickly, he remembered deeply. Moreover, that person also told me that I was too weak. Teacher Jung, am I really weak? Jung pushed his glasses and said, Zoasai, calm down. You are not weak. Compared to most people, you are already a genius in a million at this age. It's just that that person is not at the same level as you, so he will say that to you. You don't need to take his words to heart, just practice and compete with peace of mind. At this time, Allan and others, who had just received the prize money from the service desk, ran into Jung and Zoasai in the corridor. Zoasai stared at Allan closely. Allan raised his hand and said hello, kiss, it's a coincidence. Teacher Jung, that's him. Zoasai said. I know. Jung nodded and looked at Allan and said, hello, I am the acting teacher of Zoasai, my name is Jung. Allan smiled and said, my name is Allan. I was so embarrassed just now, but I was a bit harder on Zoasai, I hope you don't mind. Jung said, Mr. Allan, you are also a nun, right? Yeah. Allan didn't deny it, and nodded. Jung said, is this the first time you have come to the Sky Arena? That's right. Allan nodded, and introduced Jung to Gon and Killua, who were standing behind him, and the Empress. He is Gon, he is Killua, and this is my fiancé. Jung's gaze fell on the Empress first, and he was shocked before returning to his senses and said, Mr. Allan's fiancé is truly an overwhelming country, rare in the world. Mr. Allan has such a fiancé, I really envy others. After that, Jung's eyes fell on Gon and Killua, and he pushed his glasses and said, I have seen the two players in the game just now, and they both performed very well. His gaze was fixed on Killua. Killua, depending on your skill in the game just now, it should be related to a professional killer, right? Killua shrugged and looked at Jung and said, you have a vicious look, I am indeed a killer, and I am a professional. Jung said to Gon again, Gon, judging from the head-to-head battle between you and the Nordic giants, you have mastered it, right? Gon nodded and asked, Mr. Jung, listening to your tone, you should be an nun too, right? Jung pushed his glasses and said, well, that's the case. Gon said, Teacher Jung must be very strong, right? Haha, I'm just an ordinary person. Jung replied modestly. By the way, Gon, I take the liberty to ask, do you have a harmonious mind? How far have you learned? Jung asked curiously. It was Allan who taught me. Now I have learned the 4 basics of rapping absolute practice fa. Hearing this, Jung said something different, have you already learned this level? It seems that your talent is also quite good. No, it's just that Allan taught well. Rarely praised, Gon touched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Yungu nodded and said, of course, a good teacher has a great influence on a student. Speaking of this, he glanced at the Zoasai next to him and said, my fellow man, I have taught Zoasai for more than half a year, and he has not fully grasped the 4 basics of reading. I am really ashamed. Hearing the words, Zoasai on the side said, Teacher Jung, please don't blame yourself like this. If you want to blame, I am too stupid and not talented enough, so I learned so slowly. Zoasai. Teacher Jung. The master and apprentice hugged each other, cheering each other up, a moving picture of 807 faces. Killua on the side sighed and said, oh, you all learned to read, but I haven't learned it yet. It's so pitiful. Allan chuckled, odd, when you hit the 200th floor, I will keep the promise I made last time and teach you Nian. Really? Hey? Killua's eyes lit up. Of course, when did I lie to you? Allan said. Then it's settled, I will definitely hit 200 floors. Chi Shao promised. Now he feels full of motivation. Jung pushed his glasses and said, if Mr. Allan doesn't teach you, I can also teach your mouth, Killua. Hearing this, Killua was stunned for a moment. Some did not understand why Jung would be so good to him, but he still replied, thanks, but I still hope Allan will teach me. It's okay, as long as you can learn to read, it doesn't matter who teaches you. Jung looked very open and didn't mind Killua's choice at all. Allan seemed to think of something, and then said to Jung, "By the way, Mr. Jung, you are also a professional hunter, right?" "Yes." Jung nodded without denying it. "Then," he said, "actually, I know how many knights you are. You are the 287 candidates for customs clearance. You are very famous in the association. There were as many as 8 candidates who passed the customs clearance and got the hunter license. Therefore, it was evaluated by the president of Netero as Golden Phase 1, which is very promising." Chapter 133. After exchanging a few words with Jung, Allan continued to compete with Gon and Killua. The promotion rule below the 200th floor is based on the soil layer. Allan wins from the 50th floor, they will directly advance to the 60th floor, and so on, until the 200th floor. After winning on the 50th floor, Allan and Gon and Chi Shi each received a prize of 60,000. After that, Allan and the others continued to win successively on the 60th, 70th, 80th, and 90th floors. It takes an average of half an hour for each game to wait, to start, and then to end. Among them, the waiting time for the game is the longest. Usually, after the game starts, Allan, Gon and Killua will knock down their opponents at the fastest speed without wasting time. Although the opponents are stronger than once, for them, especially for Allan, there is no pressure at all. Naturally, Gon and Killua are similar, they have not yet encountered a more powerful opponent. Allan is looking forward to how they will meet Hisoka on the first floor. Because of his agreement with Hisoka, he is sure that Hisoka has come to the Sky Arena before them. And Hisoka seems to be the master of the 200th floor, so Allan is almost certain that Gon and Killua will meet the prepared Hisoka when they reach the 200th floor. And now, Hisoka might be watching Gon and Killua somewhere. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Allan and Gon and Killua each hit the 100th floor. According to the rules of the Sky Arena, contestants who are promoted to the 100th floor can get a private room for free. However, if you lose in the subsequent game and fall from the 100th floor to the 90th floor, the room will be retracted. In addition, the bonus treatment will also be greatly improved. It can be said that the 100th floor is a watershed for the floors below the 90th floor. Those who can come to the 100th floor have certain strength. In order to keep this honor and good benefits, many contestants tend to do their best in the competition and never show mercy. As it was late, so after advancing to the 100th floor, Allan, Gon, and Chi Shao decided to stop here today and apply for the competition tomorrow. Although the rooms of the 3 people were on the same floor, they did not follow. So after a few conversations, the 3 people went back to their rooms to rest. Because it was a private room, Allan took the Empress over and lived with them, which saved the accommodation fee. It has been several months since Allan was forcibly summoned from the pirate world to the hunter world, and Boya Hancock has long been accustomed to living with Allan. And she has also been unconvinced from the beginning to now silently obedient. When facing Allan, her arrogant posture had already converged to the invisible. And Allan hadn't forcibly controlled her, completely letting her decide to stay. After being in this world for a few months, I have seen the peculiarities of this world. Boya Hancock has gradually become interested in this world, so he has no idea of leaving in a hurry. The next day, after eating early, Allan started a new day of competition. Similarly, Gon and Killua are also full of fighting spirit. On this day, the 3 of them reached the 150th floor and won a lot of money. On the 3rd day, the 3 continued to participate in the competition. Their goal is to reach the 190th floor. Allan's promotion speed is the fastest, and all his opponents were knocked down by him. Therefore, the title of one-hit man began to resound in the Sky Arena. In the fighting paradise of Sky Arena, an excellent player will attract the attention of the audience and become familiar with the audience. When Allan's game appeared, the audience began to mourn for his opponent. Because the game will end with Allan's blow. Although Killua and Gon also performed very well, after reaching the 150th floor, the opponents they encountered were already much stronger than the opponents they encountered before. So it took a little effort for the two to win. Because they are very young, but only 12 or 13 years old, coupled with excellent performance, so in the Sky Arena also caused a great response like Allan. The duo won the title of a popular combination in the Sky Arena, Kija combination. When they appear in the ring, there will be audiences chanting their names, or chanting their group names. For this combination title, Killua is a reluctant performance, always feel very ashamed, embarrassed. But Gon feels very good. According to him, there is a feeling of being connected with Killua, which makes Chi get goosebumps for a while. After Allan hit the 190th floor, he didn't immediately hit the 200th floor. A week later, Gon and Killua also hit the 190th floor one after another, only one step away from the 200th floor. They performed very well, which really surprised me. In the hallway, Allan saw Hisoka, who was fascinating. "Are you the 200 floor master?" Allan asked. "Well, I have been here a few years ago, and I am a frequent visitor here." Hisoka replied truthfully, with a playful expression on his face. "Are you going to meet Gon and Killua on the 200th floor?" Allan asked again. "Well, I can't hide anything from you," Hisoka said. Allan nodded and said, "The 200th floor is a watershed. After the 200th floor is basically the world of the Nen. Do you plan to use the initiation for them?" Hearing this, Hisoka's expression changed slightly. "You even know this? Have you been to the 200th floor?" "I haven't been, but I have learned about it." Allan didn't explain much. Hisoka said, "Their basic strength is enough, so the initiation is absolutely necessary." According to Gon, although he has mastered chanting, but the intensity of chanting is not enough, I will use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. As for Killua, he hasn't even mastered Nian, and might feel the terror of Nian more than Gon. In short, I will give them a good time and read the initiation. When the time comes, you will wait and see." After speaking, Hisoka's figure slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 134. 2 days later, Allan decided to hit the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Therefore, he must win on the 190th floor. The 190th floor and the 200th floor are only one step away, so none of the contestants who can reach this level are general. They already have the strength to attack the 200th floor, and the key lies in whether they can stand out from this powerful enemy. This requires absolutely excellent strength. On the 190th floor of the Sky Arena, on the arena of the arena, Allan is already in place. Looking around, the scene was already crowded with thousands of spectators. Among them, there are Gon and Killua, as well as the figure of the Empress. In addition, there are Wonton and his disciple Usse. Even in a corner, even Hisoka came. Just because this game is about Allan being able to advance to the 200th floor. And his opponent in this game is also a popular seed player and has a lot of popularity among the audience. Therefore, this game can be described as today's hottest. In the field, the official will open a betting market for the audience to vote on both sides of the game. Allan's approval rate is 40%, and his opponent's on-side approval rate is 807 to 60%. It seems that those viewers have seen him more. Although Allan was a little surprised that he only got a low approval rate of 40%, he was not upset by it. On the contrary, he was quite curious about his opponent in this game. Being able to get such a high approval rate shows that his strength should be pretty good. Thinking like this, Allan cast his gaze to the opposite side. This person was wearing a purple bathrobe, a saber tied around his waist, and an X-shaped scar on his face. He was in his early 30s. His name is Kentaro Yanagi, and he is Allan's opponent this time. According to the rules of the arena, contestants are prohibited from using weapons below 200 floors. After reaching the 200th floor, the rules of the competition will be relatively relaxed, allowing contestants to use weapons for combat. Kentaro Yanagi held the scabbard with his left hand, put his right hand on the hilt, and slowly pulled out the sword from his waist. Ah, it looks like a good knife. Allan's gaze fell on the knife of Yanagiho Kentaro, the blade of which was shining and looked extremely sharp. I will end this game with one blow. Kentaro Yanagi said in a deep voice. I'm really confident. Allan smiled and said, well, since you want to use a knife against me, then I, can also use a knife against you. Kentaro Yanagi frowned, because Allan didn't carry any weapons. The sword is coming. As Allan snorted, the space ring on Allan's right middle finger gleamed strangely. In the next second, Chu Shui, which had been silent for a long time in the space ring, appeared in Allan's hands. Looking at Kyushui, Allan suddenly remembered that he hadn't really used the knife after he got it. Right now, it seems that it is a good opportunity to try the knife. Kentaro Yanagi stared at the Kyushui in Allan's hand. Although Kyushui hadn't been out of the sheath, he could already see through the scabbard that the knife in Allan's hand was definitely not simple. As for how Allan changed the sword like a trick, Kentaro Yanagi didn't care. This knife is called Kyushui, and I haven't drunk blood yet. Today, I'll use you to perform the operation. Hearing Allan's words, Kentaro Yanagi snorted coldly, arrogant guy, I will make you pay. With the referee's order. Kentaro Yagyu held a knife in both hands, and quickly slashed towards Allan. Almost at the same time, Allan also put on the Chu Shui to greet him. But seeing a flash of cold light, the two figures crossed in an instant. Ticking. The red blood dripped down to the ground in autumn, and Allan turned around and looked at Kentaro Yanagi. At this time, Kentaro Yagyu still turned his back to Allan, and did not see any movement. Taste. Suddenly, the bright and sharp knife in Kentaro Yagyu's hand suddenly broke into two pieces. Tick. Tick. The red blood dripped from the body of Kentaro Yagyu to the ground, and soon a pool of blood was formed under his feet. It became extremely silent between Thursday and Monday. Because they didn't see what happened between Allan and Yanagiho Kentaro at all, they just saw them passing by. Then, Kentaro Yagyu's knife broke in two, and he was injured and motionless. On the other hand, Allan didn't seem to be affected at all. Referee, it can be announced. Allan glanced at Kentaro Yanagiho, then retracted his eyes and said to the referee below. The referee did not immediately pronounce the judgment, because in accordance with the rules of the game, unless it is a one-hit kill, knockdown or opponent, the judgment must be made in accordance with the 10-point rule. If Allan's knife hit Kentaro Yanagi just now, it would only be counted as 2 points at most. He jumped onto the stage, came to Kentaro Yanagiho, and asked, Kentaro Yanagiho, can you continue the game? Kentaro Yagyu did not answer. He remained motionless. The referee seemed to realize something and touched his shoulder with his hand. Monument. Kentaro Yanagiho fell straight ahead, falling in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was incredulous. Dead, dead. Not only the referee, but the audience present were taken aback. Kentaro Yagyu is indeed dead. Died by Allan's knife. Beheaded by Chu Shui. The so-called knife is where the man is, and the knife is dead. When Kentaro Yagyu's knife was broken, his life naturally came to an end. For a swordsman, death is actually a kind of destiny. It's just that, looking at his incredulous expression, it seems that he can't believe it to the death that he will be defeated by Allan. Subsequently, the referee announced the winner of this game, and Allan also successfully advanced to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Walking out of the arena, Gon, Killua, and others gathered around. Gon said, Allan, you are so cruel. Killua didn't take it seriously, and said, it's simply neat. Gon, you are too naive. I'm naive? Hey, you probably don't know, that Kentaro Yanagiho actually had the idea of killing Allan. Really? Yeah. It's just that he is not as strong as Allan, so he was beheaded by Allan. This is what he deserves. Gon nodded, saying nothing. Seeing him, he seemed to understand something. But then again, Allan, I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so superb. How many whole cards did you hide? Qi asked curiously. Swordsmanship is just one of my interests. I will show you something new someday. Allan smiled and didn't say much. After being separated from Gon and Killua temporarily, the Empress suddenly looked at Allan and said, I seem to have seen the knife you just took. Allan shrugged and said, you have good eyesight. The knife is named Kyushui, and it is one of the 21st jobs of Big Knife. It is a product of your world. No wonder it looks familiar. The Empress nodded, and didn't ask how Allan got Kyushui. Because even Her Majesty Kaiwahei Allan can get it, let alone a famous sword. Chapter 135. After successfully advancing to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, Allan went to the 200th floor first by Gon and Killua. On this floor, you can have a private luxury suite. However, if you fall from the 200th floor to the 190th floor, the room will be taken back. Therefore, many contestants are fighting desperately to keep their turf on this level. In addition, starting from this level, there will be no bonuses in future matches regardless of whether they are won or not. The subsequent matches will be purely for personal honor. You finally came up. After registering the information at the registration office, Allan saw the mysterious Hisoka again on the side of the corridor. Hisoka smiled and said, I went to watch the game you played. It's surprising that you are still a master of swordsmanship. I don't know how many whole cards you still have, it's really exciting. Allan shrugged and said, swordsmanship is just one of my broad hobbies. As for I don't have any other hidden places, I think you will have a chance to see it in the future. Then I will wait and see. Hisoka said, I look forward to that day. Allan said, are you trying to fight me? If there is a chance, I'd be happy, how about you? Willing to show your face? Hisoka asked with interest. He is a militant and is keen on one-on-one duels with others. Allan is naturally one of his goals. Ding! Please choose. 1. Agree to fight Hisoka. Reward, 5,000 thoughts. 2. Reject Hisoka's invitation to fight. Reward, 3,000 nation stars. 3. Agree to fight Hisoka and defeat Hisoka. Award. Faced with the rewards issued by the system, Allan naturally chose the last one. After pondering, Allan said, Beijuo, I can promise to fight you, but not now. No problem, as long as you agree, there will be time in the future. Hisoka smiled and didn't seem to be in a hurry. At the moment, I am more interested in Gon and Killua. I don't know when they will come up. Allan said sternly, they have already applied for the competition, and the time is the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. With their strength, it should be no problem to advance. It will depend on your performance when they arrive on the 200th floor. Of course, I will surprise them. Hisoka smiled. 2 days later, Gon and Killua successfully passed the 190th floor and successfully advanced. Both of them reached the 200th floor with ease, so they hardly felt any burden or pressure along the way. This made both of them feel a little fluttering, and a kind of sky arena, the so-called holy land of fighting, was born in their hearts. Of course, it is normal to have this kind of thinking. Because they played from the first level to the second level, it took less than 2 weeks in total in the world. They hardly encountered any strong enemies along the way. In every match, they easily defeated their opponents. When the two took the elevator to the 200th floor, they were going to the service desk to register. Because in accordance with the rules of the Sky Arena, participants who do not register within the specified time limit will be disqualified. The two had just walked out of the elevator not far, and suddenly felt a strong murderous aura coming straight towards them from the other end of the corridor. The two felt stressed immediately and were shocked. Damn it, who is this murderous aura? As a professional killer, Killua is far more sensitive to this murderous intent than Gon. He was horrified to discover that this murderous intent was not weaker than his brother Ilmi. In other words, the person who released this murderous aura was a guy whose strength was similar to that of his brother Yamai. Killua, hide behind me, Gon said suddenly. Why? She looked at Gon with a puzzled expression. This murderous aura contains mind. The other party is an. So, I can use mind to fight. With that said, Gon snorted and launched one of the 4 major skills practice skills to open the aura nodes in the body and release a breath of breath. In an instant, Gon felt a lot easier. After seeing this scene, Killua flashed a complicated look on his face, and did not hide behind Gon. Gon, go ahead and register first. Chi Xiao said suddenly. What about you, Killua? Gon asked suspiciously. I don't want to hide behind you, so I'm protected by you. I don't want to be looked down upon by your peers. Killua, I didn't despise you. But the other party is an. You don't know how to read it, it's a disadvantage. So, stay with me. Faced with Gon's kindness, Killua shook his head and said, No, I have to rely on my own strength. Chi Xiao is right, Gon, you should go there and register first. A playful voice came from the other end of the corridor. At the same time, that strong murderous aura also disappeared at this time. Killua was relieved immediately, holding the atmosphere. And Gon also relieved the training on his body, frowning and looking forward. When seeing Hisoka appearing from one end of the corridor, Gon suddenly exclaimed, Hisoka! 0, look for flowers. Killua also noticed Hisoka, also a little surprised. Hehe, long time no see, Gon, Killua. Hisoka said hello with a smile, and then sat down with his back against the wall. Hisoka, why are you here? Gon asked. Hisoka played with poker cards and said, This is a holy land for fighting, and I admire fighting. Isn't it normal to show up? Killua frowned and said, Hisoka, you released the murderous aura just now? Hisoka nodded, Bingo, the answer is correct, but there is no reward. Why do you want to do this? We have no grudges against you, right? Killua frowned. Hisoka smiled and said, I just want to try how much you have grown. You are bullying the small. Chi Hunter said. Odd, I didn't expect you to be so naive. Did you forget where this is? This is the Sky Arena, the opponent of the game. In this place, we are also hostile. Prevent you from registering, and come to me. In other words, it can be regarded as removing obstacles. 0. Upon hearing this, Killua was speechless for a while. At this moment, Gon said, Hisoka, Killua hasn't learned to read. It's unfair for you to deal with him with reading. You first let us go and register. Hisoka shook his head and said, Gon, this is the initiation of reading. Every contestant who comes to the 200th floor has to go through it. When facing my murderous aura just now, you behaved well, so you can go over and register. As for Killua, he is not yet qualified to pass here. No, Killua must come with me. Having said that, Gon was about to pull up Kishao and make a forcible attack. However, Killua threw off Gon's hand and shouted, Gon, Hisoka is right. I am not qualified to pass here. You should go and register first and leave me alone. But Killua, what do you do? I'll pass here before 12 o'clock. Anyway, you should go there first. Killua's attitude was so firm, there was no way, Gon had to go one step ahead. Hisoka looked at the strange road, then, Killua, do you want to stay and fight, or go back first? Hisoka, you wait here for me, I will be back before 12 o'clock. With these words, Killua turned around and left the 200th floor. I'm waiting for you, Killua. Hisoka has a playful expression on his face. After Killua left, Allan's figure appeared from the other end of the corridor. Hisoka smiled and said, how about it, is this initiation okay? Kishao looks very upset. Guang. Chapter 136. Allan nodded. When Killua and Gon encountered Hisoka's initiation just now, he was hiding in the dark and watching. In the face of Hisoka's thoughts, Gon behaved well, and it was not wasted his efforts. As for Killua, he hasn't grasped the mind yet. Facing the impact of Hisoka's mind, resisting is just a normal thing, there is nothing to belittle. I believe that as long as Chi Hunter undergoes special training, he can definitely pass Hisoka's initiation. Now Killua should have realized that he is not strong enough. Allan laughed. So, what are you going to do now? Hisoka curiously asked. Yes. Please choose. 1 offer to gamble with Hisoka. Task reward, 2000 thoughts. 1 offer to gamble with Hisoka, and let Killua pass Hisoka's initiation within a limited time. Mission reward, 5000 thoughts. Allan pondered for a moment, and said. Hisoka, do you want to gamble with me? What are you betting on? 8 and 7 bet Killua can pass through you before 12 o'clock. Hearing this, Hisoka looked straight into Allan's eyes and said, are you going to help him get through the aura nodes in his body in such a short time, and let him learn to stalk? Well, with his qualifications, it should be possible to do it. Allan said. But now there are only less than 3 hours left before the limited 12 o'clock. It is not easy to help Killua clear the acupuncture points in his body in such a short period of time, and let him learn to control the chi in his body without losing it. Hisoka said. Allan shrugged and said, you don't need to worry about that. In a word, gambling? Those who win can get 10 million. Hisoka thought for a while and nodded with interest. Well then, I'll take a gamble with you. Allan was overjoyed. He didn't expect Hisoka to be so happy, so he agreed, and nodded calmly. Well, then I'm going to look for Killua now. Then you will wait for Killua to find him, and he will give it to you. Surprise! I'll wait and see. Hisoka looked playful. At this time, Killua, who came down from the 200th floor, didn't know if it was a coincidence or something, and happened to run into Jung and Zoisai. Jung saw Killua's dejected and unwilling expression, pushed his glasses, and smiled. It looks like you are having trouble on it. No need. Chi shook his head. It's really not necessary. You probably encountered someone's obstruction on it, right? As a result, you couldn't go to the service desk to register smoothly. Hearing this, Killua looked at Jung, a little surprised. How do you know? Anyone who has been in the Sky Arena and has been on the 200th floor has experienced this. Without the basis of reading, you are not qualified to go there. And because Gon mastered the reading 1 step earlier than you, he successfully passed the initiation of the reading, and he registered 1 step before you. And Killua, you were kicked out, right? Jung's words pierced Killua's body like a needle, and Killua lowered his head with an ugly expression and clenched his fists. For the first time, he felt a kind of humiliation. A deep sense of powerlessness. But what made him even more unacceptable was that his good friend Gon had already stepped in front of him. He felt that his self-confidence has been hit. This made him somewhat unacceptable. Not reconciled. Killua, if you don't mind, I can help you. Help me. Well, I can help you and let you master the basics of reading. At that time, you will be qualified to go to the top. Hearing this, Killua was a little moved. At this moment, Allan just came down from the 200th floor, and on the corridor, he encountered Chi Shao who was talking with Jung. Seeing Allan appear, Killua's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a savior. Killua, where's Gon? Allan asked, pretending not to understand what was going on. Killua told Allan about his and Gon's initiation that Hisoka read when he and Gon went to the 200th floor. After hearing this, Allan nodded and said, then Killua, come with me, I will help you get through it before 12 o'clock. Okay, then I beg you. Killua said gratefully. It's okay. I just kept the promise. Allan said. During the hunter test, he promised to teach Killua, and now he is really only fulfilling his original promise. Mr. Young, I'm sorry, I'm leaving first. Killua turned to Young, who was hanging aside. Hey, I hope you can pass smoothly. Young smiled, and didn't mind being rejected by Killua. Watching Killua leave with Allan, Zoisai, who was standing next to Young, couldn't help but said, Teacher Young, Killua rejected your kindness, will you not be angry? Of course not. Young shook his head gently. On the other side, Allan took Killua to his private luxury room on the 200th floor. When he came to the room, Allan said straightforwardly and clearly, Killua, due to the limited time, I will briefly explain to you what mindfulness is. You can just understand it, and then I will use external force to help you force through the body mindfulness. Aura nodes, arouse your chi, then you only need to do what I said, and control the chi. 0. Well, I see. Qi Shao nodded seriously. He knew very well that although Allan said it was simple, it was definitely not that easy to operate in fact, so he also held up his spirit. Freely manipulate the life energy, Qi field, emitted from the body, and the Qi used for attack or defense is called mind. There are two ways to open up mindfulness, one is to let the life energy overflow by itself through sitting meditation and then control it. Another method is to force open the occluded 6 channels and aura nodes in the body through external force. Because time is limited, Killua has no time to sit and meditate. So Allan decided to use the second method to infuse Killua with his own chi, help him open the blocked aura nodes, and forcefully draw the chi out. Allan placed a hand lightly on Killua's back and stopped a few centimeters away. At this time, Killua could clearly feel a surging power coming from his back through Allan's palm. Relax, Killua, I'm going to exert my strength. In the next second, Allan slammed the breath gathered in the palm of his hand into Killua's back door cleverly through the skill of Fa. This chi entered Kishao's body through the back door, and then began to hit the acupuncture points in Kishao's body. Help Kishao to open the closed acupuncture points and aura nodes to awaken the life energy that is closed. For an instant, Killua felt an astonishing energy gushing out of her body, steadily flowing. Hey, it looks like it was successfully connected. Allan smiled. Is this just reading? Killua raised his hand. At this time, he could clearly see the hands he had arrived in 5.4, and even his body was full of a white aura. This thought is Killua's life energy. It's amazing, this constant flow of anger. Looking at the thoughts on her body, Killua had a surprised expression on her face. Because the acupuncture points in the eyes are also opened up, so you can see the chi. Allan explained. Is it successful now? Chi asked. Allan shook his head slightly, not enough, now it's just the first step. Next, Killua, you need to calm down, try to control the chi, keep the chi steady on the surface of the body, and don't let it pass away. If you don't control it, then these life energy will continue to drain, then you will wait to collapse and die. Control these angers? Let me try. Soon, Killua calmed down. Worthy of being a professional killer, his emotional control over himself is simply superb. Chapter 137. Under Allan's guidance, Killua quickly controlled his chi and kept those chi on the surface smoothly. Killua, now that you have learned how to stalk, you can maintain your current state and challenge Hisoka. Is this really okay? Well, you should feel it. Now you are different from the past. That breath will help you resist Hisoka's thoughts, don't worry. With Allan's assurance, Killua said thank you gratefully, and then left Allan's room and went to the 200th floor. At this time, on the 200th floor, Hisoka was leaning against one end of the corridor, playing the cards in his hand. In addition, Gon is also on the scene. He propped his chin and sat quietly on the side. Gon, Don't you go to Killua? Hisoka asked with interest. No, I'll just wait for him here. Gon said. What if he didn't show up? Hisoka said. No, I believe Chi Xiao will definitely come up again. Gon said with firm eyes. Time passed bit by bit, and there was still half an hour before the end of the registration time. At this moment, Killua came up. Oh! When he saw the breath on Killua's body, Hisoka was slightly startled, and then showed a playful expression. 05 Great Killua! Gon's hanging heart finally let go. Come on Hisoka, I won't back down this time. Killua looked straight at Hisoka on the opposite side, and said sternly. Okay, then just see if you can get through here. While speaking, Hisoka raised his hand and started to read. The strong murderous aura swept out like a violent wind. Killua didn't flinch, but walked forward resolutely. Those strong murderous auras impacted on him, being resisted by the chi in his body. Hee, good job. Seeing Killua successfully resisting the murderous aura he released, Hisoka smiled. So, how about trying this trick? Using the fat technique, Hisoka blocked his own chi into an invisible thought block in the corridor. Killua had to break through this thought wall to be considered a successful challenge. The passage of more than 10 meters long seemed not far away, but Killua was walking quite hard. Because Hisoka's wall of chanting was very thick, Killua seemed to be in a mud, feeling like he couldn't move an inch. However, he did not give up. With the chi in his body, Killua was breaking through the invisible wall of thought step by step. Finally, he came to Hisoka. The wall of thought was broken. Hisoka looked at Killua's eyes with a touch of heat. Good job, Killua. Stop talking nonsense, I am now qualified to stay on the 200th floor, right? Chi looked straight at Yui, Hisoka said coldly. Hee, of course. But, you have mastered the basics of Zhang now. There are still many places you have to learn. Hisoka smiled. Killua snorted coldly, you wait and see, I'll learn it sooner or later. The technique of reading is extensive and profound, and it is not that simple to really learn it. If you are too proud, be careful to stumble. To Hisoka's kind reminder, Killua didn't appreciate it. At this moment, Gon walked over and said to Chi, Killua, you go to register quickly. Killua nodded and went to register first. Hisoka stood up and said, okay, then I'll go first. I wish you all a good time, and we will see each other again. Stop, Hisoka. Gon called out suddenly. What's the matter? Hisoka stopped. Gon said, Hisoka, I want to challenge you, do you dare to fight? Hearing this, Hisoka smiled and said, are you serious, Gon? Of course. Gon said firmly. Hisoka smiled and said, well, if you can win 10 games on the 200th floor, I will fight you. Okay, no problem, you wait and see. Gon agreed without thinking about it. Then I'll wait and see. After speaking, Hisoka left. After Killua registered back, Gon told Killua about his challenge to Hisoka. After Killua listened, he looked at Gon speechlessly, idiot, how can you beat Hisoka with your current strength? But, I just want to fight him. That guy actually dared to do something to us. Initiation, relying on his own bigger than us, he bullied us. So I want to fight him, and then he a hard punch in the face. Seeing Gon waving his fist and saying that he was going to beat Hisoka, Killua was immediately happy, haha, Gon, you are so funny. You know how terrifying Hisoka is, you actually said you want to beat him. Gon said with a serious face, anyway, I have already put my words to Hisoka, and Hisoka has agreed. As long as I can win 10 games on the 200th floor, he promises to fight me. Kishao sighed. He knew that Gon was straight-tempered and very stubborn, so he didn't say much. By the way, Gon, do you know how difficult it is to win 10 games on the 200th floor? Gon shook his head and said, no matter how difficult it is, I will try it. We are here to become stronger? How can we become stronger if we don't try it? Okay. Qi Xiao had a helpless expression of losing to Gon. On the other side, Allan also learned that Killua passed Hisoka's test and met with Hisoka privately. The two had a bet before. If Killua can pass Hisoka's test within a limited time, then Allan can get 10 million ringgits. Right now, Allan found Hisoka and asked him for an account. Hisoka transferred 10 million junii to Allan's account by transfer, and said to Allan, "This is the first time I bet with someone to lose, Allan, you can really do it." Allan said, "Because not only you underestimated Killua's talent, but also me. That's why you will lose." Hehe, it seems like this. But if I bet again next time, I will definitely win. Hisoka said. What do you want to bet on? Allan asked curiously. Let's just block whether Gon can win 10 games on the 200th floor. 807 Hisoka said. Right now, Hisoka told Allan about Gon's challenge to him. And Allan also learned that Hisoka asked Gon to win 10 games at this level before he would fight Gon, and Gon naturally agreed. It's not easy for Gon to win 10 games on this level. Hisoka said. Allan said, if you win 10 games, then you can attack the master. Hisoka, you should be the master, right? That's right. Hisoka nodded, not denying it. At that time, if Gon wins 10 games, he will openly challenge you in the form of an impact layer master. It's not easy to win 10 games. I don't think Gon can do it. Hisoka said. Then, let's take a gamble on Gon. Allan said. Okay. Hisoka nodded, he just